Chapter 121 B22 Star Pollution Monitoring Center. Wait here. I go over and check the situation. Jiangning retracted her perception, instructed the little fat man beside her, and walked forward. She moved very lightly, taking every step very carefully. The building glass creaked when stepped on, and the centipede's legs were scattered all over the ground, and their bodies were broken into sections. She had just killed 30 centipedes, and the double S level was counted as 10 points in the arena, and the total accumulated points was 300. Jiangning looked back at the crowd behind her. It was almost over there. During their battle with the centipedes and woodlice, the scoring device on her wrist quietly increased by 25 points. It was unknown whether it was the monster killed by Cheng Yao or Wei Xingyu. As for their score, it has not been counted into the system yet. When encountering such a monster tide, the scoring is always slower. Jiangning continued to walk forward. Suddenly, she felt something wrong under her feet. And the upper of her shoes sank a little when she stepped on it. Jiangning's temples throbbed. Just as she was about to evacuate. Swish. Swish. There was another commotion around. The next second, a woodlice hiding in the cracks of the rock suddenly rushed towards Jiangning. She stepped back half a step to avoid it, but unexpectedly, the waste pile under her feet began to collapse. There was nothing below, and soon it affected the place where she was standing. Jiangning. The little fat man noticed the situation here at the first time and called her loudly. The large army behind him also reacted quickly and rushed towards Jiangning. But it was too late. The ground collapsed, and the building next to it was also severely damaged. It then collapsed to one side. Jiangning had no time to escape. He could only find a shelter nearby to avoid being hit. The people who came were stopped more than 10 meters away and watched Jiangning being buried in the collapsed building. Jiangning's head buzzed. After an unknown amount of time, the movement around him finally stopped. Hiss. She curled up on her side and felt a tearing pain on her back when she moved her body. She hurried to check the current situation. The surroundings were sealed, and the metal and concrete slabs were stacked one layer at a time, just forming a small space for activities. Luckily, her perception barrier and the metal plate bent to one side in front of her helped her when the landslide occurred. Otherwise, she would have been buried in the ruins. But even so, her back was still hit by the falling heavy objects. Jiangning tried to use her mental power, and instantly there was a sound like a frying pan in her mind. A group of people outside had been using perception to contact her since she was buried inside, and each person was talking, which made her head hurt. I'm fine. Jiangning used perception to comfort the people outside, and the chattering in her mind finally stopped. Everyone outside breathed a sigh of relief. And after a few seconds someone finally came out and said, "Then we will move the rocks and rescue you now." There were several power-type psychics among them, and moving a few rocks was no problem. Yeah. Jiangning's voice was faint, as if it came from his nose. Si Yuan immediately heard something was wrong. He asked, "Are you injured?" As soon as he asked this, everyone became nervous instantly. Jiangning was injured? When did it happen? During the landslide just now? Or when he was fighting against centipedes? I was accidentally hit by a stone. Jiangning's tone was light, as if being hit by a stone was not a big deal. Hold on, we will rescue you now. Everyone sniffed collectively, and the few power-type psychics in front began to release their powers. Everyone, be careful, Jiangning said. It was clearly her who was buried underneath. But she spoke to remind them to be careful. Several people began to move. Boom! Jiangning vaguely heard the movement outside. As several people moved, small stones also fell from where she was curled up. She didn't know how deep she was buried. As she listened to everyone moving stones one by one, she still couldn't see any light coming in. After a while, the sound outside suddenly stopped. As if everything was still. Jiangning paused and hurriedly asked through perception, "What's wrong?" "There are more strange beasts. A lot of them. And they are all S-level." It was Si Yuan who answered her. Jiangning said without thinking, "You deal with the strange beasts first. Don't worry about me." Compared with her situation, the situation outside was obviously more urgent. Although everyone was also eager to rescue Jiangning, they also knew that in the current situation, it was the best choice for them to focus on dealing with the strange beasts first. The advantage of the cooperation practice of Wei Xingyu sub-teams in the school was fully demonstrated at this moment. Even if Jiangning and Wei Xingyu, the two main commanders, were not there, the team commander could guide the rest of the people, and the cooperation was proper, and there was no panic among the teams. Jiangning listened to the situation outside with her ears pointed, while she was bored and scratching the cracks in the stones around her. Strangely, the floor under her feet was so smooth. Not like rock at all, but more like a metal steel plate coated with a layer of smooth paint. She brushed away the fine stones on it with her hands, and the steel plate under her feet and the one on which her head rested were completely folded together, showing a 90-degree bend, and the two steel plates seemed to be one piece. Jiangning wiped the fold of the steel plate, and she felt a tiny gap between her fingertips. Jiangning's fingertips lit up, and a thin vine was released, which poked through the tiny gap. The vine touched something, bypassed it, and grew to both sides. The vine was still growing infinitely, as if there was an infinitely large space behind it. Jiangning thought for a moment, stopped the vine in his hand, and switched to another plant. There was still space inside the metal plate, which looked like a room, and the metal plate was its door. It seems that the room inside has a high safety factor. Even if it faces a landslide, it will only squeeze the door outside. The door was originally opened in the middle. She was thinking about how to get in. If she pushed it open violently, the rubble behind her would definitely roll in with her, and it would be hard to guarantee that she would not be hurt again. She needed something to hold up the rocks behind her. Lotus leaves are the most useful plants. They cover a wide area and will not completely squeeze the small space. Jiangning put the summoned lotus leaf on her back, and then summoned vines again to probe into the crack of the door. She just felt something behind the door. There is usually a machine paddle behind the electric door in the Interstellar era, which is designed to prevent the door from being unusable when the power is off. Jiangning carefully used the vine to pry the machine paddle behind. Click. It was the sound of the paddle being moved. Jiangning suddenly felt the metal plate under her feet trembling, and the broken stones jumped with it. The gap at the fold of the door panel was getting bigger and bigger. All the surrounding stones were shaking. Something kept hitting the lotus leaf behind her. Snap, snap. The lotus leaf was hit loudly. Jiangning looked back. The moment the stone touched the surface of the lotus leaf, it was like falling into a piece of elastic silk cloth. After losing 3 or 4 points of its force, it bounced back to the stone wall beside it. The lotus leaf was almost not damaged, but the stone wall it bounced back to was slightly loose. The lotus leaf can resist ordinary small and medium-sized stones, but it is afraid that it cannot resist such a big stone. Jiangning only hopes that the door will open quickly. At this time, the gap of the door has opened to a width of about 3 centimeters, and Jiangning can see the scene inside. The style inside is very much like a laboratory. The movement behind him is getting louder and louder, and the stone may collapse again at any time. However, the door was suddenly stuck and could not move. Jiangning looked up along the edge of the door and found that the top of the door was pierced by several steel bars. At this time, the steel bars were just stuck at the top of the door, making it impossible to move the door any further. Jiangning looked at the opening and pondered for a moment. It was about 30 centimeters wide, and she could barely get in. She lowered her head, exerted force on her hips, turned her body in one direction, and went down with her feet first. After this series of movements, the wound on her back was pulled again. She took a break for a while, then took a deep breath, held the door frame with both hands, and pushed her body down with her back. When her feet touched the flat ground, she felt something real. She jumped up lightly, away from the ground at the door, and before she could walk far away, she heard the sound of a stone hitting a metal plate behind her. It seems that the lotus leaf can no longer hold on, but fortunately, it has completed its mission. This room, which looks like a laboratory, was built without any shoddy workmanship. The materials used for the outer wall are very solid. Even though the door panel was squeezed out of shape, it did not collapse, and there was no intrusion inside. Jiangning, are you okay? Si Yuan's voice was full of anxiety. He just heard a lot of noise coming from under the landslide. Although he knew that Jiangning's perception was still there in his mind, and the lotus leaf she gave was intact, he couldn't help but worry about her safety. It's okay, I've entered a space, I'm safe now, you guys should fight seriously, and don't be distracted. Jiangning's message was passed to everyone. She made such a big noise just now, everyone outside must have noticed it. Yeah. Si Yuan's voice sounded muffled. Jiangning's reply sounded fine, but he just felt a sense of loss inexplicably. Si Yuan's eyes were dark, pulled the lotus leaf beside him, wrapped himself tighter. On the other side, Jiangning was looking around the room. With the dim light in the room, she saw a place on the wall that said B22 Star Pollution Monitoring Center. Both the word and the pollution monitoring center looked very new, and she heard that B-22 was completely polluted decades ago, so this monitoring center should have been built later. Maybe some new situation suddenly occurred later, which led to the abandonment of this monitoring center. She groped around the hall of the testing center. The further she went in, the darker it got. She could only release a sensory light ball to barely illuminate the surroundings. With a weak light, she finally saw the pollution monitoring center clearly. In the middle was a huge data collection device, and along the circle were measurement screens. The power was off here, and the screens and devices had stopped working. There was a dark corridor at the end of the hall, and Jiangning couldn't get out for a while. So she groped her way over there. Jiangning walked in the dark corridor, in the air that blended with the darkness. She always felt that something would suddenly jump out. It turns out that when there is light, this place shouldn't make people feel scared. Fortunately, the corridor is not long, and it takes more than 10 meters to enter another room. Swish! As soon as she left the corridor, a black shadow flashed out. Jiangning frowned, and instinctively raised her hand to release the attack. When she reacted, the black shadow had already run in the other direction of this room. Only a white corner of clothes was left for her. What is that? Jiangning quickly followed. Chapter 122 Researcher, Fang Ji. She followed the object all the way into another room. The object in front was fast, and hidden in the darkness. When Jiangning caught up, it had already disappeared in the house. She stopped, paused for a moment, and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Swish! She heard a sound of breaking through the air. A black shadow rushed towards her, and its sharp claws stopped abruptly less than a centimeter in front of her. At the same time, Jiangning's defense barrier trembled, as if it had substance. The shadow didn't seem to expect that she had a defensive barrier. After being discovered by Jiangning, he didn't choose to attack again, but quickly hid in the darkness. Jiangning's eyes narrowed. The shadow looked very similar to a human. It was a contaminant, and this contaminant knew how to take advantage of the environment and use the surrounding darkness to hide its body. This was Jiangning's third contact with a contaminant. The first time was in the back mountain of the school's flight training ground, and the second time was in the contaminated area of Red Star N001. This was her third direct confrontation with a contaminant. The first time, the contaminated body was dead. It was Si Yuan who first discovered it. Then it was handed over to the school teacher for treatment. She had no contact with it during the whole process. The second time, the contaminated body was controlled by the mutant plant. It was also not a real encounter. The contaminated bodies are very smart. After they mutate, they still retain some human consciousness, but their subconscious will not regard them as human beings, but will try every means to contaminate you, kill you, and turn you into one of them. Putting aside the idea of thinking about the contamination, there is a more critical question: how did he become a contamination? Logically, if there was an emergency during the monitoring process, all researchers should have received the news in advance and evacuated B-22 in an orderly manner. How could he stay here and mutate into a contamination? Was it because what happened at that time was too sudden that he had to stay here? Jiangning could not think any further, because the contamination soon launched a second attack on her. This is the territory of the contaminant. He has a natural advantage here. Jiangning was completely unable to locate his specific position for a while. His attacks failed. The contaminant was still wandering in the monitoring room. Every sound he made seemed to be a provocation to Jiangning. After several attacks failed, Jiangning stopped releasing her supernatural power rashly. She stopped and listened carefully to the noise made by the contaminant. This room should be very large. At least twice as large as the hall he just entered. The contaminant was walking along the walls. He was walking directly on the walls. The hard rubber soles made a tapping sound when they stepped on the metal steel plate. The sound was getting closer and closer to her. Jiangning turned his head to look at the wall next to him. He came again. Jiangning raised his hand and summoned rose petals from his palm to shoot towards the side wall. The contaminated body was very alert. As early as the moment Jiangning attacked, it stopped and shot the petals into the metal plate. The petals swept along the wall. The contaminated body had to give up the wall and move to the ground area. Jiangning had already found the breakthrough point, so she would not let him go. Her petals kept attacking, and no matter where the contaminated body hid, her petals would track him. But none of the petals hit the target, and the contaminated body dodged it every time. Jiangning raised her eyebrows, not knowing whether her aim had weakened in the darkness, or whether the contaminated body was too agile. since the dark environment made it impossible for her to see clearly. She had to light up the surroundings again. Jiangning concentrated his mind and imagined the lantern tree in his mind. The lantern tree got its name because its fruit looks like a lantern. Its leaves contain a lot of phosphorus, and it can emit a light blue cold light in a dark environment. Unlike the firefly mushrooms that will make people covered with spores, the lantern tree can only be used for lighting when there is no danger. This dark environment can be adapted. But now there is a pollutant, and the situation is instantly different. Jiangning raised his hand and summoned a lantern tree in the center of the room. The shape of the lantern tree was of a certain size, and the mature lantern tree completely burst the room. As Jiangning's spiritual power continued to be released, the leaves of the lantern tree gradually showed a light blue light. The room was lit up by the faint blue light, and Jiangning easily captured the figure of the polluted body. He was wearing a white coat, with his sleeves rolled up to his arms, and there was no good skin left on the exposed skin, which was bumpy and red. His face was even worse. His facial features were sunken, and his skin was sagging, like an apple that had been left for a long time and rotted. The contaminated body had nowhere to hide, so he decided to go all out and came towards Jiangning with a ferocious face. He picked up an iron rod as a weapon when he passed by an operating table. His right foot was a little lame, and he limped when he walked. The iron rod made a rough sound when it dragged on the ground. Jiangning did not rush to take action, but was observing him. The contaminated body was getting closer and closer to her. Jiangning could even see the words on his white coat clearly. Researcher, Fang Ji. In a moment, Fang Ji had come to Jiangning. He raised the iron rod in his hand and swung it down in the direction of Jiangning without any hesitation. When the iron rod fell on Jiangning's head, she finally moved, and her body moved to the side to avoid the blow. Before Fang Ji completed the second transformation, Jiangning clasped his 5 fingers and threw a punch quickly. Fang Ji's wrist joint was touched, and he spread his palm reflexively. With a clang, the iron rod fell to the ground. Sometimes combat advantage is completely superior to supernatural attack. White balls of light jumped between Jiangning's knuckles. She circled her wrist, and several bright red petals appeared. With her movements, she pierced through his clothes and skin very smoothly, and pierced into Fang Ji's heart along his ribs. No blood flowed out. Fang Ji didn't even feel a trace of pain. His skin had long been shriveled, his heart stopped beating, and no new blood was produced in his body. The contaminated body had died when he mutated. To kill it, a headshot was needed. Jiangning did not dodge, but summoned plants again. Fang Ji seemed to realize that the man in front of him was really capable of killing him. So he stopped fighting, but ran towards the hall at a very fast speed, trying to avoid Jiangning's pursuit. When Jiangning summoned half of the plants, Fang Ji had already escaped a few meters away. She pursed her lips. The time to summon plants was still too slow. Jiangning rushed faster, trying to catch up with Fang Ji. The light from the lantern fruit could only illuminate a little bit of the room and the corridor. When he reached the hall, it was dark again. Darkness was Fang Ji's best cover. When Jiangning caught up, Fang Ji disappeared again. This was the most cunning mutant she had ever dealt with. Even more cunning than the group of contaminated bodies controlled by mutant plants in the N001 contaminated area. She took a deep breath and listened to the situation around her again. Da-da-da-da-da. The footsteps came from the left, very dull, as if there was a wall between them, and the sound came from the other side of the wall. Jiangning still hadn't figured out the full picture of this pollution monitoring center. Could there be another corridor leading to another direction, like an infinitely extended space, like an ant nest? Jiangning thought for a moment, and walked along the wall in the direction of the sound. She wasn't sure if there was only one pollutant here. The footsteps just now sounded like several overlapping ones. Of course, she could summon a lantern tree to illuminate each room. But there was no need to do so. It would be a waste of mental energy. Jiangning was the only one in the empty corridor. After staying in this dark environment for a long time, she could barely see the surroundings. This corridor was much longer than the one leading to the previous room. Jiangning didn't know how long she walked before she finally reached the end. Swish. The same scene was played out again, and another black shadow rushed out. Jiangning had been prepared this time. She released the light blade to hit the man the moment the shadow appeared. Ouch. Jiangning frowned. Question mark. Can the pollution experience speak? There is another one here. The one who spoke was a boy. He seemed to have discovered something and shouted excitedly to the back. Jiangning blinked her eyes, and felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Before she could come to her senses, a soil spike shot from the side towards her face. Jiangning took a half step back, and dodged by leaning sideways. After stabilizing himself, he shouted into the darkness, "Cheng Yao." The person on the other side paused for a moment, and then asked in an uncertain tone, "Jiangning?" "It's me," Jiangning said. The boy who attacked Jiangning earlier stood up, and flames appeared on the tips of his fingers, and he approached Jiangning as a light. "It's really you, Jiangning." The boy's expression became visibly happy, and he asked, "Why are you here?" "Under the light of the fire." Cheng Yao walked out of the darkness. Jiangning roughly told the two about the process of entering here. Then she looked around and asked, "Where is the other person?" When talking about this topic, the light in the boy's eyes dimmed again. "Eliminated." Cheng Yao also lowered his eyes. "It was because I didn't protect it well that the contaminated body had a chance to take advantage of it." Rustling. Jiangning tilted her head and interrupted the next words of the two. "Now is not the time to talk. There is another contaminated body here." She tensed her nerves and lowered her voice to the two. Cheng Yao and the boy nodded, and the boy extinguished the fire in his hand. Jiangning re-established the sensory connection with the two and said to Cheng Yao through the sensory connection, "Guard the exit to prevent him from escaping again." "Got it." Cheng Yao replied to her briefly and began to execute Jiangning's order. The three of them surrounded Fang Ji in a triangle, and Fang Ji was trapped in the middle. The darkness was a shelter, and also the shelter of everyone else. Bang! It was unknown who attacked and finally hit Fang Ji's head. His head exploded instantly, and his brain and skin tissue were scattered all over the ground. Jiangning deliberately moved away to avoid being hit by the fire. The surroundings became quiet. After a long time, Jiangning summoned a lantern tree to illuminate. Fang Ji's body fell to the ground. His head was gone. The broken ends were uneven, and there were black holes everywhere on his body. Jiangning glanced at the ground, and then quickly looked through the rules. He saw that the rules said that the contaminated body was a special mutant, and it would be counted as 2 points. As long as they took Fang Ji's body out, they could get extra points. Thinking this in his mind, Jiangning walked over to Fang Ji and squatted down. Jiangning glanced casually and saw a black chip inserted into Fang Ji's left wrist. The chip was violently inserted into the flesh, and there was dried blood on it. This direction looked like Fang Ji had inserted it himself. She pulled it out of Fang Ji's wrist, wiped off the blood, and looked at it in her palm. Cheng Yao came over at this time, and asked when he saw the extra thing in her hand, "What is this?" From his body, Jiangning pointed to the contaminated body on the ground. Cheng Yao didn't care about the chip. She said, "We should go out." "Can we go out?" Jiangning put the chip in her palm and looked at Cheng Yao in surprise. The door she came in was completely blocked and could not be broken from the inside. "Yes." Cheng Yao nodded and said, "We followed the contaminated body in. There is another exit here." Jiangning suddenly realized that the contaminated bodies he had seen before were probably the observers and researchers here. "Let's go." Jiangning picked up the headless contaminated body on the ground with one hand, and followed Cheng Yao and the two of them to leave. Chapter 123, The Real Trump Card. Jiangning followed the two men, and they walked through this underground pollution monitoring center. After turning 7 or 8 corners, they finally saw light coming from the front. There were indeed other exits here, but judging from the traces around this exit, this was not a door, but a gap that was blown open by humans. This pollution monitoring center was built underground in the shape of an ant nest. The three of them walked through a cave for a while before coming out. As soon as she came out, Jiangning saw several headless polluted bodies lying on the ground. She threw Fang Ji's body to them, and waited for the score to be settled before the staff of the competition came to collect it. She stayed in the pollution monitoring center for about half an hour. She didn't know what happened to her teammates, and there was no new movement in her perception. Jiangning looked around and determined the current direction. This place was separated from the place where they encountered the group of strange beasts by a street. The sound came from behind the building on the left. At this time, the sound of fighting was still incessant. The people with higher abilities were in Wei Xingyu group. Among the remaining people, the majority were support and logistics personnel. There were only 30 S-level people in total. They had been fighting with S-level psychics for so long, and they were probably going to be unable to hold on any longer. Jiangning no longer hesitated. She took Cheng Yao and the remaining boy and rushed towards the main group. On the other side, it was similar to what Jiang Ning had expected. Their mental strength was indeed almost at its limit. There were still many monsters around that had not been eliminated. In order to save some mental power, they took turns to fight. And the little fat boy activated his special power to assist them, reducing their mental power consumption. But the little fat boy's ability was limited, and he had to use it on so many people at the same time. So the actual effect was not great. He soon overdrew his mental power. The mental power supplement is gone, and our mental power has reached the bottom. What should we do now? One of the girls with high ponytails asked the captain of their team. The captain was not tall. Looking around, she was the shortest in the whole team. Her chest was rising and falling due to excessive consumption. Her hair was wet with sweat and looked a little messy. Even though her body had reached its limit, she still comforted the team members next to her. Hold on a little longer. If we run out of mental strength, we will give up attacking with supernatural powers. There are only a dozen or so monsters in front of us. It will be over soon. This was the third time she said to hold on a little longer. The monsters in the city kept pouring in here. As soon as they killed one wave, a new one appeared. Giving up now means being eliminated directly. They have come this far, and no one wants to stop here. And Jiang Ning is still under the ruins, waiting for them to rescue him. Everyone thought so in their hearts, and suddenly felt a burst of power in their bodies. But it was a pity that this power did not last long before it was exhausted again, so they had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight the monster head-on. The shell of the woodlice is hard, and it is difficult to cause damage to them with ordinary fists and feet. At most, they can kick them away to prevent them from getting close. The kick-away woodlice rolled on the ground, turned up, adjusted its posture, and continued to move towards the crowd. The woodlice attacks with its mouth, and the skin it bites will quickly fester, and it feeds on rotten corpses in the polluted area, and carries a large amount of pollutants in its body, which will be transmitted into the human body through the wound, and at the same time the pollution value of the human body will soar rapidly, and the woodlice infects people in this way. Without the mental support of the perception barrier, the woodlice easily approached the bodies of several people, and tore off a piece of flesh. Without the barrier agent, the pollutants would spread rapidly in the body. The captain of the team they belonged to had no choice but to send them out. This was also for their safety. For a supernatural competition, there was no need to risk their lives. 7 or 8 people were eliminated at once. Unlike the freshman competition, the broadcast would not announce the elimination of the contestants in the arena. The team that suffered heavy losses fell into a deathly despair. Live broadcast. What Cha Jun finally remembered and switched to the home court of Samir Academy. Their team was divided into 2 groups, and it seemed that neither team was progressing smoothly. For the contestants in the arena, the level of S-level monsters is not too high, but when they appear in groups, the damage cannot be underestimated. What Cha Jun said as he looked at the Samir people fighting the monsters with bare hands on the screen. There is no problem with the strategy of dividing the troops into 2 groups. But Samir Academy arrangement of the 2 teams' personnel is not reasonable. What Cha Jun continued. She did not agree with the method of gathering the most capable people into one team. The B-22 contaminated area was once a numbered star. Compared with the general contaminated areas, its environment is much more complicated. Each college has to face various emergencies at all times. If the configuration in the team is uneven, it is very likely to lead to the situation of the Semel College team. Jin Shanong had a gentle smile on his face, and asked Hua Chan Jun, "Does Teacher Hua think that all members of this team will be eliminated?" His words made Hua Cha Jun raise her eyebrows. She asked Jin Shanong, "Do you have any different opinions?" Jin Shanong looked directly at the live broadcast screen. "Look below the camera. There are 3 people on the way to reinforce." Hua Cha Jun looked in the direction he said. Across the street, there were indeed 2 girls and a boy coming in this direction. It was the 3S plus team leader and 2 double S superpowers. She didn't see Jiang Ning using superpowers at that time. Later, she encountered a landslide and was pressed under the ruins and never appeared in the camera again. 2 double SS can indeed save the situation. Hua Cha Jun nodded. Although their team fought so hard, there were actually not many monsters left around, and 2 double SS were enough. Hua Cha Jun subconsciously ignored the large lotus leaf on the side of the logistics assistant, so she did not count Jiang Ning. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at the leader Jiang Ning, and somehow she did not move Samir's home field away. The 2 live broadcast screens gradually overlapped, and the figures of the 3 people gradually appeared in the other screen. Puff. A green spherical substance shot out, attacking the strange beast closest to the people. The pea seedlings were summoned in almost 3 seconds, and it took less than 10 seconds for them to bounce off the pod and be pierced by the spikes on the strange beast. The audience in front of the live broadcast camera didn't even see how Jiangning attacked clearly, and the strange beast was gone. Cha Jun and the other 2 people in the commentary booth were also shocked. The appearance of such a supernatural power was obviously beyond their expectations. Puff, puff, puff. Several green balls were ejected in succession, and the monsters on the field were instantly cleared out. Cha Jun finally reacted. She flipped through the information of Samir's student, but she was still not sure. Plant-related ability? The half-human high green branches and leaves in the picture were withering rapidly, and it completely disappeared as the battlefield ended. If there were not a few scattered yellow leaves on the ground, it would be hard to imagine that it really appeared. Can ordinary plants attack? The answer is that Cha Jun has never seen it since she was a child. Plants that can attack people are classified as mutant plants by the Federation. If a plant attacks a person, it must be that the plant is contaminated. But there is a plant in front of her that does not conform to this rule. The plant is driven by her and can accurately attack the alien beast. The fact that plants can attack completely broke Cha Jun's cognition. She even ignored the impact brought by Jiangning 3S plus mental power. She didn't know where to start to explain for a moment. Cha Jun paused for a long time. Jin Shanong next to her took the microphone and said, "It seems that we have underestimated this student's strength. She may be the real trump card of Samir College this year. The number of people in the main live broadcast room of the Federation competition is the largest. The total number of live and online viewers exceeds 80 million. Soon." Some media and individuals edited this part of Jiangning and posted it on Star Network. The titles are very exaggerated and eye-catching, such as hashtag "This year's dark horse comes from a plant-based psychic", hashtag 3S plus the real strength of mental power, hashtag Samir College trump card under each video. A large number of plant-based psychics popped up to comment, "Our plant department is getting better." Of course, there are also many people who question that Jiangning is not a plant-based person. The evidence they gave was that the 2 commentators in the intercepted video did not say it clearly, and Cha Jun even used a question. However, Jiangning and Samir College have successfully squeezed into the public's field of vision. In the stadium, the people of Samir College were delighted when they saw the familiar attack method, and they looked up and saw Jiangning and Chengyao walking towards them. There was no time for everyone to reminisce, and then Jiangning and the other 3 joined in. The situation was completely reversed, and the 3 of them quickly killed all the monsters on the scene. After waiting for a long time, finally no new monsters appeared. All the points of the monsters killed were counted at once, and the scoring device accumulated a total of 500 points. Simul College surpassed Standing College and became the team with the most points. Jiangning, I will treat you first. Zhuhua was thinking about Jiangning being hit by a stone, and she walked in front of her. Jiangning nodded obediently and cooperated with Zhuhua actions. Zhuhua still retained some supernatural powers, and she scanned Jiangning completely, and then treated him carefully. It must be said that Jiangning was very strong. Even though her back was covered with bruises, she was still able to kill the beast. Everyone didn't know how she escaped from the ruins, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that she was fine. After Zhuhua treated Jiangning, Jiangning reorganized the team and set out on the journey again with everyone. Now everyone's mental strength was exhausted, and some people were slightly injured. They couldn't be treated, so they needed to go to the material exchange office to exchange some materials. Chapter 124. Are you from Samir College? Supply exchange point. The large group of Samir College was waiting outside the door. Jiangning and Chengyao went in to exchange supplies. After the staff counted the supplies the 2 needed, they operated on the system. 78 spiritual supplements, 31 healing potions, a total of 109 points, which have been successfully deducted from the account. He put the counted supplies into 2 Rubik's Cube folding boxes, and then handed them to the 2. Jiangning took the folding Rubik's Cube in his hand and weighed it. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into someone from Xingxilin. This person happened to be the one who made harsh remarks at the gate of King's College on the first day. Jiangning glanced outside the door. Xinqilin's large army also stopped outside the door. They did not disperse. All the people were here. The mental strength and injuries of the people in Simul College have not recovered yet. If the 2 teams competed at this time, Simul would have no chance of winning. Moreover, They only had less than half of the people here. Jiang Ning and Cheng Yao didn't want to cause trouble. So they lowered their heads, pretended not to see anything, and prepared to leave quietly. Wait. Qin Daoyuan suddenly reached out to stop the two of them. He glanced at them from the side. Are you from Samir College? The two were forced to stop. Jiang Ning and Cheng Yao looked at each other. Jiang Ning shook his head and denied it with confidence. No. Qin Daoyuan turned his head and glanced at the clothes passed by the two again. His eyebrows immediately frowned. This is clearly the uniform of Samir College. Your clothes have been exposed long ago. Qin Daoyuan coldly exposed the two people's lies. Clothes? Jiang Ning was not panicked at all, and continued to pretend to be ignorant. She looked down at what she was wearing, and said calmly, We picked it up. Qin Daoyuan, who would believe it? The uniforms of each college are unified, and they are tailored according to each contestant. Who would take off someone else's clothes for no reason? This is not the point. Qin Daoyuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, and his thoughts were almost diverted. Seeing this, Jiang Ning and Cheng Yao prepared to escape quickly. Before the two walked 1 meter, a translucent dark blue chain was thrown in the direction of Jiang Ning, blocking the way of the two. Be careful. Cheng Yao was sharp-eyed and went around to the front of Jiang Ning and quickly released the earth escape to resist. Qin Daoyuan stood there. He sneered, You want to leave? After entering the arena, he almost forgot about the incident with Samir College. Samir College was not a strong opponent. There was no need to spend time and effort to find them and eliminate them. But now Samir Academy actually ran into them. Looking at their team outside, they should have just encountered a strange beast, and many people were injured in the battle. What a bunch of rubbish. Just a few strange beasts, but they were collectively injured like this. No wonder they are just a third-rate academy. Qin Daoyuan's attitude was very contemptuous. Jiang Ning raised his hand and pushed Cheng Yao aside, still keeping a polite face. We have already exchanged, so we won't delay your exchange time. She was about to leave after she finished speaking. Stop! Qin Daoyuan threw out the chain again. This chain was his special power, and he was able to control it with ease. The dark blue chain wrapped around Jiang Ning's right arm, and the tip was tightened, binding her arm tightly. Qin Daoyuan pulled the other end of the chain hard, and Jiang Ning's arm was immediately pulled up. Qin Daoyuan remembered the girl in front of him. She was the one who was detected as 3S plus plant system during the physical examination, a waste, not worth mentioning. The person next to her was quite capable, Super Double S. The chain he threw out just now was blocked by the earth wall she released, unfortunately. It was still not as good as him. If her mental power increased a little more, breakthrough 3S, perhaps he would be a little afraid, but now these two people have to die here. A cruel light appeared in Qin Daoyuan's eyes. He stared at Jiang Ning and Cheng Yao, as if he had already thought of the ending for them. Jiang Ning felt the force pulling on his wrist. The opponent's second throw of the chain was a clear signal to start the fight. If Jiang Ning continued to be timid, others would really think that they, the Semel Academy, were easy to bully. Qin Daoyuan had a fixed mindset when attacking, believing that she was a woman and therefore weak, and therefore did not use her full strength, which also gave her an opportunity to take advantage of. This little force was nothing to Jiang Ning. She had experienced Colonel Chui Light devilish training and had greatly improved her physical fitness. Jiang Ning tightened the muscles on her right hand, covered the chain with her left hand, and exerted force with both hands at the same time. Qin Daoyuan was not aware of it for a moment, and his footsteps stumbled forward as she pulled him. Cheng Yao was not idle either. When Qin Daoyuan and Jiang Ning were in a stalemate, Cheng Yao quietly approached behind Qin Daoyuan. Qin Daoyuan was alone, and they were too. Qin Daoyuan was very alert. When he noticed someone approaching from behind, he immediately stepped on the chain and circled in the air. His other palm released several chains at the same time, heading towards Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao dodged. Even with two people attacking from behind, Qin Daoyuan still has the upper hand. The fight between the three people took place at the exchange center, and people outside didn't know what was happening inside. The chain thrown by Qin Daoyuan shot through the floor of the exchange center. The staff at the counter didn't want to care about them. But if they continued to fight here, the exchange center would be destroyed by them. The staff would never allow this to happen. A staff member walked out of the counter, walked straight to Qin Daoyuan, and showed him a yellow card. The material exchange center is a place to exchange materials, not a place to fight. If you want to fight, please go outside. If you break things here again, I have the right to judge that you are out directly. The staff's words were very intimidating. Qin Daoyuan glanced at the two of them, took back all the chains, and snorted coldly, "I let you go this time." He had always said in his heart that the situation of the Samir team was not very good. In fact, their team was the same. It just looked okay on the surface. In fact, many people's mental strength had reached the bottom. They were in urgent need of mental supplements and nutrient solution. Qin Daoyuan knew how to make choices. Compared with the yellow card for eliminating Samir College, exchanging materials was more important. He walked straight to the counter for the exchange of materials. Jiang Ning and Cheng Yao were not belligerent, and they had to hurry back to the team. When they passed Xingxilin, everyone in their team stared at them eagerly, as if they were a fat lamb, and everyone watched them all the way back to the team of Samir College. "Why did you take so long?" Si Yuan came up and asked with concern. "I met the chief commander of Xingxilin, and was delayed for a while," Jiang Ning patiently explained. "Let's go." The temporary bases of the two academies were not far from each other. The sharp-eared members of Xingxilin heard the other party mention their main commander. All their actions must obey the orders of the main commander. Qin Daoyuan did not respond. And they would not act rashly. So they could only watch the two people leave with the team of Samir Academy. In the live broadcast, the audience saw Qin Daoyuan, Jiang Ning, and Cheng Yao fighting. And they thought there would be a fierce battle between the two academies. For the participating colleges, fighting is definitely not a good thing. But for the audience watching the excitement on StarNet, watching the two colleges fight is more exciting than simply watching them kill the monsters. In the live broadcast of StarNet, the citizens were swiping the barrage frantically. How can Samir College tolerate this? What if we can't tolerate it? This is Xingxilin. And Qin Daoyuan is so strong. Even if these two people are combined, they may not be able to beat him. Isn't Jiang Ning from Samir College a 3S+? She can't beat Qin Daoyuan. A 3S. That being said, except for dealing with a few double S and S level monsters, she has hardly taken action. Maybe her strength is just like that. After all, it's 3S+, and those who understand will understand. Most of the comments were about who was more powerful between Jiang Ning and Qin Daoyuan. Unfortunately, the three of them only fought for a moment. And Jiang Ning didn't even take action. Only Cheng Yao used his supernatural power. On the other side, after Jiang Ning left with the Semel team, they found a relatively safe place to set up camp. The environment of the B-22 contaminated area is complex, and it is much more dangerous at night than during the day. In fact, camping here is not a good choice. But everyone is tired and must replenish their physical and mental strength. Jiang Ning helped everyone to set up the tent, and took out the mental supplement and healing potion from the folding magic cube and distributed them to everyone. She stretched her back, and her eyes swept to a tent behind her, and her eyes moved. Now there is plenty of time. It's time to catch Si Yuan and work. Copy the nutrient solution. Jiang Ning walked into Si Yuan's tent and threw a bottle of nutrient solution into his arms. Jiang Ning was responsible for patrolling in the second half of the night. Now there were people watching outside, so she didn't need to be there all the time. She walked to the position next to Si Yuan and lay down. She seemed to feel uncomfortable sleeping like this, and summoned a lotus leaf to cushion her. Si Yuan was originally slightly dissatisfied with Jiang Ning for only treating him as a tool, but when he saw her tired expression, he swallowed back the words he wanted to vent. Jiang Ning had been fighting monsters all day, and she also had to deal with various trivial matters. So she was naturally tired. Si Yuan stared at her face for a while, and soon after she lay down, she began to snore. She fell asleep really quickly. Si Yuan looked down at the nutrient solution in his hand, sighed, and prepared to copy it. Compressing mental power is a very exhausting thing. Although he has mastered the method now, the mental power that can be compressed at one time is very limited. Especially the higher you go, the more mental power you need. Jiang Ning slept until the person who was taking over came to call her. She blinked her eyelids. Her eyeballs moved quickly, trying to stay awake. She sat up from the ground and saw the nutrient solution piled up all over the ground. Si Yuan was still sitting next to her, copying in the same posture, like a ruthless nutrient solution copying machine. Not bad. Keep it up. Jiang Ning praised in a good mood, and then got up and walked outside. The night wind blew on her face, and the sleepiness on her face completely disappeared. She turned around and greeted Simon, who was also taking over, and the two walked together to the patrolling crowd. I don't know if it's because a wave of strange beasts were cleared during the day, but it was particularly quiet at night, and there was basically no abnormal noise. Chapter 125 Black Eyeball Logo. In the late night, Jiang Ning had already found a place to sit down out of boredom. She took out the chip she had obtained from Fong Ji from her pocket and looked at it. In many videos she had watched, this kind of chip usually contained a lot of important data and information. What information did Fong Ji want to protect? About himself, or the EP121 Pollution Monitoring Center? Jiang Ning decided to open it and take a look. The star brain was connected to the chip interface, and as long as it was inserted into her star brain, she could see the contents inside. Jiang Ning inserted the chip into the interface next to the star brain. After a short wait, a folder popped up on her star brain interface. There was no password set for the folder. She successfully opened the folder and saw the contents. There was only one program in the folder. The logo on the program was a black eyeball. Jiang Ning had never seen this logo before. She clicked to run the eyeball program. The interface changed. The star brain was loading the program. From connecting the chip to running the program, everything went incredibly smoothly. She waited for a while, and the program finally loaded. When she opened it, there was a series of incomprehensible frequency waves. Jiang Ning moved the interface, and the next second the screen jumped to a section of wave data. There was almost no text record or any explanatory language in the program. No wonder there was no password set before. If non-professionals got it, they would not understand what the data on the two pictures meant. Jiang Ning looked at the two numbers back and forth several times, but still couldn't understand a little. She sighed and exited the program. I'd better wait until we get out and show it to Professor Luo. He is also studying the contaminated area, and maybe he can understand it. It's rare that all the colleges in the arena are quiet during this period of time. The live camera switches between the colleges in turn. Suddenly, someone noticed that Jiang Ning was using the star brain to log into a strange program. There were a few people in the live barrage asking what this was, in order to prevent someone from using special means to access the star brain to cheat. The star brains of all contestants in the arena were required to be played publicly. The activity at night was not as high as during the day. Except for the first day, when all three commentators were required to be present, the three commentators took turns to be present in the following time. At this time, Jin Shanyang and Arakawa had already gone down to rest. Only the main commentator Wu Changjun was still watching in front of the live screen. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the real-time scrolling bullet screen. Guided by the audience, Wu Changjun looked at Jiang Ning in front of the live screen. Wu Changjun's brows were tightly knitted, the black eyeball on Jiang Ning's head. Others might not know, but she had heard of it. That was a sign of a federal experiment on pollution sources. She was not very clear about the specific content of the experiment, and generally speaking, few people knew about it. She only knew that the researchers of this organization had very high authority, and they often went to various polluted areas to investigate data. How did Jiang Ning have the information of this experiment? She did not doubt that Jiang Ning was one of the members of this experiment. First of all, her age did not match. Wu Changjun stared at the frequency and data on the screen. Before becoming a commentator for the federal supernatural competition, she worked as a pollution researcher for a period of time, and she could also see the general data. At this time, the two data on the screen were abnormal. She thought about it, and sent a message to the staff in the stadium. She did not clearly say what the chip was, but only asked them to take the chip in Jiang Ning hand out. After receiving Wu Changjun's message, the nearby staff set out at night. She was very fast and arrived at the station where Jiang Ning and his team were before dawn. After all, it was the staff who took the initiative to come to the door. The people of Semel College were confused for a while, and they couldn't figure out what the situation was now. The staff member scanned the crowd and asked in a businesslike manner, "Which one of you is Jiang Ning?" "Me." Jiang Ning stood up from the ground, pushed through the crowd, and walked to the front. She asked the woman in a professional suit opposite her, "Excuse me. What can I do for you? You have something on you. Please hand it over." She had a serious expression and stretched out her palm to Jiang Ning. When a normal person heard this, the first reaction would be that Jiang Ning brought something prohibited by the rules and violated the rules of the competition. So the staff was called in. But all of them were students from Samir College. They absolutely believed in Jiang Ning. So they were even more confused about the arrival of the staff. Jiang Ning's eyelashes trembled. She thought about it briefly, and then realized that the staff was talking about the chip. But the staff's attitude of rushing up to ask her for something made Jiang Ning a little unhappy. Jiang Ning smiled and asked back, "What I got in the arena? It shouldn't violate the rules, right? The rules of the competition only stipulate that the mutant beasts, mutant plants, and contaminated bodies killed must be handed in. As for other things, the rules did not mention it. Since it was not mentioned, then what she got was hers. She could choose to hand it over to the organizer, or she could choose not to hand it over. This was her right." The staff member did not seem to expect Jiang Ning to refuse directly. She paused, and took back her hand that was frozen in the air. She was silent for a moment. The members assembled around were curious about what Jiang Ning got, and she even confronted the staff. The staff looked Jiang Ning in the eyes and said, "It is meaningless for you to have that thing. I advise you to hand it over to us as soon as possible. Whether it is meaningful or not is not up to you to decide. I am happy to take it." Jiang Ning did not look at her again. The staff member's attitude was really bad. She was wondering if the contestants could complain to the staff present. The chip was really useless in her hand. No matter how important the content was, she could not understand it. If the staff member spoke nicely when they met, their attitude should not be very polite, but at least be normal. She might hand it over. Now, she didn't want to give it to her at all. The staff member opened her mouth and wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jiang Ning's tough attitude again. She looked at Jiang Ning deeply, and then turned around and left. After she left, Jiang Ning said to the crowd watching the excitement around him, "Disperse. Continue to stand guard." After returning to their original position, Jiang Ning synchronized the situation on their side to Wei Xingyu. Wei Xingyu did not have any emotional fluctuations after listening, and just let her decide for herself. Jiang Ning felt that she had not considered it carefully. There were so many cameras in the stadium, and she opened the contents of the chip in public. She could not understand it. But there were so many people on StarNet, and there must be someone who could understand it. The staff member was the first to come to her, but Jiang Ning felt that she must have received a signal from someone outside the stadium. Otherwise she would not have come so quickly. Jiang Ning was a little curious about the contents. If she had stayed in the underground monitoring center for a while longer, she could have looked for relevant information in it. Thinking about it, the situation was so urgent at that time that she didn't have much time to stay there. It was too late to go back now. She sighed and had to give up the idea. The two of them had a brief negotiation, and Wei Xingyu also synchronized the situation of their team. Wei Xingyu team encountered several high-level monsters in the first half of the night, and they killed them and scored more than 10 points. And there were no casualties. Even if the scores of all colleges were not made public, they knew that their seminal score could definitely rank in the top 3, and it was stable to enter the next stage of the competition. If they could keep this score and perform normally, they would definitely have the hope of competing with those first-class colleges for the first place. Everyone couldn't hold back their excitement. Early in the morning of the second day, the team packed up and continued to move towards the destination. From the perspective of the city's building area, the former B-22 star was much larger than their M412 star. The city was designed in a circular shape. The outer circle was the slums, the inner 2 layers were the lower city, and the last middle area was the upper city. Even though all the people here had moved away, the buildings in the upper city remained unchanged. The tall buildings stood tall, and many virtual screens and billboards could still be vaguely seen on them. In addition to the many layers of dust on the city roads, they were still in good condition. Compared with the slums and the lower city, the situation here was very good. The map shows that there are 3 large cities on the B-22 star. The current city is the largest. It is estimated that it will take 3 to 4 days to travel through it. After that, they need to walk a long section of uninhabited area before entering another city. Xi and Shilin team followed them, but Jiang Ning team was always faster. Xingxilin only had 1 team, and they had to find strange beasts on the way, while Jiang Ning and his team only needed to move forward. After more than half a day, they finally got rid of the group of people from Xingxilin College. Now both sides have recovered almost completely, and it is difficult to ensure that they will not really fight if they meet again. Jiang Ning led everyone through 2 more streets, and an outdoor stadium appeared in front of them. Jiang Ning slowed down and said to everyone, "Let's go to the stadium to rest before continuing on our journey." The team has the windmill grass given by Jiang Ning to speed up, and there is no problem even if the low mental power consumption mode is turned on. On the contrary, Wei Xingyu team is in a high energy consumption mode. They need a lot of mental energy supplements to maintain normal monster killing work. Mental energy supplements are quite expensive compared with nutrient solution. They account for the majority and consume more points. So save when you can and spend when you can. Among all the people present, only she and Si Yuan do not need to replenish their mental energy. Si Yuan mental energy needs to be used to copy nutrient solution, so she can do most of the work where mental energy is needed. Jiang Ning has always adhered to this principle. She opened a new nutrient solution package and was about to pour it into her mouth, but suddenly stopped moving. Cheng Yao next to her was surprised. Are there any strange beasts? Jiang Ning looked straight ahead, shook her head and said, not strange beasts, but other teams. As soon as she finished speaking, the Semel people who had just sat down to rest for less than a minute stood up again, and immediately went into alert. Encountering other teams is more troublesome than encountering strange beasts, and the two colleges might have a fierce battle. Chapter 126 Let's Cooperate. The team walked straight towards the gymnasium where they were. The person Jiang Ning sent out to patrol the surrounding area early in the morning flew back, landed in front of her, and said to the people present, they are from Saya Bin College. Jiang Ning had a good impression of this college. It was also a third-rate college. She had thought about applying to this college before, but she didn't apply because of the level limit. She glanced out through the window next to the stadium. The other side didn't seem to have any bad intentions. The team of Saya Bin College stopped in an open space about 20 meters away from the stadium. A girl left the team and walked towards them alone. Jiang Ning looked at her calmly. She was wearing the uniform of Saya Bin College. The blue and white slim-fitting long-sleeve top was close to her skin. Her hair was half tied up, and her facial features were prominent and sharp. The girl walked in front of Jiang Ning, smiled and stretched out her hand, saying, let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Zhou, the chief conductor of Saya Bin College. I'm Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning shook her hand back, as a gesture of friendship. When the two of them took their hands back, Jiang Ning looked at her twice more. I have to say Qin Zhou is really courageous. She broke into their Samir College's base alone. Isn't she afraid that they will eliminate her directly? In fact, Qin Zhou was not worried. She cleared her throat and said slowly, I observed carefully during the pre-match physical examination. Among the third-rate colleges, except for our college, only your Samir College has some strength. Jiang Ning did not speak, and listened quietly. Qin Zhou continued under the gaze of all the students of Semel College. As we all know, there are only 7 places for the team competition, and the first 4 places are basically taken by the first-class colleges, leaving only 3 places for the remaining colleges. Usually, these 3 places are competed by the second-class colleges, and we, the third-class colleges, can only watch from the sidelines. She paused, and exhaled softly. You don't want to be suppressed all the time, and never get ahead, right? So? Jiang Ning looked her up and down. So let's cooperate. Qin Zhou pursed his lips and smiled. How about defeating those second-rate colleges, and getting the remaining 2 promotion spots? Jiang Ning crossed his left hand over his chest, supported his chin with his right hand, looking thoughtful. Qin Zhou was not in a hurry for Jiang Ning to give an answer. She had time to wait for Jiang Ning to think clearly. Although Semel College had 3 superpowers this year, the overall strength of the team was not as good as those second-rate colleges. There was no competitive advantage at all. But if they cooperated with their Saya Bin College, combining the strengths of their 2 colleges, to jointly deal with the second-rate colleges, there might still be a chance. The Federation Tournament is often a special event for their first and second-rate colleges, and their third-rate college can only be a foil. Qin Zhou is very unwilling. This year, this pattern is about to be broken. Qin Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and after waiting for a few minutes, Jiang Ning finally spoke. Jiang Ning said, why should I cooperate with you? Or in other words, what are the benefits of cooperating with you? Qin Zhou frowned slightly when she heard this, and she was silent for a moment. Don't you want to advance to the next stage? I want to. Jiang Ning nodded. Qin Zhou eyebrows, which had just relaxed, wrinkled again the next second when she heard Jiang Ning next words. Jiang Ning smiled, but with our strength, we can definitely advance. There is no need to cooperate with you. Qin Zhou sneered inwardly, thinking that Jiang Ning was exaggerating. Her words were too arrogant. Do you think that with 2 3s in the team, 1 super double S, you can compete with those second-rate colleges? You really overestimate your own abilities. Qin Zhou rolled her eyes in her heart. She took a deep breath and looked at the other people in Samir's team. Jiangning refused such a good opportunity to cooperate with their college. She didn't believe that the other people in their college would agree with her. Although it is a team competition now, and everything is based on the opinions of the main commander and the commander, there will be an individual competition soon after, and the individual competition will depend on individual honors, provided that they advance in the team competition. The Samir team here has more than 40 people, and they are nonchalant, and do not take the cooperation she just mentioned to heart. It's okay for 1 or 2 people to be so confident. But why are the entire college so confident? Are they really so sure? In addition to 3S, what other strengths does Samir College have? Qingzhou really can't think of it. So you don't want to cooperate? Qingzhou's eyes moved. Jiangning thought about it, shook her head and said, "Not really." Qingzhou was stunned, and looked up at her. Jiangning quickly thought about it, and she chuckled. Cooperation is always about maximizing the interests of both parties. We can help you kill those second-rate colleges, but in return, we need 20% of the final prey in your hands. 20! Qingzhou's eyes widened. Are you robbing me? Jiangning pursed her lips and explained, after eliminating the second-rate colleges, one of the 3 promotion spots will definitely be yours. So it's useless for you to have so many points. Why not give them to us? Qingzhou looked directly into Jiangning's eyes. She understood that the ambition of this person in front of her was even greater than hers. It was not enough to just be promoted, but she actually wanted to compete with the first-rate colleges for the first place. And her intuition told her that Jiangning was not joking. And they really wanted to be the first place. 20 is too much. Qingzhou tilted her head and breathed through her nose. After a long while, she said, 15 at most. No more. 18. Jiangning shook his head. Qingzhou, no. 17. 17 is fine. Jiangning raised his eyebrows. Qingzhou, fuck. It's a good choice. What you said will definitely ensure that we advance to the top 7. Qingzhou raised her chin. No problem. Jiangning made an okay gesture. The cooperation between the 2 parties was happily reached. Qingzhou didn't know how she ended up being exploited after she came to the negotiation with a dominant position. After the plan was almost done, Qingzhou realized that there were not enough people in Samir's team. She asked Jiangning, "Do you have so few people in your team?" "This many people are enough." Jiangning informed Wei Xingyu of the situation through perception, and responded to Qingzhou. "Where are your 3S?" Qingzhou was still worried. Looking around, there was only one figure of Chengyao, Wei Xingyu, and when Ren Chao were not here. After Jiangning ended the sensory communication, she answered Qingzhou's question, "They are still behind. Do we need to wait for them to catch up now?" Qingzhou asked. She didn't think that the few people in Semel College could help them deal with the second-rate colleges. No need. Jiangning changed the subject and asked Qingzhou, "Does your college know the location of those second-rate colleges?" It was no accident that they met Sayaban College, and she remembered that Qingzhou came straight to them at that time, as if he had known their location for a long time. "I know." Qingzhou nodded. Jiangning asked curiously, "Do you have a way to locate the location of the college?" "Our college has a monitoring team that can capture the approximate location of other colleges in real time," Qingzhou explained. Jiangning was surprised. "Can such a large stadium be monitored?" "Yes." Qingzhou chuckled and nodded proudly. "Then let's discuss which college to eliminate first." Jiangning called Qingzhou to sit down. "No." Qingzhou expressed doubt. "Can you guys really do it?" "You have to believe in Jiangning." Si Yuan passed by Qingzhou and consciously walked into the crowd participating in the discussion. "Believe in Jiangning?" "Jiangning is just a plant-based ability. What can she do?" "Command?" "Her brain should be quite useful." Qingzhou sat over slowly with a skeptical attitude. The people in Semel Academy talked at the same time, and Qingzhou sometimes found it difficult to get a word in. "I thought Jiangning was just a commander." But the more Qingzhou listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did they seem to treat Jiangning as a soldier from everyone's discussion, and let her charge into battle? She is just a plant-type mutant. It doesn't sound reliable to let the plant-type take the lead. Qingzhou's expression was frozen on her face. She was shocked by the relaxed attitude of the crowd. After discussing for about an hour, the group finally made a plan. They clapped their hands, stood up and prepared to set off. "Wait." Qingzhou quickly grabbed the corner of the person's clothes as he left. She made the worst plan in her heart. What if we can't win? After a round of discussion, Her initial confidence completely disappeared. In other words, she was full of worries. Worries about the cooperation between their two colleges. If you can't win, just run away, Jiangning said as a matter of course. Do you want to stand and get beaten even though you know you can't win? Qizhou, that makes sense. Let's connect our perceptions first, so that we can adjust our strategic offensive in real time. Jiangning turned around and looked at her. After Qingzhou successfully connected with Jiangning perception, she returned to the team. Before leaving, she took a deep look at the direction of the Samir team. She was thinking whether cooperating with Samir College was really the right choice. Their team was full of excitement, and excitement from top to bottom, and they looked more aggressive than their Saya Bin College. However, the matter is done. The cooperation has been reached, and there is no room for regret now. Outside the field, Hui Chongjun looked at the two teams that had already assembled, and expressed his appreciation. The morale is good. This is the first time that the third-rate college has shown the courage to fight. The rules of the competition allow colleges to fight each other, as long as they use normal supernatural means. They want to eliminate all the second-rate colleges. They are very arrogant. Next, we will see if they have the strength to say so. Hui Chongjun smiled. The fighting between the colleges is much more interesting than simply killing the monsters. The audience's enthusiasm was immediately aroused, and they had already bet on the win or loss between the colleges in the barrage. Although Jiangning showed extraordinary strength in the previous live broadcast, and this time he cooperated with Sai Yabin College, most of the actual bets were still on second-rate colleges. It's not for nothing that second-rate colleges are one level higher than third-rate colleges. What's more, there are 7 second-rate colleges, no. Now there are 5. They eliminated 2 of them first. Even if there are only 5 second-rate colleges left in the arena, it is not possible for the 2 third-rate colleges to eliminate them all. As long as 2 of them notice and unite to resist the attack of Samir College and Sayabin College, they will be defeated. There is no suspense at all. Chapter 127 Eliminate Pegasus College. Jiangning and her team's first target is Pegasus College. According to the information provided by Qingzhou and her team, there are a total of 5 second-rate colleges left in the arena. All 5 colleges are ahead of them, and the distance between them is about the same. Among them, Pegasus College is the weakest of the 5 colleges. They only have 1 3S ability user, and his ability is not an attack attribute. It is not too difficult to deal with. The 2 colleges traveled about 50 kilometers towards the direction of Pegasus College, and then stopped. The city's terrain is complex, and there is a water system running through the city. The only thing between the 2 areas is a cross-river bridge in front of us. After being polluted, the river water is viscous black, and something can be vaguely seen swimming in it. Those are strange beasts living in the water system. Once everyone accidentally falls into the river, they will rush over and eat everyone until there is no bone left. Jiangning raised her hand to signal the team to stop, and she looked at the bridge in front of her thoughtfully. The bridge is undoubtedly the best place to start. Jiangning turned his head and said hello to Qingzhou behind him. Through the perception connection, he said to her, "We will start on this cross-river bridge later. We will set a trap on the bridge in advance. You only need to lead the people from Pegasus Academy to this bridge. Then we will surround them from 2 directions and cut off their retreat." Jiangning's voice slowly entered Qingzhou's mind. Qingzhou thought about Jiangning's plan carefully and thought it was feasible. So he replied no problem. After the plan was confirmed, both parties began to prepare for execution. After the boat left, Simon asked Jiangning seriously, "What traps do we need to set?" "Come with me." Jiangning glanced at them and led everyone onto the bridge. She walked to the middle of the bridge pier in section 3 and stopped. And the team also stopped. Jiangning did not keep the secret any longer, and said, "I will plant some spray melons here later. When the Pegasus people walk to this position, they will inevitably touch them, thus triggering the spray melon's automatic enemy lock function." Simon nodded, not quite understanding. Then she immediately realized the key point. She asked, "But a lot of squid vines suddenly grew on the bridge. The Pegasus people will definitely be alert. If they don't come, what if these plants are triggered?" Jiangning smiled, looked at Simon. "It depends on you." "Me?" Simon pointed at himself, with a puzzled expression. "Your ability can create illusions, so can you help me cover up the traces of these squids, so that they won't notice?" Jiangning asked seriously. "But my illusion ability is limited. I'm afraid I can't fool those double S's." Simon pursed his lips. "Don't worry." Jiangning comforted her. She had long understood that these illusion abilities could affect people silently. No matter how powerful the ability of the person in the illusion is, or how high the mental level is, as long as he doesn't notice the abnormality of the illusion, he won't find it. Seeing that Simon's face was still full of worry, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more. Simon's personality was a bit inferior and strong. If she said something like "this matter is very important, only you can do it at this time," it would add more pressure to her. Jiang Ning turned around and said to Cheng Yao, "The road environment is not suitable for planting plants. So please summon some soil." "No problem." Cheng Yao agreed. As for the rest of the people, Jiang Ning had other plans and arrangements. She took the fat boy, Cheng Yao, and Simon to walk on the bridge. This cross-river bridge spans 30 meters, is 1.5 kilometers long, and has a total of 6 lanes in both directions. This area is very large, and she can't plant all of them. Fortunately, the spray melon is a vine plant, and a spray melon vine can stretch for several meters. Jiang Ning planted one every 5 meters or so, and planted about 6 plants in one row. She planted 6 rows in total. Summoning 36 spray melons at once consumed hundreds of her sunlight, and even the little fat man was almost exhausted. "Jiang Ning, is your mental power a bottomless pit? You don't even react to such a large consumption?" Cheng Yao asked the curiosity of the people outside the field. They had never seen a plant summoning plant. But just looking at the state of the little fat man next to her, they knew that this was considered excessive consumption. Right? Moreover, they had never seen Jiang Ning use the spiritual power supplement. Every time she exchanged for supplies, she would first use it on other people in the team. She was just in time, and she didn't keep any for herself. 3S plus spiritual power is indeed different from other levels of spiritual power. Since this year's federal competition 3S plus showed their special abilities, people started to praise 3S plus on StarNet again. It used to be 3S, and now it's 3S plus, and the words of praise are almost the same. But now, the audience is more curious about what the spray melon mentioned by Jiang Ning is used for. Jiang Ning had just set up the trap, and Qingzhou's voice came into his perception. "How is the arrangement going? We found the Pegasus team, and are ready to start forcing you," Qingzhou said. "Okay. Let's execute the plan," Jiang Ning replied to her, and then led Samir and the others to retreat under the bridge and wait. They were divided into 2 groups, squatting on both sides. After about 20 minutes, there was finally some movement on the other side of the bridge. The Pegasus commander had 1,000 curse words in his mind, and the people of Sai Yaban Academy were like mad dogs, chasing and biting them all the way. It's not that their academy is afraid of Sai Yaban, but these people really don't care about their lives when they fight. The Pegasus team was forced to the riverside. The commander looked at the only bridge in front of him, and the group of mad dogs chasing him behind him, and he instantly understood something. There must be a trap waiting for them on the bridge. The third-rate colleges have joined forces? The Pegasus commander narrowed his eyes slightly, and he glanced at the uniforms of the people squatting on the other side. Is that Samir College? So Saban College is cooperating with Samir College, and wants to compete with them for the 3 places. People who can become the chief commander are very smart. Everyone, use the flying method, don't go on the bridge. He gave orders to everyone in Pegasus College in his mind. You can't cross the bridge. This is something he is very sure of in his heart. However, what he could think of, Jiang Ning had also thought of it long ago. Jiang Ning had already scattered dandelion petals in the air in advance. Dandelions combined with pepper seeds will explode when they come into contact. The team sent out by Pegasus to explore the way was very cautious. They did not choose to fly over the bridge, but chose to fly over the wide river. When the leading male voice flew halfway, a tiny white umbrella handle-shaped fluff suddenly appeared in front of him. He was stunned. What is this? Before he could react, the white umbrella handle-shaped fluff fell on his arm. Bang! A huge sound attracted everyone's attention. The explosion was not very powerful, but the man's perception was suddenly interrupted. He fell rapidly from midair, with an unstable breath. His companions around him wanted to save him, but a large amount of white umbrella handle-shaped fluff also appeared in front of him. The thing began to explode when it touched an object. People around were constantly injured by it, and fell into the river without paying attention. The audience outside the venue only saw Jiang Ning summon a dandelion, and with a gentle blow, all the white fluff floated in the air. I didn't expect that such a small thing could be so powerful. I always feel that this plant is very familiar, as if I have seen it in the game. This sentence floated in the barrage, but it was quickly brushed away again. The first boy who fell down was quite responsive. He used a perception barrier to wrap his body when he touched the river water, so as not to be attacked by the strange beast in the water for the second time. But the others didn't react as fast as he did. The river water was like a huge petri dish. After years of pollution, the monsters inside had already evolved to the 3S level. The highest among them was only double S level. The black river water kept moving, and the underwater things were circling under their feet. The next second, a girl was dragged into the river, and the sticky and disgusting liquid kept seeping into her clothes. She struggled for a while, and the speed of the underwater monsters was fast and fierce. She knew that if she didn't give up and wait for the transmission on her body to take her out, she would really die here. The girl endured the nausea and fumbled around her body for the elimination button. When she finally found it, she no longer hesitated and pressed the button directly. A flash of light passed around her body, and the suffocating feeling finally disappeared. The teacher of Pegasus Academy had been waiting at the exit. When he saw the girl coming out, he immediately took her to the treatment center for treatment. In the arena, although the situation of other people was not as bad as this girl, it was not much better either. In the invisible black water, dangerous beasts were circling. This was their territory. Once you enter their world, danger is everywhere. Several people have already pressed the elimination button, voluntarily giving up. The rest of the people had no choice but to fly back. You can't walk on the river, the people who came back said to their commander. The commander thought for a while and said to everyone, just walk on the bridge. The two academies were obviously well prepared, and the arrangements were so sophisticated, a big battle was inevitable, and he didn't believe that the situation on the bridge would be worse than the situation on the river. Open the perception barrier, the Pegasus commander said to everyone in the team. On the other side, they are on the bridge. Qingzhou passed the message to Jiangning, and led the team to follow closely behind. She wanted to see what kind of trap Jiangning had set. Jiangning watched the progress of the Pegasus team slowly. Counting from the other side to this side, they have passed the 5th bridge pier, and a little further ahead is the range of the trap they set. The Pegasus people really didn't notice anything unusual, and they were still moving forward. Their main commander remained alert, and his perception continued to spread outward, and soon collided with Jiangning. The energy contained in this perception is definitely not possessed by ordinary psychics. This year, Samir College has 2 3SS, and the leader on the opposite side is a woman, so the Pegasus commander naturally thought that the person on the other side was Wei Xingyu. Wei Xingyu's psychic ability is puppetry. He looked around, always paying attention to the situation around him. Puff. A sound was heard around, and then a ouch sound was heard by everyone. The Pegasus commander hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that an oval green cucumber happened to hit the elimination device of that member, and a white light flashed around him, and he was directly teleported out of the arena. His brows were furrowed. He didn't even see what was doing it, and one of their members was eliminated. The other party's means of setting traps were quite clever. The Pegasus commander hesitated whether to continue moving forward, and the team members behind him only moved slightly on the bridge. Puff, puff. There were 2 more consecutive sounds, and 2 team members were eliminated. The Pegasus commander frowned even more. They didn't even see the other side, and they had already lost 5 members in a short time. Moreover, the thing that just attacked them could ignore their defense barrier and directly hit the elimination button accurately. The Pegasus commander took a cautious step forward. The next second, he seemed to have sensed something in advance, and his perception barrier suddenly became a solid object in front of him. The squirting melon stopped rotating in the air less than half a meter away from him, and then fell to the ground. He bent down to pick up the squirting melon pulp that fell on the ground and took a look. Be careful, Commander, someone in the team shouted, reminding him. The Pegasus commander looked up and saw 2 or 3 squirting melons flying towards him. He reacted quickly, sensed outside, and released his supernatural power to resist. He saw clearly this time that the plants were attacking them. He squeezed the squirting melon in his hand, and said solemnly, there are mutant plants here, and it is estimated that they have the ability to be invisible. Mutated plants? The team exclaimed. How can mutant plants grow in such a place? Even if the plants are mutated, they cannot break away from the constraints of the land. The urbanization here is so serious, and everywhere is welded with cement and steel bars, which does not meet the conditions for their growth at all. No known mutant plant species has been found to have the ability to be invisible. Another girl in their team said. Everyone was skeptical of the commander's judgment. Jiangning, who was on the other side of the bridge, leaned against the pillar. Seeing that the people on the bridge had not moved for a long time, he sent a message to Chinjo again. Push them again. When Chinjo received the message, he had already led the people of Saiba College to the bridge bank, and they were about to get on the bridge. Pegasus College had also realized the danger at this time. On one side were the mad dog-like people of Saiba College, and on the other side were the unknown dangerous area where mutant plants might exist, and a group of people from the Gossamer College. Their commander made up his mind and made a decision immediately. Everyone, fight against Saiyabin Academy. Jiang Ning saw the plan of Pegasus. They are not coming? This is not acceptable. She spent so much time to carefully set up the trap. Wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't come? She originally thought that she would wait until Pinghua cleared a large number of Pegasus people before taking action. Even if they didn't have superpowers, they could still be suppressed by numbers. Plans can't keep up with changes. Jiang Ning thought about it, and simply asked Simon to remove the illusion disguise, and then decided to rush out with Samir and the others. Their original purpose was to eliminate the Pegasus Academy. Although the process was a bit tortuous, she would be familiar with it after the first time. When she met the next second-rate academy, she would have experience. The Pegasus team was scattered, except for the front row of the team who entered the melon trap area set by Jiang Ning. Most of the people were in the safe area, looking at the plant gradually revealing its appearance under his feet. The Pegasus commander also realized that it was this thing that had just attacked them. These are not mutant plants at all, but a group of ordinary plants. The so-called attack was probably some special superpowers. Not plants. How could ordinary plants attack people? People from Samir College are coming too. The Pegasus commander's thoughts were interrupted, and someone in the team reminded him. The commander glanced ahead, and only more than 40 people from Samir College came. And the leader was not Wei Xingyu, but a person whose name could not be called at all. The overall strength of these people does not seem to be high. There is an ambush? The Pegasus commander spread his perception, and he soon learned the situation around him. There was no one else nearby. There were really only 40 or so people in Samir College. The moment he thought, the people from Saibin College were approaching, and a girl standing next to the light boat was the first to release her supernatural power, and a fireball spell hit the Pegasus team behind. This was a signal for both sides to declare war. Once someone lit a torch, the flames would burn more and more vigorously, and the Pegasus team was soon aroused. Moreover, their chief commander had already announced the fight. Seeing that the two sides were about to enter a fierce battle, Jiang Ning's heart skipped a beat. It was too early to start the war. There were still so many people in Pegasus College. This would inevitably cause a lot of casualties to their two colleges. She needed to minimize the number of casualties. The spray melon vine in front of her could be used. The team dispersed, and everyone attacked the opposite Pegasus from a distance. Jiang Ning gave orders to everyone. Under the attack from both colleges, they would definitely send some people to deal with Samir College. The pressure on Chinjo and his group would be reduced a lot. The people of Samir College completely obeyed Jiang Ning's words, and they all showed the level of shooting class in school. The design level of these people was not low. For a while, Pegasus eliminated several members. Pegasus had to send some people to deal with them. Even if some people were still afraid of those attacking people, they also knew that they had to send people to deal with the people of Samir College. What are you afraid of? The commander said that this is just an ordinary plant. Ordinary plants cannot attack people. The people sent out cheered each other up. Someone entered the melon spraying area. Nothing happened. Nothing attacked him. Even the attack of Samir's group stopped. Watching the first person successfully enter the melon spraying area, the people behind him followed happily. What the commander said is true. Samir and his group had been warned by Jiang Ning long ago not to attack people who entered the melon spraying area, nor to attack the melon spraying vines. The Pegasus members carefully shuttled through the melon spraying area. They had not yet realized that they had fallen into Jiang Ning's trap. As more and more Pegasus members entered the melon spraying area, someone finally accidentally touched the leaves of the melon spraying. Puff puff puff. Then everyone triggered a chain reaction like dominoes, and all the surrounding melon spraying were triggered in an instant. It was as if they had installed an automatic locking function, and whoever touched them would be hit. For a while, screams were heard everywhere. In just 3 minutes, all the people who entered the melon spraying area were eliminated. The movement here attracted the two schools fighting over there. Everyone stopped their actions in unison, and looked at the green oval melons flying around and attacking the Pegasus team. Is this really the power of a plant? It's too scary. Who dares to say that this is an ordinary plant? Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked at the members of Samir, who were always calm on the opposite side. Even Qingzhou couldn't help but look in Jiangning direction frequently. From now on, she might have to re-examine the 3 words plant system. She now believed why Jiangning said that just their group of people were enough. Are you guys not going to fight anymore? I just happen to have something to give you. Jiangning walked slowly towards the crowd with a smile on her face. The melon vines under her feet withered and died one by one as she walked. Cheng Yao raised her eyebrows. She was familiar with Jiangning words. Jiangning stood with her hands behind her back. The palm of her hand flashed with white light, and a bright red rose appeared in her palm. It was exactly the same trick Jiangning used on her. Cheng Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Over there. Jiangning walked to the front of the crowd and handed the flowers to everyone. The Pegasus commander was stunned, not understanding what she was up to. He didn't take it for a long time, and Jiangning was not in a hurry. There was a breeze on the bridge, and the rose petals in her hand were blown off by the wind, separated from the flower stem, and scattered in the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the flying petals. It was just a small flower just now, but now there are more and more petals in the sky. They floated in the air like scattered red stars. People in the interstellar world rarely see this kind of primitive romance, and everyone was stunned. Just as everyone was immersed in the petals flying all over the sky, the next second, those petals flying without order seemed to be driven by something. The soft petals turned into sharp blades and hit the Pegasus members accurately. In an instant, the romantic atmosphere was gone. The remaining Pegasus members came to their senses and quickly supported the perception barrier defense. If Jiangning had heard Cheng Yao's thoughts at that time, she would have retorted that her routine was different. And now it was upgraded. She could now accurately control these petals. Zhou Yuanshan often told her that her ability was just to catch people off guard. If she used it too much, it would be useless once others mastered her routine. But often the effect of taking people by surprise was the most effective. Once others mastered the weakness of her plant, she would have another plant. People's understanding of her would definitely not catch up with her growth speed. Even though the Pegasus people realized it late and started to defend, Jiangning attack at least caused them to lose nearly half of their people. Qingzhou came to his senses and led the people from the Saya Academy to rush forward. Jiangning did not forget to tell the people in his team to just make up for the loss. When the mental power is empty, mental power supplements are needed to restore it. The mental power supplements in the arena are linked to the points. They also need to save mental power to deal with other emergencies. Qingzhou has no opinion on the attitude of Semel Academy. After all, they have dealt with most of the Pegasus people. After the battle, Jiangning and Qingzhou counted the number of people in their respective teams. Semir College suffered no casualties in this operation, and the number of casualties in Saya Bin College was also in the single digit. Very surprising data. Qingzhou walked up to Jiangning and asked curiously, "Your ability? Introduce it again." Jiangning coughed lightly. Semir College, Plant Department Jiangning. Qingzhou looked surprised. No one had ever been so confident and dazzling when introducing themselves as having plant ability. Qingzhou felt that he had really found a big boss this time. After Jiangning finished saying this, the Star Network Lib Barrage followed with "I am also a plant-type" comments. The Star citizens never knew that there were so many plant-type psychics. Because of their psychic powers, the basic mental power level of plant-type psychics is not high. The C-level and D-level plant-type psychics are the most common, and there are very few with mental power above a level. Although there are so many colleges in the Interstellar that have open plant-type majors, in fact, there are only about 10 people in each college who have plant types. There is only one plant type, like Jiangning, who can participate in the Federation competition. After all, before this, everyone thought that plant-type battles were nonsense. Chapter 128 Spark Academy. After the two academies exchanged supplies and took a short break, they continued to head towards the remaining second-rate academies. If they encountered any strange beasts along the way, the two academies would deal with them together. Whoever killed the beast would get the share. They traveled for about 5 hours, until the sun was about to set. Jiangning finally stopped with the team, and they would enter the lower city area. Jiangning stared at the sunset sandwich between the two sides of the street and gradually submerged in the clouds. When the team behind her caught up, she turned her head and asked Xiang Qingzhou, "Which academy is the next team?" "Xingho Academy." Qingzhou walked to her side and stood side by side with her. Hearing this name, Jiangning's eyes suddenly flashed. She had only heard the information about the 7 second-rate academies in a hurry before. Now that Chinjo specifically mentioned it, she suddenly felt that it sounded very familiar. Do they have a Xingho training camp? Jiangning asked. Yes. Cheng Yao answered her. The Xingho training camp is the pre-enrollment class of Xingho Academy. It usually selects some talented children to be trained from an early age. Jiangning, how do you know about the Spark training camp? Simon was a little curious. This training camp held an all-amateur live broadcast competition before. I participated in it. Jiangning scratched her head embarrassedly. She and Kalai also earned a lot of star coins in this competition. She remembered that this competition was held to promote this training camp to the numbered stars, and the champion had already been decided. The man was about her age. If he successfully entered the Spark Academy, he should be in the Federation competition now. Jiangning's performance in the previous competitions attracted much attention. Before the audience had time to dig up her growth trajectory, Jiangning said one herself. Immediately, the audience with quick action went to find the competition she mentioned to watch. Because the Sparks Rush Forward at that time was participated by all amateurs. Unlike the previous contaminated areas, the location of this competition was on the Aurora Star, where even the alien beasts had to be introduced artificially. Most of the superpowers found it boring just by listening to the introduction. So it did not attract much attention. It was held for only one period and could not continue, and was withdrawn. The Spark Organizing Committee could never have imagined that, after so many years, their program could actually be rejuvenated. In the arena, several people chatted briefly, and then Jiangning greeted Qingzhou. This time, she still attracted most of the firepower, and the rest of the people were left to them. Qingzhou nodded slightly, and led the team to the direction of Spark Academy in advance. Then Jiangning took the little fat man ahead, and asked Cheng Yao and Si Yuan to be ready for support at any time. Her fighting style is to attack by surprise, so it is best to wipe out most of the troops at once. Otherwise it will be useless when they are prepared. On the other side, the light of the setting sun can only illuminate half of the building, and the street is shrouded in shadows. Half of the people from Xingho Academy have walked away, and suddenly raised their hands to signal the team to stop. A woman figure appeared on the street camera. It's that woman. She's here again with her rose. Jiangning became famous on the main live broadcast screen. Many viewers knew her, and knew that they were going to deal with the second-rate academy. Most of the viewers had already waited in the exclusive live broadcast room of Xingho Academy in advance. Although Jiangning had only used it once, the audience already knew her tricks. The team from the Spark Academy looked at their commander. The street was estimated to be 20 meters long. They, and the woman who suddenly appeared, stood on each side. They were facing the light, and could not see the face of the person on the other side. Is it a contaminated body? Someone asked the commander in surprise. The commander of the Spark Academy was a woman, with long black hair half tied up, and a cold look on her face. The commander did not answer the person who spoke. Their commander rarely spoke, and even when he gave orders, he was as concise as possible. The two sides were deadlocked for about a minute. The commander of the Spark Academy finally raised her hand. The perception in her palm continued to gather, and finally merged into an ice blue spike. The spike burst out in the direction of Jiangning. 1, 2, 3. Seeing that the spike was about to reach her, Jiangning finally moved. She was very fast. She used her flexible body to shuttle between the two sides of the street to avoid the icy spikes. The Starfire commander did not use his full strength. One attack was to test the opponent's strength. At the same time, he was thinking about the opponent's ability. Jiangning figure was getting closer and closer to the team of Starfire Academy. It was obvious that they were coming for their academy. The Starfire Academy commander reminded the team members through perception turn on perception defense. The team immediately entered a state of martial law. At the same time, the perception of the commander of the Spark Academy was also spreading outward. She couldn't be the only one here. There should be ambushes around. She wanted to know which academy attacked them. She squinted her eyes. After the distance was shortened, she finally saw the clothes worn by the person opposite. They didn't belong to any second-rate academy. The one who attacked them was actually a third-rate academy. The pupils of the commander of the Spark Academy suddenly widened. The next second, the woman raised her hand, and the perception of her palm was released. Suddenly, countless petals swept towards their team like a storm. The petals brought the momentum to break through the army. Everyone used their superpowers to attack or resist, but many members were still eliminated. It was just some A level, and a few S level. Jiangning released his superpowers, and was caught off guard. The petals were things that danced with the wind, and they could not intercept them on a large scale. After Jiang Ning released the roses, he quickly distanced himself from their team. The main commander of the Spark Academy was not like the commander of Pegasus. She was a 3S level ice elementalist, not to mention that there was also a 3S level auxiliary standing next to her. The two of them together were enough to make her suffer. Even if this attack did not meet expectations, Jiang Ning had to retreat. The overall strength of the Spark Academy team was indeed much stronger than that of Pegasus. Only less than 30 people were eliminated in one attack, while Pegasus eliminated nearly half of them. Someone in the Spark Academy team wanted to chase them, but was stopped by their commander. "Don't chase them, there are ambushes around, retreat." The commander's face darkened. They were afraid that they underestimated the strength of the third-rate academy this year. Jiang Ning did not forget to pick up the little fat boy at the corner of the street. She conveyed the message to Qinzhou and returned to the team of Samir College. Thinking that Qinzhou might not be able to deal with their main commander, she led the team to rush there again. This was the first time that Xinghu College lost so many members because of a third-rate college. The main commander's face was black. She was leading the team to continue on the road. And she suddenly sensed something. Without saying a word, she released her supernatural power directly behind the stacked containers. The ice spread along the ground all the way to the foot of the container, and the people behind were forced out. She looked at the clothes of the people opposite her. Another third-rate academy. The chief commander of the Spark Academy was just holding back his anger and had nowhere to vent. Why would these third-rate academies compete with them for the promotion quota? With an order in his mind, the team of the Spark Academy swooped down towards Qinzhou and the others, quickly urging his supernatural powers in his mind. Each of the remaining members here has reached double S level, and each member has been selected through the rigorous selection of the Spark training camp. Originally, he wanted to retain some strength, but these third-rate academies are too ungrateful. The attack of the main commander of Xinghu came fiercely, and ice cones rose from the bottom of everyone's feet. Qinzhou jumped up to dodge, and faced with strong suppression, her figure suddenly disappeared around. Qinzhou is also a super double S, and she feels that her mental power has been at a critical point, waiting for a sudden burst. It can break through 3S. The main commander of Xinghu narrowed his eyes, and immediately realized that the other party was a space-based mutant. The strength of space-based psychics lies in their physical skills and speed, which is exactly what elemental power psychics do not have. However, when the Starfire commander looked at the person next to him, the person immediately understood and released his power, which attached to the back of the commander like a shadow. When Jiang Ning and his group arrived, they happened to see the scene in front of them. There was a black shadow on the back of the Starfire commander. "What is that?" Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Si Yuan came forward and explained to her, "It is an auxiliary power, which follows you like a shadow, and can greatly increase the speed of the person who attaches it." Jiang Ning glanced at Si Yuan, and remembered that Si Yuan was the Abyss in the game. Abyss is good at using various superpowers, and almost no superpowers are repeated in one game. Can this sentence be understood as Si Yuan knowing all superpowers? Jiang Ning thought about it, and asked Si Yuan, with a studious attitude, how to crack it. Si Yuan supported his chin and thought for a moment and said, "After using the shadow, the two of them are bound together, and regarded as a whole. If one of them is injured, it will also hurt the other. That ice-type superpower user is not easy to deal with. I suggest you attack the shadow behind her directly from behind." Jiang Ning nodded and said, "You will be in charge later." Si Yuan paused for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "Okay. The most difficult person to deal with in Xinghu Academy is their commander. As long as she helps Qinzhou deal with her, the others are not to be feared. Cheng Yao, let's go." Jiang Ning only brought one person this time. Even if she knew the weakness, it would be difficult for her to get close to their commander. She needed Cheng Yao to cover her. Jiang Ning also synchronized this information with Qinzhou in her mind. There was no reply from Qinzhou, but Jiang Ning knew she must have heard it. At the moment when Qinzhou was about to be penetrated by the ice spikes of the Starfire commander, Cheng Yao released his supernatural power, and the outer layer of the earth element covering the ice spikes was quickly wetted. Collapse. In an instant, the ice spikes and the wet soil instantly disintegrated. Qinzhou swiped her hand in the air, and after landing, she rolled to the side and teleported to Cheng Yao's side. The Starfire commander looked at the sudden extra person, and her heart was not fluctuating. She flashed and approached the two people at a very fast speed, while releasing the ice balls in her hand continuously. Just as she was about to approach the two, She suddenly felt a breath approaching from behind. Her body quickly turned 180 degrees in the air, raised her hand, and quickly released the ice shield to resist the sneak attack, and attacked the opposite side. The ice chain was cut off inch by inch, spreading in all directions, and wherever it passed, the temperature around it dropped by several degrees. Jiang Ning did not move. There was a surge under her feet. Cheng Yao released a ball of earth and included her in it. The ice was just attached to the ball of earth. Cheng Yao squeezed his palm slightly, and the ice ball shattered instantly. A green spherical substance flew quickly towards the face of the Starfire commander. The Starfire Academy commander frowned, then raised his hand to melt the peas, and the two collided together to form a layer of ice flowers. With the trend of inertia, the ice flowers flew in the air for a distance, and then stopped less than an inch in front of her. She looked in front of her, and the girl from the third-rate academy was standing behind the ice chips and red soil on the ground. In front of her was a half-human-high green plant, and the plant just grew out of the red soil layer that had just collapsed. She immediately thought of a plant-type mutant among this year's contestants. She narrowed her eyes and realized that it was the person in front of her. Jiang Ning controlled the pea seedlings, and the pea pods kept exploding. Several peas attacked the main commander of the Spark Academy. She did not take it lightly like the previous ones. After seeing Jiang Ning kill so many people in their team with petals, she understood that this plant type was different from the plant type she knew before. She spread her perception and focused on releasing the ice element, trying to stop the peas. However, there were so many and dense peas around. Even if someone gave her speed, she could not resist them all. Some of them could only be dodged. The peas she dodged did not fall to the ground, but attacked the team behind her directly. It seemed that it had identified the people of Spark Academy. All 12 peas that missed hit her team members. The team members hit by the bullets instantly attached a blue silk net to their bodies. There was a slight electric current on the silk thread. Their bodies were fixed and could not move. The members of the opposite side Yaben seized the opportunity and eliminated them with one blow. After losing another 12 members, the main commander of Spark gritted his teeth. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. The battle is not over yet. Now is not the time to be emotional. The Starfire commander suddenly rushed out and swooped towards Jiang Ning. Cheng Yao saw the situation and attacked from the other side. Her movement stopped suddenly, and she could only raise her hand to block Cheng Yao's attack. Cheng Yao and Jiang Ning restrained each other from both sides. 1 3S plus 1 super double S. The Starfire commander could not spare a third hand. At this moment, Qingzhou quietly approached her side, where she did not notice. A solid light blade silently appeared in her palm. Jiang Ning had no intention of doing it herself from the beginning. Under the strong attack of the commander of Xingho Academy, she had no way to get close to her. So she asked Qingzhou, whose superpower was space. Qingzhou was agile and had superpowers that could appear and disappear at will, making her the most suitable assassin. Qingzhou swung her knife and stabbed the black shadow on the back of the commander of Xingho Academy. At the same time, their commander also suffered the backlash of the attack. She covered her chest in pain, spit out a mouthful of blood, and swung out with her other hand, which turned into an ice claw. Qingzhou evacuated in time, but there were still a few claw marks on her back. Qingzhou stumbled when she was teleported out. Jiang Ning saw this and gently helped her. She turned her head to look at the wound on her back and laughed softly. She had used all her strength in that attack, and it was inevitable that the Starfire commander would counterattack. But she knew that the battle was about to end. The person on the Starfire commander's back separated from her body, and his face also showed a painful look. Their team noticed the situation here and shouted, "Commander!" Cheng Yao did not give the two a chance to breathe. She released 2 earth spikes, sending the two out. Looking at the two teams fighting, Jiang Ning had no intention of joining in the fun. She supported Qingzhou and prepared to leave. "You are injured. Go to the side and rest for a while." Qingzhou trusted her team members unconditionally and did not refuse Jiang Ning's support. On the contrary, the person who spoke just now from Xingho Academy suddenly burst out with a powerful ability, overturned the person in front of him, and went straight towards Jiang Ning and the other two who were leaving. "Be careful." Cheng Yao was the first to notice the movement behind him and pulled Jiang Ning. The man missed, and then he vented all his anger on the injured Qingzhou. This man killed their commander. With a ferocious face, he rushed towards Qingzhou again. Qingzhou's pupil shrank suddenly, and it was definitely too late to teleport herself. She set the teleportation array in front of her, and the space twisted, and then the man was teleported several meters away. Cheng Yao and Jiang Ning hurried forward to stop him. He looked a little abnormal. His pupils were filled with blood-red mist. His muscles were all swollen with blood. The blue-red blood vessels were clearly visible. He was tilting his head at this moment, looking ready to eat people at any time. She suspected that he had used some kind of drug that was a supernatural catalyst. She immediately released her senses and carefully examined him. Not knowing if the illegal drugs nowadays had evolved, she could not feel anything abnormal at all. The boy was still struggling to break free when he was shackled by Cheng Yao. He kept mumbling something in his mouth, like the whisper of insects. It was not very clear. Jiang Ning leaned over and listened carefully with his ear tilted. Only then was he sure that what he said was, "You all have to die. Everyone has to die here." The death mentioned in the competition generally refers to elimination, so he was just making a harsh remark? Jiang Ning looked at Cheng Yao uncertainly. "What did you say to him? He must have gone insane after staying in the contaminated area for so long." Cheng Yao shrugged. "I get him out now." She raised her knife and chopped it on the opponent's neck. Seeing that it had no effect, Cheng Yao directly launched an attack with one hand and clicked on the elimination button. Jiang Ning thought about it. It is indeed possible. Perhaps the concentration of pollution in the boy's body was just at a critical value before the game, which was not detected by the machine, and then he entered the contaminated area again, which may have caused this situation. "Aren't most of the contaminated bodies like this?" Jiang Ning said goodbye to Qingzhou and returned to the team with Cheng Yao. They encountered a few low-level beasts, and the team dealt with them by the way, earning a few points. "Solved?" Si Yuan asked happily when he saw the two of them come back safe and sound. Jiang Ning said softly, "Sayabing College is finishing up the work. Let's go first and wait for them at the exchange point. After Qizhou and the others are done, they will definitely go to the exchange point. They will leave the city in another day. They wasted some time fighting with the two colleges, so they must speed up their journey. Fortunately, the remaining 3 colleges are still ahead of them, so they don't have to go back to catch up. Now there are only 3 left out of the 7 colleges. There is no guarantee that they will not have cooperated. She should be thankful that the elimination of a college will not be broadcasted in the arena, otherwise these 3 colleges will definitely unite to resist them. After all the competitors are eliminated. As long as they deal with their 2 colleges, the qualification for promotion will definitely be theirs." Outside the arena, it is Arakawa's turn to comment today. I should say that Arakawa really knows what the audience wants to see. The audience looked at the picture of Jiang Ning and her team moving forward. The camera turned around, and the other 3 colleges they had to deal with appeared in one picture. The 3 colleges stood in a 3-way confrontation, and the atmosphere was tense. The fans of the 3 colleges shouted in the barrage, "Don't fight among yourselves. If you continue to fight, your family will be gone." However, there was a wall between the inside and outside of the field, and the audience's words could not reach the ears of the participating members. The 3 colleges' main commanders took action, and the war was about to break out. It seemed that there was no need to wait for Samir College and Sayabin College to come, and they could completely eliminate themselves internally. Arakawa was explaining the situation of each of the 3 colleges. No one expected that the highlights of this year's Federation Supernatural competition would be the second-rate and third-rate colleges. Even the audience, who had been waiting in the 4 first-rate colleges, switched sides. Arakawa was quite happy to see the scene now. It would be great if 100 flowers bloomed. Otherwise, the champions would always be those 4 colleges. On the other side, Qingzhou finally led the Saiba College team to catch up with Jiang Ning progress. The 2 colleges rested for less than an hour, and then set off again. During the day, they were busy looking for other colleges to fight against. Qingzhou did not forget that the team competition was a point system. Jiang Ning and her team were fine. They split into 2 groups. Wei Xingyu and Wenren Chao, 2 stronger people, led the team to kill the monsters, and their team was fully focused on dealing with other colleges. The points had fallen far behind. If they did not work overtime at night, I was afraid that they would be making wedding clothes for others. After Qingzhou reported the location of the remaining colleges to Jiang Ning, the 2 teams went their separate ways and agreed to meet nearby. Jiang Ning had no objection. Qingzhou and the others were accumulating points, which was essentially accumulating points for their Semel Academy. "We will leave the city tonight," Jiang Ning said to the team members. "It is not safe to travel at night. Everyone, please do not save your energy. If you find any abnormal situation, please communicate with me in time." "Yes." The psychics with slightly stronger attack power quickly dispersed around the team, protecting the rest of the people inside. The team traveled normally for about 20 miles, and the surrounding environment became more and more desolate. They knew that they had reached the outskirts of the city. The city's defense tower had been cut off from power at this time. It had been unmaintained for too long, and it was all rusted and broken. Jiang Ning kept her eyes on the front. Suddenly, a team member said to her in her mind, "Something is moving on the protection net ahead." She paused and glanced at the protection net ahead, but saw nothing. But in the contaminated area, any movement must not be missed. The team is on alert. Jiang Ning's voice appeared in everyone's mind, and the team immediately entered a state of martial law. Jiang Ning moved, and quickly locked onto the member who had just spoken to her in the team. Walked up to her and asked, "What did you see? Tell me in detail." "I was just staring at the protective net, and then I saw the net on it move, as if the silk threads on the net were being pulled by people," the girl said. "Did you see the strange beast?" Jiang Ning asked again. The girl shook her head. "No. You said that any abnormality should be reported to you, so I told you as soon as I saw it moving." Jiang Ning took another look at the protective net. The girl said that the silk thread was being pulled by something, but she didn't see the strange beast. Did anyone else notice that the protective net was moving? Jiang Ning raised his eyes and asked the others in the team. The team was silent, and everyone shook their heads to indicate that they didn't see it. The girl who first discovered it swallowed her saliva and forced a smile on her face. "Maybe I stared at the protective net for too long, and I was dizzy and saw it wrong." When only one person noticed something, and she couldn't describe it accurately, she would not be sure whether what she saw was real or an illusion. "No." Jiang Ning looked serious. "Maybe you really found something." Chapter 129 Primitive Pollution Species. The evening breeze whistled slightly through the abandoned building mezzanine. After the team's footsteps stopped, everything around seemed too quiet. Even the moon didn't come out today. A strange atmosphere spread among the team. Jiang Ning spread his senses, silently detecting the surrounding situation. In the past, at this point, people from various colleges were either on their way or resting, and the audience's enthusiasm was not as high as during the day, and there were few places where Arakawa needed to explain. He had planned to survive the night, waiting for the handover tomorrow morning. Arakawa kept staring at the live camera. At this moment, the actions of the teams from various colleges were surprisingly consistent. They all stared at one place. This strange atmosphere made the audience, who were watching the live broadcast late at night, nervous. The cameras in the stadium have built-in night vision function. It stands to reason that the god's perspective should be able to see more clearly. But Arakawa switched the live screens of several colleges, and did not find anything unusual around them. The girl from Samir College was the first to say that she saw something, but her description was too vague, and no one knew what it was. When everyone was confused, a camera moved. Jiang Ning rubbed his fingertips, released his mental power, and threw a ball of light at the protective net. The ball of light illuminated the surrounding environment all the way, and finally exploded on the protective net, and the wire in the area where the explosion occurred broke. The team waited for a few seconds, and the next second, a silver bug the size of a fingernail crawled out from the end of the broken wire. It was almost the same color as the wire on the protective net. If it hadn't moved, it would have been hard for people to find it. Something was indeed moving on the protective net. The bug moved toward the ground along the wire mesh. From a distance, it really looked like someone was pulling the thread. It was this wire that moved first. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ning discovered that the 2 or 3 nearby wires were all moving. Not only the nearby wires, but the entire protective net was moving. Jiang Ning's eyes blurred, and he closed them unconsciously. The insects moved very fast, and soon they moved from the protective net to the ground. Is this an unknown beast? Jiang Ning took a step forward and took a half step back. She was not sure. She had read a lot of information, but none of them were related to the description of the insects in front of her. There were a lot of insects, and they were all densely packed and moving towards the crowd. Jiang Ning. Cheng Yao called her. Jiang Ning turned around as if she had noticed something. Cheng Yao pointed outside the protective net. "Look in the distance." She immediately followed Cheng Yao's line of sight and looked in the direction. The yellow earth outside the city had been covered with a layer of silver white. If you didn't look closely, you would have thought it was snowflakes falling on it. Those were all bugs. Jiang Ning's hands were covered with goosebumps. Where did so many bugs come from? While she was stunned, Jiang Ning remembered Wei Xingyu's voice in her mind. We were attacked by many unknown bugs. Wei Xingyu said. Jiangning frowned. Is it silver white all over, and only the size of a thumb? Wei Xingyu paused. Yes. We also encountered it. Jiangning's voice was a little lower. You guys encountered it too? Wei Xingyu was surprised, and her face showed an irritable look. These bugs can't be killed with ordinary attacks. As soon as Wei Xingyu finished speaking, Zheng Yao had already released an attack to sweep towards the pile of bugs. The super double S level attack hit them, and only overturned the bugs in a small range. The bugs twitched their legs and turned over again, and continued to follow the team towards the crowd. Zheng Yao's expression did not change, and he continued to release the petrification skill. The bugs within a radius of several meters were pulled by a force to gather in the middle, and gradually formed a petrified sphere. Zheng Yao clenched his 5 fingers, and the petrified sphere suddenly collapsed. He thought that this would kill them, but the petrified insects immediately performed a molting performance for everyone. The petrified shell cracked a gap, and the insects pupated out from inside. The insects that had just successfully molted were milky white. After their bodies were exposed to the air for 2 seconds, their back skin began to harden gradually, and a new shell was squeezed out from the head and neck. The new shell slowly turned gray, and became the silver color that everyone saw now. It was the first time that Jiangning saw a beast that could not be killed by superpowers. It was difficult to judge its level for a moment. There were more and more insects around, and the insects were getting closer and closer to them. Everyone in the team rushed forward with various superpowers, but this could only slow down their pace, and could not kill them from the root. Don't fight, don't waste your mental energy, activate the perception barrier defense. Jiangning stopped everyone from attacking aimlessly. All colleges were attacked by insects, and all entered combat mode, except for the 2 teams of Astondine College and King's College, which quickly found the breakthrough point and carried out the cleanup. The other colleges were like headless flies, using skills to attack randomly, and no one was much better than the other. The 3 second-rate colleges fighting each other also found that something was wrong with the bugs. After consultation, the 3 main commanders temporarily stopped fighting and fought against the surrounding bugs together. The commentator Arakawa had never seen this kind of bug before. He logged on to the Star Network and quickly browsed the existing encyclopedia of exotic beasts. The official information is always more than the private information. But he found no records about this kind of bugs. Just when he wanted to classify the silver bugs as newly discovered strange beasts, Hua Jun, wearing ordinary clothes and with her hair loose, flew to the commentary platform at a speed of whirlwind. Arakawa's eyes lit up. Teacher Hua, you came at the right time. I just want to ask you a question. About the silver bugs. Right? I know. Hua Jun answered first. Arakawa shut up, nodded slightly, and stood up to give her the position of the main commentator. Hua Jun took the seat and sat down. She gently touched the microphone on the seat and acted as a popular science lecturer. This silver bug has disappeared in the current Interstellar for many years. It is not a strange beast. Hua Jun thought about the wording and continued. Every bug is part of the pollution source, but it is not entirely the pollution source. We generally call it pollution species. These bugs are the most primitive pollution species. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them. Only the fire element can barely kill them. As she spoke, the scene just happened to cut to King's College, where a pink-haired girl rubbed a huge fireball in her palm and swept it towards the insect. Under the scorching flames, the insect dissipated into the air. This series of actions just proved what Hua Jun said. Arakawa also found a description of the contaminated species based on keyword search. Contaminated seed worms usually appear at night, disappear when the sun rises, and are afraid of high temperatures. The mucus secreted by male larvae when crawling will prompt each female larvae that come into contact with to split into new eggs. Arakawa frowned when he read this. Then their killing speed cannot keep up with the speed of the new larvae? Hua Jun's face was solemn. She looked up at the live broadcast screen. It's only night now. There are at least 5 hours before the sun rises. The contaminated species will continue to consume everyone's physical strength. They can't hold on until then. The staff at the venue set up a barrier to block the operation of the barrier. The barrier only needs to consume crystal cores. However, the contestants are different. The competition stipulates that they can only use superpowers. Arakawa noticed that Hua Jun had more to say, and asked, Teacher Hua, are there other ways to deal with the contaminated species? All the larvae are summoned by the worm mother. They need to find the worm mother and kill her, and the contaminated species will naturally disappear. Which Jun said. Arakawa was surprised. Find a worm among so many worms? The contaminated species are so special that many people, including him, have never even heard of them. The students there are not very old. Will they know that these worms are contaminated species? You have to find the mother worm to kill it. This is like the pollution zone suddenly returned to the original version. These old players don't know how to play, not to mention the new players. With Jun comforted Arakawa to relax. I will live broadcast with you here tonight. If these academies can't handle it, we will add support. The reason why the superpower competition was held in the pollution zone is not only to compete for victory or defeat, to select the first place, but also to challenge oneself, to break through the limit. Nature is constantly evolving, and humans cannot stand still. Neither of the two commentators responded, but stared at the live broadcast screen quietly. The Semel College team. Jiangning eyes stayed on the bugs that were just killed by everyone. Although the superpowers were dazzling, they were not completely ineffective. A small area of bugs were successfully killed. This means that they are not unkillable, but the attack method used by everyone is wrong. What did you find? Cheng Yao was standing next to Jiangning. She noticed that Jiangning's eyes were fixed on one place. Jiangning shared his findings with everyone, but everyone's attacks were too chaotic just now. I didn't see clearly whose attack was effective. This is simple, Si Yuan said. You let everyone release their abilities in batches and teams, and attack the bugs. Everyone will watch together, and it will be clear at a glance whose attack is effective. There are not many people with attacking abilities here, and the batch test can be completed in about 2 times. There are more and more bugs. We have to speed up the progress, and find a way to attack quickly. Jiangning nodded to Si Yuan. The team moved quickly. According to what Si Yuan said, according to the positions of everyone standing, 10 people formed a team to attack together. All the attacking psychics in the first team, including Jiangning and Cheng Yao, released their psychics. When the attack landed, several people immediately noticed the feedback from the bugs. It's fire. Si Yuan came close to Jiangning and said to her softly. Jiangning's face lit up, and then asked all the fire element psychics in the team to come out and release their psychics together to verify the previous guess. There are many ways to attack with elemental power. Each psychic is good at different techniques. But the flames they released all burned the silver bugs into carbon ash. The flames are indeed effective. After finding a breakthrough, Jiangning calmed down. It was just to create fire elements. She had many plants that could create flames. Jiangning synchronized this information to Wei Xingyu. After thinking about it, she informed Qin Zhou by the way through perception. The city was all white inside and outside. Everywhere you could see was filled with these silver-white bugs. In addition, Wei Xingyu said that they also encountered bugs. Jiangning was not sure whether the bugs had filled the entire stadium. Before they had dealt with the remaining 3 second-rate colleges, they and Qin Zhou were still partners, just synchronizing the information of the competition venue, and they would not lose 2 pieces of meat. Qin Zhou quickly replied to her, and expressed his gratitude. Jiangning ended the conversation and re-examined their current situation. Chongzi was obviously very interested in them. At this time, Jiangning no longer cared about whether to score or not. Surviving in the competition venue was the main thing. She immediately ordered the members of the team to fly, or find a higher shelter to hide. The surrounding buildings were also full of insects, so everyone naturally chose to fly. When everyone had almost flown, Jiangning summoned the flame orchids along the road. She still had some windmill grass pollen left, and she just used it all on these flame orchids. After arranging all this, Jiangning turned around and prepared to find a suitable place to stay, but saw Si Yuan still standing behind her. She was stunned, wondering if Si Yuan could not fly either. When she was about to take him with her, Si Yuan spoke. He asked, "You can't fly. Do you want me to take you?" Jiangning, "This guy can fly. Can your mental strength still hold up?" Jiangning suppressed the thoughts in his heart, and was a little worried. "I saved a little mental strength during the daytime rest, which should be enough." Si Yuan smiled lightly. Jiangning stopped refusing. She just glanced around and found it difficult to find a suitable place in a short time. "Remember to tell me when you can't hold up," Si Yuan said. "Okay." He released his supernatural power, and put his arm around Jiangning's waist from behind to lift her up. "Just hold my collar." Jiangning twisted her body, feeling a little uncomfortable. Even when she was with Wei Xingyu and Simon, none of them had such intimate actions. Not to mention that Si Yuan was a man. But due to the special situation now, It was not the time to be shy about the differences between men and women. Si Yuan calmly took his hand away from Jiang Ning's waist, pinched her collar, and lifted Jiang Ning up in his palm. This feeling is very novel, although it feels a little strange. Jiang Ning feels that he has accepted it well. Si Yuan's body usually looks very weak, but he has a strong sense of strength. He can lift Jiang Ning, an adult, without any effort. The two of them rose to a certain height and stood side by side with the others in the team. Cheng Yao then remembered that Jiang Ning could not fly. She flew to Si Yuan and Jiang Ning and asked, "Do you need me to do it?" Before Si Yuan spoke, Jiang Ning said, "No, I need you to do another thing." The flame orchid below had begun to bloom, and the flying petals fell to the ground, spinning around with flames, and all the insects were burned to death by the flames. Jiang Ning was held by the collar by Si Yuan, and her body was slightly swaying under the influence of gravity. She spread her hands and released her mental power in her palms. A bunch of round and plump pumpkins the size of her palms appeared in her hands. Jiang Ning figured it out in her spare time. It takes 20 suns to summon a giant pumpkin, but if she disassembles the giant pumpkin into small pumpkins, she only needs 3 suns to summon each one, although the effect will be greatly reduced. It is the same anyway. She distributed the pumpkins in her hand to Cheng Yao and a few scattered members around, and told them to smash the pumpkins to the ground. Insects are afraid of fire, and thinking about it from another perspective means that the hot thick pulp is also lethal to them. Everyone took the pumpkins in Jiang Ning's hand and quickly dispersed around, except for the small area under the flame orchid trees. The ground was almost full of insects. The petals on the flame orchids had almost fallen. Strange. Why is it that the number of insects around has not decreased? But it feels like there are more? Si Yuan's voice exploded above Jiang Ning's head, and there was confusion in his tone. What? Jiang Ning seemed to be suddenly stabbed in the back. She suddenly raised her eyes and looked into the distance. Si Yuan's feeling was not wrong. There were more and more insects around. Originally, the ground was still a sparse layer of silver dots, as if the first snow had just fallen on the ground. Now the snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the soil layer under the ground could no longer be seen. If things continued like this, their mental strength would not be able to hold on for long. The number of insects killed by the flames was not as many as the number of new ones. She realized that the bugs could reproduce infinitely. No matter how many attacks they made, it would be useless. We must find a way to suppress their reproduction, otherwise it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. But before that, everyone must figure out one thing. Where did these bugs come from? It seems that most colleges have realized the problem. Wu Changjun raised the corner of his lips, with an admiring look on his face. These students are smarter than they thought. Although under the strong attack of the polluted species, there are also many people eliminated in the competition, but there are always smart people. Do you think they can find the mother of insects? Do you think they can find the mother of insects? Arakawa's voice and Feng Yinzi's voice were spoken at the same time. One was asking Wu Changjun, the other was asking Cheng Lanchuang, the team leader teacher area of the main competition venue. Due to the sudden situation in the competition venue, the team leaders of each college did not doze off. All of them were on their guard and kept an eye on the situation inside. Cheng Lanchuang chuckled. Don't think these kids are too stupid. Feng Yinzi raised her eyebrows. Who is the one who called people stupid every day in school? Not me. Cheng Lanchuang turned her head back silently. Feng Yinzi. Insects have one common characteristic. They are driven by pheromones. As long as they are not solitary animals, they will have a common leader to lead them. Although Jiang Ning didn't know how insects reproduced, she felt that these insects were like ants, and there should be one or more queen ants among them. The queen ant is slightly larger than other ants, so the queen of this group of insects should also have obvious characteristics that are different from other insects. Killing the queen can certainly solve the previous crisis, but if it is really as she thought, the insects are already all over the stadium. In such a large area, how can they find a unique queen in the vast sea of insects? Jiang Ning fell into deep thought. Go west, and meet up with Sai Yaben College. Jiang Ning gave orders to everyone in the team. When communicating with Qin Zhou, the two reported their positions to each other. Qin Zhou was not far from them, only about 20 to 30 kilometers away. Not to mention finding the insect mother. It was difficult for the few people in their team to clear some insects. The best way at present was to cooperate with other colleges. The flight time of 20 to 30 kilometers was about half an hour. The team went west all the way. During this time, Jiang Ning paid attention to the pile of insects underground. trying to find something different from other insects. Unfortunately, nothing unusual was found along the way. The Psi Academy was not like them. They still fought on the ground. The fire elementalists formed a circle around them, protecting everyone else inside. However, many fire elementalists could not bear such a large continuous output of mental power, and they kept injecting mental power supplements to support themselves. The bugs are disgusting. When Jiangning and others arrived, they heard this sentence. Seeing that one member did not attack in time, the surging bugs quickly occupied their territory. Jiangning asked the fire-type psychic on their side to help. And then they filled the gap. As she breathed a sigh of relief, her body suddenly sank. And soon, she was stabilized again. Siyuan? Jiangning realized that her condition was not right. Siyuan didn't have much mental power to begin with. And he consumed so much when copying the nutrient solution. Now he has flown so far. And his body is already exhausted. Let's go to their team, Jiangning said to Siyuan. Siyuan looked a little tired. But he still tried his best to keep smiling. Flew towards the crowd. Put Jiangning down steadily. And landed next to her. After landing, Jiangning did not sit idle, but planted a circle of flame orchids around. And then asked the water and ice elementalists of the two teams to condense a wall around to resist the indiscriminate sweep of the flames. The people of the two teams have already accepted the plants that Jiangning can summon well, and even secretly look forward to what kind of surprises the plants she summoned can bring them. After the situation was temporarily under control, Jiangning told everyone her guess. Qingzhou's idea coincided with hers. The two agreed that the bugs were driven by something after all, and solving that thing would solve all the bugs. Just when everyone was at a loss, not knowing how to find a needle in a haystack, an accident happened again. A boy in the team suddenly twitched, and a bug had somehow passed through the layers of defense set up by everyone, and crawled into the boy's brain along his ear. It was unknown what the bug did when it got into its brain, and his skin quickly lost its moisture like a rotten apple, and his skin became loose, and his bones protruded. Jiangning thought of the researcher Fang Ji whom he had met before. He looked very similar to the person he saw now. The teammate next to the boy saw that something was wrong, took off the elimination device on him, and teleported him out of the arena. In order to save mental energy, the people of Sayabin Academy did not open the defense barrier. Everyone thought that they were safe with layers of defense, but they didn't expect that it would still take advantage of the loophole. When an unexpected situation occurred, everyone's heart was lifted again, and they kept their eyes on the surrounding movements. Once a bug broke through the defense line, they raised their hands and killed it quickly. Jiangning was thinking quickly about the relationship between Fang Ji and the bugs. She pulled Cheng Yao and another boy and whispered, "When you were in the underground pollution monitoring center, did you find any traces of this kind of bugs?" The two of them stayed in there longer than she did, and they might have found something else. Cheng Yao thought about it carefully and shook his head. The boy fell into deep thought. He touched his neck and frowned. "I think I saw one crawling out of the body of the contaminated body when I killed it before, but it was too small, so I didn't pay much attention to it." He clapped his hands suddenly, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. Could it be? Jiangning nodded seriously. I guess the Pollution Research Center was also destroyed by the attack of this kind of insects. Therefore, the insects did not appear suddenly, but they had been in the pollution area of B22 star for a long time. But they only appeared at a specific time, so the organizers did not find them when cleaning the stadium, and they did not find them before. Jiangning even had a feeling that the Pollution Monitoring Center was set up specifically for them. However, there was no evidence to prove it, and everything was just her personal association. Chapter 130: The Upcoming Melee. Jiangning stroked the nano ring that contained the chip, and was thinking with her eyes down. Suddenly, she heard someone in the team say, "The ice wall is still a little lacking. It would be great if there was crude oil to ignite the fire source and build a fire wall." Crude oil? Jiangning quickly grasped the key words. She took out the map and quickly searched on it, and soon found a crude oil mine on the map. The technology of the numbered star is far behind that of the big stars in the Federation. The most used four-wheeled cars for the citizens of the numbered star are still cars, and cars need to rely on traditional crude oil as fuel, so there will be many crude oil mines on the numbered star. Crude oil is a flammable material. In order to facilitate the daily use of the star people, there are usually gas stations in the city, but this is a slum, and there are gas stations at least in the lower city. It will take a lot of time to return to the city now. It would be more convenient to look for crude oil mines outside the city. Jiang Ning and Qingzhou confirmed their eyes, gave up this place, and led the team to the direction of the crude oil mine. Along the way, she did not forget about the boy who was eliminated from Saiyaban College and Fang Ji. She brought news to Wei Xingyu, and asked them to go to the B-22 Pollution Monitoring Center buried deep underground to find out if the testing center was really set up for these things. Then the insect mother should also be nearby. Wei Xingyu and Wen Renqiao found a few scrapped cars, and stacked them together, detonated the gasoline inside, and temporarily stopped the situation. Hearing Jiang Ning's voice in her mind, she said nothing and ordered the team to remove the fuel tanks in the remaining cars, and then led the team to turn around and walk back. She trusted Jiang Ning unconditionally, even if Jiang Ning had no basis. She was willing to take the risk to go back and check the situation. After Jiang Ning and her team cleared a wave of alien beasts on the first day, it was quiet for a few days. When they passed by later, they didn't see any trace of alien beasts. More than a dozen colleges went to the crude oil mine at the same time. The audience at the live broadcast turned on the recording function of the star brain, and said in amazement while recording, "It looks like an epic chaos is about to come. This is really something to watch. It's not in vain tonight." She uploaded the video to her personal media account, turned off the star brain, and watched the game with all her heart. But who would have thought that? Just after her video was released, it was accurately captured by big data, pushed to the front page, and the number of likes and comments was increasing at a rate of 100 per second. The video soon became a hot topic. It was not until the constant vibration of the star brain in her hand attracted her attention that she opened it and saw that all the likes were for her media account. She was stunned and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. In the data age, everyone wants to have a video that suddenly goes viral one day and become an internet celebrity. She wanted to, too. But the videos she had posted in the past had very few views, and only a few acquaintances liked them. Tonight, she couldn't sleep, and when she passed by the main venue of the Federation Supernatural competition, she came in to take a look. The video she had posted unexpectedly went viral. She covered her mouth, fearing that she would laugh out loud and be treated as a fool by the people around her. This incredible wealth is finally her turn, and she has to catch this wave of traffic. So the girl opened the live broadcast page of her personal account and broadcast tonight's Federation competition from the third-person perspective of the audience. Although the image quality and viewing angle are not as good as the official ones, there are still many people who can't walk after seeing it. Afraid that the audience, who entered the live broadcast room later, would not know, she acted as a temporary commentator and explained the source of the bugs to the people in the live broadcast room. In the stadium, when Jiang Ning and the others felt the crude oil mining point, there were already several colleges there. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were from Trinity College and Standoff College. The atmosphere of the two colleges was not right at first glance. The two teams were in a stalemate, giving the illusion that a war would start in the next second. Jiang Ning looked around, and she found the trembling Betty College in the corner. It was so lively. The people in Semmel's team looked at Jiang Ning silently, asking if they were still going over. Jiang Ning hadn't spoken yet, and the next second, the eyes of the Trinity College looked at them, and even the Standoff College noticed them. The chief commander of Trinity College was a tall, dark-skinned beauty, who stood out in the crowd and was noticed at a glance. Jiang Ning stared at the chief commander of the Trinity Academy for a long time. He always felt that she was as elegant as a cat, especially her amber eyes. When she looked at people, Jiang Ning had a trance feeling of being stared at by prey. That's Wu Song. You may not be familiar with her name, but you must have heard her name in Superpower Wars. Si Yuan's face was calm, and his eyes were calm. He opened his mouth and said her code name, Ocelot. Jiang Ning's attention was not on the team, but she still heard what Si Yuan said. Her eyes flashed, and she said to herself, so she is Leopard Cat. Leopard Cat is a speed attacker. Space-type psychics have some flaws in combat, but Leopard Cat is different. Jiang Ning has watched many of her battle videos in a row. Her combat is perfect. Leopard Cat has not been in the game for long. She specializes in challenging the big guys on the leaderboard. Her reputation has spread quickly. Cole from the Tranny team noticed Jiang Ning's figure. She showed a happy look on her face, but because of the teammates around her, she did not greet her. Jiang Ning's eyes swept over her and fell on the Standoff Academy opposite. Standoff Academy also has several famous people in the game, such as their main commander magician Sasali, and the two fat and thin mountain rats Lu Jerry and Fat Cat Akamo who follow him. Yuan reported the game identities of these people one by one. Jiang Ning nodded. Lu Jieri is Shan Shu. Wei Xingyu had told her about this before, so she was not surprised by Shan Shu and Fat Cat's identities. The people Yuan mentioned were undoubtedly the strongest in the two academies. The surrounding insects were still surging. The height of the pile had completely covered some small stones. The machines in the crude oil mining area stood. This place was originally managed by the Crude Oil Company. After the accident on EP121, the Crude Oil Company quickly withdrew. Basically, everything that could be taken away had been taken away. Now, everything left here cannot be taken away. The oil pump stands in front of the well, and the oil pump has long been deep underground. The normal working principle is to supply power through the power machine behind the frame, and convert the high-speed rotation of the power machine into the low-speed rotation of the pump crank through the reducer, and through the up and down movement of the front end of the pump. Drive the underground oil pump to work and pump up the crude oil. But now the pump has been abandoned for many years, and can no longer be used. If people want crude oil, they can only find another way. The depth of the oil well is at least 1,000 meters underground. Jiang Ning and Qin Zhou originally planned to bypass the location of the two first-class colleges in the distance and go to a slightly remote area to take action. The next second, a warning light ball passed by Jiang Ning. The people in the Standoff college team blocked the way of everyone. Before Lu Jieri could retract his hand that released the attack, he said with a playful smile on his face, "Where are you going? Since you are all here, why don't you stay and chat together?" Jiang Ning turned her eyes and met Lu Jieri. He looked like his code name, a mouse-like appearance, small eyes, protruding jaw, and folded cheeks. "No." Jiang Ning scratched her temple, smiled awkwardly, pretending not to understand what Lu Jieri meant. After that, she urged Cheng Yao to take her away. Lu Jieri's face suddenly darkened, and he used another skill. "I said, stay." The team paused, and the people between the two colleges whispered, "It's already this time." And there is still internal fighting between the colleges. Standoff College is trying to take the opportunity to eliminate a few more colleges. They have the strength, and they just want to target us. What can we do? The person next to him shrugged helplessly. The discussion of the team was endless, and many of them even reached the ears of Jiang Ning and Qin Zhou. Qin Zhou asked her in a low voice, "Should we go over?" Jiang Ning's face was expressionless. Qin Zhou didn't know what she was planning. After spending a few days together, she subconsciously wanted to listen to her opinion first. Since Standoff College has invited us so kindly, let's stay. There are people from the two first-class colleges cleaning up the bugs around, so we can save some effort. Jiang Ning had an ambiguous smile on his lips. Standoff College's idea was easy to guess. The four colleges were fighting internally, just to compete for who would win the College Gold Award this year. And tonight was just the opportunity to let the second and third-rate colleges take sides. If a real fight breaks out, they are undoubtedly consumables. They don't care about the lives of a few third-rate colleges. At present, this oil field is the largest oil field shown on the map. Almost all colleges will think of coming here. The two teams succumbed to the power of Standoff College on the surface and flew to their team's area to lie dormant. Jiang Ning stood at the front of the team and didn't dare to look directly at Wu Tsong's cold and soul-stirring eyes. Wu Tsong's eyes were stained with a trace of anger. She said docilely, "What do you want to do? The most urgent task now is to extract crude oil and eliminate these damn bugs around. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer." Sousley's voice was full of unique magnetism. He wore a black hat and kept playing with a card in his hand. "If you are bored, how about I perform a magic trick for everyone?" Jiang Ning blinked. This man dressed did not look like a magician, but more like a magician. "No need," Wu Tsong said indifferently, turned his head to the side, and stopped looking at him. Sousley was a performative personality. Even if he was rejected, he still pretended to be like that, ignoring everyone's opinions, and performed on his own. He threw the card in his hand. The card split into 5 pieces in the air, flying in 5 different directions, and then he raised his hand towards the sky, and suddenly 5 fireworks exploded in the dark night sky. Jiang Ning looked up at the fireworks in the sky. The fireworks were really beautiful and fleeting, but also gorgeous and colorful. Yuan looked at the rare true feelings on Jiang Ning's face, and was thoughtful. A card was sent back at a very fast speed, and fell steadily into Sousley's hand. He held the card between 2 fingers, and placed it on his chest, and took off his hat with the other hand, and bowed elegantly to everyone. When everyone was amazed at his performance, his expression suddenly changed. The card in his hand flew out again, was blocked by something, and returned to his hand again. Someone walked out from the direction where the card flew out. They were wearing the uniforms of King's College, with a kind of pride of being a child of destiny. Behind them were the 3 second-rate colleges. The number of people in the 3 teams seemed small, almost the same as Jiangning and the others, and it was unknown what they had experienced before. The people from King's College took a quick look and knew what was going on. Wu Tsang stared at Bai Feiyu, the new commander of King's College. The position of King's College was crucial. If she agreed with Standing College's approach, there would be a fierce battle. But if King's College had the same idea as Trinity College, no matter how Standing College tried to stop them, it would not be able to stop the 2 schools. Wu Song urgently needed Bai Feiyu to express his opinion. Qi Zhou saw that something was wrong, and she immediately looked in the direction of Jiangning. Since the end of Sazali performance, Jiangning had been in a state of mindlessness. No matter how Qi Zhou hinted at her, she didn't respond. She turned to see Yuan and Cheng Yao beside her in a frustrated manner. The 2 of them crossed their arms, and they looked exactly the same as if nothing had happened to them. Qi Zhou's heart was choked for 2 seconds. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to act according to the situation. If a fight really broke out, she thought they should just run away. It wasn't that Jiangning didn't really pay attention to what was going on over there, but Wei Xingyu was exchanging information with her just now. Wei Xingyu led the team to successfully enter the B-22 Pollution Monitoring Center, and found a room where the glass of the experimental data monitoring room was broken all over the floor. It was suspected that the experimental subjects inside had escaped. In addition, they also found a paper experimental notebook inside. Jiangning was just checking the contents recorded in the experimental notebook through perception sharing. The situation was indeed similar to what she guessed. The object that Fang Ji and his team were monitoring was not a polluted area at all, but this unknown insect. The one that escaped from the glass is most likely their mother insect. Jiangning asked Wei Xingyu and the others to look carefully to see if they could find any traces of the experimental subject crawling, and find the mother insect. Be careful, don't be parasitized by insects, Jiangning said. These insects are even more terrifying than alien beasts. The pollution value in the body will not rise so fast in a short period of time after being bitten by an alien beast, but if this kind of insect drills into the body, the pollution concentration will soar straight up, and the characteristics of alienation will appear immediately. It is not known whether the boy from Sai Yabing College, who was exploited by the insect, can be cured. After the conversation, Jiangning began to think again, the relationship between the insect and the black eyeball in Fang Ji chip. She really couldn't think of any related characteristics between the 2. Chapter 131, That Dead Mouse Can Control Anyone. Bai Feiyu was very unwilling to lose to Leopard Cat in the game. Later, she learned that Leopard Cat was actually the main commander of Trinity College this year, Wu Tsang, so she kept looking for opportunities, and was determined to compete with her again. This time, without the various supernatural power bonuses in the game, she wanted to see who was better between the 2. Feiyu, feeling the emotional fluctuations of the people around her, Rowena from the King's College team called her. The 2 grew up together, and were the closest friends. She could tell what Bai Feiyu was thinking with just one look. Now is not the time to be aggressive. Rowena put her hand on her shoulder, whispered. There will be plenty of opportunities in the individual competition later. Bai Feiyu glanced at the hand on his shoulder, and hummed softly. Jiangning felt a little pain in her neck. She loosened her collar, and suddenly felt that these people were really boring. The competition counts points according to the monsters, but instead of thinking of a way to solve the bugs in front of them first, go and hunt more monsters to earn points, they are wasting time here. Bai Feiyu felt the gazes of several colleges. She raised her chin slightly, and said domineeringly, King's College is not interested in participating in the fight between your 2 colleges. If you are not helping, please get out of the way. We are going over now. The attitude of King's College brought a glimmer of hope to the situation. Standing College has always been the main combatant. Trinity College has always wanted to deal with the bugs first. The 2 colleges are in a stalemate. Before a new team with equal strength to these 2 colleges appears, no one wants to act rashly. Wu Tsang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she and Bai Feiyu were both highly discussed in the outside world, people always like to compare their mental power, superpowers, family background, education and appearance. But the 2 had never met formally before, and the competition was their first formal encounter. Bai Feiyu's words just now made Wu Tsang appreciate her. The night is long. Why is Bai Feiyu so anxious? Seeing that King's College was unmoved, Some people in the Standing College team began to stir. Lou Jerry said, and took the lead in activating his mental power, and started to use puppetry to try to control the opponent. The King's College team had been alert for a long time. Although Lou Jerry's plan failed, he succeeded in provoking their anger. A strong wind swept in front of Lou Jerry, and Bai Feiyu glanced at him with a warning. Saucily immediately seized the handle, and he said innocently, "What does King's College mean by this? We haven't done anything yet." Lou Jerry's puppetry is a mental attack. Except for the attack, it is difficult for others to detect it. No one saw him launch the attack. On the contrary, Bai Feiyu was the first to use her supernatural power in public. Bai Feiyu disdained to argue with Saucily, who was blaming her for something else. She said forcefully, "Get out of the way." Saucily looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, stroking his chin as if listening to what Bai Feiyu was saying. After Bai Feiyu said the word "get out of the way," his expression was exaggerated, and he said with a playful smile, "What if I don't?" Bai Feiyu frowned, and stared at him with a heavy gaze. Wuthong, who had been silent for a long time, made a noise. She pinched a ball of sparks in her palm. "Then our Trinity Academy will declare war on you. This is a threat. Oppression from the two teams of Trinity College and King's College." Suseli suddenly laughed softly, without the slightest fear on his face. "Do you want to rely on your own college to fight against our two colleges at the same time?" Bai Feiyu narrowed his eyes. Suseli was like a madman. His brain circuits were always different from those of ordinary people. Bai Feiyu couldn't figure out what he wanted to do for a while. "Who said we only have one college?" Suseli snapped his fingers. The next second, there was a commotion in Astonning's team, and the new West Forest College flew out from behind them. Jiangning was stunned when she saw the group of Xingqilan, who suddenly appeared. The Xingqilan team had been here all along, and they were so well hidden that they had not even noticed it. "You and Xingqilan College have joined forces." Wuthong's face flashed with surprise, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was a hint of rationality in the surprise. 2 against 2, no wonder Standing College was so confident. Except for a few third-rate colleges that were left alone, almost all the remaining teams gathered here. Although they had not really fought yet, the audience outside the field and the audience in the third-person perspective live broadcast room became excited. The screen was filled with calls for fight. Fight! Standing College and New West Forest College team up to face King's College and Trinity College of equal strength. Look forward to it. I am a fan of King's College. I will support them first. I think Standing and New West Forest has stronger overall strength. I support this team. The discussion indexes in the live broadcast room and Star Network rose at the same time. No one said anything. I support Semel College. It is definitely a dark horse. As soon as this discussion came out, the barrage immediately responded with, "A third-rate college also has loyal fans? Just because a plant department has a little bit of strength, they dare to challenge the first-rate colleges on the same stage? Before, I admit that the performance of Samir College this year is remarkable, and it has improved a lot compared with previous years, but this is not an individual competition. The 4 colleges are not even inferior to a third-rate college. That is, in the previous live broadcast, Samir College did not dare to compete with Xingqilan, and now it succumbs to the tyranny of Standing. These signs show that their actual strength is far less than what is said on the Star Network. Although the Star Network attracted attention to Samir College's previous performance, it still feels that the first-rate college is more powerful from the bottom of its heart." Jiangning's sight stayed on the surrounding square steel. Some silver bugs had already climbed up along the square steel. She whispered something to Cheng Yao and several people in the team through perception. The next second, she felt something invade her brain. A sharp pain. And her body began to move forward uncontrollably. Lou Jerry released the puppet technique and applied it to Samir and Sai Yabin's team. A total of 10 people in the two teams were caught off guard. Jiangning was very unlucky. She happened to be one of the 10 people. Lou Jerry completely regarded them as sacrifices. The silk thread in his hand surged, and 10 puppets flew out, attacking the opposite direction of Trinity College and King's College. Lou Jerry selected people randomly, except for Jiangning. The remaining people were very average. The main battle team members of Trinity and King's College hardly made any moves, and only a few S levels were fighting. As for other second and third-rate colleges, they tried to reduce their presence as much as possible. When the masters fight, innocent people will suffer. No one wants to get close to them at this time. Several psychics attacked Jiangning and the other puppets. They didn't even try to dodge. and they just took on several attacks. Jiang Ning was hit in the face, and blood immediately flowed down her cheek and dripped on her wrist. Si Yuan, who was held by the collar by the fat man, tightened his hands on both sides, narrowed his eyes, and stared at the man who did it dangerously. Everyone in the King's College team has received rigorous training. His perception is quite sharp. He noticed that there was a gaze locked on him. He subconsciously glanced over here. When his gaze touched Si Yuan, he was suddenly stunned. Si Yuan was powerful, although he was not very good at mental strength and supernatural powers. Few people would come to him and speak nonsense. These rich people really had the ability to make them unable to survive in the Federation. He had been fighting well, and he could not figure out how he had offended Si Yuan. So he swallowed silently and prepared to ignore his sight. As soon as he turned his head, his eyes went dark. Jiang Ning turned around and kicked him in the neck at a very fast speed. He heard his bones making a crack sound, and his head was buzzing. In a trance, a teleportation light screen lit up beside him. Cole, who was hiding in the training team, was very anxious at the moment. That dead rat could control anyone else, but had to control Jiang Ning. She asked the commander Wu Song for permission to fight, but was rejected many times, because her ability was not suitable for fighting. Just when Cole was at a loss, she suddenly noticed that the silver-white line of sight on Jiang Ning's neck flashed under the reflection of the swords and shadows around her, and her eyes had regained clarity. Jiang Ning gently touched her cheek with her right thumb. Her eyes were calm, and there was no joy or anger on her face, as if she was still a puppet who had lost consciousness. A few seconds later, Jiang Ning's figure moved. Under the traction of the silk thread, Jiang Ning did not continue to attack the King's College. Her body turned flexibly in the air. With the help of the silk thread, the sense in her hands was released, and she quickly came towards Lu Jierui. Lu Jierui was controlling the puppet with both hands. He was the first to notice that someone had escaped his control. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and looked incredulous. The moment Jiang Ning approached him, she waved her hand to cut the thread between the two, and threw a pale yellow object into Lu Jierui's wide-open mouth. The corn kernels didn't even touch his tongue, and went straight into his throat. Lu Jierui didn't care about whether he was a puppet or not at this time. The corn was stuck in his throat, neither going up nor down. He held his throat with one hand and coughed twice in a hoarse voice. Instead of coughing out the corn, he swallowed it whole. The corn quickly took effect. Lu Jierui lost his ability to move. His body stiffened, and under the influence of gravity, he fell directly to the ground. If Akamo hadn't caught him in time, he would have been completely parasitized by the bugs. Without his control, all the puppets woke up instantly, and released the flying technique just before landing to stabilize their bodies. Simon saw this and flew over, grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, and brought her back. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses from the reversal just now, and looked at Jiang Ning with shock and inquiry. Lu Jierui recovered in Akamo's arms, and glared at the culprit. "You dare to do that to an ant?" Jiang Ning raised her head slightly, her eyelids slightly raised, and said calmly, "I hate it when others invade my consciousness without my permission." Chapter 132 Eliminate Lu Jierui. You don't know your own limits. Qin Daoyuan sneered. He stretched out his left hand. The metal square steel around him was trembling faintly. The nuts and parts on it all flew out in one direction with his thoughts. Qin Daoyuan would stand up. Lu Jierui and the people of Standing Academy were very surprised. They didn't expect this ally to be so reliable, and so able to handle things at a critical moment. The ability he used was called metal manipulation, different from the gold element ability that everyone knew. His single skill was used to the extreme. As long as there was metal, this place would become his home court. No one expected that Zinxlan College and Standing College would suddenly change their attitude and collectively launch an attack on a third-rate college. The surroundings suddenly fell into silence, and other colleges stopped to watch the show. All the metal parts were coming towards Jiang Ning alone. Simon frowned and fell into a dilemma. If she pulled Jiang Ning away at this time, these metal parts would most likely hit the people in the rear team. With their abilities, they could not resist Qin Daoyuan attack at all. But if they did not hide, these metal parts would most likely shoot her and Jiang Ning into sieves. Seeing the metal getting closer and closer, Simon's expression became more and more solemn. "Don't be afraid." Simon remembered a crisp voice in her mind. This voice seemed to have a magical power to calm her mind. Her mood soon calmed down. "Isn't it just a magnet?" Jiang Ning said in a relaxed tone. As her voice fell, The metal parts that were originally flying towards her all changed direction uncontrollably, heading towards their back. And no matter how Dandelion tried to control it, it was useless. A huge magnet appeared behind Samir's team, and all the metals around it gathered towards it, and even the square steel was ready to move. Any superpower must be downgraded in front of the laws of nature, Jiangning said slowly. There happened to be a person in their team whose ability was creation. Jiangning just sent her a message, asking her to summon a magnet, which had to be big and with stronger magnetic force. She really lived up to her expectations. Jiangning turned his head and glanced in the direction of the girl. The girl had some sweat on her forehead, but she still smiled at Jiangning. The power of creation and Siyuan replicator are similar in nature. The higher the level of the summoned object, the more mental power is consumed. This magnet is the largest object she has summoned so far. The magnet disappeared within a minute, and the part sucked away fell from the air and sank into the pile of insects. Thank you for your hard work, Jiangning said to her. Dandelion face was tense, and he was ready to control it again. He wanted to see how many times they could resist with their mental power. Saucily raised his hand to stop him. Wait, don't forget the business. Dandelion moved his eyes away from Jiangning's face and snorted coldly again. There was no need to make a big fuss for a third-rate college and waste mental energy. I've seen enough of the excitement. It's your turn to perform. Saucily held the card between his fingers. The pattern on the card changed to a red-nosed clown. Saucily stretched out his hand holding the card. The clown on the card seemed to come alive and broke away from it. The dark blue clown's phantom laughed weirdly. The laughter went straight into everyone's brain like a magic sound, causing headaches. Wu Song and Bai Feiyu both gave orders, reminding the team to cover their ears and not listen to the laughter. Saucily had a crazy look on his face. The clown's phantom was running around, and the Xingxilin and Astending teams were also restlessly attacking and provoking the other side. The two poor colleges not only had to cover their ears, but also had to deal with their harassment. The three second-rate college teams rarely agreed, hiding far away, covering their ears, and looking at the chaotic battlefield with ulterior motives. Fight. Fight, they had better fight to the death, so that they can also pick up the spoils. However, their thoughts could not be hidden from Saucely and others. He just wanted to drag everyone into a group fight. The clown shadow split into three. One went to three second-rate colleges, and the other went to Biddy College and Simmersieven College. Want to reap the benefits? Impossible. The clown's ability is to make people crazy. Amid the laughter of 360 degrees, some people began to have hallucinations. They mistook the people around them for clowns, and launched their supernatural powers at them. You're crazy! The others raised their hands to block, but they were afraid of hurting their teammates, so they were more restrained. For a while, many people were eliminated from the competition. The main commanders of each academy united, trying to put an end to the culprit in the sky. Jiangning put on an isolation defense screen for herself, and then she felt a little better. She stared at the clown phantom. That thing was completely transparent, and the attacks released by everyone went straight through its body. She immediately realized that the phantom was not its real body, but the card was. Jiangning narrowed her eyes and looked around, and finally found three blank cards in front of Saucely. She held her breath and concentrated, releasing her mental power. The rose petals were very inconspicuous in the dazzling supernatural powers, and they passed through the crowd and hit the cards accurately. After the card was destroyed, the clowns and laughter around them disappeared instantly. Saucely looked up, and didn't even see what the attacking card was. It was very mentally exhausting to summon the crazy clown once, and it was difficult for him to release any skills in a short period of time. Saucely's face showed a rare serious expression. He wanted to see who destroyed the card. The card contained huge energy. Even if ordinary skills were used on it, it would be difficult to break it. Saucely's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! When everyone was fighting fiercely, there was a loud noise from behind, followed by a sky-high fire. The scorching breath hit everyone's skin with the wind. All teams stopped attacking and looked over there together. In the firelight, several people wearing Samir Academy uniforms flew out, and they were accompanied by crude oil that had condensed into a line. The crude oil dripped on the ground and was ignited. The insects on the ground twisted and burned into charcoal. Cheng Yao led the team back to Jiangning. I have done everything you asked me to do. Jiangning nodded. After Cheng Yao finished speaking, several oil wells suddenly exploded, and the splashing crude oil liquid fell around like rain. The people in Samir's team opened the perception barrier in advance. Other colleges were not so lucky. Their hair, faces, and bodies were all covered in crude oil. They looked miserable. Someone released fire elements on the ground. After being stained with crude oil, the fire seemed to have found a point of attachment. The fire spread all around. Soon, a small clean area was cleared. Finally, there was a place to stand on the ground. Jiang Ning rubbed his arm, which was a little stiff from being pulled, and ignored the sight of other teams and looked around. These bugs are fearless. Even though they know there is a fire here, they keep crawling towards this side. I don't know what the situation is like with Wei Xingyu now, and whether they have found the trace of the bug mother. King's College and Trinity College saw that their goal was achieved, and no longer entangled with the people in front of them, and quickly eliminated the people in the team, collected enough crude oil, and dealt with these bugs is the most important thing. Are you still fighting? Lu Jieri retreated to Sosli's side and asked. Sosli's perception has not recovered yet. He shook his head and wanted to find out one thing. Who destroyed the card? After this battle, the 4 colleges suffered little damage. The worst hit team was the second-rate college. Except for a few members of the main team, the rest of the team was almost eliminated. Astending College planned to stop the fight. The most objection was from the Xingxilin team. Xijilin main commander Qin Daoyuan stopped Sosli, who was about to leave, and said in a bad tone, "You can fight if you want, and retreat if you want. What do you think of us, Xingxilin? What do you want?" Suseli glanced at him. Qin Daoyuan, the battle can be stopped, but Samir College must be eliminated today. His attitude was very tough. Samir had angered them time and time again, and he had let them off again, and this time he would never let them live again. Suseli and Lu Jieri exchanged glances, and Lu Jieri wanted to get back at her for the grudge. Suseli casually assigned a few people in the team. "Jerry, since New West Forest College sincerely invites you, you guys should go and help them." "Got it, Commander-in-Chief." Lu Jieri's mouth curled up when he heard it. After the last lesson, Lu Jieri was obviously much more cautious this time. He said to Akamo, "Fat cat, let's go. Be careful." At the moment the attack was launched, Cole rushed out of Tranti's team, and 3 blades fell on her back. Jiang Ning noticed the movement behind her. Looking in the direction of the sound, her eyes still widened. She reached out to help Cole, and pulled him into her arms. Cole's back was instantly torn apart, and the blood stained the clothes on his back. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Someone took a hit for you. You won't be so lucky later." Lu Jieri had a cold face. He released the puppet technique, and the people in the surrounding team rushed towards Jiang Ning uncontrollably. Jiang Ning still had Cole in his hand, and the enemies were all his own people. Cole's back urgently needed a blood coagulant. Jiang Ning glanced at Lu Jieri, put his arm around Cole's waist, dodged the attack from behind, and quickly headed towards the Tranti team. Kalai is from the Tranti Academy. Wu Song will not sit idly by. She just needs to hand Kalai over to them. After finally settling Kalai, before she could even catch her breath, a nut flew over. Qin Daoyuan also joined the battle. Jiang Ning bent down to avoid it. Both of them tried their best. It seems that they will not stop until she is eliminated today. Jiang Ning used the force to step on the nut. She ignored Qin Daoyuan and went in the direction of Lu Jieri. In comparison, using puppetry to control her teammates was more annoying. Lu Jieri was wary of her. If he was right, she should have something in her hand that could stop people from moving for a short period of time. Unfortunately, Lu Jieri guessed wrong. Jiang Ning did not use corn this time, but chili peppers. Corn was no longer effective against him. He had to attack. Jiang Ning grabbed the air with his hand, and the fiery red chili pepper shot out. Lu Jieri instinctively caught it with his hand, but who knew that it was not corn at all? He was stunned, and just as he was wondering, he suddenly felt a burning sensation on his hand. Bang! The chili in his palm exploded. Lu Jieri's left hand and the left half of his body were burned by the explosion. His knees softened, and he fell to the ground. "Ah!" He screamed in pain. "Caw!" The glass cover of the elimination button on Lu Jieri's chest shattered, and a light curtain lit up around him, and he was eliminated. He also became the first 3S superpower to be eliminated in this year's team competition. Chapter 133 Re-examine Jiang Ning. Wonderful! The audience on StarNet exclaimed that it was so exciting. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning, but the level of activity on StarNet was unimaginable. I've been annoyed with that mouse for a long time. Jiang Ning did a great job. Although he was miserable, I wanted to laugh. He actually dared to catch Jiangning Pepper with his bare hands. He's also a ruthless person. The audience's discussion was endless. At the same time, the light curtain at the exit of the game at the Capital Star main stadium lit up. Lou Jerry came out of the stadium. The audience looked at him sideways, and some media took their equipment and prepared to step forward. With Lou Jerry's strength and fame, he has also occupied a small position in the new generation of the Federation. If we can interview him, we will definitely have hot topics. Lou Jerry, please ask. There were people crowded around the exit. In order not to miss the interview, some people did not even see him and put the microphone into the crowd to ask questions. As soon as the media opened their mouths, they were interrupted by the teacher of Aston Ding Academy in a deep voice. Sorry. Jerry cannot accept the interview for the time being. Lou Jerry was seriously injured by the pepper and needed to receive treatment immediately. The leader of Aston Ding Academy refused all media interviews and sent him to the treatment cabin with full protection. Lou Jerry, who was taken away by the teacher, did not fall into a coma. The pain in his body made him more awake. He buried his head in his clothes, wishing that the teachers would walk faster. Countless spotlights flashed around him. He even felt that the pain in his body was nothing. He just felt ashamed. He was eliminated by a person who came from a third-rate college, had no reputation, and whose superpowers were regarded as waste. Lou Jerry had mixed feelings until the moment he was sent to the treatment cabin. It was not that he could not accept losing and being eliminated. He just could not accept losing to such a person. The team leader watched him leave and sighed silently. Lou Jerry was one of their seeded players this year, and even he was eliminated. Several teachers had a hunch that something worse was going to happen. In the arena, Lou Jerry was unexpectedly eliminated, and his partner, Fat Cat Akamo, instantly became furious and turned into a whirlwind gyroscope and rushed straight towards Jiangning. Not only Akamo, but also Qin Daoyuan and two main team members from the Xingqilan team, as well as the people from the Aston Ding team who were sent out by Saucily to help, rushed over and attacked. The strength of this group of people is not low. Even if Jiangning has 4 hands, it is difficult to deal with them. Jiangning was very alert. Cheng Yao and another double S boy in the team rushed to help her. Leave this to us. You go to deal with the other side. Cheng Yao jumped out and fought with Akamo. Jiangning focused on fighting Qin Daoyuan. With the lesson of Lou Jerry, no matter what Jiangning threw, the Xingqilan team would not take it again. 2 first-class colleges joined forces to deal with a third-rate college. This had never happened in the previous federal competition. Samir successfully set a precedent. The fight was in full swing on the ground. But the King's College and Trinity College were ready to leave. Instead of fighting with other colleges, they might as well take the opportunity to hunt more exotic beasts. Moreover, the victory or defeat of these 3 colleges would not affect them, but would be more beneficial for them to compete for the first place. The big guys behind the second-rate colleges were ready to escape, so they naturally had to leave with them. Otherwise, would they stay here and wait for them to react and drag them down again? They can't stand the second fight. Qingzhou noticed that the second-rate college was leaving, convinced Betty College, found them halfway, and stopped them. The second-rate college team suffered heavy losses. If they were not dealt with now, there would be no chance later. The 2 sides fought at the same time, and the fight was fierce. Be careful behind. Si Yuan voice came. A member of Xingqilan was about to attack, but before the sharp spike was about to pierce her abdomen, Jiangning noticed it in advance, and her body instinctively dodged to the side. Jiangning clasped her 5 fingers tightly, hit the opponent's arm, quickly dodged the weapon from his hand. The crystal-clear ice blue flakes spun into ice flowers at her fingertips. Jiangning smoothly sent the ice flowers backhand. The flakes were sent in front of the opponent's elimination indicator light. The sharp ice mouth broke the glass cover, accurately triggered the elimination system. The man was stunned. Unexpectedly, he would end so quickly. Before the light curtain was released, Jiangning used her hands to support the opponent's shoulders. Her feet left the ground, and kicked the other 2 psychics, who were close to her. Jiangning exerted force on her waist, landed on the ground, lowered her upper body to cushion the impact. She raised her head, watched the front with vigilance, and a half-person high metal mesh door came out of nowhere. Jiangning carefully avoided the impact of the surrounding parts. Her perception suddenly surged, and countless mental powers rushed to the surroundings. Something in the surface layer was about to break out of the ground collectively. Rose plants grew one by one. This was her first time trying to summon multiple plants at the same time, and it was indeed more mentally demanding. Jiang Ning's chest rose and fell regularly. She raised her hand, and the rose petals came out in droves as she manipulated them, which was no less than Qin Daoyuan metal manipulation. Moreover, the rose was lighter and sharper than the surrounding metal parts. The petals collided with the parts in the air, which was a collision of softness and hardness. While the petals gently relieved the metal force, they swept towards the people around them. Jiang Ning distractedly manipulated each petal. She had only one goal: the elimination device on their chest. Some people were taken away by the petals before they could even open their defense. Qin Daoyuan narrowed his eyes and re-examined the man in front of him. Only then did he have to admit that Jiang Ning's strength was the true strength of a 3S plus superpower. Samir's repeated concessions during the confrontation and Jiang Ning plant-based superpowers made it easy for people to be confused. Qin Daoyuan was just a little arrogant, but he was not really stupid. It can be seen that Jiang Ning has not yet used all his strength. If the fight continues, it will not be good for him or for Xingxilin. Retreat, Qin Daoyuan said to the remaining members of Xingxilin in his mind. Want to leave? Jiang Ning waved his right hand, and the petals seemed to feel the care, and collectively went towards the Xingxilin team. The Xingxilin members could only release their superpowers to resist. Jiang Ning's mental power was like a bottomless pit, and it didn't show any sign of exhaustion despite such a large-scale consumption. Qin Daoyuan and the other 3 SS showed signs of fatigue after such a long battle, but she was still like nothing happened. What kind of horrible realm has her mental power reached? On the other side, Suseli was watching the show peacefully, until the moment Jiang Ning released the rose. He felt a familiar feeling on it, and then he was sure that it was Jiang Ning who destroyed his card. It can be said that they never took Samir College seriously. Even during the physical examination stage, Samir frequently showed extraordinary strength. But now they have to reformalize this third-rate college. Jiang Ning. This name made the 2 top college commanders, Sosli and Qin Daoyuan, feel a sense of crisis at the same time. Qin Daoyuan, you can't leave. Sosli blocked Qin Daoyuan way. If we don't work together to deal with her today, she will definitely be a disaster in the finals. If you want to kill her, do it yourself. We, Xingxilin, will accompany you. Qin Daoyuan was firm in his attitude. He pushed Sosli's hand, but he didn't push. Jiang Ning was a threat, but he knew that if they, Xingxilin, continued to fight, their ranking in the next game would definitely not improve. It is better to stop now and conserve your energy. The 2 of them were in a stalemate. Sosli took action. His cards flew out, trying to force Qin Daoyuan to stay. A light curtain lit up again in the distance. It was Akamo from Standing College. He was also eliminated by Cheng Yao and another person. Sosli paused and looked at the other side in disbelief. It seemed that something in his heart was gradually getting out of his control. Wu Song led the people from Trandy College and flew a few miles away, and saw the light curtain lit up in the distance. Someone in the team sighed. The fight was so intense. With so many eliminated players, they really have the time to deal with a third-rate college. The main team member said sarcastically. The bleeding on Cole's back had stopped, and the healer was healing her wounds. She looked up and looked into the distance thoughtfully. Look at your wounds. Why did you rush out? Alas. While healing, the healer asked in confusion. Cole did not answer her. After a long time, Kalai felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and a figure enveloped her. Wu Song walked up to her and asked, Do you know the one called Jiang Ning? Her words seemed to be asking, but in fact they were confirming. The person's ability was plant-based, because it was extremely special. Wu Song paid special attention to her before the game. Now she relied on her outstanding performance in the game, and killed Lu Jieri from Standing College alone. Although the process was a bit dramatic, Lu Jieri's stupidity caused his result. But the explosion caused by the thing Jiang Ning threw out at that time was indeed real. Her strength is definitely more than what everyone sees on the surface. Kalai pursed her lips. Facing the main commander, she still couldn't lie. She and I are from the same place. We are from the same hometown. How strong is she? Wu Song asked. If Trinity College wants to win the federal competition, she can't let go of any threat. Kalai thought about it and shook her head. In fact, the 2 have known each other for so long, she didn't know how strong Jiang Ning was. I only know that she can kill double-S mutant plants. Kalai told what she knew. Wu Song lowered his eyes and fell into deep thought. Mutated plants are generally considered 1 level higher than alien beasts. Jiangning can kill S mutant plants, which means that her strength has at least reached the level of killing 3S alien beasts. It is indeed worth guarding against, provided that she has not been eliminated by those two. Wutsong led the team to continue on their journey. Main Commander, the insects around seemed to be slowly disappearing. With the help of the reflection of the firelight, someone in the team was surprised to notice that the insects around were gradually decreasing, not because of the crude oil and fire, but because of the internal disintegration of the insects. Wutsong looked around quickly after hearing this. What the man said was right. The insects around were indeed slowly melting away. What was going on? Incredible, the Wei Xingyu and his team from Samir College actually found the insect mother. The commentator Arakawa widened his eyes. Not only did they find it, they also successfully killed the insect mother. The audience's attention had been on the unprecedented college melee, and they did not notice that Wei Xingyu led the team to kill the insect mother on the other side. Now, when they heard the commentator mention it, they went to the Star Network to find the sliced playback and watched the whole process. In the picture, Wei Xingyu, Wen Renqiao and others followed the traces of the B-22 Pollution Monitoring Center laboratory, and finally found the figure of the worm mother in an underground nest. The worm mother is similar to the alien beast. Its body is several times larger than the ordinary larvae. Its color is a unique flesh pink. The worm mother is similar to the queen ant. It has no attack ability, but it can control the larvae around it to attack everyone. The deeper you go into the cave where the worm mother is, the more violently the larvae around it flutter. Wei Xingyu and Wen Renqiao poured a box of crude oil directly into the cave, setting the whole cave on fire. Many larvae were burned to death, but unfortunately there were too many larvae inside, and the burning flames did not threaten the safety of the larvae mother, and with the warning just now, the larvae mother built her own safety fortress more tightly. All the larvae within a radius of 10 miles gathered in this direction, and the larvae gathered together, forming an extremely huge bipedal creature. The larvae threw a punch at the Samir team, and countless silver dots fell from the sky, like rain, and there was no escape. Wei Xingyu immediately ordered the team to hold up the defense and resist. The fire elementalist attacked, the rest of the psychics defended, and the team spread out radially. On the other side, Wen Renqiao led this team, and directly killed into the insect cave. He found that not only fire can kill insects, but perception can also be used, but both the attack ability and the effect will be greatly reduced. The cave is set up deep underground. After Wen Renqiao escaped into the insect cave, he attacked all the way along the depths. The cave was filled with a smell of gasoline and burning. When the soles of his boots stepped into the cave, there was a sticky and damp feeling. Wen Renqiao released his senses to the maximum, and he rushed to the front. Everything depended on him. The overwhelming insects outside, and his teammates, who were in danger at any time, were all waiting for him. The team he brought in followed him, and cleaned up the insects behind him. He didn't look back, and pierced deep into the cave. The worm mother was waiting at the deepest part. It was like a ball of meat, spread on a stone. The insect mother has independent thinking. A ferocious face. No eyes. And a big mouth with sharp teeth sticking out. Seeing Wen Renqiao coming, the whole insect screamed piercingly. And the silver insects, under the stone seat, all rushed towards him. Wen Renqiao covered his ears. It's so noisy. Several light blades were released around him. He knew it was useless. But his purpose was not to kill the insects. He just needed to delay their steps. After he killed the insect mother in the distance, these damn insects would naturally disappear. Wen Renqiao perception covered the insect mother, and he patiently dissolved it bit by bit. The teammates behind him dealt with those in the insect cave, rushed up, and took the initiative to help Wen Renqiao when they saw him, no longer needing to divide his energy to deal with the surrounding insects. Wen Renqiao fully released his perception to fight against the insect mother. Outside the insect cave, Wei Xingyu and the others struggled to resist the attack of the giant insects. After they combined together, it was difficult for Xiaohua to kill them. The team had to carefully avoid the insects, make sure they were not infected by them, and release supernatural attacks at the same time. No matter how high the mental strength was, it was difficult to bear it. Master Commander, be careful behind you. Unconsciously, even Wei Xingyu felt overwhelmed. There were too many bugs. Wen Renqiao, have you solved it? Wei Xingyu shouted at Wen Renqiao in his mind. There was no response from the other side. After a long time, the people outside the cave finally felt that the bugs were decreasing. Look! The giant is getting smaller. The first person who discovered it quickly asked Wei Xingyu to look at the opposite side. Yes, the giant composed of bugs was getting smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. and the bugs were no longer attacking everyone. The team withdrew their perception and looked towards the direction of the cave. When Renchao led the team members out of the cave, a smile spread across his tired face. He raised his eyebrows and smiled at Wei Xingyu. When I take action, of course, I will kill it without leaving a single piece of armor. Wei Xingyu, too naive. But as the commander, she had to take care of everyone's emotions equally. She praised, great. Thank you for your hard work. Oh! When Renchao moved his arms. I am a little tired. I must find a place to rest tonight. Wei Xingyu, after these bugs are dealt with, we will go to the nearby supply point to exchange some things and then go to rest. No one objected. Wei Xingyu counted the number of people. In the bug tide tonight, they lost a total of 6 members. She synchronized the message to Jiang Ning and told her that the bugs had been dealt with. Jiang Ning did not respond. Jiang Ning teamed up with Cheng Yao to eliminate many members of Xingxilin and Aston Ding. Su Saili finally realized that something was wrong. He issued an order and announced that all members would evacuate. Jiang Ning did not chase after them. After the 2 colleges left, she showed her weakness. Seeing this, Si Yuan hurried over to help her. Jiang Ning, he supported her from the side. Jiang Ning supported his hand and barely stood up. I'm fine. Wei Xingyu said that the insect mother has been dealt with. Let's find a place to rest first, and then continue on our journey after we recover our strength. Jiang Ning said. Okay. After one night, there were only a few assistants left in the team who still had some physical strength, and the mental strength of the rest of the people was almost exhausted. They still had a little spiritual power supplement left in their hands, and they used it with a few capable people, and first got through the night safely. The insects retreated quickly, and all disappeared in half a quarter of an hour. The Semel team was led by Si Yuan at this time, and they found a place to camp 5 kilometers away. The teams of each college suffered a lot of damage tonight, and it was difficult for them to do anything else. What they really need to guard against tonight is the strange beasts in the stadium. When the insect tide came, the strange beasts in the stadium seemed to have disappeared suddenly, and did not appear. Now that the insect tide has receded, it is their turn to come out and move around. Half of the people, including Jiang Ning, were resting in the tent. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was dawn. They couldn't rest for long. For 3 hours, until about 7 o'clock in the morning, there was nothing unusual, and the people in the tent were still resting. At nearly 10 past 8, there was finally a little movement around. Si Yuan pricked up his ears and sent out his senses. There are strange beasts. S level or above. The dozen people in the team immediately became alert and looked around vigilantly. A group of long silver-white worms emerged from the surrounding soil. No way. They are coming again? Because of everything they experienced last night. Everyone got goosebumps when they saw the silver worms. Chapter 134 Mulberry Leaf Insect. Calm down, it's just an ordinary beast. At the critical moment, Si Yuan stabilized the team's morale. Everyone looked carefully. The insects in front of them were indeed different from last night. They were a little fatter, and their bodies were bit into a C shape. After the melee, the main camera of the Federation returned to the first-rate colleges. Now that all the second-rate colleges in the arena have been eliminated, the audience's attention can only be shifted downwards, and the attention will be divided to the original third-rate colleges. There are only a few colleges worth paying attention to. The main camera does not broadcast a mere college, so the audience can only flock to the live broadcast room of Bohemia Media. Xiao Yueli returned to the competition area early in the morning. After learning about what happened last night, she sorted out her thoughts and prepared to start broadcasting. The live broadcast of local media is not as restricted as the official one. They use the dual-screen live broadcast format and focus on one of them without leaving anyone behind. Both teams are now resting and reorganizing. The morning is particularly quiet. When Si Yuan and the others showed their vigilance, the audience in the stadium saw the traces of the insects before them and showed the same surprise. Xiao Yueli realized that the audience had misunderstood, and she coughed and explained, "This is an S-level exotic beast. The mulberry leafworm, which feeds on decaying matter, lives in the soil, and attacks with its mouthparts. There are 4 forms of mulberry leafworms from larvae to maturity. The one they encountered was a mulberry leafworm in the first stage, also known as an ant silkworm. As mulberry leafworms continue to grow, their levels will also evolve to a certain extent. Mature silkworms can reach up to level 3S. Xiao Yueli explained diligently. As she spoke, she felt relieved for Si Yuan and the others. Fortunately, These mulberry leaf worms are still in the larval stage, otherwise. With a few of them now, they wouldn't be enough to make a silkworm moth. The intelligent camera robot is very good at capturing images. In the camera, Siyuan's face was infinitely magnified, and countless people were struck by his beauty, and the comments immediately went off topic. This guy has really good genes. He should have more children with this appearance. Hee, will you have a child with Jiang Ning? Both of them are 3S+, and the child born will definitely have high mental strength. Speaking of which, Siyuan's attitude towards Jiang Ning during the competition is quite considerate. In a private manner far away in the capital star, the housekeeper Afu turned on the live broadcast of the federal competition. Ever since Master Siyuan participated in the federal competition, the first thing he did every day when he got up was to go to the living room, turn on the live broadcast room of Bohemia Media, and then sit on the sofa to watch. There were many shots of the master in the camera today, and Bohemia Media even gave him a close-up. Afu nodded with satisfaction. It was worth it for him to spend money on streaming, and to get them the best and latest equipment. But why is there something wrong with the barrage today? Miss Jiang Ning. Butler Afu called out this name to himself. She is very powerful. He knew it since the first day, when the young master transferred to Samir Academy. The young master tried every means to get close to her every day, trying to learn from her how to use supernatural powers normally. Afu did not stop him. He privately investigated Jiang Ning's background and knew that she was from a numbered star. Even a place like a slum. Such a person actually has the same 3S+ mental power as the young master. He was very surprised in his heart. But he kept a distance from Jiang Ning on the surface. As long as she did not hurt the young master Siyuan, he would not care about her. Until later, the young master could really use his supernatural powers normally. He was really happy for the young master. She did what countless experts and doctors could not do. I believe the deceased husband and wife must be very relieved to know. After that, the young master told her that she should be more polite when she saw Miss Jiang Ning in the future. Of course, the young master didn't need to say more. Jiang Ning was the benefactor of the C family. As the housekeeper of the C family, he should be close and polite to the benefactor of the master's family. The barrage mentioned Siyuan's attitude towards Jiang Ning. Afu thought about it carefully. What is the young master's attitude towards Miss Jiang Ning? Do you really like her? He doesn't know, he's just a housekeeper. The young master has grown up, and he won't tell him everything, especially about emotions. But based on his understanding of the young master, there are probably some signs, after all. He has never seen the young master so attentive to anyone. Afu sat on the back of the sofa, supporting his hands and thinking, maybe he will have to be more polite when he sees Miss Jiang Ning in the future. Afu's sight returned to the live broadcast of the game. Under the high-definition camera, Siyuan's face was full of determination. He shouted, "Line up, attack." As his voice fell, everyone launched ordinary attacks at the ant silkworms on the ground. The ant silkworms had just emerged from the hatching stage, and their skin was not so hardened. Everyone was at S level, so it would take some effort to deal with them. But they could still hold on. It took the 10 people some time to finally clean up. Just as they were about to clean up the battlefield, they suddenly felt a chill on their necks. And the chill slowly climbed up their spines. No! There is something else. Siyuan turned around, and a huge monster flew out from behind him. It was covered with white scales, had 2 pairs of wings behind it, and its head evolved into a spherical shape. Everyone's heart tightened. It was a silkworm moth. It really appeared. If they hadn't just dealt with ant silkworms, it would be difficult to be sure that the two were actually the same thing. Apart from the similar color, there was no other similarity between them. Now was not the time to worry about whether the two looked alike. The silkworm moth was a 3S level monster, and they could not deal with it. Should we wake up Jiang Ning? A boy next to him glanced at Siyuan. He also knew that Jiang Ning had consumed a lot of energy last night, and might not have recovered in such a short time, but the current situation was obviously not something they could handle. Siyuan was silent for a moment. He first tentatively called Jiang Ning twice in his mind, and seeing that she did not respond, he immediately prepared to walk into the tent. The boy was right, they could not handle it, and asking Jiang Ning to come out was the best way. Siyuan secretly hated his mental power. If he could convert and compress faster, and accumulate more superpowers, he wouldn't have to bother Jiang Ning and others. Siyuan walked into the tent, and saw Jiang Ning had already dressed and sat up. Jiang Ning slept lightly. She woke up when the silkworm appeared. She didn't show up because she thought she could solve it with Siyuan. Now that the silkworm moth appeared, She had to show up. The silkworm moth flapped its wings, and the strong wind swept the surrounding sand and soil around. Everyone struggled to maintain the defense barrier. The silkworm moth is good at high-altitude combat. It is very fast. Its white scales will fall with its impact. If people around inhale a certain amount of it, they will get respiratory infections and die. The yellow sand raged like crazy in the wind, destroying everyone and everything without mercy. In this suffocating dimness, a new green sprout broke out of the ground, growing wildly, and the tight vines wrapped around the body of the silkworm moth, pulling it to the ground. The silkworm moth flapped its wings and tried to struggle. Jiangning was concerned about the preciousness of the 3S beast, and was careful not to damage it. So after she bound it, she only used peas to attack. It took her less than 3 minutes to kill the silkworm moth. The whistling wind stopped. The clouds and mist dispersed, and the sun shone down. Wake everyone up. Pack up, and get ready to continue on the journey, Jiangning said to the people around her. Jiangning's words had a certain deterrent power, and the team acted quickly. It took less than 10 minutes from the time she said this to the time everyone set out on the journey. The competition has reached the 6th day. They have just left the first city. There is still a long way to go. Jiangning went to the supply point and exchanged all the supplies needed in advance. Samir's current points totaled 542 points. According to the previous team championship records, this number must reach at least 1,000 in the next 4 days. If the team in the arena is a little bit volatile, this number will have to be raised. At least 1,200 points are needed to be completely stable. Jiangning made a rough prediction of the subsequent journey. They could accumulate 80 to 100 points at most. If Saya Ben Academy could give 80 points, the total would be 180 points. Wei Xingyu still needed to accumulate 300 points. This was without consuming points. If they encountered any unexpected situation, they would consume a lot of points, and their scores would drop. She wanted to speed up the progress, because she also considered that the first team to reach the finish line could add 50 points to the total score. However, according to the current progress, it will be almost the 9th day when they reach the finish line, which is when the competition among the teams is the most intense. The difference in points between the first and second teams to reach the finish line is 20 points. And perhaps the difference from the first place is just these 20 points. So according to past practice, there must be a big battle waiting for them before the finish line. Jiangning gathered her strength along the way and rushed to the finish line at the fastest speed. The situation on the road was slightly better than she expected. There were quite a lot of exotic beasts on the road they chose, and the accumulated points were 20 more than the original estimate. In the training room of Aston Ding, Lu Jerry and Akamo sat together. On the other side of the negotiation table was the teacher in charge of tactics and strategy of Aston Ding Academy. Lu Jerry woke up from the treatment cabin 2 days ago. His burned skin was repaired biologically. His body has fully recovered. However, the scene of the fight on the field that day has been lingering in his mind. He clenched his fists. He felt humiliated when he thought of that day. Jerry, the team leader, called him. Lu Jerry came back to his senses, looking at Jiangning information on the screen in front of him. Although you have been eliminated, you still need to review the game carefully to pave the way for your future life, the team leader said. Yes. Lu Jerry lowered his eyes, his voice muffled. Okay. The team leader nodded, knowing that this incident hurt his self-esteem, and didn't say anything more. Her attention returned to the official website of the Federation tournament. It's about to enter the final stage. Let's pay attention to the points of each college. In the official forum, there are enthusiastic viewers who record the data of each college in real time. The team leader only counted the data of his own school. If you want to know how Aston Ding College ranks this year, you need to check it yourself on the official website. Chapter 135. Attack Jiangning with all your strength. Lu Jerry was stunned for a few seconds after seeing the data. Not only him, but also the members of Aston Ding Academy who were eliminated and sitting in the training room were all in disbelief. Teacher, this person's record is not accurate. Right? Lu Jerry frowned. According to the points recorded above, their Aston Ding Academy ranked 4th, even behind Samir Academy. The team leader said seriously, Federal Tournament Report. Although it is an unofficial account, the data it records is the most accurate, and it is similar to the official results reported at the end of each year. Therefore, this account is very popular, and the likes and comments of each post have exceeded 1 million. Seeing that the students below were still questioning, The team leader called up another interface, which showed the score of Aston Ding Academy, as of 8 o'clock this morning. The device on the wrist of the Aston Ding team counted 983 points. Federal Tournament report the recording time was midnight this morning. The data of the two is not much different. After the battle with Semel Academy, you lost a total of 8 S-level psychics, plus 2 main combat forces. You can still maintain this ranking because the losses of Zinxelen Academy were more severe than yours. The leader teacher said word by word. All the members' faces flushed instantly. Sorry, teacher. It depends on whether Saucily and the others can turn the tables. The leader teacher sighed. At this point, it is meaningless to blame them. Lu Jieri and Akam returned their eyes to the screen. Currently, the leading position is still King's College with 1057 points, the second is Trinity College with 1020 points, the third is Semel College with 987 points, and the fourth is Aston Ding College with 983 points. Zinxelen is in 5th place, but the difference is only 2 points. They currently have 981 points. After that, they are all third-rate colleges, including Sayaben College, and the gap with the first 5 colleges is very large. They are generally still in the 500 or 600 points. They have opened up a gap of 74 points with King's College. Now it is the last day, it is a bit difficult to catch up, but they are very close to Samir College and New West Forest College in the ranking. If they work hard, they may be able to maintain the 3rd place. The members of Aston Ding College absolutely believe in their main commander, but with a gap of an S-level beast, can they really let Samir College suppress them? The competition is almost at the last moment, and all the colleges are rushing towards the finish line. Jiangning. On the way, the team leader stopped her. We only have so many people. If we meet those colleges again, we will inevitably have to fight. Why don't you take Cheng Yao and others to go first, and we will stay to deal with other teams. Yes. After entering Semel, I never thought that I could go so far in the Federation competition. It's all thanks to you. Anyway, I have no regrets. I can help you delay the pace of other teams before they are eliminated. I can brag about it when I get out. The other members nodded. They all watched Jiangning climb up step by step in the Semel College supernatural competition. They knew their own strengths and Jiangning's strengths. And even if they survived now, they would be beaten by other colleges in the individual competition. Jiangning thought carefully about what they said just now. Your idea makes sense. We can indeed assign some people to go to the finish line to pull the flag. After hearing this, the team felt relieved. But the next second, Jiangning said, It's not me who is heading to the finish line, but you. Everyone was stunned. Just when they wanted to ask why. She continued, Now I have become a target in the eyes of other colleges. If they don't find my trace in Semel's team, they will definitely be suspicious. But you are different. Jiangning looked up at the members who had just spoken and said, It is normal for the team to lose a few S-level psychics. It is not easy to arouse suspicion from others. So it is most suitable for you to go and pull out the flag. The rules of the game are that as long as any one person in the team reaches the finish line, it will be counted as a result. She, Cheng Yao, Si Yuan and another double S-level boy must stay. Jiangning selected a few players, whose names she couldn't even remember from the remaining personnel. 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and 2 auxiliary ability users. After a brief exchange with a few people, the team split up again, and Jiangning led the rest of the people to continue on the original route. About an hour later, the person sent out to investigate flew back. We found a large thorn forest ahead. There may be mutant plants. Do we need to take a detour? The person asked Jiangning. Jiangning shook her head. The thorn forest marked on the map is very large. It will take a lot of time to take a detour. And what we lack most at the moment is points. Although their current points are not small, they are definitely not enough to be compared with the 4 first-class colleges. She remembered that the first place in the team competition last year was 1050. This year, the overall strength of each college is slightly stronger than the whole year. So the final result should be 50 to 100 higher than 1050. According to 1100, they are still 113 points short. It is not certain how many points Sayaben can provide in the end. If we conservatively estimate 50 points, they are still 63 points short. Jiangning prays that the mutant plants in the thorn forest are of a higher level, so that after they kill them, their points can be higher. Wei Xingyu has not found any strange beasts, and they are rushing towards them with all their strength. Everyone, open the defense barrier. Be careful. Don't get stabbed. Jiangning reminded everyone. The team shuttled through a world of withered yellow and gray-brown. The branches of thorns twisted and tangled together. Everything around was in a mess. Except for the occasional cluster of orange-red on the top, the world seemed to have no other colors. Normal form of Euphorbia pilosa. Si-Yuan whispered softly. Jiangning perception spread around. She could capture the movements within a few kilometers, not to mention the voices next to her. Si-Yuan words were clearly heard by her. She was a little surprised that Si-Yuan actually knew these thorns. Tiger thorn plum, also known as iron crabapple, has a decadent beauty. In her previous world, many people liked to plant it as an ornamental plant. But this thing is covered with thorns. Once there are too many of them, it will become dangerous. Half an hour later, several colleges finally met near the exit. You again. Qin Daoyuan's eyes fell on Jiangning, and his brows were furrowed. Friends, this road is not for you alone. Why can't we go on it? Jiangning chuckled. His voice was a bit careless. Qin Daoyuan pursed his lips. Last time, they and Aston Ding's two teams joined forces, and didn't get any benefits from her. Now he had to swallow his anger. On the other side, Rowena from King's College suddenly jumped up at Bai Feiyu's eyes. She was very fast and punched Jiangning. Jiangning didn't move. Zheng Yao released his perception at the first time and raised a wall of earth in front of her to resist. Another double S boy next to Zheng Yao attacked Rowena with a light blade. Rowena raised her hand and grabbed a shield from somewhere, blocking the attack. The two teams started fighting in the blink of an eye, and both sides reacted quickly. In their first fight, Zheng Yao felt that Rowena's strength was not in the same league as Akumo's. Although both of them were 3S psychics, Rowena was obviously one level stronger. You want to join together? Bai Feiyu asked lightly. She was asking Qin Daoyuan. New West Forest and King's College have joined forces. In the live broadcast room of Bohemia Media, the audience raised questions. No. I came from the main live broadcast room. And I didn't see the cross-shot of the two colleges. Isn't Bai Feiyu inviting Xi and Shilin? No. Qin Daoyuan glanced at the three people fighting over there. And his reason told him that it would be best not to provoke Semel College again. He rejected Bai Feiyu's invitation and led the team to leave. You go and pull the flag, Bai Feiyu said to the dozen people behind him. And then took the remaining members and left the battlefield. Half of the King's College's combat power is here. They have only one goal today, which is to eliminate Jiangning, a threat that may appear at any time. After all the second-rate colleges are eliminated, it is certain that Semel College will enter the finals. Jiangning appearance will inevitably have a certain impact on their subsequent individual competitions. So while the teammates can still cooperate in the team competition, they should eliminate her first. Bai Feiyu is not without confidence in himself, nor in Luo Wena. But it is always better to be safe. The King's College's large army attacked. There were only a few people in their team. They had no resistance at all. After a while, light screens kept lighting up. Those who were eliminated were all from Samir. Jiangning looked around, releasing attacks while resisting. The plants she summoned were hidden in the thorn forest, as if the mutant plants themselves were attacking. No one in the two teams noticed that the thorns of the surrounding tiger thorn bushes were moving. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, the thorns of the tiger thorn bush became tighter and tighter. Jiangning tilted her head and finally noticed something was wrong. Pa! A thorn hit Jiangning and Bai Feiyu, and the surrounding tiger thorn suddenly came alive and twisted wildly. It was as if the fight between the crowd disturbed it, and it started to get angry. This thought flashed through Jiangning's mind. She thought it was a bit absurd, but when she recalled the green heart in the M001 contaminated area, she felt it was reasonable. Both the pollution source and the polluting organisms have a certain consciousness. After years of pollution, they have formed a complete pollution ecosystem inside. They will feel that external intervention, such as human activities disturbing them, is also normal. After all, no one wants a group of strange animals to break into their home one day. They started fighting as soon as they got angry, and woke me up when I was sleeping soundly in bed. When Jiangning was stunned, Bai Feiyu's attack fell again. Fortunately, Zheng Yao reacted quickly, and her attack hit the earth wall. The King's College did not stop attacking because of the mutant plants. On the contrary, their attacks became more and more intense. The mutant plants plus the attacks of Bai Feiyu and his group, they eliminated more people at once. Chapter 136. Congratulations to Samir Academy for successfully reaching the finish line. The tiger thorn shrub is a mutant double S plant, not of high level, But there are so many tiger thorn shrubs around, it is difficult to distinguish which one is the real one in a short time. Jiangning raised both hands. White perception overflowed from the palm. With the direction of the Samir team's combat power as the boundary, many green vines emerged from the soil. The vines combined into a huge net, blocking the tiger thorn shrubs outside. She divided some of her energy, and dealt with the situation on both sides at the same time. Bai Feiyu was flying in the air. As her perception was released, a strong airflow gathered around her body, and the airflow swirled around Bai Feiyu. As the whirlwind spun faster and faster, the airflow gradually formed a large hurricane. She spread her hands, activated her skills, and the whirlwind left her body and rushed towards Jiangning at high speed. Wherever the hurricane reached, the dust on the ground was lifted up, and even the vines and tiger thorns summoned by Jiangning were shaken by the impact of this strong airflow. In a hurry, it was Si Yuan who blocked the wind blade for her by holding the lotus leaf. The lotus leaf was broken by the powerful cutting force of the wind blade, and Si Yuan, who was holding it, also received a considerable impact. Jiangning freed one hand and helped him up lightly, so that they did not fall down. At the same time, another boy from King's College, who cooperated with Bai Feiyu, held a silver bow and fired 3 ice arrows at the same time, shooting straight in the direction of the two. Jiangning quickly pushed Si Yuan aside, and drew a circle in the air with her right hand. As she stopped moving, a huge wall of nuts appeared in front of her. The ice arrow was intercepted in midair by the nut wall, and could not penetrate an inch. Cheng Yao and another boy next to him launched attacks together, and took the opportunity to attack the King's College person at the same time. The King's College also reacted quickly. Luo Wen rushed out with a punch, and Cheng Yao and the others' attacks were interrupted again. After a brief confrontation between the two sides, the other 3 people fought together again. Bai Feiyu's expression was almost indifferent, and his hands did not stop moving, and he released several rounds of wind blades in succession. Jiangning held the huge nut in her hand, as if she was holding a shield. The blue veins on her wrist were clearly visible, and the wind blades and ice arrows were all blocked by it. Crack! Under the strong attack from the opposite side, she clearly heard the nut make a crisp sound. Jiangning had a feeling that the nut wall would not last long. Bai Feiyu wind blade will have a 3-second gap after being released once. This time is her mental power cooling period. Si Yuan's voice sounded in her mind. Jiangning understood. This is almost a common problem for all elemental power users. This time was also set by Si Yuan in the game. She had seen her duel with Wu Song in the game before. Wu Song also used this cooling period to defeat her. But Jiangning is not like Wu Song. Wu Song is a space-based psychic. She can rely on her psychic power to get close to Bai Feiyu without anyone noticing. But she can't. She is just a plant-based psychic. Jiangning's eyes flickered for a moment. If she wants to get close to Bai Feiyu, she has to think of other ways. When Bai Feiyu's 5th wind blade came, the nut wall in Jiangning's hand shattered. Jiangning jumped up at the same time and took back the hand that was controlling the tiger thorn berry. Freed from the restraints of the surrounding vines, the tiger thorn berry twisted even more crazily. Everyone was inevitably hurt by the revengeful behavior of the tiger thorn. While Bai Feiyu was dealing with the tiger thorn, Jiangning raised his arm and aimed at Bai Feiyu's head and chest. Bai Feiyu stepped back half a step and turned sideways. When her eyes touched this, the wind blade directly crushed the rose petals. She looked into the distance and frowned immediately. Jiangning disappeared. Bai Feiyu looked around and saw a huge nut rushing towards her at a very fast speed. Bai Feiyu. She continued to launch shock waves at the nuts. Jiangning was as tenacious as an indestructible cockroach. Her mental power was endless. The plants she summoned were varied, and new species kept appearing. It was really not easy to deal with her. Bai Feiyu held her breath and concentrated. Taking a deep breath, she rose to a certain height. For a moment, everyone only felt the sky changing, and the surrounding wind kept gathering towards this side. The cooldown period of her attack skill this time will be longer, should be about 5 seconds. Jiangning mind heard Si Yuan's voice again. Got it, she replied. Jiangning pushed against the wall of nuts, and shuttled through the thorn forest. Strangely enough, none of these tiger thorns hit her. When Bai Feiyu wind blade and another person's ice arrow were released, Jiangning threw nuts at the same time. She jumped up with all her strength, stepped on the thrown nuts, and headed towards the eye of the storm. To outsiders, Jiangning's action was to seek death. The hurricane had a very strong attraction, and everything within a few meters seemed to be pulled into the eye of the storm. Jiangning was very fast. In the blink of an eye, She bypassed the oncoming hurricane and came to Bai Feiyu's side. She gathered her perception in her hands at the same time. The bright red petals flew out of her palms. Before it could get close to Bai Feiyu, an invisible light curtain suddenly appeared outside her body, completely separating her from the person opposite. Congratulations to Semel College for successfully reaching the finish line. The team's total score plus 50. The finish line also emitted a beam of light, and the voice of the broadcast was reported in the stadium. Congratulations to Betty College for successfully reaching the finish line. Team total score plus 30. The two broadcasts. The time interval is no more than 10 seconds. The Semel people in the thorn forest, who were wrapped in the finish line light curtain, almost laughed out loud. What happened to those 4 first-class colleges? It's fine that they couldn't beat Semel, but Betty College actually took the second place. The finish line light curtain is also called the transmission light curtain. After it lights up, it will directly transmit the team to the exit within 30 seconds. After Jiang Ning and others left, only the King's College group was left. Bai Feiyu's eyes were dull for a moment. Feiyu? Luo Wenna called her. Bai Feiyu reacted and quickly dodged the whip. She didn't know whether she should be glad that Samir had reached the finish line, otherwise she would have been eliminated by Jiang Ning's attack just now. But Bai Feiyu couldn't be happy. Let's go! Bai Feiyu's voice didn't show any emotion. Samir Academy was gone, and they didn't have to stay here any longer. They came out! They came out! The exit was surrounded by spectators and media friends. Samir College and Betty College came out together. The media searched among the two teams and successfully found Jiang Ning. Some in the audience shouted her name loudly, and some media handed over the microphone. Jiang Ning, is your mental power really 3S+? How do you summon those plants? Do you have many plant-related abilities like this? Various questions were asked to her one after another. Jiang Ning kept smiling, come one by one. Jiang Ning, I don't know how other plant departments are, but as far as I know, our plant department at Samir College knows it. As soon as she said this, the effect that Principal Bata wanted was instantly achieved. As soon as the interview video was released online, many people on the Star Internet said that they would apply for Samir College next year. Another group of people saw that they could not interview Jiang Ning and turned their attention to Wei Xingyu and others on the side. The score of Samir College this year is expected to compete for the first place. As the main commander of this time, how do you feel now? What do you want to say? Wei Xingyu opened his mouth. But before he could speak, when Ren Chao on the side spoke first, he lifted his hair and said, We Samir took first place. Isn't that obvious? The media choked and asked other questions. The remaining colleges in the arena also came out of the arena more than 10 minutes later. At that time, Samir College was still being interviewed near the exit. TSK. What are you so proud of? Facing the big talk of Samir College, the Xingxilin team and the Astanding team rolled their eyes at the same time. The scores haven't come out yet, and it's not their turn to be first. As soon as the people from Astanding College finished complaining, a microphone was handed to them. Excuse me. Many people from your Astanding College were eliminated by a third-rate college this year, including the main members of 3S. What do you think about this? What do they think? They wanted to kill Jiang Ning. Saucily took the microphone, and a very weird smile appeared on his face. In the next game, what we lost in Astanding College will be taken back from Samir one by one. As soon as Saucily finished speaking, there was an uproar among the crowd around him. Is Astanding College openly declaring war on Semel College? Wow. This is going to be interesting. The interviews with the colleges lasted about half an hour, and then ended. All the students were led by their team leaders to sit in the hovercraft they had taken when they came, and return to the resting place prepared for them by the organizer. After the competition officially ended, the organizers would count the results of each college as soon as possible, and there would be an award ceremony tomorrow. After the team rested, Wei Xingyu went to Saya Ben College, communicated with Qingzhou, and went to find the organizer. It was common for colleges to cooperate with each other and exchange points in previous competitions, so the scores will not be announced until tomorrow, which also has this meaning. On the way back to the rest area, Jiang Ning felt that when Ren Chao's gaze was a little strange today, and the whole person exuded a greasy feeling from the inside out. Although he used to pay attention to his image and his words revealed narcissism, he was generally refreshing. Unlike now, when Ren Chao, Jiang Ning called him softly. When Ren Chao turned his head, and he looked very happy. Why are you calling me? Nothing, I just thought you looked weird after coming out of the stadium. Do you want to go for a checkup? Jiang Ning showed some concern on his face. When Ren Chao heard the word checkup, he shook his head. I'm fine, maybe I just came out and haven't adapted to it for a while, I'd be fine after a rest. Jiang Ning kept paying attention to the expression on his face. What Ren Chao pupils moved to the upper right when he spoke. Then you should have a good rest. She did not continue to ask him. Anyway, after the award ceremony tomorrow, there will be a collective inspection to correct the negative impact of the polluted area. Seeing that Jiang Ning did not intend to ask again, when Ren Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But what he did not know was that all his actions were seen by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning gave Si Yuan a look, and Si Yuan immediately understood what she meant. He walked to when Ren Chao sighed. Let's go, I go back with you to rest. Ah? When Ren Chao was a little surprised. The two of them left with their arms around each other. Jiang Ning also returned to her dormitory. But before she could wash up, her door was knocked. The person who came was a woman. Jiang Ning was stunned. Who are you? Hello. I am Hua Changjun, the commentator of this Federation Supernatural competition. Hua Changjun introduced himself. Hello. Jiang Ning from Semel College. Jiang Ning glanced at her, not understanding why the commentator would come to her. Hua Changjun pointed behind him. Can I come in? Jiang Ning turned aside. There were 4 people living in their dormitory. Wei Xingyu had not returned from the competition yet. The other 2 were washing up. Now she was the only one in the dormitory. After closing the door, Hua Changjun came straight to the point. You have something in your hand. You brought it out from the competition venue. It was her. Jiang Ning immediately understood that it was Hua Changjun who sent the venue staff to ask her for something. There were too many things that happened later. She almost forgot about the chip. If Hua Changjun had not come to her in advance, there would have been a lot of trouble later. I won't waste my words with you. The chip in your hand is very important. To avoid trouble, I think it's better for you to give it to me, Hua Changjun said. Jiang Ning took out the chip from the nano ring. I can give it to you. But I want to know what the black eyeball symbol inside means. The research of the B22 Pollution Monitoring Center is related to the silver-white bugs that appeared on the field. Researchers including Fang Ji were killed by these bugs. But this is obviously not related to the black eyeball. Perhaps it has other meanings. People are curious and eager to learn. And Jiang Ning is no exception. She stared at Hua Changjun's eyes, as if she would not take the chip from her unless Hua Changjun told her today. You are a student. I advise you not to wade into this muddy water. Hua Changjun narrowed his eyes and warned. Jiang Ning did not speak, and looked very tough. After Hua Changjun succeeded as the general manager of the Federal Ability Committee, she rarely had to worry about interpersonal relationships. Those people would be more polite to her because of her status. The person in front of him was a student after all. And she was from the numbered star. You really won't give it to me? Hua Changjun didn't tell Jiang Ning about her plan. She seemed to ask again to confirm. Jiang Ning remained silent. Okay. Then you keep it for yourself. Hua Changjun didn't stop at all. Turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Ning couldn't understand it anyway. The moment her hand grasped the door handle, Jiang Ning's voice sounded behind her. Is Teacher Hua leaving now? I have something else in my hand. Would you like to see it together? Jiang Ning blinked. She was sure that the things inside must be very important to Hua Changjun. So much so that she came to her again and again to ask for it. Hua Changjun paused. And really stopped. The commentator needed to switch the camera of the game in real time. They could not take care of every corner at all times. Maybe Jiang Ning got something else when she couldn't see it and didn't show it. What is it? She asked. Jiang Ning, a research notebook. This time it was Hua Changjun's turn to be silent. After a long time, she said in a compromised tone, I can tell you, but you have to promise to give me everything you get. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded obediently. Hua Changjun raised his eyelids, took a deep breath. Where is the stuff? Wait a minute. Jiang Ning said to Hua Changjun. I need to call my companion back. Hua Changjun crossed his arms. Jiang Ning brought a chair out of the dormitory. Teacher Hua, please sit down. She sent a message to Wei Xingyu, who was already on his way back. In the dormitory, only Hua Changjun and Jiang Ning were silent. I have seen your supernatural power. Is your teacher Zhou Yuanshan? Hua Changjun took the initiative to start a topic. Jiang Ning nodded slightly. Yes, does Teacher Hua know you? Hua Changjun. I met him a few times when I went to Red Star many years ago. The fact that plants can attack really overturned my cognition. It is our blessing to be praised by Teacher Hua. Although Jiang Ning had never met Hua Changjun, She had also learned about him on StarNet. Jun was one of the best in the supernatural world. Jun inexplicably heard a hint of sarcasm in her words. But Jiang Ning looked calm and seemed to feel really honored. Well, adults' thoughts are indeed more complicated. Jun fell into self-reflection. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Wei Xingyu finally came back. Jiang Ning pulled her over, and the two of them said something. Wei Xingyu turned around and took out a notebook from the side of the bed. Jun frowned subconsciously. Such an important thing. They just put it casually on the bedside? And she had been here for so long and didn't notice it. Jiang Ning took the notebook from her and handed it to Jun together with a chip in her hand. Teacher, what? Don't break your promise. Jun looked at the things in his hand. Come with me. She led people into an explanation and negotiation room. Jun looked around. There was no one in the negotiation room, but she still set up an isolation barrier around it. Okay. Jun inserted the chip into his star brain, and then opened the viewing permission. Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu sat opposite each other, looking like good kids who listened carefully to the teacher's class. You should all have learned about some organizations in the Federation that sell banned drugs in the dark. Jun found a starting point and began to talk slowly. Jiang Ning nodded. Is the black eyeball symbol related to this matter? She continued to listen with a skeptical attitude. Jun continued. The official has sent teams to investigate many times, tracing the source from the drug dealers. The ultimate source of the drug ingredients in these people is a black eyeball. After many investigations, we finally found that this black eyeball is actually a source of pollution. Jiang Ning didn't expect that the drug dealer's matter was so involved. She remembered that after Si Yuan took Renji's bottle of medicine back, it was left unresolved. It seemed that the authorities had stopped it in the end. Since it has been found out, why not solve it? Jiang Ning asked. Although the pollution source is not as good as the alien beast, the Federation has had many means for so many years. It shouldn't be impossible to solve even one pollution source. Right? Jun has already said this. And there is nothing he can't say to the two people. This is the difficulty of this matter. The black eyeball is like an evolution of the pollution source. Research has found that it has a very high IQ, even comparable to that of humans. It can hide its tracks and shuttle between any pollution area, so it is difficult to capture. The chip and notes you got on B-22 should be the traces of the black eyeballs that researchers have captured there. Jun said. Jiang Ning touched his chin and thought seriously. That means when the black eyeball appears, there are two pollution sources in a pollution area? Yes. Jun nodded. But according to research, usually after the black eyeball appears, the pollution source in the original pollution area will lose its activity. Wei Xingyu said, is this related to the bugs that appeared in the stadium? Jun, yes. There are some. Those bugs are the most primitive pollution species, which are of certain significance for studying the evolution of pollution sources. But now the insect mother has been killed by us. The two realized the problem. Chapter 137. The pollution source is evolving internally. If the pollution species is gone, we can continue to look for it. If this happens in the arena, anyone would choose to kill the queen insect. Jun said. Jiang Ning thought about it carefully, and still felt that something was wrong. What does the trouble that Mr. Hu mentioned before mean? If the Federation's research on the black eyeball pollution source is conducted in secret, then who else would target it? It's the pollution source itself. Jun's expression suddenly became serious. The Federation has developed for so many years. Not only are we humans evolving, but the pollution area is also evolving. The black eyeball wants to continue to expand its territory and pollute all the land, and we want to take back the lost land. The two sides have been fighting openly and secretly for who knows how long. Wait. Wei Xingyu was surprised. You mean our enemy is a pollution source? How to attack the pollution source? Now that things have come to this, I might as well tell you in advance. Jun pulled out a chair and sat opposite the two. With your excellence, you will definitely join the military in the future and serve the Federation. You will know it by then. I am just telling you the truth about the pollution zone in advance. Jun. The pollution zone was formed in a starburst hundreds of years ago. Several galaxies collided with each other. Stellar winds and supernova explosions almost affected the entire interstellar range. After that, many areas were affected by electromagnetic radiation. Plants began to die on a large scale, and organisms mutated. Star citizens evacuated from these areas and retreated to safe areas. These areas affected by electromagnetic radiation were designated as pollution zones. No longer approach these areas. With the development of science and technology, people have a certain understanding of the contaminated areas, and slowly began to re-enter these contaminated areas, explore the inside of the contaminated areas, and find ways to repair them. Jiang Ning's previous understanding of the contaminated areas was very fragmented. Perhaps it was mentioned in the Interstellar Enlightenment, but she had never been to school before. This was the first time she learned about the history of the contaminated areas from Huichajun. Huichajun, scholars have studied multiple contaminated areas and found that they all have a pollution source inside. Although the pollution source of each contaminated area has different forms, without exception, they are the core of the entire contaminated area. The pollution source has a great impact on the surrounding environment. It is easy to kill it with the means of the current Federation. But Huichajun's eyelashes trembled as she blinked. Destroying the pollution source will not restore the polluted area. It will only cause it to undergo a long evolution again and form a new pollution source. Killing is not our nature. Our goal is to govern. Jiang Ning understood. The Federation has been working in this direction. Whether it is the plant growth regulator that can effectively isolate pollution produced by one Wuxing company, or the transplantation of all aspects from soil to plants by Yuansha Group at a high price. The purpose is to improve the environment of the polluted area. Until recent decades, researchers have discovered that the pollution source is undergoing self-evolution. The evolution is divided into two directions. One is like the black eyeball pollution source, which is extremely alienated. The other pollution source has a faint sign of self-repair. Huichajun said. Speaking of self-repair of pollution sources, Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu looked at each other and thought of the green heart of the N001 pollution zone at the same time. Huichajun's voice continued, the black eyeball is the most evolved of all the extremely alienated pollution zones. And it is also the earliest. It is just like its name, monitoring every corner of the Interstellar at all times. The black eyeball has no human body and cannot leave the contaminated area, but it can control the human body and consciousness to achieve its purpose through the parasitism of contaminated spores. The two felt a sense of terror just by listening to it. Jiang Ning even had goosebumps on his forearms. If it is creepy to have a pair of eyes watching everyone in the dark. Then Huichajun later mention of controlling human consciousness through parasitism of contaminated spores pushed this sense of horror to a climax. So many people shuttle back and forth in the contaminated area every day, and they are parasitized by the contaminated spores at some point. The black eyeball can control these people. Imagine, when you are walking on the street, there are people parasitized by the eyeball among the strangers who pass by in a hurry. These people are all potential dangers. You don't know when their bodies will be controlled by the source of contamination, and the sharp blade will stab you in the next second. When in the N001 contaminated area, Quillen suddenly rushed out, even going so far as to blow up the green heart through the self-destruction mode. Now think about it carefully, was Quillen's body and consciousness already controlled by the black eyeball at that time? Huichajun looked at the two people's reactions, and suddenly smiled. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the contaminated area. When you enter the military area in the future, you will be exposed to more. Isn't it a little restraint? These contaminated spores parasitize on people. And the equipment can't detect them? Jiang Ning asked. It can be detected. Every time you come back from the contaminated area, you need to do a physical examination. And one of the items includes contaminated spore screening. Huichajun paused and changed the subject. But contaminated spores are not only found in the contaminated area. For example, those banned drugs, etc., also contain a certain amount of contaminated spores. Huichajun, it is true that absorbing the energy catalyst is harmful to the body, but it only affects the user himself. Its spread and parasitic nature are what we need to crack down on. Huichajun's class lasted until sunset. The two finally returned to the dormitory in a daze. After a simple wash, they climbed into bed without even eating. Until going to bed, Jiang Ning kept thinking about the black eyeball. All the trivial things before were suddenly connected. Why did Kuiluan want to anger the green heart at the cost of self-destruction? She thought Kuiluan was instigated by Renji before, but later Renji died. Now it seems that the black eyeballs are aware that the appearance of the green heart will endanger it, and want to use them to get rid of the green heart. The contaminated area is self-repairing, and the one who is most unwilling to see it is the black eyeball. The two are in an opposing relationship, perhaps due to the fatigue of the competition. Jiang Ning fell asleep unconsciously. The next day was the day of the award ceremony. In the morning, Feng Yanzi, Chun Lanchuang and other team leaders led the team to gather, and went all the way to the podium. Jiang Ning glanced over the 3 commentators standing at the top. They stood next to a woman in an officer's uniform, and behind them followed a team of soldiers. The supernatural competition has always been an important event in the Federation over the years. The highest commander of the Federation will also be present at the award ceremony to give some encouragement to the new generation of supernaturals. There was a host on the stage. Jiang Ning glanced at him and saw another familiar face, Jin Jiu. Jin Jiu was a native of the capital Star. In addition to being very popular on the internet, he also held a certain military position. Spotlights flashed on the scene. The media had been camping around for a long time. Many offline audiences were stopped outside the venue and could only look inside through the cordon. Jin Jiu said some polite words on the stage to warm up the audience. Until the atmosphere was brought to a certain level, he finally said, "I believe all the audiences are like a Jean, curious about which college won our college gold award this year. Let's look at the big screen." As he raised his hand, a virtual screen unfolded in the air. "Congratulations to our Samir Academy. The team finally scored 1134 points and won the gold medal in the 120th Interstellar Federation Superpower Team Competition." Jin Jiu's voice kept rising. "This is also the first time that Samir Academy has regained their honor since 80 years ago. Congratulations." As soon as Jin Jiu finished speaking, the Samir team came on stage and took the spotlight. The etiquette team presented them with awards, and countless spotlights gathered. "We did it!" Wei Xingyu and Jiang Ning held the trophy together, and the media pressed the shutter. And the picture of the Semel College team on the stage with tears in their eyes was frozen. "Next, let's see how the remaining colleges rank." Jin Jiu's voice sounded, and the media and the audience finally pulled away from the emotion of Semel College being the first, and looked at the expressions of the first-class colleges below. They all looked unhappy, but because they had watched the replay of the game yesterday, they already had a bottom line in their hearts. Congratulations to King's College. The team finally scored 1077 points, ranking second in the team competition. Jin Jiu finished speaking. Bai Feiyu, with a stern face, led the team to the second place. All along, Bai Feiyu only regarded Standing College as her opponent, but she was confident that this year their King's College would definitely beat them and the other 2 colleges. And in fact it was true. But no one expected that there would be a third-rate college that suddenly emerged and overwhelmed everyone. Jiang Ning. Very good, she now has one more opponent. Bai Feiyu's eyes were fixed on Jiang Ning back. On the stage, Jin Jiu continued to announce, the third place is Trinity College. The team's final total score is 1,030 points. Trinity College's ranking is the same as in previous years. There is no change. Their team's expression is also the calmest among the several colleges. The award ceremony will only announce the results of the top 3. The rankings of the remaining colleges will scroll on the big screen. Fourth place, Standing College, team total score, 988 points. Fifth place, New West Forest College, team total score, 983 points. Sixth place, Saibon College, team total score, 548 points. Seventh place, Betty College, team total score, 530 points. When the rankings were announced, Betty College, including the team leader, had surprise in their eyes at first, and then came great joy and excitement. They were 7th place. 7th place means they are eligible to participate in the individual competition. This is the highest score that Betty College has ever achieved since its founding. They originally thought that the federal competition was just a formality to support other colleges, but they didn't expect that they would just get 7th place without doing anything. The people on the stage looked at the screen and applauded. This is the one with the most third-rate colleges advancing since the federal competition. The remaining number of people in the 7 teams is 448, which can participate in the next individual competition. As for the other teams, they are not even qualified to display their points on the screen, and can only feel sad, especially the second-rate colleges. This competition was a big blow to them. Several teams returned to the academy the day after the award ceremony. After the award ceremony, everyone was taken for a full-body checkup. Many people's pollution values exceeded the standard and needed to be sent for purification treatment. Wen Renqiao and Jiang Ning's data also exceeded the standard. The two went to the treatment room together. On the way, Jiang Ning asked Wen Renqiao, "By the way, I haven't asked you how you solved the worm mother that day. Whether it was Wei Xingyu or other people in Samir's team." The description of how Wen Renchao solved the worm mother that day was very vague, and no one could explain it clearly. Jiang Ning was wary of the parasites in the contaminated robe. Adding to Wen Renchao abnormal behavior, she was afraid that Wen Renchao would be infected with the contaminated spores without knowing it, and his consciousness would be controlled by the black eyeball. The worm mother would not attack. After the team, I leg controlled the surrounding worms. I rushed forward and killed it with a light blade. Wen Renchao said. Then what? Jiang Ning continued to ask. Then the worm mother died? Of course. Its blood flowed all over the floor, and it was sweet and a little smelly. You will never want to smell that smell again after you smell it once. Wen Renchao recalled the smell and sniffed. Did you come into contact with anything strange during this period? Jiang Ning asked. Wen Renchao recalled seriously. No. Why are you asking this and that today? Do you suspect that I am parasitized by insects? Jiang Ning's expression suddenly tightened. If the perception of the black eyeball was really attached to Wen Renchao. Her question obviously exposed herself. Wen Renchao stared at Jiang Ning without blinking, and the expression between his eyebrows was a little cold. Jiang Ning decided to take a step back and advance. Of course. You have been in contact with so many bugs. It is inevitable that you will be careless. And when I checked just now, didn't your value show abnormality? I'm fine. The value is just that I just came out of the contaminated area, and it's not stable for a while. Wen Renchao looked away, and his tone returned to the previous relaxed tone. Look at those people who are parasitized. And look at me. I am alive and well. And there is nothing wrong with me. People who are parasitized by insects are like deflated balloons, with loose skin, and the water in their bodies is drained, and they are in the same state as old people. After Wen Renchao said this, Jiang Ning became more suspicious. However, the results of today's examination showed that except for the slightly higher pollution value, the other data were normal. The two were silent. Purification treatment is a bit like a washing machine, which is to throw a person into a purification cabin, and through repeated cleaning, washing, spraying disinfectants, etc., the pollution value has been reduced. Jiang Ning and Wen Renchao were each in a cabin. Unlike lying in the treatment cabin, the person is awake throughout the purification process, and the cabin will continue to rotate and fold. Jiang Ning, it's more like washing clothes. The purification treatment lasted for an hour. Jiang Ning pollution value was not much higher. After this treatment, the pollution value in the body is basically stabilized. She woke up from the washing machine and looked around in the purification cabin. Wen Renchao didn't wait for her. He walked away after the purification. There were no more acquaintances around, so Jiang Ning had to return to the dormitory area. She thought, after the team competition, she would not have much chance to go to the polluted area again. The individual competition was a 1v1 competition, with 448 people competing on the same day. The opponents were all determined by the system drawing lots. On the first day, nearly half of the players would be eliminated, and so on, until the final winner was decided. There was a special venue for the individual competition, so she did not need to go to the polluted area. Besides, she was not short of money now. She planned to specialize in botany in the future, so she should not need to go to the polluted area again. It's good. Although the process was a little tortuous, her life is still moving in the direction she had envisioned. After the Federation Games, her life should return to stability. She can make money, she won't have to work hard to hunt exotic animals, and she won't have to go to dangerous polluted areas. Jiang Ning thought so, and the horror brought by the black eyeball was reduced a lot. She is just a student now, and she doesn't know whether she will go to the military area in the future, but at least the black eyeball should not be her business now. Chapter 138. The individual competition begins. During the interval between competitions, all the teams of the colleges were training on their own. The simulated training cabin was almost full. The teams were almost in pairs, inviting each other. Jiang Ning had just finished a match with Wei Xingyu. When she came out of the training cabin, a staff member came to her at the door and said that someone was looking for her outside. Jiang Ning followed the staff out, wondering who was looking for her. There was no reason for the teachers or members of the organizer to be guided by the staff. She had not received any information about the media in advance. Jiang Ning was thinking as she walked, and before she knew it, she had walked into the reception room. A man was sitting on the sofa by the window, with his back to Jiang Ning. The staff led her to sit opposite the man. Chong Ming. Hi. Big Jiang Ning. Chong Ming saw the excitement on her face, and was about to call her master. But he saw the staff beside him, and quickly changed his words. After the staff left, Jiangning asked, "Why are you here?" "There is a new situation in the contaminated area on the M412 star. So I went home to rest for a while. And I happened to see you in the live broadcast of the Federation Supernatural competition. I came to find you as soon as I learned that the competition was over," Changming explained. "Changming, congratulations on winning first place." Jiangning's attention was not here. During the time when she first entered school, Andli and Jiangqing would send her messages every now and then to greet her. Since the college competition and freshman competition began, she hadn't heard any news about M412 for a long time. "What happened in the contaminated area again?" Jiangning asked Changming. "It was another monster riot, and some people were injured. The M412 government once again ordered the contaminated area to be blocked." Changming rubbed his brows. The contaminated area was blocked, and the business of the exotic beast market was not doing well, so Changming simply closed the store and went home. "I have been considering whether to move to another numbered star. If the beast type continues to occur frequently on M412, it will sooner or later become the second B22 contaminated star." Changming tried to have a heart-to-heart talk with Jiangning. Jiangning sighed after hearing this. The contaminated area on M412 was reopened only half a year ago. Last time, Colonel Chui Laite led a group of soldiers to clean it up. There is a new situation so soon. Changming sighed to himself. The contaminated area is getting more and more dangerous now. Abnormal situations frequently occur in the contaminated area, and people die at any time. If this continues, I am afraid that no one in the lower level star will dare to go to the contaminated area. Let's not talk about the contaminated area. Changming changed the subject. I watched the Federation Supernatural competition, and I didn't expect that your mental power has reached 3S+. Now Jiangning has become famous on the star network, and the plant system is often mentioned. Her past information is constantly being dug out. Changming thought, it won't be long before they know that Jiangning is the master who sells plant spirit tools on the star network, and her followers will increase. He came here today to get closer to Jiangning, so that Jiangning wouldn't forget him later. Jiangning, I only found out after I went to Samir College. Changming chatted with Jiangning for a long time, and half of it was him flattering her. Finally, Jiangning received a call, and the two ended their chat. I have to go back to training, see you next time. Jiangning said goodbye to Changming. Changming waved, my home is near King's College, you can come to see me anytime after you finish training. Jiangning smiled and nodded. There was a 7-day gap between the team competition and the individual competition. Since the award ceremony, the 4 top-notch colleges have all been working hard, and each college has been training harder than the other. Jiangning often saw other colleges coming back from training in the middle of the night. They were so excited, and all the teams followed suit. Feng Yinzi smiled with relief. The students have grown up, and we don't have to worry about their training anymore. This year, Simmel College not only won the first place, but also had a high team retention rate. When Principal Bata heard the good news, he was so excited that he bought a ticket from Red Star to Capital Star overnight. It is estimated that they should be able to arrive at the scene before the individual competition begins. During the training, the media came to shoot documentaries and training highlights every day. Everyone has become accustomed to it, as long as the core tactics are not filmed. Semir's side, Jiangning was stopped by Siyuan. What do you want? Jiangning glanced at him. Siyuan, there has always been a vacancy in the plant system setting of the game Superpower Wars. During this period, I recorded the properties and parameters of the plants you summoned, and compiled a list of plants. I want to improve it, and put it into the game. What do you think? Jiangning took the list of plants handed over by Siyuan. 1. Plant name, P. Subject, annual climbing herbaceous plant. Attribute, offensive plant. Function, launch P attack, after the P touches the target. It will unfold a green silk net, binding and triggering a continuous electric current attack. Consume mental value? Unknown. 2. Plant name, Rose. Subject, deciduous shrub of Rosaceae. Attribute, group attack plant. Function, after the rose petals are separated from the pedicel, they will quickly launch attacks in all directions around. Consume mental value? Unknown. 3. Plant name, lotus leaf. Class, perennial herbaceous aquatic plant. Attribute, defensive plant. Function, resist enemy attack and rebound some damage. Consume mental value? Unknown. Jiangning read them one by one. Wow, Almost all the plants she used were recorded on it. Si Yuan seemed to have done nothing on the surface, but in fact, he wrote them all down. Okay. Jiang Ning nodded, no objection. She had also been troubled by the lack of plant settings in the game before. Otherwise she could train while playing the game. I may not be clear about some details. Can I invite you to participate in the modification with me? Si Yuan said the purpose of coming to her today. Jiang Ning realized that she might be a rare talent. She crossed her arms and approached Si Yuan. Can I understand that you are inviting me to be a game consultant? How much salary do you offer? Boss. Regarding the summoning of non-ornamental plants. Zhou Yuanshan. Xiaosha and her are the only three people who know the most. Si Yuan stared at Jiang Ning. He thought about it carefully and gave a price higher than the market price, according to your plant category. One plant is 100,000 star coins. Okay. Jiang Ning answered very straightforwardly this time, as if she was afraid that Si Yuan would regret it. When will it start? Jiang Ning couldn't wait. Si Yuan smiled and said, not so soon. Let's wait until the federal competition is over. Jiang Ning thought about it and agreed. She went back to training. Thanks to the growth regulator she bought from the owner of the plant store last time, she collected a lot of sunlight. When she woke up this morning, she had a lot of sunlight in her head. Now the sunlight in her body will definitely last her through the individual competition. Besides, in individual competitions, she doesn't need to use her supernatural powers except when fighting. The training time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the second stage of the federal competition will soon begin. In the past week, people have been pouring into the capital star, and the competition site is even more crowded. The commentators were still the same three as last time: Hua Jun, Arakawa, and Jin Shanong. This time, they were located in the center of the stage. Surrounding the stage, there were 7 large screens, which rotated like a polyhedron, making it convenient for the audience to watch from all angles. During the official competition, these screens would be fixed in one direction. As the teams from various colleges entered the venue, the audience area was enthusiastic. Now, please invite all the contestants to come on stage and draw their own challenge opponents. As soon as Hua Jun finished speaking, a lottery device rose up around the stage. The individual competition was not divided by school or level. If you were unlucky enough to draw someone from your own school, you could only fight with all your might. If you were even more unlucky and drew an opponent who was much higher in level than you could only admit defeat and surrender. The remaining contestants of the 7 teams went on stage and pressed buttons one by one. The corresponding 6 screens immediately displayed the opponents and their representative schools. There were 448 people in total, 224 battlefields. It was impossible to compete at the same time, so they had to be divided into 16 groups. Each group lasted about half an hour, 6 games in the morning, and 8 games in the afternoon. I was assigned to the afternoon session. How about you? Cheng Yao walked back to the team with the number plate she had drawn. Her opponent was a double S Earth Elementalist from Saya Bin College. Wei Xingyu showed his match card. The third match in the morning, my opponent is someone from Aston Ding College. Jiang Ning, I'm in the first match. My opponent is the main commander of Betty College. She was the first one in the first match. She didn't feel much about it, but the main commander of Betty College on the opposite side took a breath of cold air when he learned that his opponent was her, and almost fainted directly from shock. Her opponent is Jiang Ning. The man who even beat the 3S level of Aston Ding Academy to the ground by her, is now her opponent. The commander of Betty Academy wanted to cry, but had no tears. Calm down, Commander. The team members next to her comforted her. At worst, we can admit defeat and surrender. Yes, she can still admit defeat. Back to Samir. Everyone roughly exchanged their respective matches and opponent information. Except for Si Yuan, who met by Feiyu, the others have not yet met the main members of the first-class academy. Wenren Chao. What about you? Wei Shengyu bumped the shoulder of the person next to him. Everyone said, you are the only one left. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Wenren Chao. Wenren Chao shrugged and took out the match card. It's me. Another weak voice sounded in the crowd. Simon blinked. His opponent is me. The same people fought against each other. And something that no one wanted still happened. Wenren Chao faced Simon. And everyone with a discerning eye knew that Wenren Chao would definitely win. Simon was now tantamount to being eliminated. Everyone comforted Simon. Simon nodded, his eyes flashed with determination, although his voice was still low, but his words were very powerful. It doesn't matter, I am very satisfied to have come this far. No matter what the result is, I will do my best. When Ren Chao did not speak, Jiang Ning had been paying attention to his movements. His state was detached from the others, and his facial expression did not change much from beginning to end. He watched everyone's discussion almost indifferently. This is a bit unlike his old self. The morning session of the 120th Federal Supernatural Competition is about to begin. Please prepare for the first session. The start of the game came from the radio. Jiang Ning took her match card, said goodbye to her friends, and walked towards the competition area. She walked into the corresponding AM01 competition area. There are 14 groups in each session. Each screen on the main stage shows 2 groups of players. The audience can go to the corresponding viewing area to watch according to their needs. I don't know whether the organizer did it intentionally or unintentionally. They had so many people draw lots together, and in the first round, not a single 3S collided with another 3S. The audience's focus in the first game was mainly on Jiang Ning and Soseli. In fact, there was no suspense in their match. If you want to see exciting battle scenes, there are a few pairs of double SS to watch, but the rest is nothing. The audience picked and chose and moved their positions, and the countdown for the other game began. Now let's see our first stage AM01. One is from Samir College, this year's favorite new star to win the championship, Jiang Ning. The 3 commentators are responsible for several venues respectively. AM01-04 is Arakawa's home court. Because of Jiang Ning's outstanding performance in the previous venues, Arakawa spent a little more time introducing her. Our Jiang Ning is also the only plant-type psychic in the college team this year. Arakawa, her opponent, is also from a third-rate college. Qi Ying, a double S psychic, the main commander of the Betty College team. And her psychic power is the fire elemental power. The commentator introduced the contestants while they entered the venue. The 2 sides arrived at the designated location and stood. The commentator also introduced all the information about the players in this match. The countdown above everyone's head ended. As the main commentator said, "The game begins." The people in the stadium began to move. AM01 Stadium. Jiang Ning was the first to release her perception. The crack in the floor at her feet was drilled open, and a green bud emerged from it. Under the gaze of everyone, the bud blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. The growth process of a plant takes only 3 seconds. Jiang Ning controlled his perception and released peas to attack Qi Ying on the opposite side. Jiang Ning peas were fast and urgent. Puff puff puff. 5 peas were released in a row in all directions. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Qi Ying kept muttering, dodging while her expression was uglier than crying. But she dodged all these peas. Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows in surprise. This emotional commander seemed to be a little more powerful than she thought. She continued to release peas towards the other party. Qi Ying did not dodge this time, but screamed, while releasing fireballs to attack and resist. Fire itself has the property of restraining wood, and after the peas were shot into the fireball, they dissipated. Qi Ying followed the gap and released several fireballs towards her. One after another, red fireballs fell like meteorites, and wherever the fireballs hit, there were scorched black holes on the ground. Jiang Ning's eyes were firm, and her expression was calm from beginning to end. A soft white light appeared on her body, and her figure finally moved, and countless petals spread out in all directions, and the petals and the sparks from the fireballs intertwined, as if they were completing a romantic dance together. Jiang Ning shuttled between the fireball and the petals at a very fast speed. The perception on her hand continued to gather. In addition to plants, her body movements were also quite good now. Her attack seemed to have a great force. Jiang Ning raised her right hand slowly, and was about to hit Qi Ying on the head. "Wait!" Qi Ying stretched out her hand to block her face, and her knees softened, and she knelt on the ground. "Don't hit me, I give up." Her combo was very smooth, and Jiang Ning's attack was almost unstoppable. Jiang Ning, no, she thought Qi Ying was a master who had hidden skills. And she was ready to show her skills. "I give up." Qi Ying gasped for breath in fear, repeating this sentence. Audience. The audience was filled with questions about why the head coach of Betty College was so cowardly, and how they managed to get into the individual competition. The referee of the AM01 competition blew the whistle, and raised a sign to signal. The commentator Arakawa received the signal, and then said, "Okay, since Qi Ying has given up, then I declare that the AM01 competition Jiang Ning won." Chapter 139 Siyuan vs. Bai Feiyu. Jiang Ning came out of the competition venue, and Soseli also finished the competition. The two bumped into each other at the exit, and saucily gave her a provocative look. Jiang Ning ignored him directly. She walked back to the audience preparation area, and watched the match of the Simmel team. Because the strength gap between the opponents was too large, the battle between Jiang Ning and saucily ended in less than 3 minutes, and some of them even used their superpowers. The audience said it was not enough, but they could only look for excitement in the remaining matches. On Samir's side, there were Zhuhua and 3 double S-level players, who were assigned to the first match. Jiang Ning looked around. The double S-level arenas were packed with people, and the audience seats were full. The audience spread the satisfaction that they could not get from Jiang Ning and saucily to those people, looking forward to their performance to bring excitement to everyone. She walked around the outside of the arena, and finally went to Zhuhua Arena. There were not many spectators for this battle, at least there were empty seats around. Jiang Ning saw a figure in the crowd. She walked to her side and asked in surprise, "Zhu Yu, why are you here?" Jiang Ning. Zhu Yu looked back and followed her movements and sat down. "We heard at school that you made it to the finals and won first place. So I, and a few people in the same dormitory, took a special leave to come and cheer for you." Jiang Ning. "You are awesome." People around Zhuhua came out to greet Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's eyes warmed up, and he suddenly felt like meeting a fellow countryman in a foreign land. Several people sat down together to watch Zhuhua battle. Her opponent was from Xingxilin College. The battle data showed that he was a double S-level thunder elementalist. At this time, the battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. Zhuhua's forehead was covered with sweat. Lightning bolts pounced on Zhuhua like poisonous snakes. At the same time, the lightning bolts intertwined to form a huge net, blocking all possibilities for Zhuhua to escape, and seemed to be trapped inside. Zhuhua opened the perception barrier defense, and gathered mental power in her palm to form a really light arrow, to fight against the purple thunder around. Her strength was weak after all. Seeing this, the man on the other side raised his mouth. He had already regarded Zhuhua as a caged beast struggling in his eyes, and believed that she was just struggling fearlessly. The healing system had no advantage in this kind of pure confrontational individual competition. After a while, the purple thunder broke through the layers of defense and struck Zhuhua. Zhuhua was thrown several meters away and rolled to the ground. Cough, cough. Zhuhua covered her chest and coughed twice. A blood-red mark appeared on her body. She raised her hand and cast a large healing spell on herself. The wound healed rapidly at an extremely fast speed. She stood up and quickly dived in the direction of the Xingxilin boy. She waved her hands at her side and summoned a bunch of fireflies. The fireflies flew to the opponent's side under her control. The fireflies are poisonous. If you are pierced by the spikes on its tail, the toxin will enter the opponent's skin through the tip of the tail. This toxin will reduce the various body functions of the psychic, such as speed and body defense. And its damage will be accumulated with the number of fireflies. The more toxins, the higher the damage. There have always been 3 as healing psychics. They attack by using poison. Zhuhua knows that her ability cannot compare with theirs. But it is impossible for the opponent to eliminate her so easily. The fireflies are very small. Under the colorful neon lights of the arena, it is difficult to identify where they are. Xian Shilin is a rough man. He just lets Zhuhua fireflies go and charges at her. No matter how powerful Zhuhua poison is, she is only an S level. Moreover, it takes a certain amount of time for the poison to enter the body before it takes effect. He is fully confident that he can deal with the opponent in this time. The boy used the same trick again. He trapped Zhuhua with the electric net again, cutting off all her escape routes. Then a strange purple light flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand to gather power. A huge ball of electricity was slowly gathering in his hand. In an instant, the entire stadium was shrouded in a layer of haze. The air around seemed to solidify. A terrifying lightning bolt struck Zhuhua directly. The stadium was completely over. The gap in level and ability itself meant that Zhuhua could not win this battle. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yu went to the exit to meet Zhuhua. Zhuhua fell into a coma and was taken away by the medical team for treatment after leaving the stadium. Zhu Yu and the others went to accompany her sister. Jiang Ning did not follow them. She returned to the stadium. The first game was almost over. There was a 10-minute break in the middle. The second game was about to start. Jiang Ning saw Siyuan, who had not entered the waiting area in the viewing area. "Why haven't you entered yet?" Jiang Ning walked to his side. Siyuan saw that it was Jiang Ning, raised his eyelids and said, "I can't beat her." Jiang Ning, ? Because you can't beat her. So you just give up? Jiangning tried to comfort. Well, didn't you beat her in the game before? She put her hand on Si Yuan's shoulder. You can do it. Although she knew that Si Yuan's current strength was different from that in the game. But to comfort someone, you always have to build up his confidence and courage to fight. Si Yuan tilted his head. His eyes met Jiangning's encouraging gaze. Have you seen my game? I have seen it. It happened to be the one where you and Yinling fought. Jiangning nodded. Jiangning, besides, our original goal is not to win the game. Not to win the game. Si Yuan was a little confused. He always thought that Jiangning wanted to win. Jiangning slowly said, even if we don't get first place, even if we lose in the battle, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to build a reputation and let everyone change their views on us. Semmel. Change their views on plant-based mutants. She didn't say the second half of the sentence. But Si Yuan already understood what she meant. Principal Bata wanted to revive Samir College, which was not something that could be accomplished overnight. But the first thing to do was to announce it. To tell everyone that from today on, Samir College was different. Those in lower positions have nothing to lose. And those in higher positions should be the ones who are really afraid. Jiangning said. They have been living in the clouds for too long. And it must be unpleasant to fall from grace. Si Yuan stared at Jiangning blankly. Yes, he had nothing to be afraid of. The audience didn't expect him to win the battle with Bai Feiyu. He just had to fight as hard as he could, let the audience see a different Si Yuan. A Si Yuan who was no longer a waste, that was enough. The second game is about to start. Contestants who have not yet entered the venue, please enter as soon as possible. The broadcast urged the contestants. Jiangning heard the broadcast and said to Si Yuan, the broadcast is urging you, go ahead. Okay. Si Yuan smiled and nodded, and stood up to leave. He paused at the last moment, and turned back to ask Jiangning, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, will you watch my live broadcast? Jiangning did not hesitate, of course. I won't let you down. Si Yuan smiled. Jiangning? ? She felt that Si Yuan's attitude was strange recently. She was a little suspicious whether the temperament of men in the Interstellar era would change when this season came. But she had been with the neighbors on M412 for so long before, and she didn't notice any changes in Uncle Li family's temperament. Jiangning shrugged, not thinking about these things for the time being. Si Yuan was in the AM05 field. Jiangning found the front row of the corresponding viewing area. The team leader and the rest of Samir were all here. Jiangning mixed into the crowd and said hello to them with Wei Xingyu and Wenren. Looking around, there were many 3S level people here. All of them came to watch Bai Feiyu. As 3S level psychics, they were likely to meet in the next game, and now they just wanted to watch the other side's game and get familiar with Bai Feiyu attack. The commentator was introducing the information of each contestant, and the contestants entered the arena one by one. Bai Feiyu stood opposite Si Yuan. She asked in confusion, you are also a member of King's College, but you chose to join Samir College. Why? Because Samir College can let me participate in the Federation competition. Si Yuan's voice was cold, and there was no sense of familiarity when he talked to Jiangning. Just because of this? Bai Feiyu frowned, and she glanced up and down at Si Yuan. With your identity, if you want to participate in the Federation competition, King's College will not stop you. It's different, Si Yuan said, although the latter also bought the college competition qualification with money. It was indeed a real accident that he was able to participate in the federal competition. Besides, he also gained confidence from Jiangning. Bai Feiyu snorted coldly, there is nothing different. I will eliminate you. The champion will definitely belong to our King's College in the end. Si Yuan suddenly chuckled, and he didn't continue talking. He found that what Jiangning said before entering the venue was right. Those who are in the clouds are most afraid of losing their original status, and losing everyone's attention. The countdown ended, and the battle between the two sides was about to begin. Bai Feiyu felt that Si Yuan's smile just now revealed a hint of contempt. He was just an auxiliary ability, with 3S plus mental power, but no 3S plus strength. What could he mock her for? The atmosphere in the arena was like a bowstring that was about to break. As long as one side launched an attack, it would break completely. The audience only saw in the live broadcast camera that Bai Feiyu raised his hand, and the countless air currents in the arena suddenly gathered in this direction. Bai Feiyu's hair was flying in the air, and the flags and billboards on the field were whistling in the wind. Bai Feiyu's palm had condensed a ball of air the size of a football, which was carrying a fierce momentum. It seemed that the ball of air would go towards Si Yuan in the next second. Facing Bai Feiyu's strong attack, Si Yuan did not make any move. He looked at Bai Feiyu calmly from beginning to end, and did not even release his mental strength. What's going on? Is Si Yuan going to give up directly? Many spectators in the spectator seats grumbled quietly. No, I want to watch Wei Xingyu fight for a while longer. The voices of the audience were endless, and many of them reached Jiang Ning's ears. Jiang Ning looked at the man in Samir uniform on the screen, whose figure was perfectly proportioned. She had seen the game of Abyss, and he had a unique understanding of superpowers. Often, superpowers that people are familiar with can always play different effects in his hands. She had always used the replicator as an auxiliary superpower in team games. If it was in Si Yuan's hands, would it have any other effects? Jiang Ning stared at the screen, watching without blinking. Chapter 140. He is sick. Bai Feiyu threw the wind ball in his hand with his backhand, and the wind ball flew quickly towards Si Yuan, like a bomb that could explode at any time. Out of Bai Feiyu perception and control, the compressed airflow inside the wind ball continued to swirl around. The wind ball completely dispersed just before approaching Si Yuan, and the surrounding wind also stopped suddenly. What's going on? What happened? The audience outside the venue asked in confusion. Not only the audience, but also Bai Feiyu had a hint of doubt in her eyes. Her wind ball had accumulated at least 70% of energy, so it didn't make sense for it to disperse in the middle of the journey. Bai Feiyu didn't believe it. So she flew up and kicked out a wind blade. Disperse, Si Yuan said. The wind blade then dissipated again. I don't know if Si Yuan made a sound on purpose, but this time everyone saw clearly that the dissipation of the wind blade was not Bai Feiyu's problem, but Si Yuan. But what did he do to make the wind blade disperse? Hua Jun adjusted the microphone and explained a concept. In theory, elemental power comes from nature, and is a form of energy that can be quantified and analyzed. Elements can be captured by our perception and squeezed into an energy group with attacking power. Similarly, under the same element, the energy group that has been gathered can also be broken up by our perception. When the elemental power users first learned, the first sentence of the first section in the textbook was this paragraph. Most teachers always focus on the first one when teaching, and ignore the latter scattering. That can't be right. Isn't Si Yuan's ability a replicator? An audience member suddenly paused. Could it be that at the same time? Hua Jun's voice sounded again. The replicating ability is to identify and record the target object, and then use one's own mental power as a medium to transform and replicate it. Hua Jun, the replicating ability not only works on objects, but also on elements, which can be replicated and transformed. However, this type of replication usually requires certain conditions to be met before it can be realized. The psychic needs to observe and study the target element for a long time, and analyze its structure and operating principle. There are many forms of elemental power, which may include multiple layers of nested energy forms, special frequency bands, etc. Si Yuan's understanding of the wind element is obviously better than that of ordinary people. He can capture the wind element flowing in the air to transform his own perception attributes, thereby dismantling Bai Feiyu's attack. Hua Jun showed admiration in his eyes. People with special abilities have extraordinary abilities, and they often pay more attention to learning practical operations, thus ignoring the understanding of theoretical knowledge. They just copy what they see, and learn whatever attack forms are available. They will not analyze the principles and structures of superpowers in depth, and explore more new moves on their own. Hua Jun has seen too many superpowers, and most of them are like this. Of course, this may also be related to the utilitarian federal education today. Therefore, Hua Jun thinks Si Yuan is rare. While listening to Hua Jun's explanation, Jiang Ning thought of the scene when Si Yuan came to her with the recorded plants 2 days ago. In order to perfect the ability setting of plant-based superpowers in the game, Si Yuan did put in a lot of effort to understand and think about it. He did this for plant-based superpowers, and also for other superpowers. Presumably, when he couldn't use his mental power, he kept flipping through the theoretical knowledge of other superpowers. She suddenly chuckled. Jiang Ning looked at the live broadcast screen. All the skills that Bai Feiyu attacked with were easily resolved by Si Yuan. Condensing elements requires sufficient mental power, but disassembling elements does not require it, or it does not require much. Si Yuan never moved his feet from beginning to end, nor did he launch any attack. Finally, he pushed Bai Feiyu to the edge, and Bai Feiyu gave up the attack with his supernatural power, and rushed towards Si Yuan with a quick step. The two wrestled with each other. Si Yuan's physical fitness was very poor, and even though he had already calculated how to dodge in his mind, his body could not keep up with the reaction. Bai Feiyu punches hit the flesh, and he hammered Si Yuan's chest, waist and other fatal places. In the audience, many contestants from other colleges began to turn on the cameras on their star brains to record Bai Feiyu attack. They were all hoping that Si Yuan could hold on for a little longer, so that Bai Feiyu could use more moves and they could take them back to analyze and study them one by one. Bai Feiyu was very fast, and he was much stronger than Si Yuan in both strength and skills. Si Yuan's reaction was always half a beat slower, and so he was beaten without any chance to fight back. Jiang Ning remained silent, watching the two people fighting in the arena quietly. Bang! 5 minutes later, the camera heard a dull sound of a person falling to the ground. Si Yuan fell down, and his body fell out of the arena. The referee's whistle sounded in the arena. Then came Hua Cha Jun's voice. She said concisely, "In the second match of AM05, Bai Feiyu won." The camera captured Si Yuan and Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu straightened up, her chest rising and falling regularly. She said to Si Yuan lying on the ground, "I said, I will eliminate you." After saying this, she walked straight out of the arena. Si Yuan on the ground looked at the camera lens. He looked a little pitiful. He grinned at the camera lens, and instantly aroused the pity of countless viewers. The Federation has always admired the strong, but at the same time, people have no resistance to such beautiful and weak people. The camera of the AM05 arena was turned off, and the winner Bai Feiyu avatar and information were displayed on half of the screen. Samir's teacher hurriedly ran from the viewing area to the backstage. Si Yuan is the biggest sponsor of their school. If something happens to him, wouldn't Principal Bata kill them when he comes? Jiang Ning followed the group of teachers and ran to the backstage. When they arrived there, Si Yuan had already stood up, holding his chest. His housekeeper Afu arrived backstage before everyone else. "Student Si Yuan, how are you?" Teacher Samir stepped forward and asked with concern. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at this injury. He was really cruel. Hurry up and send him to the treatment cabin for treatment." Ah Fu interrupted the teacher's chatter. "No need. I will take the young master back to a more professional treatment team for examination and treatment." The teacher pursed her lips and stopped talking. Si Yuan's eyes found Jiang Ning accurately among the teachers. He opened his mouth and called out, "Student Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning was originally hidden in the crowd. When he called her, everyone's eyes turned to her instantly. "Yeah," Jiang Ning responded. "Thank you," Si Yuan whispered. Jiang Ning was stunned. She had never expected what Si Yuan was going to say. Soon Si Yuan was taken away by his housekeeper. The teacher did not ask any more questions about the two. "Jiang Ning, let's go." The teacher called her before leaving. Si Yuan's private aircraft was very fast. It disappeared from the competition field in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ning followed the teacher back. The third game of the morning was about to begin. Wei Xingyu, Wen Renqiao and Simon were all assigned to the third game. The opponent on Wei Xingyu's side was much stronger than her. Jiang Ning was more concerned about Wen Renqiao, so she went to the match between Wen Renqiao and Simon with some of the teachers she had assigned to her. The match started when Renqiao and Simon were fighting against each other. When Renqiao looked relaxed, while Simon looked very nervous, her face was tense. The referee blew the whistle, and the fight between the two sides was about to break out. Both were students of Samir, and the audience expected that there would be nothing interesting in this match, so most people chose not to come here. In the last match, Si Yuan and Bai Feiyu played very happily, which not only impressed the audience and contestants, but also the media and commentators. Everyone was looking forward to such a wonderful performance in this group of players. In the live broadcast, when Renqiao moved first, he activated the teleportation skill and kept approaching Simon's side. Simon was not to be outdone. She wandered around the field, and when Renqiao approached, she pulled away. The two of them pulled back and forth, and even enjoyed it. No one launched a substantial attack. Simon realized that Wen Renqiao was letting her win, and she said, "Wen, just play normally. Don't worry about me." Wen Renqiao didn't know if he hurt her or what. He continued to hang on to Simon, neither launching a strong attack, but constantly approaching Simon. The two sides were deadlocked for about 10 minutes. When Wen Renqiao approached her again, Simon suddenly stopped, and she launched a mental attack on Wen Renqiao. Since Wen Renqiao didn't take action, She had to take the first step. When Renchao was caught off guard, and actually fell into Simon illusion. Illusionists usually use mental space to kill people. When Renchao was trapped in an illusion by her, he would see the thing he feared most in it. The illusion would not be broken until he killed it or was killed by it. When Renchao let it go too obviously, no one expected that Simon's obvious skill would not allow him to dodge it. When Renchao was fixed in place, his eyes gradually blurred. His hands unconsciously drooped. Simon stood less than 2 meters in front of him. Her hands lit up. She was releasing her mental power to maintain the operation of the illusion. The two of them fell into a strange silence. They stopped all their movements, which seemed out of place in the arena where the fights were going on. The occasional audience members who came to the scene were not interested. They took a look and got up and left. And those who stayed at the scene were also looking down at their star brains. The camera of the star network cannot detect the spiritual sea of consciousness. But as the releaser of the illusion, Simon can observe when Renchao every move from a god's perspective, and can change the direction of his illusion silently through perception, thereby attacking the opponent on the spiritual level. At this time, when Renchao illusion time is night, and the environment he is in is not the competition field held by the Federation, but a lonely desert. There are no plants on the yellow and black land, and there are no weeds around. Simon quickly determined that this was a contaminated area, and it was the contaminated area where they had played their last game. Planet B22. Why was one Renchao illusion here? What was so scary about it? Simon continued to watch patiently. Time flew by in the illusion, and the clouds in the sky were blown away one by the wind. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. There was a rustling sound around, and Simon saw many silver-white bugs coming out of the surrounding soil. Alarm bells suddenly rang in her mind. She was too familiar with the thing. They had been entangled with this kind of insect for a whole night. As a result, when she saw this thing now, she immediately thought of that night in her mind and felt a physical resistance. She was no longer surprised that when Renchao illusion was here, the sea of insects like silver snow seemed endless. They wanted to crawl into people's bodies all the time. As long as you were not careful, they would invade your body and parasitize on you. Simon instinctively hated these insects as long as he thought of the miserable conditions of those who were parasitized. This is the most suitable nightmare theme. But where is Renchao? An hour passed in the illusion. There were only insects everywhere. Where was Renchao? Simon's spiritual sea of consciousness quickly shuttled through the B22 contaminated area created by the illusion. Finally, she heard a human voice coming from a cave. She hurried to the side. She had watched the replay of the previous team game and knew that this was the nest of the insect mother that Wei Xingyu and his friends found. The wormhole was full of burnt earth, one grain at a time. There were no worms here. Perhaps Wenren had cleaned it up before they entered. The further they went in, the brighter the space inside became. The light was red and fiery, and it was accompanied by a wave of heat. It was not difficult to tell that it was fire. Simon walked with his mind, very fast, and soon reached the top. This cave was a little shorter than expected. At the end of the wormhole was a large cave, with fire all the way to the sky. The ants attached to the flames actually screamed miserably, but its sound was infrasound, and as humans, they could not hear this sound with their naked ears. There were several bodies lying on the ground. They were wearing Samir uniforms. Their bodies were covered with silver bugs. The bugs were afraid of the fire, and could only keep drilling into their bodies to avoid danger. A line of sight in the cave watched all this silently. Simon glanced around. In the middle of the bugs was a huge, pink, shapeless meat mass. Simon moved his mental power to it, and observed it carefully for a while. The next second, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. The thing had a face like Renchao. Looking closely, it was not shapeless, but a human being melted into a mass of gelatinous things. His hands, feet and half of his body were gone. His only remaining eye stared at the dead body crawling with silver bugs on the ground. His eyes were cloudy, and his emotions could not be seen clearly. After Simon calmed down, he used his perception to probe Renchao twice. But there was no movement over there. This situation usually occurs when the owner of the illusion is being devoured by the illusion. How scared was Renchao of these bugs that he was devoured by the illusion so quickly. Simon finally couldn't bear it, and in order to avoid him getting hurt, he took the initiative to end the illusion. She looked at Renchao standing opposite her. After the illusion ended, he slowly left the spiritual world. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he regained clarity. Renchao's expression was almost indifferent. He turned his neck and rubbed his wrist. The next second, an attack came to Simon unexpectedly. Fortunately, Simon dodged in time, but was also scratched on the shoulder by the aftermath of the light blade. His clothes were torn, and his skin was exposed. Wen Chao, you are crazy! Simon couldn't help but feel angry. It was her kindness to end the illusion just now so that he would not lose his mind. But he attacked her as soon as he recovered. Wen Chao didn't say anything. He silently bit out a word with his mouth, die. Simon was stunned. Wen Chao's attack was fast and fierce. Completely different from the beginning. He attacked Simon with stronger attacks. Simon had learned the physical training in school very well. And with her constant training, she barely dodged all the attacks by moving around. She just breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly felt the air around her stagnate. Wen Chao cut through the void and kicked her in the face. Simon raised her hand to block her face and took several steps back. Wen Chao twisted his waist and threw a punch after a kick. Simon felt a pain in her arm. She frowned and controlled her body's mental power to pour it into her feet. A stream of air burst out from her feet and spread around the two of them. Wen Chao was shaken away by the sudden airflow. The distance between the two was widened again. Wen Chao's expression became more and more indifferent, his eyelids drooped, his lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. The contours of his facial features were cold and hard. He looked at Simon with a superior, arrogant, and indifferent feeling. He raised his hand and created a matrix space on the field. Simon was trapped in the matrix space by her, and could only move in a small space. The matrix space has its own space damage, and many sharp blades will appear in it, cutting the trapped people. Soon, Simon's body was covered with bloody wounds. Simon stubbornly released his superpowers to resist the confrontation, and continuously released attacks to hit the matrix, trying to break it. However, there was a certain gap between the two in terms of level. As an S-level superpower user, it was impossible for him to break the space matrix created by a 3S superpower user. The game time was passing by bit, and Simon's mental strength was slowly decreasing. I don't know how long it took, but Simon finally couldn't hold on. There was almost no good meat on her body. She clung to the wall of the matrix, looking at Wen Chao on the opposite side. Wen Chao was always sunny and proud. He looked very strange with his cold and gloomy temperament. Maybe the things in the illusion stimulated him. So Wen Chao was angry. Simon thought so. And her knees fell to the ground along the matrix wall. Her body hurt so much. And there was blood everywhere. Maybe she would have to lie in the treatment cabin for a long time to be fully cured. This was Simon's last thought. She fell down, and her consciousness fell into a coma. If one side fell into a coma, the game would be judged to be over, and the other side would win. The whistle sounded, and Arakawa announced the end of the game. Wen Chao did not withdraw his mental power, and the Matrix continued to attack Simon. AM02 players. The game is over. Please withdraw your mental power. The referee walked in front of Wen Chao. Wen Chao did not respond. Jiang Ning and teacher Samir outside the arena could not help but feel nervous. The referee pushed Wen Chao. Wen Chao's eyes flashed with displeasure for a moment. He frowned, and the displeasure was quickly suppressed. He withdrew his mental power, turned his head, and said to the referee next to him, "Sorry." The referee breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't do it again." Wen Chao said him, covered his head, and turned to leave the stadium, without paying attention to Simon over there. Before the camera of AM02 was turned off, Jiang Ning saw Simon being taken away by the medical team of the stadium. Jiang Ning hurried to the backstage. Wen Chao's state looked a little strange, and it could be seen that he really wanted to kill Simon just now. What happened between the two in the illusion? Now Simon was sent to the treatment cabin and would not wake up for a while, so she could only look for Wen Chao, hoping that he could give an answer. After winning the game, Wen Chao did not return to the viewing area, but walked alone toward the outside of the stadium into the busy streets. Wen Chao also felt that he was a little strange recently. He had nightmares every night. In his dreams, he would repeatedly return to the cave of the insect mother, and then the insect mother would devour him. And he would merge with the insect mother until the insect mother became him. And he became the insect mother. But he remembered that the situation that day was not like this. Just as he answered everyone, he and the people in the Samir team worked together, killed the insect mother, returned to the team, completed the game, and successfully won the first place. He felt that his emotions were slowly out of his control. Sometimes he would unconsciously say some stupid things, and suffer from the second-year syndrome. But these were not what he wanted to say, but when the words came to his lips, he blurted them out. He would also get very angry for no reason, almost every day after returning from the game, and have nightmares every night. When Renchao attributed everything to not sleeping well and being restless. For this reason, he went to see a doctor without telling anyone. After listening to his situation, the doctor checked him with instruments, did various data checks and analysis, and concluded that he was not sick. He was in good health and good spirits. The doctor handed him a psychiatric business card and said to him, "This may be a psychological problem. I am not an expert in this area. This person is my friend. She has made great achievements in mental and psychological research. You can go see her." When Renchao didn't go. He didn't go until the individual competition started. On the street, when Renchao took out the business card from his pocket and read it, remembering the address on it. And now, he was going to see a doctor. Simon Illusion made him clearly realize that he was sick. He was sick, the kind of psychological awareness that he was sick. He should have told his situation to the team leader teacher, or friends around him, from Samir College, such as Jiang Ning and others. But now when he opened his mouth, he always couldn't say what he wanted to say. Maybe he said maybe, the psychiatrist would know. Chapter 141, this was the most expensive nutrient solution he had ever drunk. Jiang Ning finally found Wen Renchao in a training room. When she found him, he looked as if he had lost his soul. Wen Renchao. She gently called the person inside. Hearing the noise, Wen Renchao raised his eyelids, and saw that the person was Jiang Ning. He woke up from his lost state, forced a smile, and then stood up and prepared to leave. He didn't want to stay with anyone now, and was afraid that he would suddenly go crazy at any time. Fortunately, he just couldn't control his words now. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jiang Ning immediately stopped him at the door. "You don't look very well. Do you want to go see a doctor?" "I'm fine." Wen Renchao quickly calmed down. His facial features tightened slightly. He moved closer to Jiang Ning. And his tone suddenly became a little dangerous. "You seem to be paying special attention to my situation recently. Do you think there is something wrong with me?" He was a head taller than Jiang Ning. And from this angle, she felt a little condescending. Jiang Ning met his gaze and calmly asked, "Do you look okay like this?" When Renchao was silent. "What's wrong with you recently?" Jiang Ning asked. While the two were in a stalemate, Wei Xingyu also rushed over. She didn't see the two people at the stadium after the game. And after a little thought, she came to the training room. Some contestants may not stay to watch the rest of the competition after the battle, but will go to the training ground to intensify their training. The competition schedule is very tight. Today's end. Tomorrow will continue. And you may win against this player, but you may not win against the next player. So instead of spending time watching other people's competitions, it is better to spend more time on yourself. When Wei Xingyu didn't find the two people at the competition venue, she felt depressed for a moment. She didn't understand why the two people went back without saying hello to her. It was as if she was abandoned by them. According to her previous personality, she would keep this matter in mind for a long time and stay away from the two people quietly. But now, she wanted to find them and ask them what was going on. When Wei Xingyu rushed to the training room, she saw the two people confronting each other. She approached them and said nothing. When Renchao turned away under the gaze of the two, Jiang Ning was not surprised by Wei Xingyu's appearance. At least now, the two of them looked more imposing. When Renchao, "The commander is here too. Tell me, what did you and Simon see in the illusion?" Jiang Ning raised his chin slightly. When Renchao was silent for a long time. When he spoke again, his attitude was normal. He gave the two a rough account of his condition after returning from the game, and what the doctor had said in the past few days. The psychiatrist said it was post-traumatic stress disorder or nightmare. What Renchao said, he could directly rule out the former. As a superpower, he had been to many polluted areas and killed many monsters. His experience with the insect mother was not enough to cause him to have stress disorder. As for nightmares, medically speaking, they were mostly caused by the stress and anxiety of the patient's daily life. But what kind of pressure could he have? Federal competition? He didn't think these people could cause him any pressure. Wen Renchao sighed to himself. Jiang Ning frowned after hearing this. She looked at him seriously. Wen Renchao, tell me the truth. When you were in that insect cave, were you bitten by insects? Or were you contaminated by anything? No. I have always been very careful. The insects can't get into my body at all. Wen Renchao spread his hands. Jiang Ning asked him about this topic several times. He felt that she was a little too nervous about those insects. After a few dozen seconds, Wenren suddenly remembered something and said, "When I killed the insect mother, I was covered in its blood. I cleaned it up after I came out, and a full body scan later did not find any faults. It should have nothing to do with this." Wenren asked tentatively. Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu looked at each other, and their hearts sank. "What do you think?" The three found the cause of the disease. Wenren pursed his lips, as if he knew he had done something wrong. "What should we do now?" He consulted several doctors, including the exclusive medical team of the Federation, and did a lot of examinations, but they couldn't find anything abnormal in his body. Jiang Ning supported his chin, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "There is someone who should know." "Who?" When Renchao and Wei Xingyu looked up at the same time. After the day's competition, Hui Chanju returned to the dormitory, sat at the table, and made a simple record of today's work. When he was about to go out for dinner, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Hui Chanju opened the door. 3 young and tender faces appeared at the door. "Jiang Ning?" Hui Chanju looked puzzled. "Teacher Hui." "Excuse me." Jiang Ning laughed. Wen Renchao and Wei Xingyu, who followed her, looked around from time to time. Hui Chanju, the 3 of them were a little bit sneaky. Before she could say anything, the 3 of them squeezed into her dormitory and closed the door. During the competition, contestants and commentators were prohibited from meeting privately, at least that's what the rules said. The 3 of them knew that if they were seen meeting the main commentator after the game, it would be bad for their reputation. And so they had been hiding from people all the way. The place the organizers arranged for the commentators was much better than that for the students. The 3 commentators lived in suites, which were quiet. Thanks to this, there were usually not many people here. "What's the matter?" Hui Chanju asked. Jiang Ning told Hui Chanju about Wenrenchao's situation in detail. Hui Chanju frowned more and more as she listened. She carefully looked at Wenrenchao's body. "Teacher Hui, can you tell us what is recorded in the research notes on the field?" Jiang Ning blinked and looked at her. "It is known that researchers including Fang Ji at the B22 Pollution Monitoring Center are studying the relationship between polluted species and black eyeballs. The experiment also recorded the relevant data of the insect mother. Hui Chanju cares so much about this data, it should be that it has already produced some results." So Jiang Ning subconsciously thought that this organization should have a way to solve Wenrenchao's situation. Hui Chanju sighed to herself. Not to mention that the victim today was a 3S level talent like Wenrenchao. She would not let any other student die like this. "Come with me." Hui Chanju walked to the door and opened it. The 3 of them looked around the corridor. "Teacher Hui, it would be bad for us to walk out openly like this. How about you tell us the address, and we can meet there?" Hui Chanju snorted and laughed, reported an address, then stepped into the corridor. The 3 looked at each other when Renchao released his mental power, and the surrounding void was torn open. When Renchao walked in first, Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu followed closely. The exit of the portal was set on the playground, and the 3 walked out of the void. It was getting close to dusk at this time. The students of King's College were leaving get out of class one after another, and there were many students walking on the road. Jiang Ning opened the star brain map, entered the location that Hui Chanju had just mentioned, and navigated the route. That location was not in King's College, but on Queen's Road in the main city. The 3 of them followed the navigation route, and successfully left the gate of King's College, but met Feng Yanzi and Cheng Lanchuang, who had just returned from the competition at the gate. Just as the 3 of them were about to run away, they were stopped. Jiang Ning. Cheng Lanchuang spotted the few people with her sharp eyes. She walked towards them, frowning and looking at them. "It's so late. Where are you going?" "Eat." "Go home." Jiang Ning and Wen Renchao said in unison. Wei Xingyu mind raced, and explained to the 2 teachers. When Renchao parents heard that he won the game, so they wanted him to go home and have a meal, and invited us to go over for dinner. Cheng Lanchuang looked at the 3 of them suspiciously, obviously not believing what they said. "Lanchuang, just let them go." Feng Yanzi called Cheng Lanchuang from behind. "Thank you, Teacher Feng." The 3 of them ran away, as if they had received a pardon. Cheng Lanchuang glanced at the backs of the people and said, "You know that these people have no good intentions, but you still let them go. Young people are bound to be playful. It's hard to get from Red Star to the prosperous Capital Star. It's inevitable that they want to go out for a walk. There are not many days left before the end of the Federation Games. Let them go out for some fun." Feng Yanzi smiled. Cheng Lanchuang had to give up. Main city. Queen's Road. Jiang Ning and the other two followed the navigation route and arrived at the door of a bar. The soundproofing of the Interstellar building is very good. Even if there is a concert in the hall, no sound can be heard outside. Queen's Road is a busy street. Many people come here to shop and have fun. The bar sign looks very exaggerated among the restaurants, especially at night. All kinds of exaggerated neon lights are flashing. Are you sure this is the address? Wei Xingyu looked up at the name of the store. Black Rose. Not only is the decoration of the door full of vulgarity, even the name sounds quite vulgar. Is that so? Jiang Ning was also a little uncertain. She glanced at the restaurant next to her. She even thought the address next door was more accurate. You have been standing at the door for a long time. Would you like to come in? The bartender at the door said with a smile. Jiang Ning was going to refuse. She glanced inside and inadvertently noticed Hu Chanjun's figure. Let's go! Jiang Ning said to the two people beside her, following the bartender's instructions, and walked into the bar. In her last life, she was devoted to research. In this life, she was busy with flower planting and competitions. She had never been to a bar in both lives. To some extent, this also satisfied her curiosity about bars. When the three of them entered the bar, a robot waiter came over with a tray and served drinks to everyone. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and Wei Xingyu and Wen Renchao also waved their hands to refuse. Taverns in every era cannot be separated from singing and dancing. However, in the Interstellar era, virtual idols replaced real people. Compared with real people, virtual idols have more diverse images to choose from, and there is no need to worry about any emotional disputes with customers. The music was deafening, and the brilliant stage lights swept across the small space. This bar was doing pretty well. At least there were a lot of people dancing to the music. Jiang Ning walked through the crowd and sat on the bar stool next to Hu Chanjun. Would you like a drink? Hu Chanjun pushed the cup filled with a light yellow drink on the bar in front of the people. This is extracted from natural fruit and vegetable essences. It is different from the drinks on the market. It can really improve your mental strength. After she finished speaking, she took another sip with a straw in her mouth. The three did not drink. Wei Xingyu glanced at the virtual idol on the stage and asked, "Does Mr. Hu come here often?" "Yes." Hu Changjun smiled and said, "I am under a lot of work pressure, so I come here to relax." The commentator usually spends a lot of time in the stands. The three people really didn't expect that. Hu Changjun would be a frequent visitor to the bar. Several people waited in silence for Hu Changjun to finish the drink in his hand. Hu Changjun reminded, "You drink too, don't waste it, this small cup is very expensive." The three of them raised their glasses under Hu Chanjun's gaze of being distressed about money, and took a sip. As soon as they took a sip, Jiang Ning really felt that this drink was different from the ruby she had tasted before. It had a fruity and vegetable fragrance, and she felt warm in her body the moment she drank it. This was exactly the same feeling she had when she harvested the sunshine. Jiang Ning immediately believed that there was a spiritual component in it. Unlike Hu Changjun, the others drank it in a few gulps. Hu Changjun smiled and said, "Come with me." The three put down their wine glasses and followed Hu Changjun. Hu Changjun bypassed the guests in the front hall and led them to a room on the second floor below ground. Her hand grasped the door handle. Biometric recognition passed. The door opened. "Come in," Hu Changjun said to the three. The room inside the door was very bright, which was very different from the low atmosphere outside. The music was almost inaudible here. The room was full of various sundries. Walking in, the few people found a black leather queen sofa that couldn't be any older in the sundries. Shifting his sight, looking to the other side, there were all kinds of experimental instruments and culture dishes. Hu Changjun walked around these instruments and went straight to a wine cabinet at the back, pressed a hidden button, and the wine cabinet suddenly flipped 180 degrees, revealing another room inside. It was a laboratory. Jiang Ning, working for the Federation as well, why does this organization seem to be exposed and hidden? Hu Changjun glanced at a few people, walked in familiarly, and greeted the people inside. "How's the decoding going?" Hu Changjun asked. "Almost," the man said. She didn't even raise her eyelids. Her hands kept operating on the keys. Several people waited quietly for her to finish. After a long time, she finally moved her eyes away from the screen, moved the floating lens, and her eyes swept across Hu Changjun's face, and fell on Jiang Ning and the other two behind. "Why did you bring outsiders?" The female researcher looked cold, and there was no blame in her tone, only a hint of doubt. Hui Changjun pulled her over and told her the details of the incident. The female researcher touched her chin, pondered for a moment, and walked towards Wen Renqiao. She pinched Wen Renqiao's chin with her hand, looked around, and said to Wen Renqiao, "Come here." The female researcher was not tall, wearing a white coat, and had a calm temperament on her face. Like a doctor, she guided Wen Renqiao to sit in front of a chair, and then she pushed out an instrument, turned on the light, and opened Wen Renqiao's eyelids. Wen Renqiao tilted his head in discomfort, and she grabbed him. "Don't move." Wen Renqiao endured the discomfort, stopped moving, and let her observe. Jiang Ning, Wei Xingyu, and Hui Changjun all came over. "How is it?" Hui Changjun asked. "Draw a tube of blood and see." The female researcher turned off the light, took out a square block the size of a fingertip from the back, which was covered with needle holes. She gently pressed on the back of Wen Renqiao's neck, and the blood beads flowed into the container above along the needle tube. Wen Renqiao didn't even feel any pain during the whole blood drawing process. The female researcher took the collected blood and put it in a container beside her. She operated the front desk with her fingers, and the machine automatically analyzed it. She returned to the crowd and said softly, "In the research notes you brought back, Fangji team extracted the original contamination substance from the B-22 star contaminated species worm mother. This substance is consistent with that extracted from the banned drugs, which shows that the worm mother resonates with the black eyeball to a certain extent. When this student was fighting against the contaminated species, its blood penetrated into his body through the pores of his skin, and now it has merged with his cells." The female researcher looked at Wen Renqiao. "The polluted cells try to control your neurons, just like your nightmare, slowly eating you, swallowing you, and turning you into the next polluted parasite. The next black eyeball?" Jiang Ning frowned. "The worm mother is the most primitive polluted species. So Jiang Ning thought. Its relationship with the black eyeball should be that the black eyeball contains it. Now Wen Renqiao also has this substance in his body. In other words, will Wen Renqiao eventually become a substance like a black eyeball?" The female researcher turned to her. "That's not necessarily true. The essence of the black eyeball is a pollutant. But this student is a superpower. A human. On the bright side, the blood of the worm mother is in his body. If he fuses it, it is possible to maintain his sanity and improve his superpowers. Teacher, do you have any way to suppress them?" Wen Renqiao asked sincerely. The polluted species constantly influenced his sanity and emotions. If this continued, he would not fuse the polluted species, but be swallowed by him and completely destroyed. The female researcher was silent for a moment. "Wait for the blood test to come out. I will prepare some suppressing drugs for you." The three people heard this, and they were all happy. "So Wen Renqiao can still be saved." "Thank you, teacher," Wen Renqiao said gratefully. The female researcher, "You guys go to the outer room and wait for a while." The three people took a look at Hui Changjun's expression and walked to the hidden utility room outside. The wine cabinet door returned to its original state, and Hui Changjun and the female researcher were inside. As soon as they came out, Jiang Ning laid down on the queen's sofa. It felt as soft as she imagined. No wonder it hadn't been replaced even though it was covered with patina. But researchers like them shouldn't be short of money, but they don't even have money to replace a sofa. This shouldn't be the case. Jiang Ning closed his eyes to rest. Wen Renqiao and Wei Xingyu were looking at the things in the petri dish. The things inside were all things that looked like insects, white, black, red, and all kinds of colors. There was no sound in the lab, and the three of them fell asleep in the room without realizing it. It wasn't until a ring rang in their brains that the three of them woke up suddenly. Wei Xingyu opened his eyes and answered the phone. "Where are you?" "There's a competition today." Zheng Lanshuang's voice rang in his brain. She shouldn't have let these students go out to play. Now, they didn't even know that the competition was going to start. "We be back soon." Wei Xingyu narrowed his eyes and said to Zheng Lanshuang. Last night, Jiang Ning slept alone on the sofa. Wei Xingyu and Wen Renqiao slept next to each other on the sofa. The sound of the communication woke up all three of them. Jiang Ning slept well. Wei Xingyu rubbed his neck and felt a little uncomfortable. "It's already 6 o'clock. Jiang Ning looked at the time and muttered. "The people in the laboratory have not come out. 8 o'clock is the competition time. They have to rush to the competition venue at that time to draw a new round of opponents." Jiang Ning patted Wen Renqiao, who was leaning at her feet. Wen Renqiao turned his head, startling the two of them. "Huh? Wei Xingyu, you didn't sleep all night?" Wen Renqiao rubbed his brows, sighed. I slept. I fought with the insect mother all night. He raised his head and fell on the sofa, weakly. Are the two teachers okay? I'm going crazy from being tortured. Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu pursed their lips. They couldn't empathize with Wen Renqiao feelings. After a while, there was finally movement in the laboratory. The wine cabinet moved, and was opened again, when Changjun and the female researcher walked out. The three of them quickly stood up and went to greet them. How is it? Wen Renqiao asked anxiously. The female researcher handed over a nutrient solution. This can temporarily suppress it for 2 days. Time is tight, and only one was made. Wen Renqiao happily took it, and thanked the two again and again. No need to say more. If you really want to thank me, show some sincerity. What Cha Jun hinted. The research is short of funds, very short of them. Wen Renqiao understood immediately. Teacher. Don't worry. He opened the star brain, and immediately transferred the money. 1 bottle of nutrient solution costs 1 million star coins. The female researcher was not polite either. She directly showed her account. Wen Renqiao took a deep breath. 1 million for 1 bottle of nutrient solution. This is the most expensive nutrient solution he has ever drunk. He has been fighting in the contaminated area for so long, and he has only saved up 1 million star coins in total, and now he has spent all of it. Wen Renqiao transferred the money distressfully. Compared to money, life is more important. The female researcher nodded with satisfaction. Come back in 2 days to get the next batch of inhibitory nutrient solution. Wen Renqiao nodded dully. His account was empty. He was thinking about where to get some star coins. However, the female researcher reminded again. The potion has only an inhibitory effect. To completely fuse the motherworm blood, you still need to control it yourself. Yes. Wen Renqiao nodded heavily. It was getting late, and the three of them plus Wu Changjun needed to rush back to the competition venue. In order to avoid danger with the commentator, the three did not take Wu Changjun aircraft, but chose to take the suspended ground rail. The location of the individual competition venue has a well-developed transportation, and the suspended ground rail leads directly to the entrance. It took them half an hour to finally enter the competition venue. At this time, Wu Changjun was already sitting on the commentary desk. The three ran to Samir's team pile. Wu Changjun on the stage summarized the situation of yesterday's competition, and then announced the start of the second round of draws. The winners of yesterday came on stage to draw lots. Chapter 142, is this the feeling of relaxation of the seeded players? Most of those eliminated yesterday were S-level psychics. As the competition progresses, the level of the contestants will be concentrated in the 3S level. Jiang Ning match today was scheduled in the afternoon. Today's opponent is someone from Astending Academy, who is also one of the few S-level psychics left. For him to get here, both luck and strength are indispensable. The draw is over, everyone returns to the waiting area, and the content of each group flashes on the screen in the waiting area. How come none of the 3S level players met each other? Jiang Ning looked puzzled. This probability is really a coincidence. You don't know? Wen Renqiao sat next to her in a good mood. The lottery system is set up. In the competition a few days ago, high-level players were basically not matched together. Jiang Ning tilted his head. Then why did Si Yuan and Bai Fei meet yesterday? One of them is 3S plus, and the other is 3S. Their levels are not low. Wen Renqiao shrugged. Maybe the organizers think Si Yuan is not a true 3S plus. You look pretty good now. Are you okay? Wei Xingyu raised his eyebrows, and said to Wen Renqiao. Wen Renqiao, the nutrient solution that costs 1 million per bottle is really useful. I feel my heart has calmed down a lot. This was made by 2 teachers, who worked hard all night. Jiang Ning chuckled. From this point of view, the 1 million is worth it. Wei Xingyu glanced at him. I saw that your balance was all gone when you paid today. What are you going to do in 2 days? The mountain man has his own clever plan. Wen Renqiao smiled mysteriously. Jiang Ning, Wei Xingyu, ? You are not going to go back to your parents to ask for it. What Wei Xingyu said to Cheng Lanshuang at the school gate last night was just to fool her. In fact, since the Federation Games, Wen Renqiao parents have never contacted him once, let alone felt proud of him. It seems that they really don't have a son like Wen Renqiao in their eyes. Wen Renqiao shook his head and pointed at the person who was surrounded by the leader teacher of Samir, Principal Batu. Jiang Ning recognized the man. The leader teacher said that Principal Batu would come in the next few days. Yeah. Wen Renqiao raised his chin slightly. Samir College won the championship in the team competition, and they haven't seen any of the benefits that the old principal promised them. Now his precious student is in a critical moment, As the principal, he should help. Principal Bata also happened to look at the few people. When he saw the naked look that seemed to want to strip him clean, the principal retracted his bared teeth, and his expression suddenly became serious. Jiangning felt sorry for the principal's wallet for 2 seconds, and his eyes returned to the live broadcast screen. After the S-Class was eliminated, the biggest highlight of the day became the fight between the two S-Class. At this time, Chung Yao was fighting with someone from the King's College. Both of them were Earth Elementalists, and their mental power levels were both above double S, but Chung Yao was better at using petrification skills, while the person from the King's College was better at Earth Escape. The arena for the individual competition is very intelligent and diverse. It can switch the competition environment freely according to the abilities of the two opponents. The environment of the match between her and Betty College's main conductor yesterday combined the elements of wood and fire. The background of the match was an erupting volcano. The background of Siyuan and Baifeiyu match was a sky city. Jiangning looked at the screen. Chung Yao and her team's competition venue was in the desert. In addition to the rammed floor tiles in the competition area, there were endless barren mountains in the distance. The Federation divides the mental power level from low to high into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and EF levels. This is the entry level for the awakening of psychics. When the mental power reaches this level, it can be said that it is an awakened person. The mental power at this stage cannot be lower. Defining this level is actually to distinguish between psychics and ordinary people to a certain extent. But even so, there are still many people in the numbered stars who cannot awaken. Going up from D to B level is the spiritual power level of most people in the Federation. A level and above can enter the Federation Supernatural Academy to study. These levels are general levels, like some special ones, such as Super S level, Super Double S level. These levels are not divided separately. If you want to be more serious, Chung Yao Super Double S level does not belong to Double S. Chung Yao and the man on the opposite side fought back and forth. The competition between the same level is always very exciting. This guy from King's College didn't show his strength when he was in their previous team. But now, he is not inferior to the other 3S level players in their team except Baifeiyu and Luo Winna. Wei Xingyu looked at the two people fighting in the field. I don't know if King's College specifically asked her to keep a low profile or what. In the replay of the team game, this person hardly made a move. Not only her, but the other double SS of King's College should not be underestimated. Jiangning focused on the surrounding game screens where the game was over. In this match involving members of King's College, they almost all won. Everyone's attention was focused on the geniuses like Baifeiyu and Luo Winna, so they subconsciously ignored other members. Now it seems that their real strength this year is not only 3S, but also double S. The ability of double S was fully demonstrated in the individual competition. Although the individual competition is purely personal honor, however, who can really talk about it apart from their respective colleges? When talking about who won the award, or who won again, the audience always brings up their respective families, colleges, etc. The games were played one after another. Except for the one where Chung Yao won by a small margin, almost all the battles were won by the people of King's College. After half a day, people from each college eliminated nearly dozens of contestants. At noon, the candidates went back to eat, and then came back to continue the game. Jiangning walked into the competition venue. The background of today's game was like hell. The black environment was full of depression. It was as if a ghost would fly out of the void at any time, and bite anyone. Opposite her was a man, with a burly figure, but a very delicate face, and his whole temperament was somewhat sinister. Jiangning did not take her seriously, after all. Her opponent today was not even as high as yesterday's. As the countdown was about to end, a stream of black mental power poured out from the opponent, and the black energy materialized, and instantly formed a death sickle. What a familiar move. Do you have a code name called Soul Hunter? Jiangning's sight gradually moved from his blade to his face. The man opposite was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiangning to know this. He nodded. Yes, my ID in Superpower War is called Soul Hunter. Have you seen me? The Soul Hunter narrowed his eyes. Or have the two of them ever matched up? The Soul Hunter didn't remember meeting such a person in the game. Logically speaking, Jiangning is so powerful, she shouldn't be bad in the game. She should even be quite famous. There's no reason for him to forget such a person. When Jiangning heard the other party admit it, the corners of her mouth curved up. More than that, she had met him in the first game. She didn't expect that the fate between the two was so deep. Jiang Ning didn't answer him, and the soul hunter didn't ask any more questions. He raised his sickle and attacked Jiang Ning. The death sickle can be breathtaking, so it's best not to touch it directly. Jiang Ning didn't dodge, but raised her hand to summon a huge nut, then lifted the nut with both hands and smashed it towards the soul hunter. He staggered, and the sickle in his hand was also knocked out, turning into a wisp of black smoke and dissipating in the air. The soul hunter stabilized his body, bent his 10 fingers, crossed them in front of his chest, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. When his hands were released again, there was suddenly an iron chain in his hands. The fiery red magma on the soul chain was looming. It had a layer of burning effect, and could easily penetrate a person's body. In addition, the chain was covered with spikes, and each section could strangle a person. Jiang Ning turned around to dodge, and her petals flowed out of her palm and flew to the opposite side. The soul hunter had obviously done enough work before the game. He exerted force on his wrist, and the soul chain in his hand began to rotate. The spiral chain crushed all the petals. The man stretched his forearm straight and swung the chain. Snapped. Jiang Ning sensed the release, summoned the thrown nuts back, and blocked them in front of him. The chain hit the nut wall with a crisp sound. Jiang Ning looked casual. She stood still, without moving her feet. She pointed her finger in the air, and a purple flower 2 meters tall grew on the red and black soil. Others might not recognize this plant, but the people in Semel College were very familiar with it. Jiang Ning called it the man-eating plant, and the name was just as it was. People saw it chewing polluted bodies in the polluted area. Jiang Ning was using it to deal with a living person? Everyone shuddered. Just thinking about the man-eating plant chewing a living person was terrifying. Is Jiang Ning a bit of a waste of talent? After Astounding College suffered a setback at the hands of Jiang Ning, the entire college began to watch the replay of the game repeatedly, and studied the various plants summoned by Jiang Ning in a targeted manner. The soul hunters on the opposite side thought they knew all the peas, peppers, petals, etc. of Jiang Ning very well, and would never be attacked by these plants again, but now they didn't bet on any plant correctly. Jiang Ning had a backup plan. The soul hunters suppressed their hesitation. Since they didn't know these plants, then they might as well attack Jiang Ning directly. Jiang Ning stood behind the nut wall and the piranha plant, and was firmly protected by these two plants. If her plants were compared to mutant plants, then the level of these two plants would at least reach the 3S level. It was not that Jiang Ning did not want to use other plants, but after a little thought in her mind, she still felt that the piranha plant and the nut wall were the most convenient. The peas required her to distract herself to control them, and the peppers had a low one-time yield. As for the rose, theoretically, it was more suitable for group attacks, and it was not very effective in 1v1 battles. She didn't sleep well last night, and she was very focused today, throwing herself into other people's battles, not wanting to spend too much energy on dealing with them. So the nut wall and the piranha plant are very good, both for defense and offense. The soul hunter chain was thrown out, and it was entangled with the leaves of the piranha plant. The chain was stuck, and no matter how hard he pulled, it was useless. The piranha plant bent down, aimed at the soul hunter, and took a bite. The soul hunter was startled, loosened the chain, bounced a few times and quickly dodged, so that he would not be swallowed by the piranha plant's big mouth. The Venus flytrap didn't eat anyone, and shook its leaves, seeming a little disappointed. Jiang Ning released a little more mental power to it, and the roots of the Venus flytrap broke away from the soil, and it aimed at the soul hunter on the opposite side, and ran towards him with its flower head shaking. The soul hunter could only defend and run away. For a while, the scene the audience saw was that the soul hunter was chased by a flower with a bloody mouth all over the competition field, and Jiang Ning stood calmly in the middle of the field and watched from beginning to end. The soul hunter attack was useless against the nut wall, nor against the piranha plant. The attack on them was just a tickle at best. In the end, he exhausted both his mental and physical strength, and lost out of exhaustion. The game was declared over, and Jiang Ning withdrew his mental power with a big hand, and the piranha plant and the giant nut disappeared immediately. The soul hunter lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and Jiang Ning left the arena calmly under the referee's gaze. The battle between her and the soul hunter was surrounded by spectators and contestants. Everyone came to watch her attack, but apart from summoning two plants, Jiang Ning did not take any action. Some of the audience were disappointed, while others felt that she was even better. However, in the eyes of Baifeiyu and Sasali, who were mixed in the crowd, This behavior was seen as Jiang Ning intentional concealment of her strength. Did she think that this would be alright? It was useless. In the internet information age, it is not difficult to dig up a person's past. Someone on the Star Network has already released her video of the college competition. After one day of competition, everyone returned to the dormitory. Jiang Ning fell asleep on the bed. Yesterday, because of Wen Renqiao incident, she didn't sleep well the whole night. She was listless when watching the game during the day, and almost fell asleep. If this was filmed, it would definitely be seen as her self-esteem and not taking everyone seriously. What Jiang Ning didn't know was that the fact was just as she thought. Some media filmed her performance and posted it on Star Network. Is this the feeling of relaxation of the seated players? Snickering picture yawn. Chapter 143, did it also think of itself as a god? On the 5th day of the competition, Jiang Ning suddenly realized that there were many more guards around him. These guards were all wearing military uniforms. Their faces were stern, and they were very tall. The audience was curious about them, but they were not too surprised. Jiang Ning followed the team to the waiting area with doubts in his mind. Looking at the news today, the magnetic storm is coming. No wonder there are so many soldiers around the stadium. Wen Renqiao, who was following behind her, was browsing the information on the Star Network. And then he said to Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu. He stretched out his hand and showed the information on it to the two of them. According to the report released by the Astrology Bureau, there will be a very large magnetic storm in the near future, and the capital star and nearby star regions will be affected. Please coordinate and arrange with all star friends. Try not to go out if you don't have anything to do. Wait until the magnetic storm is over before going out. Magnetic storm? Is it the thing that causes regional mutations and turns into a polluted area? Jiang Ning thought for a moment. So the extra guards around the stadium today are related to this matter? I didn't see the specific date. When Renqiao and Wei Xingyu were still flipping through the message. Can we still finish the competition normally? This year's contestants are really unlucky. First, they encountered a very rare primitive pollution species in the team competition, and a supermagnetic storm is about to occur here. Follow-up. The staff responsible for guidance reminded. The three of them came back to their senses from the news and trotted to catch up with the people in front. Back at the competition venue, the enthusiasm of the audience was not reduced by the notice issued by the Astrology Bureau. Please come to the stage to draw lots. Wu Changjun leaned close to the microphone and cued the competition process as usual. After the fierce competition in the past few days, there were less than 20 contestants left in the competition venue. And these people were basically 3S level superpowers from various colleges. Although the number of contestants decreased, more and more spectators came to the Capital Star to watch the game. The halfway point of the individual competition is often the most exciting moment. The audience watched the contestants gradually enter the waiting area to wait for the draw. Starting today, all future competitions will be between 3S and 3S, so the audience will inevitably be a little excited. Backstage in the waiting area, under the guidance of the staff, the girl in trendy clothing in front of Jiang Ning walked up to the draw table, and she gently pressed the button on the draw table with her finger. The name on the screen above jumped instantly. Everyone looked up. After a few seconds, the jumping name stopped, and Jiang Ning's name was displayed on it. Jiang Ning lowered her tilted neck slowly. Okay. Her opponent was revealed, so she didn't have to go forward to continue drawing lots. The girl from Trinity College stepped down, and Jiang Ning followed her out of the queue. Behind her was Wen Renqiao, who walked quickly to the drawing table. There were only 3 people left in the team, and his opponent could only be one of those 3. As the screen stopped ticking, Wen Renqiao's next opponent was revealed. Although there was a 1/3 chance, he chose Qin Daoyuan from Xingxiling College. The two had a grudge in the last game, which has not been resolved yet. Since Qin Daoyuan realized the gap between him and Jiang Ning, he began to keep his tail between his legs for a while. He was afraid that his opponent would be Jiang Ning this morning. When he learned that her opponent was confirmed, Qin Daoyuan just breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and was picked by Wen Renqiao the next second. Qin Daoyuan suddenly sneered. He was afraid of Jiang Ning because Jiang Ning was 3S+, which was completely different from him. But it did not mean that he would be afraid of other people in Semel College. Qin Daoyuan rubbed his wrist and gave Wen Renqiao a provocative look. In the end, one of the 3 was drawn, and the remaining 2 automatically became opponents. There were 7 groups of players today, and the games were played one by one, still 3 games in the morning and 4 games in the afternoon. The audience no longer need to pay attention to the situation in several venues separately, and the commentator could also focus on one match. The first players to appear were Wen Chao and Qin Daoyuan. The broadcast in the waiting area announced that the players were ready to enter, and Wen Chao packed up and got up to leave. Jiang Ning looked at his back as he was about to leave and asked for no reason, "How do you feel today?" She couldn't tell why she asked this. She glanced at the soldiers standing around the stadium. She felt that something was going to happen today. It was like the eve of a storm. The first thing she felt was a sense of oppression and death-like calmness. Wen Ren turned back to Wen Yin and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I got a new inhibitor from Teacher Hui yesterday and drank it before leaving this morning." The broadcast urged when Ren Chao entered the stadium. Jiang Ning also returned to the audience area with Wei Xingyu to watch the game. "Jiang Ning, here." As soon as they arrived at the stadium, Si Yuan waved at her. Si Yuan's position was excellent, and he could see the entire stadium. There were several specially reserved seats around him. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment, and walked towards him with Wei Xingyu. Except for the first day, when he was taken away by the housekeeper for treatment, Si Yuan came to watch the game almost every day in the following days, and he would reserve seats for them in advance every time. In the arena, Wen Chao and Qin Daoyuan have already started fighting. Jiang Ning sat next to Si Yuan and asked casually, "Do you know what's going on with the guards around?" "Yes." Si Yuan's heart was not on the arena. He nodded when Jiang Ning asked. On the surface, these soldiers were transferred here to protect everyone because of the coming magnetic storm. In fact, the commander and his men learned that the Black Eyeballs would take advantage of the Federation's large number of people during the game and prepared to attack the Federation at this time. Si Yuan lowered his voice. "This location of the stand is far away from the crowded audience area, but it is inevitable that some people will pass by." Jiang Ning suddenly realized. She said that these guards looked strange. The magnetic storm is a cosmic natural disaster. Even if they are here, they can't do anything. According to normal thinking, the game should be suspended, everyone should return home, and resume all activities after the magnetic storm stops. Jiang Ning asked the question in his mind. Si Yuan said, "It is said that the game was originally planned to be suspended today. I don't know why, the organizer delayed it for another day." Jiang Ning tilted his head, and the two people's eyes collided. Bang! An explosion sounded in the stadium. The two people's attention returned to the battlefield. When Ren Chao fell to the ground, his whole body was trapped by several metal blocks, leaving only his head still moving. Qin Daoyuan gathered a golden energy ball in his hand and approached Wen Ren Chao on the ground step by step. Wen Ren Chao's facial features were squeezed and deformed. "End it!" Qin Daoyuan's palms were locked tightly. The metal block was still growing as he controlled it, as if he didn't even want to leave the last bit of space for Wen Ren Chao. The block was eating away at Wen Ren Chao's body bit by bit. The camera zoomed in and saw that Wen Ren Chao seemed to have lost his resistance, and he didn't move at all. He can break free. Wei Xingyu frowned, with a hint of anxiety. What is Wen Ren Chao doing? In her opinion, even if Wen Ren Chao couldn't beat Qin Daoyuan, he wouldn't let himself lose like this, and Wen Ren Chao was a space-based psychic, so this little bit of control couldn't trap him at all. Jiang Ning looked at Wen Ren Chao's face on the screen, which was gradually losing its vitality. She thought she might know a little about the reason. She and Simon had learned about it in the past 2 days. In Wen Ren Chao's nightmare, he was devoured by the worm mother bit by bit. Although the inhibitors provided by Teacher Hui and the female researcher helped control it in the past 2 days, it could not cure the root cause. Under the restraint of these metal blocks of Director Qin, his memory was stimulated, and the worm mother swept over like an overwhelming force, wanting to devour Wen Ren Chao again. She only hoped that Wen Ren Chao could do better, get rid of the control of that thing as soon as possible, and regain his sanity. In the stands, the audience's hearts were lifted up with Wen Ren Chao's situation, and everyone stared at the competition field nervously. Qin Daoyuan's mouth curled up with a proud arc. This battle will soon be over, and the winner can only be him. He once again strengthened the output of mental power, and the block was locked tightly, and it seemed that Wen Ren Chao was about to be completely hidden. The next second, a blue-black light and shadow lit up, and Wen Ren Chao's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he came behind Qin Daoyuan. When Qin Daoyuan realized it, his body reacted faster than his brain. He half bent down and turned to the side, avoiding Wen Ren Chao's attack, and a knife was thrown at him. Both of them had been training for a long time, and their inertial movements had reached the level of predicting danger. The two engaged in close combat for a while, without any superpowers, relying on fists. feet and body movements. Wen Renqiao fighting style was even more brutal, and Qin Daoyuan was almost always suppressed by him. Si Yuan saw something. Jiang Ning saw it too. He looked different from his usual self. Instead, he looked more like the state he was in when he fought Simon that day. Her heart sank. The inhibitor given by Teacher Hua was no longer effective. Wen Renqiao had problems again. Jiang Ning looked over there. Wen Renqiao was very fast. His moves were almost connected. Qin Daoyuan couldn't find any chance to attack at all. He could only defend. The two fought back and forth for nearly 10 minutes. Qin Daoyuan finally found an opportunity. His perception was released. Several chains suddenly appeared in the field, trapping Wen Renqiao. Wen Renqiao was blocked and wanted to rush to him, so he used the teleportation skill to shuttle through the competition field. Qin Daoyuan would certainly not give him a second chance. Wherever Wen Renqiao ran, the chain followed, as if it had recognized him. Being forced into a corner, Wen Renqiao gave up the chase. He put his hands together and rotated his palms in opposite directions, creating a matrix space. Qin Daoyuan was trapped in the matrix space. Wen Renqiao sneered and controlled the matrix space with his hands to attack Qin Daoyuan. This space is much more lethal than when it attacked Simon before. However, Qin Daoyuan is not an S level like Simon. He released his attack and slammed it into the matrix wall. The matrix space was soon cracked by him. Elemental power users are old-fashioned attackers, and space power users are newcomers in the later period. Both are now recognized as the strongest power systems in the interstellar world. The competition between Wen Renqiao and Qin Daoyuan also represents the competition between the elemental power system and the space system to a certain extent. Which of these two factions is better has always been a hot topic for everyone to discuss. Come on! Qin Daoyuan. Wen Renqiao. Attack him! Two groups of people in the audience area shouted at the top of their lungs. The competition venue was equipped with a soundproof and anti-disturbance mode. They knew that the sound could not reach the ears of the two people, but they continued to shout, as if whoever's louder would win over the other. In the two people's competition field, Qin Daoyuan broke the restrictions of the matrix space and rushed out. He hung his hands at his side, absorbing the metal power around him. The background and venue of the two people's competition field were in a void. Everything around was made up of metal parts and stars of different sizes. Under the urging of Qin Daoyuan perception, those metal parts seemed to have sensed some call, and all gathered towards the direction of the stadium. The parts gathered together to form an energy turret. At this time, the muzzle was aimed at Wen Renqiao. Qin Daoyuan used his mental power as energy and turned it into a cannonball. As his hand fell, the energy-like cannon, with a certain power, broke through the void and shot towards Wen Renqiao. Wen Renqiao kept piercing and dodging. He seemed to be circling along the stadium, but in fact, he was constantly approaching Qin Daoyuan. Under the panoramic camera, the audience can see more clearly than the two people fighting. Wen Renqiao palms behind his back are constantly accumulating energy. When the two get close, the energy will all go to Qin Daoyuan. The distance between the two is constantly shortening. Qin Daoyuan finally noticed it, but he didn't care. He silently increased the output of mental power. The power of the energy cannon is even greater than that time. The shockwave bypassed Wen Renqiao and fell to the ground, and immediately a pit was smashed out. The floor of the competition venue was not virtual. Under the destruction of the energy cannon, a smell of burnt wood filled the air. Wen Renqiao sniffed, frowning slightly, and in a corner that no one noticed, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes again. It was this moment of dullness that Qin Daoyuan caught, and the energy cannon fired again, almost brushing against Wen Renqiao's head. Wen Renqiao's side face was hit by the energy cannon, and a piece of flesh was cut off in an instant, and blood flowed down his cheek. He felt the pain, and raised his hand to feel a warm sensation. The bloody smell stimulated him, and a cruel look appeared on Wen Renqiao's face. He looked at Qin Daoyuan opposite him with cold eyes, as if he was already a dead man. Qin Daoyuan was unaware, and still releasing energy cannons. The corners of Wen Renqiao's clothes lit up with stars, and he rushed out like an arrow. A knife of light was released from his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it cut Qin Daoyuan's neck. Qin Daoyuan pinched his neck with his right hand. The first feeling he had was not pain, but disbelief. He stared at the person in front of him. The attack on his neck made him speechless. Qin Daoyuan's hands were soon covered with blood. He knelt on one knee. He felt the metal parts that were gathered together fall to the ground one by one, making a clang-clang sound. This was a fatal wound. The referee and the medical team guarding the exit of the stadium quickly stepped forward to stop the bleeding and treat Dandelion. When Renchao stood there in silence, watching the busy crowd with cold eyes. This scene stunned the audience outside the venue and Jiangning and others. No one expected that when Renchao would directly cut Dandelion neck. The federal competition was based on the principle of friendship first and competition second. All contestants were repeatedly told before the competition, stop when it is enough, and try to avoid attacks on fatal parts during the competition. The match between the two ended with Dandelion falling down. Hua Jun remained calm and announced that the winner was Wen Renchao, and immediately closed the venue. After the game, Jiangning dragged Siyuan and Wei Xingyu to the backstage. Fortunately, the medical team arrived in time. Dandelion bleeding had stopped, but he fell into a coma and was rushed to the treatment cabin for treatment. When Renchao walked out of the arena, there was still blood on his face, which he wiped randomly. When Renchao, Jiangning called him softly. When Renchao turned around and smiled triumphantly at the three people, I won. Several people seemed to see the shadow of another species through his eyes, and they all fell into a strange silence for a moment. Aren't you happy for me? When Renchao looked at the three people strangely. In the end, Siyuan forced a smile. Happy? When Renchao had just experienced a battle, and his emotions were in a state of violent fluctuations. Several people knew that it was best to follow his words at this time. In the competition field, when Renchao and Dandelion episode turned over as Dandelion condition stabilized, the game had to continue. And the next game was Wei Xingyu battle. Jiangning exchanged glances with her. Jiangning and Siyuan took Dandelion away, while Wei Xingyu went to the preparation area, waiting for the game to start. Jiangning game was scheduled for the afternoon. She still had time, so she decided to go with Siyuan, and Wen Renchao to the laboratory under Black Rose again. Wen Renchao had been in good condition for the past 2 days, and no one knew why the inhibitor failed today. Hua Jun was still explaining, so they could only go to find the female researcher. On the other side, Cheng Wanchuang, Feng Yanzi and other teachers from Semel also rushed in this direction as soon as the incident happened. However, they met teachers from Xingxilin on the way. The two colleges had a friendly exchange. They were delayed on the road for a while. When they arrived here, several students were about to leave. Where are you going? Cheng Wanchuang glanced at the few people. She always felt that these students were hiding something from them. Jiangning looked at the suddenly appeared teacher Semel. Things had come to this point. The few people had no intention of hiding it from the teachers. She pulled the teacher over, away from Wen Renchao, and explained the matter to the leader teacher. You students, the leader frowned after hearing this, a little annoyed. Such a big thing happened. But the students didn't tell them until now. But she soon let it go. If they were more careful as teachers, how could they not find out the abnormality of Wen Renchao? In the end, it was their negligence. Do the researchers have a way to solve Wen Renchao problem? Yanzi was still calm when a group of people had a stroke. Although she was usually impetuous, she was actually more careful than most people. She glanced at Wen Renchao quietly, lowered her voice. Do you want us to accompany you? They are Wen Renchao teachers. No need, teacher. Jiangning shook his head. The location of the laboratory is hidden, and they probably don't want too many people to disturb them. Hua Jun has a special relationship with the female researcher. She knows that the female researcher is a member of the organization that studies black eyeballs. Jiangning is not sure whether the teachers know about black eyeballs. She took the initiative to hide this matter during the narration. The leading teacher didn't say anything more. They just said, be careful. Jiangning nodded and returned to Siyuan. After the game, Wen Renchao recovered a lot. Although he remained silent, he didn't look so oppressive. In the crowded and heated arena, 3 people quietly slipped out of the exit. Jiangning took out the aircraft and flew to Queen's Road with Siyuan and Wen Renchao. Queen's Road looked different during the day. There were basically no people walking on the road. It was not time for dinner, and the nearby restaurants were also empty. The bar is open 24 hours a day, even in the morning, but there are not many customers in the store. Only a few bartenders are busy with their work. The 3 people approached the bar, and the bartender looked up and saw the faces of Jiangning and Wen Renchao, and then lowered his head silently and continued to work. Jiangning walked in front and led the way. The road was smooth. When they went down to the 2nd floor, they looked at the biometric lock at the door and were troubled. Hua Jun usually brought them here, but this was the first time without Hua Jun guidance. How could she forget this? Jiang Ning was silent for a moment. While thinking about how to unlock the door suddenly opened by itself. Biometrics passed. Jiang Ning? ? The door opened. The female researcher was lying on the sofa at this time, looking like she had just woken up. She had a smart remote control device in her hand, and it seemed that she had opened the door just now. Teacher, excuse me. Jiang Ning called her, and took the two people behind him into the utility room, and closed the door. Jiang Ning and Wen Renqiao explained to the researcher why they came to see her, while Siyuan wandered around the room. The researcher took the two into the laboratory, and gave Wen Renqiao another full-body examination. 2 hours later, the examination report came out. The researcher said, the activity of his cells must have increased significantly compared to the previous 2 days. It should be affected by the magnetic storms in the past 2 days. The original contamination species were originally brought by these magnetic storms. They felt this call, and would emerge when his emotions fluctuated the most. So the inhibitors were ineffective. The female researcher put down the inspection report in her hand. The researcher half leaned on the operating table, and looked at Wen Renqiao, who was sitting with her arms around her chest, but looking at his condition. You don't have to worry too much, he can suppress it himself. Right? As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. You can feel that thing is merging with you, right? The researcher stared straight into Wen Renqiao's eyes. Wen Renqiao felt a hair in his heart when she looked at him, and he nodded hesitantly. In the past 2 days, under the effect of the inhibitor, he slowly took the upper hand, trying to fuse the worm mother blood bit by bit, and today, under the stimulation of Qin Daoyuan, he didn't expect it to be successful. He felt a powerful energy that did not belong to him. At the same time, he also felt that his emotions were getting more and more out of control. He clearly felt that his rationality was slowly withdrawing, and only indifference remained. The polluted species seemed to regard itself as a god, looking at everyone indifferently. He had the same substance as the black eyeball, so sometimes he wondered whether the black eyeball was the same, regarding itself as a god. Chapter 144 and 412 star. While the female researcher was re-equipping Wen Renqiao with the inhibitor, Jiang Ning's star brain rang. She raised her wrist and looked. The call was from the teacher. Jiang Ning picked up the video. How is Wen Renqiao? Chun Lanchuang asked this first question. Jiang Ning's eyes passed over the test tube in the researcher's hand, and fell on Wen Renqiao, who was so bored that he stared at the bugs in the petri dish. No problem for now. They have been here for nearly 5 hours. According to the competition schedule, it is almost time for the afternoon session, so Jiang Ning naturally thought that the teacher was urging her to go back to the competition. However, the teacher on the other end of the video opened his mouth, and what he wanted to say to her was not this. Chun Lanchuang, there is a problem on the field. The competition is temporarily suspended. You should watch Wen Renqiao over there. The competition is suspended? Jiang Ning was surprised. Wasn't everything fine this morning? Why so sudden? Her eyes fell on the background where Chun Lanchuang was. She hadn't noticed it just now, but now she realized that it was not a viewing platform for the individual competition, but a combat readiness meeting room. Yeah. Chun Lanchuang hummed lightly, without telling Jiang Ning in detail, and only said a few words before ending the video. This utility room was so small, and the conversation between Jiang Ning and Chun Lanchuang just now was heard clearly by Siyuan and Wen Renqiao. After Jiang Ning hung up the video, the two of them all surrounded her. The three of them looked at each other and fell silent instantly. After a while, her star network rang again. This time it was Wei Xingyu who called. Wei Xingyu said seriously, something happened at the stadium. The three of them had received the news from Chun Lanchuang first, and they were prepared in their hearts, and they did not show much shock. The figure of a strange beast appeared in the city, and the stadium was also affected. There were also many casualties, so the organizer had to terminate the game, and only said that the recovery time was to be determined. Wei Xingyu told a few people what he knew. There were so many people gathered in the federal competition area, and this considerable casualties must have affected many people. Aren't there so many guards at the competition venue? Can't they control the monsters? Wen Renqiao's tone was somewhat questioning. Most of the members of the guards were individual soldiers in the army, and their strength was at least above S level. What kind of terrifying situation was the number and level of the monsters at the competition venue, that so many guards could not protect the audience? Moreover, most of the star citizens are awakened, and they have certain defensive and offensive capabilities. Jiang Ning glanced at Wen Renqiao, and she had the same question in her mind. There are not many strange beasts. Only 3 S-level spotted dogs in total. And the guards killed them all the moment they appeared. Wei Xingyu said. Then why are there casualties? When Renqiao was puzzled. And he asked anxiously, eager to know what happened. Wei Xingyu was silent for a while. And she explained, it was the students who were injured on the B-22 star before. They suddenly went crazy and attacked the audience. Jiang Ning finally couldn't help but ask after hearing this, is it those bugs? That night, when the students from each college team found that they were infected by bugs, they immediately pressed the elimination button and left the field to receive treatment. The medical team also stabilized their conditions as soon as possible. After more than a week of treatment, they gradually recovered and their bodies were no different from before. This was originally a good thing. After all, there were so many injured students that night, and no one wanted them to die like this. Unexpectedly, this boomerang finally came back to them. How could people parasitized by quilt worms escape the control of the contaminated species so easily? On the other side of the video, Wei Xingyu nodded heavily. What happened to those people in the end? Jiang Ning asked calmly. Wei Xingyu, they were controlled by the guards. The injured have all been sent for treatment. The staff organized the remaining audience to leave in an orderly manner. The Capital Star government also issued a notice for everyone to stay at home as much as possible. Not only on the field, the strange beasts have also appeared on the streets of various urban areas. Some have been solved by enthusiastic citizens, and some have been cleared by the regional security management team. Now all districts have basically stabilized. It is unknown where these strange beasts came from. In the latest notice issued by the Astrology Bureau, the magnetic storm wind will arrive at the Capital Star in 2 days. In addition, the patrol soldiers and supervisors around the polluted area of the Capital Star did not find any traces of strange beasts. Wei Xingyu had many questions in her mind. But the thing she was most concerned about right now was the person opposite her. How is Wen Renqiao? Wei Xingyu asked. All the psychics with larvae in their bodies are out of control now, not to mention that the one in Wen Renqiao body is a mother worm, which is more terrifying than the larvae. The researcher said that he is fusing with the mother worm blood, and she is now preparing a new inhibitor for him based on Wen Renqiao's situation. Jiang Ning said, I hope the new inhibitor will work for him. After the psychic fuses with the contaminated species, the mental power will at least be improved by 1 level. When Wen Renqiao learned that he was expected to become the third 3S plus psychic in the Interstellar, he became excited and paid more attention to the fusion process. Wei Xingyu calmed down for a moment. After she informed Jiang Ning of the situation at the academy, she ended the communication. When Renqiao heard about the situation outside, and couldn't wait to go out and take a look, he ran to the laboratory inside and asked about the progress there. In the utility room, Si Yuan walked to Jiang Ning's side. The two looked at Wen Renqiao back and fell into deep thought. There was a noise from the other end of the laboratory. The female researcher said, it's just a little bit of mental power. But the mental power supplement in the laboratory is run out. Running out? Wen Renqiao exclaimed, and then sighed to himself after a while. Then I go buy one. He was about to leave when he was stopped by a researcher. The general spiritual power supplements on the market have too little content and are not very effective. It would be great if you could buy sunflowers. That thing has a lot of spiritual energy and is effective quickly. Sunflowers? As soon as these words came out, the 3 people present were stunned. What is that? Wen Renqiao asked. I know. Jiang Ning pursed her lips and found a withered potted plant in the corner of the utility room. She pulled out the dead leaves and threw them into the trash can, and then walked into the laboratory with the empty pot with soil. Jiang Ning has been dealing with various soils for years when planting plants, and she could tell at a glance that the soil in this potted plant was of good quality. She placed the potted plant 1 meter away from the researcher's operating table, holding her breath and concentrating, and releasing her perception in her hand, and a small green bud emerged from the soil in the empty pot. The buds grew, sprouted and blossomed under everyone's gaze, until fine and solid hairs gradually grew on the roots, and bright yellow petals bloomed from the middle. Several people watched a sunflower being summoned. The researcher understood when Jiang Ning summoned the sunflower seedling, and when Renqiao was shocked. Here you go. Jiang Ning pushed the flower to the researcher, and said to Wen Renqiao, 1 million star coins. Don't forget to transfer it to me. Wen Renqiao recovered from his shock. Are you trying to steal money? She charges 1 million star coins for 1 inhibitor, but you charge 1 million for 1 flower? He has spent 3 million on inhibitors these days. Luckily, today's service is considered after-sales service, so he doesn't need to pay extra money, otherwise he really can't afford it. The researcher pursed her lips and forced a smile. I testify that. She didn't cheat you. She knows sunflowers, so she naturally knows its price. Si Yuan on the side also raised his hand and said, I can also testify that. It is really this price. When Renchao clenched his fists, took a deep breath. No money. Jiang Ning lowered his head and sent the merchant account on Xingnao to Wen Renchao. I know. Remember it for you first. And remember to give it to me later. She applied for a merchant account when registering the online store. And the sale of plants has always been done with public accounts. When Renchao received the message from Jiang Ning on Xingnao, he took a look and clicked it. And the page automatically jumped to Jiang Ning's store. He looked at the items sold in the store and the prices. 990,000 star coins. Jiang Ning really didn't mean to cheat him. But the point is not this, but the comments below are all saying that this is a top-level plant spiritual weapon, which can significantly improve mental strength. When Renchao blinked, took a breath, pointed at the thing on the page, looked at it, and then looked at everyone. The three of them nodded at the same time. The spiritual weapon master is actually next to him. Who was it that said plant-based psychics were useless before? This is simply too awesome. It's okay to just have military power, but now, he can summon a top-level plant spiritual weapon at will. When Renchao looked at Jiang Ning, with eyes full of stars. After taking the sunflower, the researcher used a knife to cut off a small piece in the middle, and then took it to an unknown instrument, to purify it, and then added the extracted substance to the inhibitor, and the two were mixed. The liquid in the test tube slowly changed color, until the liquid inside turned completely white. Then she took out the test tube, sealed it with a seal, and handed it to Wen Renchao. Okay, take it back, and let the medical team inject it into your body. The researcher paused and added, you can drink it directly, but it will take longer to take effect. Thank you, teacher. Wen Renchao nodded after taking it. The researcher stretched, sent everyone away, and returned to the laboratory, and opened another program interface on the control panel. The monitoring devices, they densely distributed in various contaminated areas, sent warnings at the same time. The contaminated area, to be more precise. It should be the source of black eyeball pollution that is about to make a big move. She turned on the communication and synced the message to the higher-ups. On the other side, Jiang Ning and the other two left the bar. After the capital star government issued the notice. Within just 1 hour, all the people on the street had evacuated. At this time, the streets were basically empty. The hovercraft and the ground track had stopped running. And the few people seen were patrolling soldiers and guards. When the guards saw the three people, they immediately flew over, glanced at the Semel Academy uniforms they were wearing, and roughly understood their identities. He said sternly, you students, hurry back to the academy and stay there. Don't go out and hang around. The three nodded and left immediately in the aircraft. There were not many people along the way. If you don't look at the light sources in the buildings, the whole city seems empty. The capital planet is one of the most prosperous planets in the Federation. People are always crowded day and night. Even Si Yuan and Wen Renchao, two natives who grew up in the capital planet, have never seen such a scene of global martial law. Jiang Ning drove the aircraft back to King's College and was intercepted by several guards. They all asked about it and told him to return to the college quickly. She did not encounter any strange beasts. Perhaps they had been dealt with by the guards. Si Yuan and Wen Renchao were browsing the star network on the aircraft. There were many people complaining online. They returned to Samir's residence in King's College. The teachers and some classmates surrounded them and asked about their well-being. Students from various colleges were basically here. They could see any movement outside. Seeing that Samir's people came out in groups, they also poked their heads out to check the situation. Since Wen Renchao still had to go to the medical team, the three of them did not stay with the teacher for too long, and the crowd dispersed. Jiang Ning roommate Wei Xingyu, Cheng Yao and Simon were also ready to follow the three to the medical team. The 6 people were too eye-catching, and the people from other colleges were all complaining, saying that they were not easy to deal with, and they were still thinking about going out to fool around at this time. When they arrived at the medical team, they met with Changjun, who stopped Wen Renchao. How do you feel now? There is something I may need your help with. Wen Changjun is a straightforward person. She prefers to be straightforward in everything. So when she needs help from Wen Renchao, she doesn't beat around the bush. She just speaks directly. Wen Changjun looks like he has something important to do. Wen Renchao is very happy to help. He asked, how can I help? Come with me. Cha Jun glanced at everyone and said to Wen Renqiao. Finally, she stopped and looked at Simon. You come too. The two were taken away inexplicably. The remaining 4 people, Jiang Ning, had originally followed Wen Renqiao. Now that he was taken away by Huachang Jun, the 4 of them discussed it and followed him. Huachang Jun caught a glimpse of the 4 people from the corner of her eye. She didn't say anything in the end and just let the 4 people follow her. Huachang Jun brought them to a war preparation meeting room. He pushed open the door and saw a room full of researchers and officers. Looking at the badges on their chests, none of them had a low rank. Jiang Ning only recognized the female officer in the first place. She had seen her on the podium of the team competition. They said she was the current supreme commander of the Federation. Maybe it was because the people inside the organization gave people a too serious feeling. They, the students, mixed in with them, felt a little at a loss for a moment. The people are here. Huachang Jun pushed Wen Renqiao and Simon to the crowd. The commander nodded lightly. She stood up from her chair, slowly walked to Wen Renqiao, and asked in a very polite tone, Wen Renqiao, can I ask you for a favor? I heard that you have the blood of the polluted species in your body. You should have known the relationship between the black eyeball and this thing. Now I need you to find a way to try to resonate with the polluted species, and find the specific location where the black eyeball is hiding. Are you willing to help the Federation solve this crisis? The commander did not speak with orders unconsciously like other officers. Her tone was very friendly from beginning to end, as if the two were just chatting normally. It didn't matter whether Wen Renqiao agreed or refused. What could Wen Renqiao disagree with? He felt a spirit of honor awakening in him. His parents thought that he would not achieve much if he went to Samir Academy. But Samir Academy was the most promising in the Federation. He now had a feeling that it was a good thing for the blood of the insect mother to be in his body, which gave him the opportunity to help the entire Federation. Wen Renqiao remembered something, and the passion that had just arisen in his heart suddenly dissipated a little. But I don't know how to find the black eyeball. We have our own way. The commander's eyes fell on Simon, and she called softly, Student Simon. Yes. Simon suddenly became nervous. The commander chuckled. Please release your illusion to Student Wen Renqiao again later. Every move on the field cannot escape their eyes, and anyone who finds anything abnormal will be reported to them. Simon nodded. Although she didn't understand what the commander and his men wanted to do, she didn't dare to ask any more questions. A researcher walked over to the 2 of them and said, Come with me. Wen Renqiao and Simon looked at each other and followed him to an instrument at the back. The researcher instructed Wen Renqiao to lie on the half-wrapped instrument in front, and then asked Simon to sit on another chair. After one of them lay down and the other sat down, 2 people dressed as assistants came forward and connected the connecting wires on the instrument to the back of their necks and temples. Okay, please release the illusion to this student now. The researcher pointed at Wen Renqiao and said to Simon. Simon nodded and activated her mental power. She could feel a sense of restraint coming from her temples, but with so many people watching, she could only try to ignore this feeling and concentrate on controlling the operation of the illusion. Wen Renqiao's instrument was different from Simon. His hands, feet and body were completely restrained. This was also because everyone was afraid that he would suddenly lose control. After the 2 entered the illusion, the large curved screen behind the commander also lit up. The curved screen was connected to Simon's perspective. It was the first time that Jiang Ning saw someone else's illusion from this perspective. She sat behind the crowd and looked very inconspicuous. But when she didn't notice, the commander and the people around her looked at her several times. They had detailed information about all the participating freshmen, and the girl in front of them was the most special and outstanding. Jiang Ning quietly looked at the contents of Wen Renqiao's illusion. The environment shown in the illusion was inside a numbered star, the commander standing in the first position. Several other officers and researchers were analyzing and locating which planet it was based on the environment. Jiang Ning seemed to hear something vaguely. 412. She was sensitive to this number because she lived on the M412 star. She blinked twice quickly, trying to suppress her thoughts and not to make random associations. Illusions are generally reflected from places that have been visited in reality, and are inseparable from the person's vision and experience. Wen Renqiao has never been to the M412 star, so how could his illusion reflect that place? Jiang Ning continued to look at the screen. Walking in the illusion was like dreaming. One could travel thousands of miles a day. In the blink of an eye, the stars would turn and the world would turn upside down. A city appeared on the screen. Jiang Ning was completely unable to remain calm. Her hands suddenly tightened. Images in her mind emerged like a tide, all shouting that this was their planet M412. When Jiang Ning focused all her attention on the illusion, she suddenly felt a warmth in her clenched fists, and a pair of large hands, with distinct joints, covered her hands. Jiang Ning looked up along the hands, and her sight instantly fell into a pair of clear eyes. Under Jiang Ning's gaze, Si Yuan calmly took his hands back, and said, "Seeing that you are so strong, I am afraid that you will pinch your nails into the flesh." "Thank you." Jiang Ning expressed her gratitude stiffly. There were indeed a few more nail marks on her palm. The streets of the lower city of M412 in the illusion were very quiet, and Simon shuttled through them looking for Wen Renqiao figure. Simon is also from M412. She is very familiar with every street and alley there, although she doesn't understand why Wen Renqiao illusion is here. Suddenly, Simon's sight stopped, and the picture turned. M412 suddenly seemed to be doomsday. The sky was dyed blood red, and the city was under extreme depression. Bang, there was a sound of something falling on the street on the other side. And then many people rushed out of the street, screaming, panicking, and running for their lives. Simon's sight turned, and suddenly many strange beasts appeared in the city. They smashed things when they saw them, and bit people when they saw them. The city was destroyed wherever they went. Although the level of these strange beasts was not high, the mental power of the numbered stars was also not high. There were only a handful of people with S-level mental power here. For a time, many people became fat meat in the mouths of strange beasts. Simon saw the figures of his parents among them. Even in the illusion, Simon subconsciously did not want them to be hurt. Seeing that the couple was about to die in the mouth of the beast, Simon controlled the illusion and flew in front of them. The beast was blown away several meters by a strange force. The couple breathed a sigh of relief and hugged each other to comfort each other. A black fog slowly rose above the city, and all the beasts seemed to sense some call and looked in that direction. The target has appeared. The commander and other officers at the top immediately perked up. Simon looked at the movement over there, and after a while, he returned to the couple again. The couple looked terrified, and when they turned around to run in another direction, they fell into another sight. Their breath was lifted again. The illusion slowly moved up with Simon's sight. The first thing everyone in the conference room saw was a pair of black hooves, followed by soft fur. The figures of several strange beasts flashed through everyone's mind. Sheep, dogs, rabbits all had this kind of fur. The picture finally stopped at a pair of swirling horns, and everyone finally confirmed that this strange beast was a goat. The goat's sight slowly opened, and there was a bit of indifference in its bright yellow horizontal pupils. When it looked at people, it felt like it could see through the screen and see through them. The people behind the scenes. The illusion ended here. Jiang Ning narrowed her eyes, and kept thinking about the strange beast just now. A goat walking upright. She had seen it 6 years ago, because the horizontal pupils were so special. She still remembers it now. But hadn't it been killed by Cui Lai Te and the M412 Star Guard? Chapter 145. Black Eyeball wants to kill him now. When Simon and Wen Renqiao woke up from the illusion, the commanders in the conference room had already lined up, ready to set off for the M412 Star. "Thank you for your hard work." The Supreme Commander nodded to the two of them, expressing his gratitude. Then the two assistants stepped forward again, removing the equipment from the two. When Renqiao and Simon looked at the room full of officers who were in a serious state of preparation, and they had no idea what was going on, especially when Renqiao, who felt drowsy after being in Simon's environment, and the whole person seemed to have just slept. Simon, as the controller of the illusion, felt a little better than Wen Renqiao, but she never found Wen Renqiao in the illusion. This was very strange. Simon stood up from her seat, and her eyes stayed on the thing that had just been connected to her neck for 2 seconds. Her intuition told her that the abnormality of the illusion was related to these things, but she didn't dare to ask more. The two returned to stand beside Jiang Ning and his group. The people in the conference room had no time to pay attention to them. After the commander gave a few instructions, all these people received the order and left the conference room quickly one by one. The roar of the aircraft engine continued to be heard from outside. Soon, less than half of the people in the conference room were left. When the Supreme Commander passed by a few people, his eyes stayed on Jiang Ning for a few seconds, and finally left without saying anything. After the commander left, the researchers packed up their equipment and left the conference room. For a while, only Wu Chajun and Jiang Ning and a few other students were left in the conference room. Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Chajun, expecting her to say something or explain a few words to the others. However, nothing happened. Thank you for your help. There is nothing for you to do here. Go back. What Chongjun said in a businesslike manner and left. The 6 people were a little confused now. They always felt that they had something to say, but their brains were in a mess. They looked at each other, and finally chose to remain silent. No one took the initiative to bring up what happened just now, as if it was just an insignificant episode. The 6 people continued to walk towards the direction of the medical team. There were many people in the medical department, most of whom were injured spectators who came here for treatment. The contestants had a doctor in charge. After several people reported their colleges and names, they were led into the doctor's office by a robot nurse. After the doctor learned about the situation, he injected Wen Renchao with an inhibitor. The newly configured inhibitor was very effective. After entering the blood, Wen Renchao instantly felt the gloom in his heart suppressed. Jiang Ning looked around and asked, "Where did those students who lost control go?" Wei Xingyu only knew that they were taken away. When asked where they went, she didn't know. They are now dangerous. In theory, Wen Renchao is also a dangerous person, but his condition is better. He can still control himself for the time being. The doctor paused, turned his body from one side to the desk, looking at Jiang Ning seriously. They were taken away by the guards. They should be under control. But these are not our doctor's responsibility. We are only responsible for treatment, the doctor said. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, there was a commotion outside. The doctor frowned, walked to the door, and stopped a robot nurse and asked, "What happened?" The robot nurse said seriously, "Several students injured people in the college. Many patients came to the medical department, and they are busy assigning doctors and treatment cabins." Why did it happen again? As soon as the doctor finished complaining, the communication in the clinic suddenly rang, and the system of the medical department also assigned him a patient. The entire medical department was busy, and the doctor had no time to pay attention to the few people. The 6 people became idlers again. The 6 people left the clinic, and saw many injured people sent to the medical department. The medical team of King's College was directly affiliated with the first treatment hospital of the capital star. But it was only responsible for the students in King's College, because this federal competition was held in King's College. Other colleges also made an exception to enjoy their treatment services. If it were normal times, they would go to the first treatment hospital for treatment, which would cost a lot of star coins. But the key was that they would have to wait in line for a long time. When Jiang Ning returned to the rest area, all the teachers and students from the colleges had already come out of the dormitories. 6 people returned to the team. We came back from the medical department. Suddenly, there were many injured people there. The teacher and several people explained. They were the students who were previously controlled. Something went wrong on the way to the detention center. The 2 guards in charge of guarding them actually let them go. The crazy students lost their shackles and came to the training ground collectively. The trainees here were not prepared at first. They were still wondering how they got out. But the other party took action. Jiang Ning learned the process of the incident from the teacher's words. The reason for the incident lies in the 2 soldiers who were responsible for the escort. Why did they let these students go? After the incident here, the 2 soldiers disappeared. The teacher frowned. After the teacher finished speaking, someone in Samir's team whispered, "Maybe they are afraid of being punished, so they hid." Such a large number of casualties occurred during a special period, and the victims were students from various colleges. If the higher-ups blamed them, losing their positions in the guard team would be a small matter. But they would probably go to the Interstellar court and be sentenced to 5 to 10 years. Jiang Ning lowered her eyes and pondered, recalling the question she had asked Hu Chongjun before. Black Eyeball had already planted its own spies in human society through the contaminated spores. She felt that the 2 guards had probably been parasitized by the contaminated spores without knowing it. Now the contaminated spores were awakening in their bodies, controlling them to release the students who were in danger. What was the purpose of Black Eyeball doing this? Simply to create a little chaos in human society? Jiang Ning rejected this idea in her heart. From the various behaviors that the Black Eyeball had shown before, its scheming was far more than what was seen before. She swept her eyes among the teachers and found that a few people were missing. She asked, "Where are Teacher Feng and Teacher Lan Shuang? Why are they not there? These students are of high level. They are usually led by Feng Yinzi and Shang Lan Shuang. The relationship between them is closer than that of other teachers. The other leading teachers can understand that the students are concerned about the whereabouts of these 2 people." A teacher explained to Jiang Ning, "There is also a problem at Hongxing. Principal Bata took teacher phone and teacher Chum back to the college temporarily to deal with things. They will come back when they are done. Don't worry. It's really a troubled time. Jiang Ning sighed quietly. The chaos created by the students was quickly resolved again, and everyone returned to the dormitory. Jiang Ning and the others separated from Wen Renqiao and Si Yuan. Jiang Ning asked Si Yuan to keep an eye on Wen Renqiao's situation and keep in touch with her. Back in the dormitory, Wei Xingyu finally had time to talk to Jiang Ning. She walked to Jiang Ning's side and asked, "What are you thinking about? You look so worried from just now." Jiang Ning rubbed his chin with his right thumb and said, "I was thinking about what Mr. Wu once said about the Black Eyeball. Just like its name. Always monitoring everyone's every move in the Interstellar. Now the commander and the others have learned about its presence on M412 from Wen Renqiao. So has it also been monitoring it for a long time? After all, if you count them carefully, it has quite a few spies on the capital planet. Who knows if there are any people in the conference room today who have been parasitized by the contaminated spores?" Wei Xingyu also fell into deep thought after hearing this. Black Eyeball can travel freely in various polluted areas in the interstellar space. Although I don't know how it does it. It is indeed difficult to guarantee that when the commander and his team arrive at M412, Black Eyeball will not have already run away. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory of Samir College, Wen Ren sighed for the 10th time. He walked back and forth in the dormitory. Finally, he couldn't help it. Stopped walking. Turned around and looked at Si Yuan with a puzzled look. "Why are you following me all the time?" Si Yuan, staring at you. Wen Renqiao, "I'm fine, I've injected a new inhibitor, and now I feel good." As if afraid that Si Yuan wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, "Really?" Si Yuan was unmoved and continued to stare at him. Wen Renqiao couldn't persuade him, so he could only persuade him earnestly. "The academy is so chaotic now. It's safer for you to go back to your private manor, where your 3S level butler is." Si Yuan followed the team of Samir Academy, but there was no dormitory or bed for him here. He usually went back to his manor to rest, and then asked butler Afu to send him over the next day. Despite Wen Renqiao's earnest persuasion, Si Yuan still didn't move. He made an impatient TSK sound, took a deep breath, and was about to ignore Si Yuan, when he suddenly heard him speak. "Si Yuan, have you ever thought that if you mutate, you will become the next Black Eyeball? There are fewer boys in the Simmel College team this year, but there are many dormitories, so the boys enjoy 2 people in a room." When it was Wen Renqiao's turn, there happened to be a single room left, so he lived alone during the competition. If Si Yuan hadn't appeared, Wen Renqiao would have been lying on the bed and sleeping. Wen Renqiao subconsciously frowned when he heard Si Yuan's words. How could he become a source of pollution? Teacher Hua and the female researcher in the bar both said that he was a mutant, and the Black Eyeball was a pollutant. The two were fundamentally different. And if he merged with the blood of the Worm Mother, his mental power level might evolve to 3S+. Wen Renqiao wanted to refute Si Yuan, but the next second, he heard Si Yuan say again, "The evolution of the Black Eyeball is very unique. There have only been a few cases in the contaminated area in so many years, and it has the highest IQ among them. If it suddenly learns of a possible threat, what do you think it will do?" Si Yuan's voice was clearly heard by Wen Renqiao. What would the Black Eyeball do? Wen Renqiao pondered this question in his mind. In Area N001, the Black Eyeball learned of the existence of the Green Heart. Its method was to control Quillen's self-destruction, to guide the Green Heart to anger, so that the soldiers in the contaminated area had to clean it up. If Jiang Ning hadn't been quick-witted and stopped everyone, the Green Heart would have been cleared by now. The Black Eyeball wanted to kill him now. Wen Renqiao narrowed his eyes, and finally realized that his current situation was very dangerous. So no matter whether he could successfully fuse the polluted species in the end, Black Eyeball would come to kill him. From the moment he killed the insect mother, it was destined that he and Black Eyeball would be in opposition. Si Yuan didn't say anything else. Looking at Wen Renqiao's eyes, he must have understood. Wen Renqiao sat down at the desk. He didn't care about Si Yuan anymore. Let him do whatever he wants. He felt that he had to do something to save himself, or do something for the Federation. Wen Renqiao quieted down, and Si Yuan also pulled out a chair and sat down next to him. His eyes were unfocused, seemingly staring at Wen Renqiao's every move. But in fact, he was thinking about something else. The students who were parasitized by the spores and the people infected by the contaminated spores were actually 2 groups of people. The contaminated spores were controlled by the Black Eyeball, and the spores were controlled by the Worm Mother. In this way, It was very intriguing that the black eyeball let go of those who were parasitized by the spores. Will they come to look for the mother body when Renchao chosen by the insect mother? Or will they lose their minds and only focus on attacking other superpowers? It was late at night, and everyone in the Federation had their own thoughts in their hearts. Nothing happened overnight. The capital star was sunny on a new day, as if all the haze of yesterday was dispelled, and the upcoming storm seemed to be non-existent. The capital star was still under martial law, and there was no one on the street. Everyone was moving in their own corridors. Jiang Ning was thankful for the advanced technology in the interstellar space. Indoor entertainment activities are no less than those outdoors, so people are not too bored in a confinement state. The group went to the cafeteria to have breakfast through the indoor corridor. During the meal, they heard people from Betty College next to them talking about the outbreak of beast tides of varying sizes on all the stars last night. Many people attributed this abnormal phenomenon to the coming of a magnetic storm. Where did they get all this information? Jiang Ning listened to the people from Betty College with his ears open, and then returned to the dining table, and said to Wei Xingyu and others at the same table. She has discovered more than once that everyone in Betty College is well informed. Whatever the latest gossip and surrounding news, you can be sure to know everything by following them. Betty College is in Blue Star, a famous entertainment and food capital. They have always focused on enjoyment, and do not like to participate in various competitions in the Federation. Si Yuan patiently explained to Jiang Ning. With the development strength of Blue Star, if Betty College wants to work hard, it can at least strive for a second-rate college. Unfortunately, Betty College has always been a Buddhist. This time they unexpectedly got the 7th place. It is estimated that the whole school will display them in the school history exhibition hall. Jiang Ning nodded in realization. Her eyes fell on Wen Renchao, who was standing beside her. In the past, Wen Renchao would usually try to explain, but today, he didn't know what was wrong, and he looked very depressed. He had the micropollution factor, and what they feared most was that his mood changes would cause him to lose control of his mind. Si Yuan received Jiang Ning's gaze, and shook his head gently, indicating that Wen Renchao was fine. He probably said this because what he said yesterday had stimulated him, and Wen Renchao began to reflect on himself. After breakfast, everyone returned to the training ground. Although the game was suspended, the team had to continue training. Wei Xingyu, I haven't asked you how you played yesterday? Did you win or lose? Jiang Ning asked after returning to the training ground. Wei Xingyu lips slightly raised. I won. Her opponent was from King's College. In addition to Bai Feiyu and Luo Wenna, there was only one boy from King's College who advanced. I heard that he was also from the numbered star. But that numbered star was acquired by Yuanxia Group in the early years, and transformed into the now popular Aurora star. He also transformed himself into a second-generation demolition. So he had the opportunity to enter King's College, and had a 3S mental power measured in the year of enrollment. At that time, this news was quite famous in the capital star, and it was reported by various media. The boy had always been very self-confident. Except for Bai Feiyu and Luo Wenna from the same college. He did not take anyone else seriously, including Jiang Ning and Sosli from Astounding College. However, he could not have imagined that Wei Xingyu, who he had never regarded as an opponent, would suddenly appear and beat him. The boy felt that although his life had a bad start, it was smooth sailing afterwards. Being defeated by Wei Xingyu was a big blow to him. However, Wei Xingyu didn't care about one person's defense being broken. On the contrary, it only proved that he was not strong enough. There were 3 games yesterday morning, and Samir had basically won. Regardless of whether Jiang Ning could win the next game, Samir already had 2 people enter the second final. When Jiang Ning went to the simulation training cabin, he ran into Bai Feiyu and Luo Wenna, who were also training. The 2 should have just finished training. Their faces were indifferent, which formed a sharp contrast with Samir and the others who were talking and laughing together. Bai Feiyu's eyes passed over Jiang Ning, and he walked straight outside. They are really early. Cheng Yao sighed. The others came here after breakfast. It was only 7:30. And these 2 had finished their training. Don't worry about them. Let's train too, Wei Xingyu said. Originally, only Jiang Ning, Wei Xingyu, and Wen Renchao were supposed to receive training. But Cheng Yao and Simon said that they were idle in the dormitory anyway, so they might as well practice together. The training cabins at King's College are the most advanced, and the training difficulty is moderate, so the 3-person group became a 5-person group. As for Si Yuan, after he had breakfast with everyone else, He was taken away by housekeeper Afu. The 5 people each opened a training cabin. Jiang Ning lay in the training cabin, her body flat and her eyes closed, her consciousness entering the simulation cabin. She felt a gust of cold wind on her face. The scene in the training cabin was a plane invaded by a blizzard. The snowflakes falling from the sky were as big as goose feathers, and the speed was fast and rapid. Her clothes and hair were covered with snowflakes in a short while, and it was all silvery white. Jiang Ning didn't feel the cold. The air around her suddenly condensed, and the snowflakes immediately spun and gathered in one direction. Jiang Ning immediately alerted and prepared to fight. Chapter 146, she experienced what it meant to have a flowing mind. On the ice field, something was tearing through the cold wave and coming out of the wind and snow. A huge ice wolf appeared in front of Jiang Ning. Its fur was white and almost blended with the surrounding snow. The ice wolf had a fierce look and bared its sharp fangs at Jiang Ning. It let out a roar, and its hind paws burst out with a burst of momentum, and it pounced on Jiang Ning the next second. Because of Jiang Ning's level, the simulation cabin intelligence system matched him with a 3S level beast at the lowest. Jiang Ning dodged while recalling in her mind. Ice wolves, 3S level social animals, are named because they are white and often appear in low-temperature environments. There is a special-shaped ice crystal in the triangular area of their foreheads. The ice crystal is hard and contains a huge amount of elements. It is usually used to make various powerful thermal weapons. However, 3S animals are difficult to kill, so this material cannot be mass-produced. Her perception was released, and under the thick snow, new buds broke through the ground against the frost and quickly grew until the leaves were enough to shelter Jiang Ning from the wind and rain. Jiang Ning found in the last battle that the piranha plant is very useful. It can save a lot of time. If there is only one enemy on the opposite side, then the battle can be over in less than 5 minutes. The ice wolf opened its bloody mouth, drooling from the corners of its mouth, and its claws dug twice on the snow. Then it dived, and its sharp claws cut through the sky. The next moment, the piranha plant next to Jiang Ning opened its mouth wide and directly took in most of its head. Jiang Ning touched her nose. The scene in front of her was really embarrassing. When she was thinking about summoning the piranha plant, she forgot to consider the size of the dire wolf. She raised her hand and decided to solve it manually. The dire wolf was caught by the dire wolf by the neck. It was struggling with its front paws holding the pistol, not noticing the danger approaching behind it. Jiang Ning launched an attack on its back and solved it. The moment the dire wolf turned into a data block and dissipated, Jiang Ning felt the air behind him condense again, and a chill came with the sound of something piercing the void. Jiang Ning reacted quickly, rolling to the side. After landing, she saw the thing behind her clearly. It was another dire wolf. Jiang Ning knew that this thing could not appear alone. In the simulated training chamber, many dire wolves gathered. Jiang Ning stood opposite the wolf pack, and in front of her was a group of plants she summoned. She didn't dare to think about being lazy anymore, and concentrated on controlling each plant to fight the dire wolf. The training chamber was set to 2 hours at a time. It would end automatically when all the set number of monsters were killed in advance or when the time was up. As Jiang Ning killed them, she silently counted in her heart, 9. She set a total of 10 beasts. After the 9th ice wolf disappeared, Jiang Ning waited for a while, but no new beasts were refreshed. Just as she was wondering, the wind direction around her suddenly changed. The ice and snow were gathering and spreading. Jiang Ning realized that this last beast might be a boss-level beast. She prepared herself, and immediately prepared to fight. A minute later, a white cold mist like a tide emerged, and a black figure like a mountain god walked out of the snow, and slowly approached Jiang Ning. The moment Jiang Ning saw the thing clearly, her pupils suddenly shrank. It was an upright goat, covered with black fur, with 2 sharp horns on its head flashing a cold light in the ice field. The most peculiar thing was its eyes. It was the 3rd time that Jiang Ning saw the bright yellow horizontal pupils. The black goat stared at her for 2 seconds. Jiang Ning suddenly heard someone calling her name anxiously in her mind. She knew that someone outside the training cabin was looking for her. She came back to her senses, and the black goat in front of her was still staring at her quietly, without any extra movements. Jiang Ning felt a chill down her spine. She thought that the black goat was not without attack. Perhaps its attack was of the mental type. As long as someone looked into its eyes, they would be attacked. But she didn't have time to care about it now. She forcibly stopped the training and withdrew from the simulation training cabin. Wei Xingyu. Chung Yao and Simon all surrounded her training cabin at this time, looking serious. What happened again? Jiang Ning asked them belatedly. Too many things happened in the past 2 days. So when she saw the reactions of several people, she subconsciously thought that something new had happened. Many strange beasts suddenly appeared in King's College. I heard that they all ran out from the polluted area nearby. Chung Yao looked outside. There are not many polluted areas on the capital planet, and the area is not large. They are basically occupied by several schools and used as practical training bases. When they were having breakfast in the morning, several students were injured and sent to the treatment room. Jiang Ning frowned, left the seat in the training cabin and followed the 3 people, preparing to go outside to take a look, but paused again and looked back at the training cabin where they had just been lying. The simulated training cabin was empty. Where did Wen Chao go? The 3 of them looked at each other and shook their heads. Simon said, "We didn't see him when we left the training cabin." The 3 of them had just finished training, and when they heard the noise outside, they hurriedly called each other. Jiang Ning lowered her eyes, thinking about where he might go. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration, and thought of someone, Wachan Jun. In the past 2 days, there have been monster riots, and students have lost their minds. Plus Wen Chao has learned about the black monster, so he is likely to be hot-blooded and want to do something. So he could only seek help from Wachan Jun. Should she go to Wen Chao? The answer is no. Right now, they are in a mess. Jiang Ning believes that Wachan Jun will not let Wen Chao get into trouble. Jiang Ning did not care about Wen Chao anymore. She walked out of the training room and saw the fallen King's College outside. As far as the eye can see, strange beasts are rampant. The number of strange beasts in the college is enough to reach the range of a small beast tide. The buildings were destroyed by them, the ground was full of blood, and several students were lying in a mess. All the teams from all the colleges activated their superpowers and fought with these monsters. Jiang Ning looked at the scene in front of her. It only took 2 hours from the time they entered the simulation training cabin to the end. In these 2 hours, the king had become what he is now. No wonder people say that the monster tide is terrible. Jiang Ning looked around. A double-S earth lizard quietly approached the crowd and swung its tail heavily. It was about to hit the person in front of it, but she was fighting with another 3S monster and had no time to take care of the back. Jiang Ning raised his hand, and his perception was released instantly. A green pea was launched from midair, restraining the movement of the earth lizard. When Bai Feiyu, who was originally fighting with the psychic, heard the movement behind him and looked over. Jiang Ning rose petals had strangled the earth lizard. Bai Feiyu was stunned for a moment, and the 3S beast behind her rushed forward again, and an attack fell. At the same time, Jiang Ning perception poured out again, and 2 vines were released at the same time. One wrapped around Bai Feiyu's waist, and the other flew to the beast behind her. Bai Feiyu's body lightened, and was pulled away by Jiang Ning vines, while the strange beast was entangled by the vines. "Thank you." Bai Feiyu moved his lips, quickly calmed down, and attacked the strange beast that was bound by Jiang Ning. With the joint attack of the 2, the strange beast was finally killed. Jiang Ning pointed to the pile on the ground in front of him. "Do you want it?" Bai Feiyu's brain reacted for a while, and she realized that she was asking about the corpse of the strange beast on the ground. She shook her head, indicating that she didn't need it. Bai Feiyu grew up in the capital star. Her father was a lieutenant general level officer, and her mother was a spiritual weapon maker. She had never lacked money since she was a child. Unless the school specifically asked her to bring back a strange beast, she would just throw it on the ground and ignore it, because someone would pick it up. Jiang Ning got Bai Feiyu's denial and walked happily towards the pile of strange beasts. In addition to the earth lizard she had just killed, and the 3S strange beasts she and Bai Feiyu had killed together, there were also a few strange beasts that Bai Feiyu had killed before. She accepted all the gifts and put them all into her nano ring. This was a habit she developed when she first came here. She would pick up any strange beasts she saw and put them into her nano ring. Strange beasts were equivalent to star coins, although she might not earn as much as she could from selling a sunflower. She had already decided that strange beasts were valuable. Bai Feiyu watched her collecting strange beasts from behind, and recalled the information the teacher had shown them. Jiang Ning came from the slums of the numbered star. If she had not awakened her spiritual power and entered Samir College, she would probably still be in the polluted area, relying on teaming up with others to hunt strange beasts for a living. In such a background, she can bloom brilliant flowers. Bai Feiyu's eyelashes trembled, and she didn't know what she was thinking. A strong wind brushed her cheek and flew past, causing her hair to flutter. Bang! There was another sound behind Bai Feiyu. Jiang Ning had collected all the strange beasts and came to her. Mr. Bai, what are you doing? Jiang Ning's expression flashed with confusion. She remembered that Bai Feiyu was not so stupid in her impression. She didn't even notice that the strange beasts attacked her. She had already discovered it 3 times in a short period of time. Jiang Ning had a trace of doubt in her heart. Now was a special period. She looked at Bai Feiyu, as if to determine whether she was also infected by the contaminated spores or larvae. Bai Feiyu came back to his senses and got back into the state. There were many strange beasts around, as if they could not be defeated. They had no purpose. As long as they saw humans, they would pounce and bite them. Mutated species and humans were natural enemies of each other. The strange beasts around the two were temporarily cleared. Jiang Ning's eyes swept around. Seeing someone about to be attacked by a strange beast, she rushed up to help him kill it. The alien beasts had no absolute target, and neither did Jiang Ning. She basically didn't distinguish between colleges and relatives. Bai Feiyu was touched by it, and followed to help clean up the alien beasts. Jiang Ning almost asked the people around her if they wanted it after killing one. As long as the other party said no, she immediately put it into her nano ring. After a while, her nano ring was full. She could only sigh and look at the alien beast in front of her, with a look of regret on her face. Bai Feiyu came up and took the beast away. Jiang Ning blinked and tilted her head to look at her. Don't you need it? Bai Feiyu curled her lips slightly. Don't waste it. This slight change in attitude was immediately caught by Jiang Ning, and she raised her eyebrows. Bai Feiyu always liked to have a cold face before, and her temperament was comparable to that of the entire Xingqilan Academy. Even Luo Wenna beside her was much more likable than her. At least Luo Wenna's expressions were rich and varied. I always felt that there weren't enough alien beasts in the polluted areas of the capital star, and I never had enough fun killing them during the assessment. Now, I didn't expect that there would be so many alien beasts in such a small polluted area. Bai Feiyu laughed at herself. Jiang Ning pursed her lips and pushed her. Don't sigh. Just kill them quickly. Bai Feiyu, can you fly? Can you take me to fly higher and see? Jiang Ning looked around. Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao were busy dealing with the alien beasts around them, and couldn't get away. Bai Feiyu was the only person around her who was considered a semi-acquaintance. Can't you fly? Bai Feiyu glanced at her from top to bottom. She had discovered in the last competition that Jiang Ning basically relied on her teammates to fly. She had suspected that Jiang Ning couldn't fly before. Jiang Ning scratched the back of her head embarrassedly and said with a wry smile, I haven't learned it yet. She tried many times, but she couldn't learn this flying method. Her feet seemed to be deeply rooted in the soil, and she couldn't fly no matter what. It seems that Semel Academy is not as powerful as the Star Network said. Bai Feiyu snorted lightly, while saying some sarcastic words. His body honestly went around Jiang Ning's back and lifted her up. Ever since Jiang Ning and Si Yuan had performed brilliantly in the competition, the Star Network had been saying that Samir College's teaching level had surpassed all other colleges. Even 3S plus could be taught so well, and Wei Xingyu and Wen Renqiao were both pretty good, so the rumor spread that Samir College was on par with first-class colleges. Bai Feiyu certainly didn't know that Principal Batu was behind all this. She was originally dismissive, but after hearing and seeing so much, she unconsciously compared Samir with their King's College. But before that, Samir College was just a third-rate college. A little higher. Jiang Ning looked down at the height of the two people and said to Bai Feiyu behind him. Bai Feiyu raised his hand again after hearing this. She asked in confusion, What are you going to do? Jiang Ning said in a relaxed tone, Of course. I see how many strange beasts there are around. I'm going to clean them all up at once. You're crazy. Bai Feiyu frowned, and his tone suddenly rose a few degrees. There are so many strange beasts. Jiang Ning said he wanted to solve them all at once. You can't do it alone. Bai Feiyu calmed down and interrupted Jiang Ning's idea. She knew Jiang Ning was stronger than her, but it was impossible to solve so many strange beasts in the King's College by herself. Of course, I can't do it alone. Jiang Ning chuckled. Bai Feiyu, then what do you want to do? Jiang Ning put her hands together, and a strong mental force burst out of her body. She raised her chin and looked down. Aren't there so many talents from various colleges down there? I just need to summon plants as much as possible to control the figures of those strange beasts, and they will deal with them by themselves. Jiang Ning said. The summoning range of her plants is limited by her field of vision. She can only summon plants in a small range down there. And the control range is not wide. And she can't move again. But now with Bai Feiyu leading them, the two of them flew into the air. And the field of vision is wide. Jiang Ning's spiritual power went to the ground. In the range of her vision, purple-red vines emerged from the soil. The vines entangled the feet and body of the strange beast. The strange beast was instantly like being pressed into slow motion. The noise of fighting around stopped. Everyone was stunned for a moment as they looked at the plants that suddenly appeared. Look up at the sky. Someone looked up and found Jiang Ning and Bai Feiyu. Understanding the origin of these vines, everyone did not hesitate. All attacks were directed at the body of the strange beast. Jiang Ning continued to release a huge amount of mental power to maintain it. She finally experienced what it meant to have mental power flowing like water. The sunlight that had accumulated in her body for a long time was rapidly draining away. Her face became paler, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Jiang Ning only hoped that the group of people below could quickly deal with this wave of strange beasts. Bai Feiyu watched the strange beasts below stop collectively. While she was impressed by Jiang Ning's strength, she was also worried about her. From Jiang Ning's expression, she knew that this was definitely not an easy job. Both of them focused their attention on the bottom. On Jiang Ning's side, she not only had to maintain the growth of the vine, but more importantly, she needed to continuously disassemble and integrate the abilities of corn kernels and pea pods into the vine, in order to support its ability to delay the target's action. This process was very complicated, and no step could be wrong, so Jiang Ning's spirit was also extremely high. The King's College was in dire straits, and on the other side, after when Ren Chao left the training, he first went to the Si family's manor to find Si Yuan, and then went to Wat Cha Jun residence with him. Wat Cha Jun residence was not seen, and the two of them went to Queen's Road. The situation in the city was generally not as bad as that in King's College. Although some strange beasts had jumped here, they were basically controlled by the surrounding guards as soon as they appeared. The whereabouts of those who were controlled and parasitized are still unknown. The two of them rushed to the basement of the Black Rose Bar. This time, the two of them were not so lucky. They wandered at the door for a long time, but the door did not open. There won't be no one here. Ren Chao's heart was thumping, hoping that this situation would not happen. The two were locked at the door. Ren Chao squatted on the ground, and Si Yuan leaned against the wall. About 15 minutes later, Si Yuan said, "Why don't we go back?" "No." Ren Chao immediately retorted. Si Yuan shut up. Where Ren Chao couldn't see, he quietly sent a message to Jiang Ning. The two waited for another half an hour. There was still no movement in the utility room on the second floor. Si Yuan also looked at Xingno frequently, and there was no message from Jiang Ning. Si Yuan crossed his arms and glanced at Ren Chao. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at him. Ren Chao had fainted on the ground without him knowing when. Si Yuan quickly contacted Afu. He had originally planned to bring Ren Chao back to the academy, but he heard Afu mention that a small-scale wave of alien beasts had occurred at the King's College, so he could only take him back to his manor first. And he also kindly called the Si family's exclusive therapist to treat him. The therapist checked him many times and said to Si Yuan, "There is nothing wrong with your friend's body. His fainting should be related to his spiritual sea of consciousness. I detected that his mental value is in an abnormal fluctuation state." Chapter 147. Who else is inside? Abnormal mental fluctuations? Si Yuan stared at the unconscious Ren Chao on the bed. Thinking, suddenly, Afu walked in from outside with an anxious look. "Master, you guys hurry up and stay in the secret room for a while," Afu said with a hint of meaning. "There are a lot of people outside gathering towards the manor." "Who are they?" Si Yuan tilted his head and looked at him and asked. Afu glanced at the therapist and his assistant in the distance, walked to Si Yuan's side, and whispered to him, "It's the group of people who lost control and went crazy before." Si Yuan frowned upon hearing this, and walked to the window and looked out. As expected, he saw a huge group of people. These people were dressed in different colors, belonging to all kinds of groups and classes. About 10 to 20 meters away from these people, there was another group of people coming over here. Judging from their clothes, they were the group of out-of-control students who were released. "Master, you move to the secret room first, and I will deal with the outside." Afu walked to the sofa wall and pressed a button, and then signaled the therapist on the side to carry Wenren and go in first. Si Yuan followed him into the secret room and said worriedly, "Afu, be careful." The heavy door of the secret room closed, and Afu nodded resolutely. in order to prevent data intrusion in the C family's manner. The door of the secret room still uses the most primitive mechanical structure. Si-Yuan watched Afyu disappear from his sight with his own eyes. But he was still not at ease. The guards in the manor had been transferred to other places in the past 2 days. Now Afyu was the only one left outside. Although he was powerful, he could not beat 4 hands with 2 fists. He opened the star network and sent a message to Jiangning again. In the chat box between the two, Jiangning had not yet responded to the previous message. Si-Yuan pursed his lips, looking serious. Something had happened at the King's College. Jiangning and the others were dealing with the alien beast tide, and they probably wouldn't be able to get away in a short time. Beep. Beep. The instrument issued 2 warning sounds, and the sound stimulated Si-Yuan to come back to his senses. He turned and walked in the direction of Wen Renqiao. The secret room was the war preparation base prepared by the Si family to deal with danger. The whole house was made of airtight metal steel plates. There were sofas, beds, reserved wires, and various supplies inside. The therapist placed Wen Renqiao on the bed. The instrument connected to him kept flashing red lights, and the values on the screen jumped rapidly. Without the therapist's advice, Si-Yuan knew that this was not a good sign. Will he be in danger? Si-Yuan asked in a deep voice. The mental value is related to our sea of consciousness. If the value continues to fluctuate in such a large way, your friend's brain will be damaged to a certain extent, and his ability may be hindered, the therapist said. Si-Yuan listened, his eyes drooped. The therapist didn't know about the mother worm, so he judged Wen Renqiao's symptoms from his professional perspective. Wen Renqiao was not a quiet person, otherwise he would not have left a good first-class college and finally went to Samir College. Therefore, he could not have fainted for no reason. The female researcher said when she gave him the newly configured inhibitory potion, that this potion could suppress the power of the mother worm in his body for 3 days, and this was only the first day. Wen Renqiao must have done something. There were sounds of fighting outside the secret room, one after another. Si-Yuan and the other 2 became nervous. The therapist did not dare to ask what happened outside. They depended on other superpowers to survive. They were glamorous doctors when society was peaceful, but once something went wrong, they could only hide behind others. In the King's College, under the control of Jiangning Vines, the teachers and students in the college worked together. In nearly 2 hours, they had almost cleared out the superpowers in the college. Jiangning retracted his mental power, and his body shook slightly. Bai Feiyu immediately noticed Jiangning's weakness. She flew towards the ground with him, and placed him steadily on the ground. I have a mental power supplement here. Do you want to replenish it? Bai Feiyu supported her hand, and took out a reagent from the side of her pocket with the other hand. She saw how much Jiangning consumed, and she thought she should need this thing now. Jiangning took advantage of her strength to relax for a while. She looked at the mental power supplement handed over by Bai Feiyu, and didn't take it. This thing is useless to me. As soon as the 2 landed, Wei Xingyu and other students and teachers of Semel surrounded them. Bai Feiyu was pushed away by the group of people who surrounded her. Jiangning words "this thing is useless to me" kept echoing in her mind. She frowned. What does this mean? Jiangning mental power cannot be replenished. Bai Feiyu pupils suddenly widened a little, and a touch of shock flashed in her eyes. This means that Jiangning just exposed her weakness in front of her. When Luo Wena heard the noise, she also came up and stood next to Bai Feiyu. She hadn't noticed it for a while, and when she came to her senses, the man from Semel College had mixed up with Bai Feiyu. Although Bai Feiyu had never said it, she knew from Bai Feiyu's detailed performance that she didn't like Jiangning. She was going to find Bai Feiyu. But Jiangning suddenly activated his supernatural power, and all the strange beasts around were instantly restrained. Such a large amount of mental power output would amaze anyone who had seen it. For the sake of the overall situation, and to ensure that Jiangning's mental power was not wasted, she temporarily gave up the idea of looking for Bai Feiyu, and stayed to kill the strange beasts with everyone else. Bai Feiyu was looking at Jiangning, and Luo Vina was looking at her. Jiangning was surrounded by the people of Samir. Some were concerned about her health, and some were praising her for how powerful she was. She just smiled, looking very weak. The crowd pulled her away. Let's go too. Bai Feiyu retracted his gaze, and said to Luo Vina next to him. The 2 walked in the opposite direction of Samir Academy. Jiangning, who left with the Samir team, opened the star brain. When she was concentrating on fusing the vines, the star brain kept vibrating with information reminders. At that time, she was busy dealing with the monsters, and had no time to deal with it. Now when she opened it, Her face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Wei Xingyu asked, looking at her suddenly serious expression. Jiang Ning stopped. And Samir's team also stopped with her. She glanced at the teacher and shared the message sent by Si Yuan to everyone. Everyone's face changed after reading it. I need to go to Si Yuan house, Jiang Ning said. Wei Xingyu agreed. I go with you. And me. Cheng Yao also stood up. Jiang Ning nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Let's go too. Someone in the crowd called her. And everyone stood up. Wen Chao and Si Yuan are also our classmates. We also want to do our part. Okay. Jiang Ning glanced at everyone. And a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You go first. We will go find the army, the teacher said to the students. Jiang Ning sent a message back to Si Yuan. And then the two groups of soldiers split into two groups. Jiang Ning and the students in Samir's team went to Si Yuan Manor. And the teacher went back to get reinforcements. Jiang Ning, Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao were faster than most people. They went ahead. Passing through the front garden of Si Yuan house, the three saw that the surrounding plants were trampled violently, the ground was in a mess, and they could almost see that those people were walking in a straight line, without turning in the middle. The three of them bypassed the front garden, and came directly to the front door. At this time, the door had been violently kicked open, and the door was wide open. Si Yuan? Jiang Ning entered the door and called Si Yuan's name in a low voice. The Si family's manor covers an area of 3,000 acres, which is larger than the municipal administration center of their M412 star. There are many rooms in the villa. Jiang Ning didn't know which room Si Yuan was in, so she could only look for him one by one. Cheng Yao was more direct. She released her perception, covered the wall of the building with her hand, and calmly felt the atmosphere here. She retracted her hand, opened her eyes, and said to the two people, there is a sound of fighting on the southwest side of 800 meters ahead. Led by Cheng Yao. The three of them headed in the direction she said. When the three of them arrived at a reception room, the housekeeper Afu was already covered in blood. He stood stubbornly in front of the background wall opposite the sofa, blocking wave after wave of attacks from the madman. Hearing new noises coming from the room, he raised his eyelids with difficulty, and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. Ms. Jiang Ning. Afu breathed a sigh of relief. His lips moved softly. He released his strength, and half knelt down. The three of them saw this. Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao led the way, and squeezed out a path among the group of people who had lost their minds. Jiang Ning flashed in front of Afu and supported him. There were many people in the room. At first glance, it was all heads. The living room, which looked quite large, was full of people. The few people inside seemed very crowded. The large French window in the living room was also broken, and there were people outside who kept trying to squeeze in. Jiang Ning didn't know how Afu could deal with so many out-of-control people by himself. After she caught Afu's body, his claws went on her arms, and Jiang Ning's body was forced to lean towards Afu. Afu whispered in her ear, Master and your friends are in the secret room behind. Jiang Ning glanced at him, and then at the secret room behind him. She finally understood why he was so injured and didn't know how to escape. It turned out that Si Yuan and the others were here. Is your secret room safe? Are there any other entrances and exits? Jiang Ning opened the defense barrier, protecting Afu inside, and looked at the group of people in front of her, asking casually. Afu shook his head. No. There is only this one. Jiang Ning frowned after hearing this. There is only one door, which means that as long as it is not breached, it will be absolutely safe inside. But at the same time, if something goes wrong with the people inside, it will be fatal. Besides Si Yuan and Wen Chao, who else is inside? She asked. Afu said everything. There is also a therapist and his assistant. Chapter 148 All-Seeing. In a secret room separated by a wall. When Si Yuan focused all his attention on the star brain, he did not notice that the assistant next to the therapist was quietly approaching Wen Chao's bed. His eyes were completely occupied by black mist. He tilted his head, his eyes fell on his head, as if he was looking at something else through his brain. The assistant's hand slowly raised, a spiritual force condensed, and flowed out from his palm. If you look closely, you will find that these light green perceptions are mixed with a few strands of black air. Just as the assistant's palm was about to touch Wen Chao's heart, a pair of white and slightly plump hands grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? The therapist frowned. The assistant lowered his head, and the therapist could not see his pupils. The moment the assistant raised his head, the black air in his eyes faded. But he did not completely recover. He smiled at the therapist. Teacher, I want to check him again. No need. The therapist interrupted him coldly. Just do your own thing. Okay. The assistant took his hand back, agreeing on the surface. When the therapist turned around, the assistant rubbed his fingers against his trouser legs, and a black gas that no one noticed flew into the therapist's nose. Yuan heard the movement of the two people, looked over here, and his eyes met the assistant's. He nodded to Yuan very politely, and kept a very standard professional smile on his lips. The two looked at each other for only a few seconds, and everything seemed to be just a normal glance. In fact, the assistant was thinking in his heart whether this person was a threat to him. He had the highest spirit value among these people. However, since entering here, this person had never made a move. Was he conserving his strength, or was there something else going on? In any case, it was a blessing from heaven that the four people escaped here. He was just worried about how to deal with those stink bugs. The federal soldiers didn't know what was going on. They couldn't keep a group of bugs under control and let them run away. He had to spend some time to deal with them, which delayed him a little. The assistant and the therapist stood in front of Wen Renqiao bed, staring at the man lying on the bed with his eyes closed with a gloomy look. I really don't know whether to praise humans for being loyal or stupid. Wen Renqiao should have been swallowed up by the remaining consciousness of the insect mother long ago, and grew into a new creature with complete human consciousness and wisdom. He will lead the entire contaminated species and have more powerful abilities than him. He really felt threatened, so he had to expose his whereabouts in front of humans to strangle Wen Renqiao in the cradle. He was originally just an ordinary pollution source in the pollution zone. Once he swallowed the original pollution species by chance, from that day on, he began to evolve to different degrees, first the body, then the limbs, the heart and the brain. It took him a very long time, during which time he continued to grow stronger, traveling through various pollution zones. By possessing the bodies of humans traveling to and from the pollution zones, he witnessed the cultural history of humans, and learned to think and survive in the human way. Humans all have their own names, which not only represent their individual identities, but also carry a certain inheritance and recognition. Names are very important to humans, so he also gave himself a name, called Argos. The word Argos is a synonym for all-seeing in human culture. Before he was just an ordinary pollution source. His image was a black eyeball. And even humans still call him Black Eyeball. They will mark all the contaminated areas and name each pollution source. But in the eyes of humans, this is different from their traditional naming. They are just marking an experimental question to facilitate monitoring and communication. He has controlled many humans. When he parasitizes in their brains, he can check their memories and read their thoughts. Humans think he will treat himself as a god. But they are all wrong. Compared with the gods who only exist in legends, he prefers others to treat him as a human being. After all, it took him decades to turn from a pollution source into a human. Argos looked at the man lying in front of him with the help of his assistant and therapist. He didn't need to experience all the things that Wen Renqiao had experienced, because he was a human being. After being devoured by the insect mother, his thinking was also human thinking. But all this threat was killed by humans themselves. Huicha Jun and the female researcher made an inhibitor based on the discipline in Fangji team's research notes on pollution species. This inhibitor can reduce the activity of the polluted species, making it temporarily enter a dormant state. This was originally prepared by the team to deal with him. The inhibitor is indeed useful to him, but not to him now. If this thing appeared more than 10 years ago, he would still be afraid. After so many years of evolution, the things left in his body by the original polluted species have been absorbed by him and integrated into his body. But the inhibitor alone is not enough. He cannot accept any unexpected situations. He must ensure that Wen Renqiao and the remaining insect mother consciousness in his body completely disappear. Two people, for pairs of hands, release their spiritual power together, and their hands press tightly against Wen Renqiao's chest. The next second, there was a noise from the door of the secret room. Two green spherical bullets shot at the bodies of the two people at a very fast speed. The bullets spread out into a very fine net, wrapping the bodies of the two people, and the fine electric current passed through the silk net into the skin of the two people, and Argos instantly felt that the two human bodies were trembling slightly, and it was difficult to move. This is the downside of being human. Their bodies are too fragile. Illness, disasters, bites from strange beasts, even fighting among the same kind can lead to injuries. Yuan had heard that Jiang Ning was coming. He looked at her and the living room behind her in surprise, and then moved his eyes back to the therapist and assistant on the other side. The moment Jiang Ning attacked the two, Si Yuan realized something was wrong. He walked to Jiang Ning's side, looking at the two of them. "Stay here," Jiang Ning explained to him, and slowly walked towards the therapist and assistant. When Afu said there were other people in the secret room, Jiang Ning was wondering if they were parasitized by the black eyeball. When Samir's large group arrived, she finally had time to look for Si Yuan and Wen Renqiao. Before the door was fully opened, Jiang Ning saw two unfamiliar people, and her hands touched Wen Renqiao's body. Her body reacted before her brain at that moment. Regardless of whether the two were controlled or not, she had to control them first. Jiang Ning kept her eyes on the two people. She noticed that the eyes of the therapist and the assistant were covered with a layer of gray mist, just like the group of people outside. She was glad that she arrived in time. Otherwise, Wen Renqiao would have been in trouble by now. Argos looked at Jiang Ning approaching fearlessly. He was a human now, and humans would not kill their companions. Moreover, he could feel that this person's mental strength was very high, higher than the one standing at the door. He controlled the assistant and the therapist to rub a touch of black air at the fingertips at the same time. What would happen if he parasitized her? The more Argos thought about it, the more excited he became. In the past, he only parasitized those with low mental power. Their numerical fluctuations were relatively small, and it was not easy for the Federation to detect abnormalities. His perception could stay on them for a long time. With the help of their bodies, he could grasp the latest news of mankind in real time. However, usually the information these people get every day is some insignificant things, and they cannot touch the core content of society. At the beginning, he would allocate a part of his power to upgrade these people, thinking that their level would be upgraded, and their social status would be improved, and naturally they could help him do more things and grasp more comprehensive information. But the species are different. The human body is really weak. They can't bear this kind of power. After a while, the pollution value will soar, and they will become polluted. Later, he improved the formula and reduced the dosage. The user can quickly improve his mental strength in a short time at the cost of overdrawing his own life value. In this way, the mortality rate is indeed reduced a lot. But it also has disadvantages. It is easy to be investigated by the Federation. But it doesn't matter. He has other ways. He devoted himself to studying human culture. Interstellar people all have the habit of loving and drinking tea, especially if a certain food contains spiritual power. They will rush to buy it, such as Chi Min green jade melon, but that thing is too expensive, and many low-level people will not buy it. New drinks, containing spiritual power, have to be cheap. Argos started his entrepreneurial plan among humans. At first, he just randomly selected a planet for experimentation. Later, this beverage shop became famous, and many people spontaneously promoted it, and also labeled it as a special drink. Humans are really interesting, Argos thought, in these few short decades. He always felt that he had completely mastered the human way of thinking, but reality refreshed his cognition again. Growth is a process of continuous learning. Jiang Ning noticed the actions of the two people. When the black air was spreading, she quickly pulled away and dodged. Her intuition told her that it would be bad if she was contaminated by the black air. She didn't expect that these two people were bound by her peas, and they could still cause trouble. Jiang Ning pulled away from them and raised her hand. A pea seedling at the door felt the call and burst open its pod. Several peas flew out and hit the therapist and the assistant. They were knocked unconscious. She stood there and waited for a while, until the two people lying on the ground were completely motionless. Then she and Si Yuan walked over again. They are parasitized. Si Yuan pursed his lips, and his eyelashes fluttered. It's my fault that I didn't notice it in advance. I should have thought of it earlier. It's good that you are not parasitic. Jiang Ning's tone slowed down. She was telling the truth. If Si Yuan was parasitic, it would be a big trouble. When Si Yuan heard this, he took it as it's good that you are okay. The two sentences sounded similar, but the meanings were different. Jiang Ning cared about him very much. Chapter 149 Plan. Jiang Ning squatted beside the two unconscious people on the ground, and checked their conditions. It was obvious that these two people were from the Black Eyeballs lineup. Did they want to kill Wen Renqiao just now? She stood up, and stared at Wen Renqiao on the bed without blinking. She quickly figured it out in her mind. Did you go to see Teacher Wu today? Jiang Ning heard footsteps approaching from behind, and she tilted her head and asked. Wen Renqiao said he had something to ask Teacher Hua and the others. When Si Yuan spoke, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Ning. Her face was much paler than usual, and she looked visibly tired. Jiang Ning turned around and slowly approached him. Teacher Wu didn't see you. And the female researcher in black rose didn't see you either. Her tone was almost certain, and Si Yuan could tell that she was stating a fact, not a question. He told Jiang Ning in his message that he didn't see them. But whether Hu Changjun was away for some reason or deliberately didn't see them was another matter. Si Yuan nodded and said softly, Jiang Ning watched Si Yuan every move, and a trace of consideration flashed through his eyes. They had found Hu Changjun at the beginning, and then Hu Changjun took them to the laboratory, and finally prepared the inhibitor for Wenren Chao. It was all very smooth along the way. Hu Changjun had been secretly helping them, doing her duty. Not only did she not report Wenren Chao's situation to the organizing committee, but she also allowed Wenren Chao to finish his competition well. Now think about it carefully. Why did Hu Changjun help them so much? Just because Wenren Chao is a 3S level superpower. Is he an important talent of the Federation? There are 3S who sacrifice in the polluted area every year. From the day she came to ask Wenren Chao and Simon for help, Hu Changjun does not belong to the Federation Superpower Competition Organizing Committee. Her rank should be higher than it seems. She can directly contact the highest commander and participate in the core combat deployment. Jiang Ning guessed that she should belong to the highest command of the Federation. Moreover, the inhibitors they gave were fine a few days ago, but something went wrong just before the arrival of the magnetic storm. If there was no manipulation during this period, Jiang Ning would never believe it. Jiang Ning felt that they were sold and helped count the money. She sorted out everything again in her heart. At first, they accidentally entered the B22 Pollution Monitoring Center in the B22 contaminated area and discovered the research of Fangji team and the contaminated species, Worm Mother. This was also the first time she realized the danger that always existed in the contaminated area and learned about the information about the Black Eyeball. Then Wei Xingyu and Wenren Chao led the team through the monitoring center smoothly. They found the nest of the insect mother by following the traces left by the insect mother. Wenren Chao entered the cave and successfully killed the insect mother, but his skin was unfortunately splashed with the blood of the insect mother. The remaining consciousness of the insect mother attempted to infect Wenren Chao through blood. A week after they left the contaminated area, Wenren Chao gradually felt uncomfortable. She noticed it and took him to Hu Changjun residence. Everything was normal up to this point. She could guess the relationship between the contaminated species and the Black Eyeball. The Black Eyeball was afraid of Wenren Chao, who was accidentally contaminated with the blood of the insect mother. He was worried that he would grow into a creature that could compete with him, or even stronger after fusing with the contaminated species. Therefore, he would want to strangle Wenren Chao in the cradle. Would Hu Changjun not have thought of all this? She could think of it, the organization behind her that was researching the Black Eyeball, and even the highest command of the Federation could think of it. If this magnetic explosion was caused by the Black Eyeball, then they wanted to use Wenren Chao as bait to lure out the Black Eyeball. The inhibitors that the female researcher gave Wenren Chao twice were both problematic, even including Si Yuan. Jiang Ning passed by him, looking at the housekeeper Afu who was fighting desperately outside the secret room. She wondered if Si Yuan knew about it. Si Yuan has a high status, and his mind is not low. When Ren Chao was brought here, the therapist and assistant were all his people. If they didn't arrive in time, she didn't open the door of the secret room in time and knock down the two people. Would Si Yuan stop them in the end? The key point is whether he has the ability to stop them. Jiang Ning opened his mouth, wanting to ask Si Yuan. There was a rhythmic sound of footsteps outside. Da-da-da-da-da. Then, Jiang Ning heard the sound of supernatural bombing outside. Two women in military uniforms walked in. The person in front was fierce, but her eyes were firm and gentle, unlike the usual firmness. Commander? Jiang Ning looked at her steadily. Didn't she lead the team to M412? The Supreme Commander and Hu Changjun walked towards Jiang Ning one after the other. The commander glanced from Jiang Ning and fell on the therapist and assistant on the ground, and said to the soldier who followed behind, "Take them back, and treat them well." "Yes." The soldier immediately stepped forward and dragged the two people away. The commander did not explain to Jiang Ning and the others. In fact, with her status, there was no need to say anything to them. Hu Changjun and the commander stepped forward and walked to the side of Wen Chao. Jiang Ning and Si Yuan were forced to step aside. The commander stood aside, and Hu Changjun followed behind her and stepped forward and took out a square instrument and scanned Wen Chao body. Hu Changjun looked at the data displayed on the instrument and said to the commander, "The consciousness of the insect mother is gradually being absorbed by Wen Renqiao. It won't be long before Wen Renqiao can be completely integrated. Commander, give him another injection of catalyst to ensure a delay, and wait for us to find it." The two of them completely ignored Jiang Ning and Si Yuan. Hu Changjun received the order, took out an injection from another box in his hand, and injected it into Wen Renqiao's body. The injector pushed and pulled, and the tube of blue liquid was instantly empty. The inhibitor she gave Wen Renqiao 2 days ago was indeed the inhibitor that could really inactivate the contamination species. But then she received an order from the commander. They had to use the insect mother in Wen Renqiao's body to do something. So starting from the third inhibitor, they replaced it with a catalyst. Wen Renqiao's body really had problems again. Later, because she felt really bad, after successfully attracting the black eyeball, the female researcher reconfigured a new inhibitor for him. Who knew that the mental power contained in Jiang Ning's sunflower was too strong, which actually directly accelerated the progress of Wen Renqiao fusion with the insect mother's consciousness. Wen Renqiao couldn't fuse with the insect mother at this moment, and he had to continue to be a bait for a while, to attract the black eyeball. Jiang Ning roughly guessed what the two people were thinking. The commander was thinking from the most rational perspective, looking at the fate of the Federation. Of course, they couldn't let Wen Renqiao be devoured by the insect mother, after all. The threat he brought was no less than that of the black eyeball. The commander left after the army cleared the danger, and did not take Wen Renqiao with him. Jiang Ning watched the commander and Hu Changjun leave. He turned around to look at Wen Renqiao, who was still in a coma, and a complex emotion emerged in his heart. In this trap set for the black eyeball, he was the only victim. All the people in danger in the manor had been taken away by the army. Instantly, only the people from Semel College were left in the manor. As the owner of the manor, Si Yuan took care of the aftermath. He transferred the injured housekeeper Afu and the unconscious Wen Renqiao to the guest room on the southeast side of the first floor. The chaos on the southwest side broke many things. The house was in a mess, and was not suitable for living in the short term. Si Yuan called the housekeeping company he cooperated with, and asked them to send people to clean up. In the past, this was Afu's job. There is almost no such profession as a nani in this era. Everyone is an independent individual. No one will be willing to serve others even if the price offered by the host family is high. Rich families generally choose to buy a housekeeping service robot to put at home, or find a special housekeeping company to handle it. So although the manor of Si Yuan family is very large, there are actually no people living in it. Most of the rooms in the manor are empty. The black eyeball wants to launch a second attack. The more people around Wen Renqiao, the better, so that he can create opportunities. That is why the army did not seal this place. Nor did they prevent them from contacting people. Si Yuan ended the call, turned around, and saw Jiang Ning leaning against the door frame. Looking at him, Jiang Ning blinked, and said calmly, "Are you in the same group with the commander?" "No." Si Yuan shook his head in denial. "Si Yuan, I do know the commander's plan, but I am not part of it." It was only when he looked at the assistant in the secret room that he realized that the two people had also been controlled by the black eyeball. He remained expressionless. He knew that he and Wen Renqiao had been spotted by the commander when they went to find Hu Changjun and staked out in the bar. So even if Jiang Ning didn't come, he wouldn't be in danger. The commander and Hu Changjun were waiting. And so was he. They were all waiting for Black Eyeball to show up. But in the end Jiang Ning came in, and quickly dealt with the two men. Everything was interrupted. And the crowd didn't wait for Black Eyeball. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, and frowned slightly. "Didn't you think that Wen Renqiao would really kill those two men? Black Eyeball is not an idiot. He can't sacrifice his true body," Jiang Ning said. "Si Yuan, the clothes Wen Renqiao is wearing are special protective suits. When it senses that his life is in danger, it will expand rapidly, and form a protective layer to protect his body on the ground. And there is a circle of safety protection devices around the bed where he lies, which will also trigger the emergency switch when it senses that the person on the bed is in danger." "Then how do you locate the position of the Black Eyeball?" Jiang Ning asked the last question. "Not us, but the commander and others," Si Yuan corrected. He raised his eyelids and said, "And the purpose of the Black Eyeball is not only to strangle Wen Renqiao, but to swallow him up." Jiang Ning was stunned. She glanced at Si Yuan. It was the first time she thought about this. Si Yuan explained to her, "Black Eyeball's ambition is obvious. He wants to turn the entire galaxy into a polluted area. But from what he has done in the Federation, his ability is not enough to do it. He can't even deal with the green heart in the N001 area. so let alone infecting the entire galaxy. After he learned about the existence of the insect mother in Wenrenchao body, what do you think he will do? Siyuan saw Jiangning eyes rolling, and knew that she was thinking about what he said. Jiangning also realized that he had been wrong. The black eyeball wanted the power in Wenrenchao body, so his real body must appear, no matter what form it takes. The commander sent troops to M412 with great fanfare just to divert attention, in order to disperse the military power of the capital star, and lure the black eyeball to relax its vigilance. Chapter 150, she thought she already knew what the black eyeball was. Because of the magnetic storm on the capital star, the magnetic field of this star field was disordered, and the black eyeball was able to come out of the polluted area and travel inside the city. Simon had seen its body on the M412 star in the illusion that Wenrenchao resonated with the black eyeball before, and it was indeed the case at that time. After 2 days of silence, the person on the bed finally woke up. All the people from Samir College stayed in Siyuan Manor. These 2 days, all parts of the Federation were unusually quiet, and nothing happened. Jiangning lay in the sunshine garden and basked in the sun leisurely. Various plants were planted in the manor. At first glance, it was no different from the park in her world. Jiangning closed her eyes and felt the sunflowers in her mind. The sun shone on her body and felt warm, just like the feeling every time the sunflowers produce spiritual power. Although the sunlight consumed in the past 2 days had not been replenished, the fatigue in her body had recovered. There was a sound of footsteps behind her. Someone walked towards her and told her the news that Wenrenchao had woken up. Jiangning stretched and slowly stood up from the chair. She came back to her senses from her leisure state, and she cheered up and followed the man to meet Wenrenchao. After 2 days of rest, she had to do something again. Jiangning walked through half of the manor and met Wenrenchao, who had woken up in the reception room in the southwest corner. The leader teacher and several people Jiangning was familiar with were in the reception room. Everyone looked at Wenrenchao in silence. Wenrenchao had a calm look. Jiangning's eyes swept across his face, and he could not see much emotion. She glanced at Siyuan casually and sat down calmly. The commander and Huicha Jun did not hide what they said that day. They injected Wenrenchao with a drug that delayed his fusion with the insect mother. So Wenrenchao was now as soon as her, but touched the soft sofa. Wenrenchao stood up suddenly. Jiangning? Wenrenchao said. Black Eyeball will not come to me like this. He learned from his teacher and Wei Xingyu and others that Black Eyeball was going to kill him. And what happened during the 2 days, he was unconscious. He used his brain a little, and knew that the commander and others wanted to use him as bait. He had no objection to being the bait instead. He was slightly excited. I don't know if it was the effect of the worm mother blood in his body. He felt that every cell in his body was clamoring to find him. Find the Black Eyeball. Not only did the Black Eyeball want to kill him, the worm mother in his body also wanted to kill the Black Eyeball. This is the law of survival of pollutants. The strong devour the weak, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Jiangning looked at him, wanting to see what Wenrenchao was going to do. So, Wenrenchao, I want to find him. Didn't Black Eyeball want to kill him? Siyuan and the commander prepared so many people for him. This is obviously a trap. Black Eyeball will not come here. Since this is the case, he will create an opportunity for Black Eyeball to find him. This is too dangerous. The team leader frowned, thinking that Wenrenchao was too impulsive. And if you are killed by Black Eyeball, it will bring trouble to the Federation. Wenrenchao pursed his lips and looked like he had calmed down. But the stubbornness in his eyes showed what he was thinking. The team leader looked at him like this and had a headache. It was okay when Feng Yanzi and Chang Lanchuang were here before, and these people would listen to them. But now that these two people are gone, these students are completely out of control. Each of them has their own opinions, and they are very opinionated. He still told this group of people, Jiangning, Wei Xingyu, Cheng Yao, and Siyuan, you guys usually have a good relationship with Wenrenchao. Especially at this time. You must keep an eye on him. The commander has her own arrangements, so don't cause trouble for them. Teacher, rest assured, we will keep an eye on him. Jiangning, Wei Xingyu, and Siyuan looked at each other and smiled and agreed to the team leader. The team leader looked at these people, and after getting their assurances, he was slightly relieved. If something happened to these people during the suspension of the game, his career would also come to an end. So in order for him to stay in Simul College until retirement, he prayed in his heart that these ancestors would never cause trouble. This conversation within the college ended unhappily. The leader teacher was worried about Wenrenchao. Except for Jiang Ning and others, he also specially ordered all the students of Samir to strengthen management, keep an eye on Wen Renqiao, and tell him not to do stupid things again. However, how could these people in the academy keep an eye on Wen Renqiao? He was a space-based psychic, and it was not difficult for him to sneak out without making a sound. That night, Wen Renqiao took advantage of the time when everyone was sleeping, quietly got up, activated his mental power, and stepped into the gate of the void. He left. After Wen Renqiao left, the little fat boy sleeping in the same room opened his eyes. He lifted the quilt and sat up, turned on his star brain, and sent a message to someone. At the same time, Jiang Ning and others, who had been squatting by the window of Wen Renqiao's room until 1 a.m., slowly stood up from the ground. He is really patient, not taking any action until this point. Jiang Ning moved his legs, which were numb from squatting. Let's go, let's follow him. Cheng Yao, it's up to you. Wei Xingyu pulled Cheng Yao on the ground. During the day, they knew that Wen Renqiao would not be so honest. It was useless to force him to stay. He would still find a chance to slip away. And Wen Renqiao's plan was not completely useless. They waited in the manor for 2 days, and the black eyeball did not appear. It was indeed time to create some unexpected situations. On the surface, they agreed with the leader's words, to keep an eye on Wen Renqiao, but in fact, Jiang Ning had already asked Cheng Yao to cast a tracking spell on him, and they were waiting for this moment. Wen Renqiao went to the team competition venue. Cheng Yao used the tracking technique to capture Wen Renqiao's location. His goal seems to be very clear. The team competition area and the individual competition area of the Federation Supernatural competition are not in the same place. The main competition area of the team competition is on the B-22 polluted star, which requires a special teleportation station to get there, and the audience competition area is near the starport of B-22 Star 2 and from the capital star. When Renqiao went there, there are only people going there during the supernatural competition, and there is basically no one there at other times. Why is Wen Renqiao going there? Wei Xingyu asked, puzzled. He should have something to tell us when he woke up this time. He may have known where the black eyeball is. Si Yuan said. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. After a long time, Jiang Ning broke the strange silence. She looked into the distance. The night of the capital star was brightly lit. Even at 1 o'clock in the morning. It would not feel dark. She said, follow him, and you will know. Everyone always kept a distance from Wen Renqiao. Cheng Yao stopped moving when he felt that Wen Renqiao had entered the competition area. Everyone closed the distance at the right time and followed him into the competition area. They always kept a distance of about 1,000 meters from Wen Renqiao. There were many shelters in the stadium, and under the dim lights at night, the figures of the crowd were not easy to see. After Wen Renqiao entered the competition area, his pace slowed down. He walked up to the commentary stand and stayed there for a while. The audience stand was a circular staircase structure, and several people could clearly see every move on the stand. Wen Renqiao on the commentary stand seemed to have noticed something. He looked over here. It was obviously so far away, and it was completely unnoticeable to the naked eye, but everyone still hid under the seats as if they were guilty, and when Wen Renqiao looked away, everyone showed their heads again. This was a shocking sight. A black figure appeared in front of Wen Renqiao without anyone noticing. Everyone's heart was lifted, and they stared at the two figures below without blinking. The two people seemed to be communicating, but they were too far away to hear clearly. About 10 minutes later, everyone saw Wen Renqiao raised his hand, and a faint blue spiritual power appeared on his body. Wen Renqiao started to fight, and the two figures wrestled with each other. Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao could no longer sit still, and they rushed out first to help Wen Renqiao. Only Jiang Ning and Si Yuan were left around. Why don't you go and help? Si Yuan asked. Jiang Ning said with a serious expression, I always feel that it is not the real body of the black eyeball. After she said this, she suddenly felt a sense of creepiness climbing up her body, and she noticed that Si Yuan next to her was staring at her with a strange look. Jiang Ning quickly distanced herself from Si Yuan, and at the same time took out bone penetration from the nano ring, and threw it at Si Yuan. She quickly determined in her mind that what was in front of her was the black eyeball, not Si Yuan. When was Si Yuan controlled? You are smarter than those people. And you react faster. The Si Yuan in front of him was entangled by Jiang Ning bone-penetrating chains. The bone spurs sank into Si Yuan flesh. Bleeding continued to seep out of his body, but his face was expressionless, as if he didn't feel the pain. Jiang Ning looked at the four people fighting over there, and moved her eyes back to Si Yuan. She was holding the bone-penetrating chains, with a firm expression on her face, and she didn't relax her strength at all because he was using Siyuan body. Who are you? Jiang Ning swallowed, frowned and looked at the pair of horizontal pupils. Me? Siyuan smiled faintly. No one has ever asked me who I am. My name is Argos. He introduced his name cheerfully. Argos. Jiang Ning repeated the name. She raised her eyelids again and said to the person opposite, Have we met before? She still remembered the unique pair of horizontal pupils. Yes, Argos admitted calmly. Jiang Ning pupils widened. She thought she already knew what the black eyeball was. Chapter 151 His true form. Black eyeball. This name is very deceptive. Everyone thought it must be an eyeball. Jiang Ning glanced at the four people fighting below. Just now, when she threw out the bone-penetrating chain, the bone chain rubbed against the plastic seat and made a clang-clang sound. The sound was so loud, but in such a quiet place. It did not attract attention from the other side. She began to wonder if there was some shielding space magic around, isolating the sounds from both sides. She turned her head back to Siyuan. At this time, he was tilting his head slightly, watching her every move. Jiang Ning twisted her wrist, tightened her fingers, stared straight into the eyes of the person opposite. What did you do to Siyuan? Argos smiled. You finally remembered to care about his life or death? The two of them were in a stalemate for several minutes. The barbed thorns penetrated the flesh, and the skin and flesh curled. Although Argos could not feel the pain, this body could feel it. His body trembled slightly, suppressing the pain caused by the wound. He thought this woman was really so cold and indifferent, not caring about the life and death of her companions at all. Jiang Ning did not respond to his words. She pursed her lips, waiting for Argos's next words. Your friend is quite bad. He has no will to resist even when he is controlled by me. Argos said. This is the most worry-free mutant he has ever controlled. Others have some self-consciousness when they are controlled by him, and the subject will instinctively compete with him for the control of the front stage of the body. But Siyuan did not. He was very quiet from beginning to end. Argos originally thought that since his mental power was so high, it would not be easy to control him. Because according to common sense, the higher the level of mental power, the stronger his consciousness. This was why he did not dare to control such people at first. It was not until he took control of this body that he found that this person had high mental power, but could not use it. And his consciousness was also very low. When he entered this body, Siyuan consciousness was completely squeezed out. What do you want to do? Jiang Ning thought for 2 seconds. She felt that Argos talked a lot, so she decided to play it straight. I want your body, Argos said. He originally planned to control Siyuan to get close to Wenren Xiao, then directly kill and absorb the power of the insect mother in his body, but he accidentally discovered a more special existence in Siyuan memory. Your mental power is very special, can be generated and transformed autonomously, so it would be nice to get your body. Argos took a detour. There is always a chance of something happening. As Siyuan said, his ability is not so strong that he can do everything. There are still many beings in this galaxy that he is afraid of. He looked at the man in front of him. If he absorbed Jiang Ning's body first, and converted her endless mental power into his energy, then his chances of winning would be much greater. So he temporarily changed his plan. You are dreaming. Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes, turned his wrist, and tightened the bone chain in his hand. The distance between the two people quickly closed, and the bone penetrating also switched to the first form, and turned into a dagger against the neck of Siyuan. Jiang Ning grabbed him with her backhand. Argos smiled softly. It's okay, go ahead, this is your friend's body, maybe you don't know yet, he has always liked you silently. Jiang Ning ignored him. Countless experiences have told her that villains always talk a lot. She pressed the dagger against Siyuan's neck with a little force. The sharp blade cut his neck. Her hand continued to tighten. The next second, Jiang Ning seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly let go of Siyuan at the same time. She released her mental power in her hand, and pieces of scarlet petals hit a lookout tower more than 10 meters away, and two goose switched to the chain form again and threw it out. A shadow flashed behind the observation tower, and two attacks followed, forcing the people in the observation tower to dodge. Siyuan's body was free from Jiang Ning's shackles, and fell to the ground. He took a breath and raised his hand to touch the wound on his neck. It was cold. His body was numb, and his blood seemed to be soaked in frost. And he could not feel any heat at all. He raised his head again. His eyes had regained clarity, and he said to Jiang Ning, he is about 30 degrees to your left front. When Argos possessed him, not only could he see Siyuan memories, Si Yuan could also sense his every move. And he could still sense the outside world. He deliberately let Argos take over his body. That day in the manor, he specially walked around the fighting scene in the villa before the cleaning company arrived, and was indeed spotted by a wisp of black air. He originally wanted to create an opportunity for Black Eyeball to approach Wen Renqiao. And just when everyone was able to locate his body, who would have thought that he did not come out? And he was quiet for 2 days. Si Yuan had been wondering for the past 2 days whether the substance that entered his body was the remnant of the Black Eyeball. If it was the insect, it would be terrible. This repeated uncertainty lasted for 2 days. Finally, when Renqiao sneaked away, they followed Wen Renqiao all the way to the team competition area. After Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao rushed out, his consciousness suddenly shook. He could sense that there was something in his mind. Si Yuan knew it was him who came. He hid his consciousness and gave control of his body to Argos. He heard himself talking. The moment he said the first sentence, Jiang Ning beside him suddenly moved. She launched an attack. Even Si Yuan did not expect that Jiang Ning could sense it so quickly. After that, when the two were talking, he took advantage of Argos's inattention and quietly released his perception, observing the movements around him. Finally, he found something unusual near an observation tower. At the same time, Jiang Ning just closed the distance between the two of them. He tried every means to inform Jiang Ning of the news. Be careful on your own. Jiang Ning said this and suddenly rushed towards the black shadow. Si Yuan nodded. The shielding formation around him seemed to be removed. He saw that the 3 people at the commentary desk had just subdued another black shadow. The black shadow's body turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared in front of the 3 people. The 3 looked at each other and walked towards Si Yuan with a gloomy face. The 3 people had different expressions. When Renqiao looked depressed, Cheng Yao pursed his lips and said nothing, looking unhappy, and Wei Sheng frowned. She only saw Si Yuan, who was seriously injured and sitting on a chair. She asked, "Where is Jiang Ning?" "He went after Black Eyeball," Si Yuan said. Black Eyeball. Everyone had a bad feeling when they saw Si Yuan's condition, and now it was even worse when they heard about Black Eyeball. Which direction did she go? When Renqiao gritted his teeth and rekindled a bit of fighting spirit, Si Yuan pointed to the direction where Jiang Ning had just left. When he moved, the wound on his waist moved. He made a hissing sound and pressed the bleeding spot on the upper abdomen with his 5 fingers. "Let's go help her," Cheng Yao said as he was about to rush forward, but was held back by Wei Xingyu beside him. Wei Xingyu said, "Wait." She stepped forward, pointed at the wound on Si Yuan's waist and asked, "How did you do this?" Looking at the shape of his wound, it looked more like a wound caused by Jiang Ning weapon bone penetration. Why did Jiang Ning attack Si Yuan? Unless... The 3 of them looked at Si Yuan at the same time, with doubt and vigilance on their faces. For a moment, the atmosphere around them was strangely silent. Si Yuan slowly stood up from his chair, the dim light outside the starport shone in. The 3 of them saw Si Yuan curl his lips at the same time, and then a low laugh came out of his throat. This laugh seemed extremely strange in the current environment. "You are not bad at being vigilant." After Si Yuan said this, a terrifying energy suddenly burst out from his body, and it was about to swallow the 3 of them. Swish, a bone chain was thrown out, and hit Si Yuan in the chest. His body was weak, and he was injured by Jiang Ning, so this attack made him fall down. Si Yuan completely lost consciousness, and after he fell to the ground, the bone chain was taken back. The 3 of them followed their sight, and saw the owner of the bone chain. Jiang Ning stood beside a pillar, panting, and she was holding a black object in her other hand, and she threw it forward. There was a black-gray beast on the ground. It looked like a black goat, but it was actually just a black bear. Jiang Ning immediately found something wrong after she caught up with it. She quickly dealt with the black bear and hurried back. When Jiang Ning was about to walk towards Si Yuan, a lot of black gas suddenly appeared around them. They flew over the stadium, and several people immediately became alert. The black gas seemed to have consciousness, and it kept attacking them. The 4 people took action to defend themselves. But those black gas masses had no entity at all. When the attack was launched, the black gas masses dissipated, but after a while, they would condense again. There were more black gas masses around. In the dim night, countless pairs of eyes lit up, and the 4 people felt a chill. In the shadows that the 4 people could not see, the roar of strange beasts came out. 1, 2, then these sounds came one after another. The strange beasts rushed out like a tide, and immediately occupied the entire arena. They were like beasts that had been hungry for a long time, wanting to tear the few people apart, and then devour them. The 4 people all took a half step back. There were too many strange beasts here, and it was not much different from the strange beast tide that broke out in the King's College 2 days ago. That day, with all the teachers and students of the King's College together, Jiangning mental power was consumed like water, and it took them 2 hours to clean up everything. And now there are only 4 of them. Jiangning mental power is far from enough to support it like that day. Run! Jiangning gritted her teeth and said this word. She lifted Si Yuan's body from the ground, and Wei Xingyu cooperated to release the puppet technique and controlled his body to walk. During this period, Jiangning did not forget to put a perception barrier on him. There was no need for her to say more about the remaining 2 people. When Renqiao released a vortex-shaped portal, and everyone stepped into the portal. But the distance of his teleportation was limited, and the strange beast seemed to be targeting them. When Renqiao activated the portal 3 times, and the strange beast still caught up in a short time. He was about to activate the 4th teleportation, but when he went out of the stadium, he found that he could not teleport at all. What's wrong? Cheng Yao asked. Strange, there seems to be an invisible air wall around here, and my teleportation has no effect at all. When Renqiao said. The stadium was like an isolated island at the moment, they couldn't get out. Jiangning took 2 steps forward under the gaze of everyone, and felt an obstacle when she reached the exit of the stadium. There was nothing in front of her, but her body couldn't move forward, and could only stand still. She thought it must be Argos's doing. The star brain has no signal either. Wei Xingyu looked down, frowning. Everyone's heart sank. This was not good news. It meant that they might really die here. The strange beasts behind them were still approaching the 5 people. And the black air mass passing through their heads seemed to be laughing at their arrogance. The whole scene was filled with a suppressed despair. Cheng Yao launched a violent attack on the air wall. But it was useless. The attack disappeared as soon as it landed on it. And the air wall remained motionless. Jiangning's mind was quickly thinking about how to save herself. She glanced at the clothes when Renqiao was wearing, and remembered that Si Yuan had told her that this clothes was specially made, and it could automatically protect and pull the alarm on the federal side after being triggered. Under the gaze of the crowd, she slowly raised her hand, released the sense in her hand, and attacked when Renqiao, Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao were stunned by this change, and they immediately looked at Jiangning vigilantly. Jiangning did not explain. Perhaps the attack just now was not a fatal threat. When Renqiao was hit and flew out without any preparation. But the emergency equipment on her body did not start. She did have a trick up her sleeve just now. Jiangning then released her attack again without holding back. When Renqiao covered his chest, and before he could react, he was hit by Jiangning's attack again. His clothes immediately expanded, protecting Renqiao's body and preventing him from being seriously injured. At the same time, the commander and the legion who were squatting outside the stadium received the alarm. Although they had evacuated all the people in the past few days, their attention to Renqiao did not decrease at all. They waited for 2 days, and when Renqiao finally took action, it was just that Dan Bing didn't understand why these little guys had to choose this time to act. They didn't sleep well, and their vision was still blurry at night, which easily interfered with their judgment. It's our turn to enter the arena, the commander said to the individual soldier behind him. Move quickly. They thought that the black eyeball had already attacked Renqiao. The large group of individual soldiers advanced towards the arena. At this time in the stadium, after Jiangning attacked Renqiao, Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao also released their perception. The two looked Jiangning up and down, as if to determine whether she was likely to be parasitized. Recently, there were insects and black eyes, and they were almost traumatized. Jiangning? Cheng Yao called her tentatively. Yes. Jiangning withdrew her perception, and her expression was normal. She walked towards Wenren on the ground, pressed the button on his clothes, and his clothes returned to normal. You are not controlled? Cheng Yao asked. No, Jiangning said. There is an alarm device on his clothes. Rescue should be on the way. The two of them relaxed a little. It will take a while for the rescue to arrive. We have to hold on for a while, she said while looking at the strange beasts around. Renqiao stood up from the ground, cursing, saying that he would kill them all. The true form of the black eyeball is a black goat that always stands. Pay attention when you kill the strange beasts, Jiangning said to everyone. At this time, no one asked Jiangning how she knew the true form of the black eyeball. Jiangning rushed to the front first, her perception was fully open, and she integrated the pepper into the peas, So that the summoned peas could have an explosive effect, the peas attacked faster than the peppers, although the damage effect would be greatly reduced, but at this time, the emphasis was on speed. She used both hands. The left hand was responsible for fusing peppers to launch peas, and the right hand summoned petals to attack the monsters on the other side. The intensity of these two monster waves was several times stronger than that of the competition. She felt that the mental power in her body was called to the extreme every time. No wonder the soldiers in the army were so oppressive. They faced this kind of intense training and monsters every day. Jiangning attack was enough to counter Wei Xingyu and the other three. The peas bombarded one after another, causing a lot of damage every time. Under this high-intensity output, the four people could not feel the passage of time at all. After only 5 minutes, they felt as if a century had passed. The black gas was still flying in the air. Jiangning kept her attention high. Her eyes swept across the strange beast in front of her. Suddenly, she found a pair of black eyes behind a ball of gas. She was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she reduced the frequency of her attacks. She jumped into the black gas like an arrow. Her body and the black gas disappeared in the eyes of the three people. Jiangning. Wei Xingyu called her. But she was entangled by the strange beast at this time, and couldn't get away at all. The moment Jiangning disappeared, there were regular footsteps at the entrance of the stadium. The commander and Huicha Jun rushed in, with a large group of single soldiers. The single soldiers received the order, and were responsible for fighting the strange beasts. The commander and Huicha Jun walked towards the few people. The commander asked, "Where is the black eyeball?" Jiangning said that the body of the black eyeball is an upright black goat. He should have discovered her trace just now. When Jiangning rushed over, the whole person and the black goat disappeared on the spot. Wei Xingyu said, "Teacher Hua. Commander. Hurry up and take people to rescue Jiangning." The two gave her a reassuring look. The commander passed the news to the entire team through the perception connection, and then rushed up with Huicha Jun. The single soldier quickly surrounded the entire stadium and started a carpet-style cleaning. The seriously injured Si Yuan also received treatment from the medical team. After they stopped his bleeding and gave him basic treatment, they took him back to the treatment cabin. Wen Chao, as a core figure, was also given special attention. The commander checked the field but did not find the black goat and Jiangning mentioned by Wei Xingyu. She returned to the side of the few people and asked, "Where is the place where Jiangning disappeared?" Wei Xingyu pointed to the front not far away. "It's there. I only vaguely saw a black air mass." And Jiangning jumped into that air mass. She was far away, and she didn't see clearly whether she jumped into the air mass or was swallowed by the air mass. The commander thought for a moment, and asked, how did Jiangning know that the black eyeball's true form was an upright black goat? The Federation had been searching for it for so long, and had not found its true form. She was curious about how Jiangning found it. The three shook their heads. "I don't know. She didn't tell us specifically." The commander was silent for a moment, and turned around to continue looking for the black goat that the others had mentioned. Chapter 152. Wen Chao swallow it. Jiangning opened her eyes. In front of her stood a familiar black goat, its teeth protruding, chewing constantly. The surrounding black fog swirled rapidly like a vortex, and she and the black goat were now on the midline of the vortex. The black fog kept brushing against their bodies, but it did not cause any substantial damage. "Argos?" Jiangning called him. The black goat stopped chewing, and with a face like a strange beast, it opened its mouth and said, "I want your body." This scene seemed particularly strange. If Jiangning had not prepared herself mentally before coming in, she would have been mentally polluted. Jiangning felt that Si Yuan would have heard the sentence more. The black goat in front of her only made her feel that it was the whisper of something, which was a bit disgusting and sticky. She closed her eyes slightly, concentrated her energy, and released her mental power. As her perception poured out to the surroundings, many vines spread out under her feet. These vines spread out in all directions, wrapping the vortex flow in it. She felt that this would stop the vortex flow from rotating. The black goat stared at the distorted facial features, with no expression on his face, but Jiangning had a feeling that Argos was laughing at her for doing useless work. Jiangning snorted lightly. She had not yet exerted the true power of her plants. The vines instantly showed white frost from the roots to the tips. Jiangning mind moved. The white frost turned the vines from purple red to ice blue, and then a cold air emanated from the leaves of the vines, and the black mist in the vortex flow was instantly covered by this cold air, and began to condense into ice. The icy vortex presents a strange scene. Jiangning closed his eyes, and threw out the bone-penetrating sword with his other hand, switching to the bone chain form, and threw it hard at the black goat. Argos's body merged with the black mist in the vortex. She condensed the black mist in advance, so Argos could not disappear in the air at will. The bone chain cut through the void, and was about to fall on Argos, but he was not in a hurry. His body shook slightly, and suddenly several black tentacles grew out from behind him. These tentacles seemed to be purely transformed from polluted substances. With a smell of corruption, some of them quickly wrapped around the flying bone chain, and the other part came towards Jiangning. Jiangning's eyes shone when he saw this. The senses in his body burst out again. The cold air of the surrounding vines became deeper. In an instant, the temperature here dropped by dozens of degrees. The vortexes that were condensed into ice were covered with a new layer of frost. They made a crackling sound, as if they would break under the weight in the next second. At the same time, new plants began to emerge in front of Jiangning. The nuts and lotus leaves were like a solid shield, protecting her safely behind her. But Argos' strength was beyond the ordinary 3S level pollutants. The two only stopped the black tentacles for a while. The two tentacles intertwined and crushed the nuts and lotus leaves in a few seconds. However, after the nuts and lotus leaves were crushed, they did not find Jiangning. She didn't know where she went. The tentacles and Argos looked around at the same time. The next second, a gorgeous rose bloomed in the frost, and the flying petals bypassed the vortex flow icicles and black tentacles and hit the heart of the black goat. Argos' expression remained calm when he fell. He was like a bystander, watching his body die. Jiangning frowned, not thinking that a super pollution source would be killed so easily by her. She looked around vigilantly, wanting to see what tricks Argos would play. The space in the vortex gradually disintegrated with the death of the black goat, and the ice condensed by the ice vines fell down. Jiangning opened the perception barrier to prevent herself from being killed by the ice. The illusion in front of her eyes was changing, and she was back in the stadium on the capital star. Jiangning. She heard someone calling her name, and she turned her head to see Wei Xingyu and Cheng Yao, with Hua Jun, the commander, and a group of soldiers coming in her direction. She looked at these people carefully, and when Ren Chao was not in the crowd. Where is Black Eyeball? Where is Wen Ren Chao? Both sides asked at the same time, and then both sides were stunned. The commander led the large army to quickly turn around and rush back. Wen Ren Chao just said that he would stay to deal with the strange beasts around, and everyone did not have too many doubts, thinking that there were so many soldiers accompanying him anyway, and he would definitely be able to react immediately if anything happened. Before Jiangning followed the large group to leave, she glanced at the black goat on the ground covered with ice debris. Her judgment was wrong again. The black goat was not the real body of Argos. She had seen the black goat being killed with her own eyes. But Argos still existed, and he was not really dead. What did she overlook? Jiangning walked towards the exit, while thinking about what she had overlooked. When everyone arrived at the west exit, they heard a huge explosion. The fire and the aftermath of the explosion forced everyone to stop at a safe distance. The thick smoke from the explosion dissipated, and everyone saw Wen Ren Chao and a standing black goat at the source of the explosion. Jiangning, it appeared again, this is the third one. Fuck. Wen Ren Chao on the other side couldn't help but curse. It's not dead yet. He held a GS-13 micro-explosive he got from the single soldier in his hand. It was only the size of a teacup, but its power was enough to blow up a 100-story building in an instant. When Ren Chao saw a black goat approaching him, he heard Jiangning mention that this was the body of the Black Eyeball. He asked for the micro-explosive from the single soldier. He originally wanted to die with the Black Eyeball, but he stopped thinking about it at the end. The only thing that should be killed is the Black Eyeball. He is still very young, and he doesn't want to die. So before detonating the explosives, he put on several explosion-proof barriers and used space magic to teleport himself away from the center of the explosion. He thought that no matter how powerful the Black Eyeball was, it would be useless in the face of absolute physical attacks. Who would have thought that the explosives didn't kill him? When Ren Chao began to doubt the power of the GS-13 micro-explosives. This explosive was not from the federal military, but was made by the Yuanxia Group. The industries involved in Yuanxia Group are very wide. When Ren Chao heard the footsteps and looked over here, at the same time, the black goat opposite him moved, and countless tentacles went towards Wen Ren Chao. Be careful, Jiangning reminded him loudly. She felt the ground surge. The pea seedlings grew faster than before, and a pea shot out behind him. Then her speed was still not fast enough. Seeing the black tentacles about to catch up with Wen Renqiao, the commander who rushed to the front moved, and Jiang Ning only saw a white afterimage. Then the commander appeared in front of Wen Renqiao. She stood between the black tentacles, and Wen Renqiao in a bow stance. She released a semicircular defense barrier with her raised hand, blocking the black tentacles outside the screen. Jiang Ning's also shot over at this time, hitting the tentacles. The tentacles were not completely imprisoned, and they still retained a trace of mobility. Go! The commander shouted with full energy. Thousands of soldiers rushed forward behind him. They were all highly trained psychics. Some soldiers rushed to the front with swords in hand, and some attacked from a distance and increased the speed and damage of those in front. The team cooperated well. The tentacles were cut off by all the soldiers. A black gas mass emerged from behind the black goat again and gathered towards the sky. The black gas mass gradually formed multiple eyeballs. These eyeballs were large and small, all gathered together, which could easily make people suffer from intensive phobia. As the largest eyeball opened, all the eyes around it opened. Everyone could not help but look into his eyes. All of a sudden, these soldiers began to stagger, their brains felt a stinging pain, and their eyes began to ache. The black eyeballs represent mental attacks. Don't look into those eyes. The commander noticed something was wrong, and immediately gave everyone an order through the sense connection. However, everyone found out too late, and it would take time to recover. The black tentacles seized the opportunity and came back. Their broken ends were filled with black air, and new tentacles soon grew out, and the tentacles attacked the soldiers on the ground. For a while, most of the soldiers were killed by it. As students, Jiang Ning and the others were ordered by the commander to be protected. They were in a better state than the soldiers. At least they were not attacked by the tentacles. Jiang Ning pressed her hand on her temple, forcing herself to cheer up. She avoided the eyeballs in the sky and looked directly at the black goat in the distance. The pair of bright yellow horizontal pupils entered her sight again. She made up her mind. As if she had made a decision, she rushed out of the protection of the soldiers. Many rose petals flew around her, helping her to clear the tentacles and enemies around her. She clenched the bone-penetrating dagger in her hand and switched back to the first form. The dagger was swung out, drawing a bright silver crescent shape in the air. The black goat took some defensive measures and quickly retreated. As expected, Jiang Ning curled the corners of her lips. She found the real black eyeball, the bright yellow pupils. She continued to swing the bone-piercing thorn in her hand, attacking faster and more fiercely than the last. The black goat did not have any substantial means of attack, but attacked the tentacles and the eyeballs condensed by the black air. At this time, these things were dealing with individual soldiers, and had no time to take care of him. He could only retreat and defend. During the entanglement, Jiang Ning finally saw the emotions in the bright yellow eyes, and he panicked. "What are you afraid of?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "Argos." Jiang Ning called his name again. Argos did not answer her this time. Jiang Ning decided not to hold back anymore. She decided to cut the Gordian knot quickly. A white light appeared on her body, and she sensed that she would release it without any reservation. Spray melon, ice watermelon, pepper, rose throughout desperately. The sunlight in her body dissipated like water again. Clang! A bright yellow bead fell to the ground. The black goat's body turned into a ball of black gas, completely dissipated in the air, and the tentacles and eyeballs around it all disintegrated in an instant. Before everyone reacted, the black eyeball had been killed. Except Jiang Ning and Si Yuan, no one knew his name. The black eyeball was dead. No one knew that he was once called Argos. The commander noticed Jiang Ning. The spiritual value in Jiang Ning's body was almost exhausted. She stood there blankly. The commander walked forward and looked at Jiang Ning's condition. Her eyes fell on the bright yellow bead on the ground. She made a quick decision in her mind. She raised her hand and wrapped the bead with her spiritual power. Wei Xingyu, Cheng Yao, and Wen Renqiao also pushed aside the crowd and walked towards her. Jiang Ning's chest was heaving violently. She took a long time to calm down before she spoke. Wen Renqiao swallowed it. Jiang Ning pointed at the bead on the ground and said to Wen Renqiao. And the first thing she said was this. Wen Renqiao, ah. 1 is swallowed. 2 is swallowed. You already have a warm mother in your body. I believe you can control it even if you have another black eyeball. Jiang Ning looked serious. Wen Renqiao, are you serious? Jiang Ning nodded. Don't you want to evolve into the strongest person in the galaxy? The survival rule among pollutants is devourment. The strong prey on the weak. The worm mother and the black eyeball are old enemies. After fusing with the Worm Mother's energy, you are also half a pollutant. The black eyeball can devour you. And by the same token, you can devour him, Jiang Ning said. When Ren Chao still hesitated, but I haven't completely merged with the Worm Mother yet. It doesn't matter. I will give you a hand, Jiang Ning said. If the commander hadn't intervened in his plan, Wen Ren Chao should have completely merged with the Worm Mother by now. So Jiang Ning believed that he had the strength to do so. His mental power was not enough. So she would use his mental power to merge. Jiang Ning released the last bit of mental power in front of everyone. Green seedlings broke through the soil. And 3 sunflowers swayed and bloomed quietly in the first light of the morning. Sunflower? When Ren Chao was puzzled for a moment, he raised his hand and touched the sunflower petals on his waist. Instantly, he felt a warmth flowing from his fingertips into his sea of consciousness. His originally exhausted mental power became abundant again, giving him enough mental power to fight against the black spots in his body. A flash of shock flashed across his eyes. And then he quickly closed his eyes, held his breath, and carefully integrated the energy of the insect mother. The bright yellow eyeballs were wrapped in the commander's mental power. She had never thought of a better way to eliminate it. After the pollution source was killed, it would not disappear completely. His energy would continue to return to the contaminated area. After years of reaggregation, he would come back to life. Unless he was devoured, he would die completely. But if he is swallowed by another pollution source, then that pollution source will immediately become a new threat. Until Jiang Ning proposed to let Wen Ren Chao swallow it. This is indeed a way. But there are also risks. If Wen Ren Chao does not fully merge, it is not impossible that he will be swallowed by the black eyeball. But she acquiesced to Jiang Ning's approach. At most, everyone will have to work hard to kill him again. Fortunately, Wen Ren Chao did not disappoint everyone's expectations in the end. After a full 12 hours, he successfully merged with the insect mother. When Ren Chao opened his eyes, he gave everyone a completely different feeling. The luster of his perception was much stronger than before. The commander pushed the bright yellow bead in front of Wen Ren Chao. Wen Ren Chao picked it up with disdain. The bead was soft and elastic. This thing was actually an eyeball. Asking him to swallow it whole, he still couldn't put it down. Cheng Yao watched him hesitate for a long time, opening his mouth and sighing. She couldn't stand it anymore, and went forward directly, pressed the eyeball into Wen Ren Chao's mouth, and stroked his throat, so that he swallowed it. You? When Ren Chao's eyes widened, looking at Cheng Yao in shock, he coughed twice, and then couldn't stop retching. Cheng Yao grabbed his finger pointing at her, pressed it back, and said, "Okay, hurry up." Chapter 153, How could she have such an ugly sunflower? After when Ren Chao swallowed the bright yellow bead, everyone's heart was lifted up, and they all paid close attention to when Ren Chao changes. His face gradually turned red, and he showed an uncomfortable look on his face, and he beat his chest with his hands. When everyone saw him like this, their hearts immediately tightened. Cheng Yao, who was closest to him, hurried forward and asked, Wen Ren Chao, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Ren Chao raised his head and looked at her with resentment. "Such a big bead. Wouldn't it be choking if you swallowed it?" Silence spread among the people. Everyone looked up at the sky and down at the same time. Everyone only remembered to care about the black eyeballs, and completely forgot the reality that people would choke after swallowing such a large bead. "Are you really okay?" Hua Cha-jun was still worried. She continued to ask with concern. "Feel it carefully." When Ren Chao then carefully felt the changes in his body. Except for feeling that his spirit was stronger than before, he had no other feelings. He shook his head. For the time being, no problem. After hearing this, several people around breathed a sigh of relief. But they were not completely relieved. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground attracted everyone's attention. Someone in the crowd fell down. Jiang Ning. Wei Xingyu was the first person to find her, and she turned and rushed over. The treatment soldier also came forward, squatted in front of her, and spread out the treatment beam in his hand to check and treat her. The commander also walked over here. After the black eyeball was killed, the injured soldier was sent for treatment, and the sacrificed soldiers also had special people to recover their bodies. The commander hardly needed to explain, and the officers below performed their duties. As for the rest, they stayed here with Wen Ren Chao for 12 hours. The ban of the Federation has not been lifted yet. The troops sent out have been ordered to investigate the remaining dangers and eliminate them. She has been seriously overdrawn in her mental power, and was injured in the previous battle. She has passed out. My ability is not enough to treat her. She still needs to be sent to the treatment cabin. The medical soldier withdrew his mental power and said to everyone. All the soldiers saw the previous battle. It was this female student who rushed out at the critical moment and single-handedly saw through the true form of the Black Eyeball and took action to deal with him. She is a well-deserved hero. Later, everyone was paying attention to Wen Chao and the bead that fell from her Black Eyeball. She was still responsible for assisting Wen Chao, and everyone thought she was fine until she fainted from overeating. After the psychic awakened her mental power became her life support. Overdrawing mental power is a very dangerous state. The mental power that people often talk about is actually not really exhausted. At least there will be some left to support the body's actions. The commander ordered people to send Jiang Ning to the hospital for treatment. She glanced at Wen Chao beside her. A flash of thought flashed through her eyes. It was not a good idea to keep him here. Wen Chao was currently under observation, so she invited him into an observation isolation room, where he was well taken care of by a service robot. Before he completely merged his black eyeballs, the research team observed his condition 24 hours a day. Wen Chao also understood that he was now a dangerous person, so he actively cooperated with the authorities. All personnel were evacuated from the starport team arena, and the cleaning team entered the arena to clean up possible contaminants and other suspicious objects. As the battle came to an end, the Federation gradually resumed its orderly life. The capital star was affected by the residual power of the magnetic storm, and the ban has not been lifted for the time being. But the haze hanging over everyone's head has dissipated a lot. Treatment Center. Si-Yuan woke up from the treatment cabin. It had been a long time outside. He walked out and saw Jiang Ning lying in the treatment cabin on the other side. He was stunned. This is the military treatment department. Almost all the soldiers lying here were injured in the battle that night. Jiang Ning's lips were pale, and her face was sallow. Looking through the glass window, you couldn't see what injury she had. A doctor passed by and was quickly pulled over by Si-Yuan. He pointed at Jiang Ning's treatment cabin and asked, "What happened to her?" After Jiang Ning chased the shadow that day, he stayed there alone. After about 10 minutes, he felt his consciousness being squeezed again. He felt a thump in his heart. It was too late to regain the initiative of consciousness. He could only watch Argos occupy his body and confront Wen Chao and Wei Xingyu who came. Finally, he felt a pain in his chest, and the last scene that appeared in front of him was Jiang Ning holding a bone-piercing knife. He was glad that Jiang Ning showed up in time, but he also knew nothing about what happened afterwards. The doctor glanced at the person lying inside and said, "She has overdrawn her mental power." Overdrawn her mental power. Si-Yuan frowned. It's strange. For ordinary people, they can just replenish their mental power. But her body instinctively rejects mental power. Her injuries have been healed, but she still can't wake up, the doctor said. This is the hero who killed the Black Eyeball. The commander specifically instructed to take good care of him and treat him. All the doctors tried their best. Si-Yuan was silent for a moment after hearing this. He understood Jiang Ning's physical condition. Her mental power could only be replenished after her own sunflower produced some sunlight. But he didn't know how the sunflower could produce sunlight. Si-Yuan walked out of the ward, asked the people around him about what happened after he fell into a coma, and came back here again. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Ning did not wake up. After the ban on the capital planet was lifted, teachers from Samir College and Wei Xingyu came to visit Jiang Ning several times. Her face gradually lost color, and her complexion became uglier and uglier. Although mental overdraft is dangerous, it is usually not considered a difficult disease to treat. As long as it is replenished in time, it will recover soon. But no one expected that Jiang Ning's body would reject mental power. If her mental power is not replenished, Jiang Ning is likely to be in danger of death. In the past few days, solving Jiang Ning's condition has become the doctor's top priority. How does the patient usually replenish his mental power? The doctor asked the teachers and students of Samir College. Everyone shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Only Si-Yuan looked thoughtful. She relies on the plants she summoned to generate mental power on her own, Si-Yuan said. Is that so? The doctor touched his chin. He knew that this person was a plant-type mutant. She had also heard about her deeds in the Federation superpower competition and the battle against the Black Eyeball. This plant type was different from the previous plant types. But there are too few such cases. So far, she has only come across this one case. She has no idea where to start. Every day, she can only inject some nutrients to maintain Jiang Ning's body. Fortunately, Her body does not reject these. Then we may need to start with the plants she summoned. Do you have samples of her plants? The doctor thought for a while, and said, Samples? There are many in the backyard of the plant department dormitory of Hengqin. But it takes at least 3 or 4 days to get from the capital star to Hengqin. There is no time at all. Jiangning current condition may not be able to support that long. Si Yuan searched his mind for a while, and finally remembered where there was a sunflower on the capital planet. He lowered his head and sent a message to Jun, and walked out of the treatment center towards Queen's Road. When treating Wenrenchao some time ago, Jiangning gave a sunflower to the female researcher in the Black Rose. Si Yuan prayed in his heart that the female researcher did not disassemble the sunflower for research. He arrived at the entrance of the Black Rose smoothly, and at the same time, Jun also arrived here. You said sunflower can save Jiangning? Jun asked as they walked. Jiangning is an absolutely good seedling, with unlimited potential in the future. Jun naturally doesn't want her to die young just because of mental overdraft. Yes. Si Yuan nodded, without too much explanation. He was thinking about sunflower in his heart, and his steps unconsciously quickened. When the two entered the utility room, the female researcher was standing in front of a container, operating the machine rod with both hands. Doing some experiment, Si Yuan looked in front of her and saw the sunflower inside. Si Yuan took a deep breath. The female researcher noticed the movement behind her, turned around, saw Jun and Si Yuan, and asked, What do you want? Jun glanced at Si Yuan and explained the situation in detail to the female researcher. In order to save people, the female researcher had no objection. However, she reminded, you'd better try to prevent more people from touching the sunflower. The spiritual power in the plant is limited. You can think of it as a spiritual tool without setting permissions. Anyone who touches it may accelerate the loss of its spiritual power. Once it is exhausted, the whole sunflower will wither, and it will lose its value. Jun nodded, and Si Yuan beside him also showed a serious expression. He carefully took the sunflower down, but did not put it into the container handed over by Jun. Jun looked at him, and quickly realized what he wanted to do. A sunflower is too unsafe. If someone bumps into it, it will be gone. Si Yuan's ability is to copy. He wants to use his ability to copy another sunflower as a backup. Can you do it? Jun asked. Si Yuan's mental strength is similar to Jiangning. If Jiangning is not saved, Si Yuan will also be killed. His death is not like Jiangning. When Jiangning dies, everyone will miss her and feel sorry for her, but she is an orphan, and she herself is not involved in too many things. Si Yuan is different. His identity is there. If he dies unexpectedly, many industries in the Federation will face a reshuffle. It's okay. Si Yuan's face is calm. Jun stepped aside, making room for Si Yuan to operate. Si Yuan held the sunflower in his left hand, closed his eyes gently, activated his mental power, and a faint and soft light shone on his body. This thing was much larger than many things he had copied before, and it was still alive. Time passed by. Dense beads of sweat oozed out of Si Yuan's forehead. Jun, who was watching the whole process, opened his mouth, wanted to say don't force it, but the prototype of the sunflower had already appeared in front of his other hand, and success or failure depended on this move. Jun held back, she pursed her lips, just watched quietly. About half an hour later, 2 sunflowers appeared in the utility room. However, the difference between the two was obvious. The sunflower copied by Si Yuan was much smaller than Jiangning. It was not straight, but crooked. The petals and leaves were large and small, uneven, and it looked like a low-quality variety. Si Yuan withdrew his mental power and stumbled. He felt weak. He was too familiar with this feeling. He had used almost all the mental power he had finally converted here. Jun stepped forward and gave him a little support. The female researcher carefully compared the 2 sunflowers. She raised her eyes and smiled, saying, Congratulations. The replication was successful. The 2 sunflowers have the same operating principle, but yours has a little less spiritual power, she said. Si Yuan relaxed his expression. He picked up the 2 sunflowers and said to Jun, Let's go back to the treatment center. On the other side, Jiangning was groggy, and suddenly she felt a dazzling light coming out of the dark sea of consciousness. This light disturbed her peace, and she wanted to see what was bothering her. She entered the sea of sunflowers in the sea of consciousness and found a sunflower with a sunbeam hanging on it. Jiangning was stunned. She recorded the time when all sunflowers produce sunbeams. There should be a few days left before the nearest sunflower produces the next round of sunbeams. How could there be an exception? She consciously touched the sunbeams and took them into her body. The dazzling light dissipated, and she finally saw the sunflower that produced the sunbeams clearly. It was a very deformed plant, much shorter than all the other sunflowers. Jiang Ning was immediately disgusted. How could she have such ugly sunflowers? Si Yuan had to stop to rest due to his physical condition. Finally, Cha Jun returned to Jiang Ning ward with 2 sunflowers and handed them over to the attending doctor. Before studying the plant samples, the doctor routinely gave Jiang Ning a physical examination. This examination was amazing. She was surprised to find that Jiang Ning's condition seemed to be a little better, and her mental strength had actually recovered a little. The doctor looked at the 2 sunflowers in her hand and determined that they were the cause. It might be that the plants were close to the summoner, and there was some resonance between the two, which led to the improvement of Jiang Ning's mental power. So she left the 2 sunflowers in front of Jiang Ning's bed and found a flower pot to grow them. In 2 days, Jiang Ning's condition gradually improved. At the same time, another good news spread among everyone. With the joint efforts of the research team and Wen Renchao, he also completely integrated the remnants of the Black Eyeball. He has now evolved into the third 3S plus mental power psychic in the Interstellar. The official announcement of the Federal Psychic Competition will restart the individual competition in 3 days. Everything is moving in a good direction. Chapter 154 Unspeakable Emotions. Jiang Ning woke up on the last day before the restart of the competition. She had gained nearly 200 suns of spiritual power this morning. She felt comfortable, as if she had not had such a good rest for a long time. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was the sunflower that looked a bit deformed. Jiang Ning silently pushed the pot of sunflowers away. This action startled Si Yuan, who was resting nearby. He woke up, and was stunned when he saw Jiang Ning waking up, and then he stepped forward and hugged Jiang Ning suddenly. Jiang Ning's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her hand slightly, and felt a little at a loss for a moment. She suddenly recalled the day when Argos took over Si Yuan's body, and said that Si Yuan liked her. She didn't feel anything at the time, but after Si Yuan came forward and hugged her, these words kept repeating in her mind. Jiang Ning, who had never been in love in her 2 lifetimes, blushed and had a shy look on her face. She could rush forward without hesitation when facing dangerous monsters, but when it came to emotional issues, she seemed very immature. She blinked, and when her hands fell on his back, Si Yuan let her go. Jiang Ning glanced at the group of people walking towards her ward outside the window, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. According to the normal plot, if Si Yuan wanted to confess his love to her later, and these people happened to walk in, should she agree or reject him? Jiang Ning took a look at Si Yuan's face. With his appearance and figure, she couldn't find any reason to refuse. The more Jiang Ning thought about it, the more shy she became. She put her hands on her cheeks. She waited quietly for a while, until everyone outside came in, and she didn't hear Si Yuan follow up. Jiang Ning, ? She raised her eyes, and her eyes flashed with thousands of words as she looked at Si Yuan. Wei Xingyu entered the ward and followed the doctor. Seeing Jiang Ning sitting up, she could hardly hide the excitement on her face. The doctor said that Jiang Ning's body was slowly recovering, and he should be able to fully recover in the next 2 days, and then wake up. They really came at the right time today. Wei Xingyu approached, and when she saw Jiang Ning's condition, she was a little worried about her health. She leaned in and asked with concern, Jiang Ning, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Why is your face so red? Jiang Ning seemed to have been touched on something. She coughed lightly, and covered up her embarrassment and said, I'm fine. Maybe the ward is too hot. Si Yuan didn't respond for so long, it seemed that she had misunderstood. Fortunately, she didn't do anything except blushing, avoiding embarrassment. She felt a little guilty. She turned her eyes away, and stopped looking at Si Yuan. The doctor came forward and gave her a final checkup. Jiang Ning lay back on the bed, and her attention was now on the sunflowers next to her. There was no sunlight in the ward, and people were coming and going every day, so the 2 sunflowers showed some signs of withering. But compared to this, she wanted to know who put them here, which were obviously her sunflowers. When Chang-Jun followed the crowd in, and saw that Jiang Ning's eyes were fixed on the sunflowers, she explained to her, the doctor said that your body rejects mental power, and after understanding it, we know that your mental power needs to be supplemented by sunflowers, so we borrowed the one you gave to Dr. Yuan earlier, and Si Yuan was worried that one was not enough, so he copied another one. The female researcher in the black rose was named Yuan. Jiang Ning only found out about it later. She learned from Cha Jun that she finally knew where the crooked melon and cracked jujube came from. But she had to admit that it was indeed the crooked melon and cracked jujube that saved her. Jiang Ning didn't know the consequences of overdrawing her mental power. At that time, she felt that her consciousness was becoming more and more blurred, and her body was floating. That feeling was like being in the clouds, which was the same feeling she had when she was hit by a bull and appeared instantly. She really felt like she was going to die again. But at the critical moment, it was the warm light in her mind that saved her. After taking off the sun, she clearly felt that her body was gradually warming up. The doctor's test results came out, and Jiang Ning had fully recovered. She could go back in the afternoon. Everyone was sincerely happy for her. Back in the rest area of the federal competition in King's College, the teacher of Simmel College originally planned to let her rest for one more day. But after Jiang Ning heard that the federal competition had resumed, she insisted that she was fine, and she wanted to continue training. Before the competition was suspended, Wei Xingyu and Wen Renqiao had both advanced, and she was the only one left. Jiang Ning did not forget that she would still reach the top with the glory of a plant-based superpower. The news that Jiang Ning had returned to the training ground spread quickly. After Bai Feiyu finished training, she heard Luo Wenna talking about Jiang Ning, and she felt a complex emotion in her heart. She didn't know what she was thinking. There are not many players left in each academy. We are bound to meet the 3 people from Samir Academy. We can't let them, a third-rate academy, win the championship, Luo Wenna said. Feiyu, what do you think? Bai Feiyu, now that Jiang Ning has returned to Samir, when Renqiao has evolved into a 3S plus superpower after fusing 2 more pollution sources, they have a great chance of winning. This is undeniable. Luo Wenna looked at her after hearing this. She remembered that Bai Feiyu was very persistent in winning the game. How come after the chaos? She relaxed and was not as tense as before. You seem to have changed, Luo Wenna said. Bai Feiyu, I just recognized my own strength. There are mountains beyond mountains. There are people beyond people. There will always be stronger people than me. Unlike King's College and Standing College, they are almost the only one left with Cecily. The hope of the whole school is placed on him. The leader of Standing College said to him, your target this time is Jiang Ning. You could only win this competition if you defeat her. If we had known that she was a threat earlier, we should have joined forces with other colleges to eliminate her first, so that our Standing College would not be so passive now. The teacher complained in a low voice. Cecily remained silent for a rare time. When the monster tide broke out in King's College that day, he was there too. He saw Jiang Ning controlling all the monsters on the scene by himself. That mental strength, anyone who saw it would call him a pervert. Cecily knew himself. He knew very well how strong he was. He definitely couldn't do what Jiang Ning did. And now his teachers actually asked him to take down Jiang Ning. Is this possible? There is more than one Jiang Ning threatening their college now. There is also a newly promoted Wen Renqiao. Cecily prayed in his heart that the 2 would collide with each other, kill each other, eliminate one of them best, and if both were eliminated at the same time, that would be even better. The individual competition system of the federal competition stipulates that if the 2 are tied, they will be considered eliminated at the same time. 2 days later, the individual competition was restarted as scheduled, and the audience was very enthusiastic, and the popularity was even higher than before the suspension. The team of Samir College entered the venue, and Jiang Ning heard the audience calling his name from a distance. She glanced at the audience, raised her hand and greeted them. In the crowd, she also saw teachers Zhou Yuanshan and Fang Li bringing their left-behind child from the Department of Botany, Xiaoshi, to the competition venue. Jiang Ning, come on! Cheers rose one after another, and the popularity of Simmel College once surpassed those 4 first-class colleges and became the most popular of this federal supernatural competition. Cha Jun on the stage held the microphone and announced, the competition continues. The first match after the restart was the one between Jiang Ning and the people from Trandy Academy. The 2 stood in the middle of the field. Excuse me. As the whistle sounded, the person from Trandy said something softly and then rushed out. If she had held a glimmer of hope that she could win over Jiang Ning before, then after going through so many things, she had completely calmed down. She knew very clearly that this was her last match. Even if the final result was definitely a loss, she would lose beautifully. 2 after images, one red and one white. entangled on the field. Jiang Ning did not summon plants in this game. She did not have enough mental power now, and she needed to use it sparingly. The consequence of not having those plants was that Jiang Ning had a harder time. The man from Tranti was determined to lose. She used all her strength, and released her supernatural power to the extreme. The two fought for about 40 minutes before it ended, and Jiang Ning narrowly defeated Tranti. Before she fell, she glanced at Jiang Ning, and a lonely emotion flashed in her eyes. She thought she would lose to Jiang Ning, but what she did not expect was that she was not even worthy of Jiang Ning's half strength. It's a pity that Jiang Ning didn't know her inner thoughts. If she knew, she would have had a good talk with the opponent, without using the plant bonus and taking shortcuts. She played at 120% of her level. She was definitely the most serious opponent in her career. Although the plants that the audience expected did not appear, the fight between the two was exciting, which was a good start for the first game after the restart. The subsequent games did not disappoint everyone. Although the overall performance was not as good as Jiang Ning, it also fully mobilized the enthusiasm of the audience. Today's competitions are all over, and there are 7 people who have advanced. 3 of them are from Semel College, namely Jiang Ning, Wei Xingyu, and Wenren Chao. 2 people from King's College, Bai Feiyu and Luo Wenna, have successfully advanced. As for the remaining 2, they are Wu Song from Tranti College and Sosli from Astending College. This is a true duel between the new generation of strong men. The organizer adjusted the draw time, and after the game, the 7 people came forward to draw tomorrow's lot. As the system stopped distributing, the draw results appeared in front of the audience one by one. Jiang Ning versus Luo Wenna, Wei Xingyu versus Wu Song, Bai Feiyu versus Sosli. Wenren Chao was directly promoted to the next round after a bye. On the way back, Wenren Chao stretched his body, feeling particularly comfortable. He boasted in front of Jiang Ning and Wei Xingyu, "You say, my luck is unmatched." Chapter 155. Standing on the highest podium. After a short rest for one day, the second day of the competition began. If luck is good, among the 4 people who advanced today, if there is a tie, then the final winner will be decided tomorrow. However, the answer will be revealed the day after tomorrow. Jiang Ning rested for a day, his body muscles recovered. Luo Wenna is a power attacker. Before this she was known as the King Kong Barbie, so to fight with her, Jiang Ning still needs to spend a little mental energy. Today was her last match. Jiang Ning sat in the stands and watched the other 2 teams finish. Wei Xingyu abilities had many shortcomings. She was quickly at a disadvantage against an agile attacker like Wu Song. The 2 fought back and forth for a while. Wu Song was like an elegant civet cat. Her body could almost blend into the surrounding environment. Whenever Wei Xingyu puppetry was about to control her, she could always dodge in time. In a short moment, Wu Song switched from passive defense to active offense. Her attack was as elusive as her figure. Wei Xingyu was soon knocked out of the arena. Wei Xingyu lost this match. She came out of the competition field. Everyone wanted to comfort her, but seeing Wei Xingyu's expression, she didn't seem to need comfort. "Take a rest, and let Jiang Ning and I take care of it next." When Ren Chao looked at her and said, Wei Xingyu nodded. After the 2 of them finished their match, it was Bai Feiyu and Sosli match. These 2 were the favorites to win the championship. In everyone's initial prediction, this should have been the most exciting battle in this year's federal competition. But who would have thought that a plant-based psychic would suddenly appear? Jiang Ning's wonderful performance made the 2 of them seem a little dull. Bai Feiyu and Sosli took the stage together. After the normal competition process, they both activated their psychic powers at the same time. Bai Feiyu is an elemental psychic. Her attacks are more traditional and formal, while Sosli's psychic power is more performance-oriented. His psychic power is ornamental when it is released, which makes people feel that it is always flashy. In fact, Sosli's ability was also very aggressive. The 2 exchanged more than a dozen moves, but still couldn't decide the winner. Sosli's attack was messy. He was a little eager for success. On the contrary, Bai Feiyu's moves were still very stable. Si Yuan saw through the 2 people's tricks. They sat together. Everyone heard what Si Yuan said and agreed with him. Everyone was discussing this game. Needless to say, they knew that Bai Feiyu won. Only Jiang Ning remained silent. Does Jiang Ning have any different opinions? Jiang Ning has become a celebrity. Everyone would cue her whenever they had something to say. Jiang Ning was immersed in her own world. Since that day, Jiang Ning has been avoiding Si Yuan. When she saw Si Yuan, she remembered her inner thoughts that day, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Even if no one knew, she felt a little embarrassed. Who do you think will win? Bai Feiyu or Cecily? Zheng Yao repeated the question. Bai Feiyu. Please. Jiang Ning turned her head away, trying to avoid Siyuan's sight. She was a little confused now, and an inexplicable emotion spread in her heart. After she said this, there was a clang on the stage, and the next second, Huicha Jun announced the end of the game. Bai Feiyu really won. Everyone was discussing Bai Feiyu at this time. Only Siyuan looked at Jiang Ning, looking thoughtful. It's your turn next, Jiang Ning. Everyone reminded Jiang Ning. Wei Xingyu noticed that Jiang Ning looked a little absent-minded. Her body had just recovered. Wei Xingyu was worried that she might have some problems. She asked with concern, You look very bad. Are you feeling unwell? As soon as she asked this, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Ning. The next game was Jiang Ning. At this critical moment, everyone prayed that she would not be in trouble. I'm fine. Jiang Ning took a deep breath, closed her eyes and calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were full of seriousness. She said goodbye to everyone and walked onto the competition stage, during which time she didn't even glance at Siyuan. Jiang Ning, hello. Rovina said. Hello, Rovina. Jiang Ning greeted her back. The countdown ended, the two of them exchanged a few words of courtesy, and then Jiang Ning took the lead in launching the attack. Boom! One after another. Bright yellow sparks exploded in the arena, and then small and plump cotton balls exploded from the air like beans. Most of them fell on the ground, and a small part fell on Rowena and Jiang Ning. These corns were popcorn. Jiang Ning improved it himself. The effect of popcorn is stronger than that of corn. Corn needs to be eaten to stop the action, while popcorn can start as long as it is touched. But the time of popcorn is shorter than that of corn. So Jiang Ning didn't have much time. She opened the perception barrier in advance. The popcorn didn't fall on her. She rushed towards Rowena, who was forbidden to move, and punched her in the abdomen with a punch. She was knocked out and fell on the edge of the field. She was only one step away from being eliminated. Popcorn needs 30 sunbeams to trigger. Jiang Ning was thinking in her heart that these 30 sunbeams should not be wasted. So she raised her hand and used the popcorns that fell on the ground around her and shot them at Rowena again. Before Rowena could recover, her body was stopped again. Jiang Ning did not give her any chance to attack, and kept stopping and attacking until she threw Rowena out of the arena. Power-type mutants can attach a hard protective layer on the surface of their bodies. Jiang Ning offensive plants were not very useful to Rowena, so she chose to prevent Rowena from taking action. It turns out that this method works very well. Luo Wena versus Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wins. Huicha Jun's voice came into the ears of everyone present from the broadcast. After the restart, the second round also ended. The three winners plus when Renchao continued to draw opponents for the third round. The wheel of fate turned, and the result that Cecily expected happened. But unfortunately, he was eliminated by Bai Feiyu. The results of the third round of draws came out. Bai Feiyu and Wu Song faced off, and the opponent left for Jiang Ning could only be Wen Renchao. According to the level, 3S versus 3S. 3S plus versus 3S plus. This is fair. But the people of Semel College are not so happy. When Renchao walked off the stage with a lottery card, cursing, damn! I was so lucky last time. I thought it was the goddess of luck that favored me. It seems that she was waiting for me here. Please give me more advice. Jiang Ning stood beside him and chuckled. When Renchao was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Jiang Ning, I'm not. My mental strength has now reached 3S, plus, you better be careful not to be eliminated by me. When Renchao raised his chin and snorted. Then let's see who is better. Jiang Ning's face showed a touch of vitality, and her desire to win was also ignited by Wen Renchao. That night, someone saw Wen Renchao staying in the training room until very late before going to the dormitory to rest. The third day of the restart of the individual competition, the audience remained highly enthusiastic. The duel between Bai Feiyu and Wu Song took priority, while Jiang Ning and Wen Renchao were still a little behind. The whistle sounded, and Bai Feiyu and Wu Song appeared on the field. These two had been matched before in the game, and there were also many spectators watching at that time, and the final result was that Wu Song won over Bai Feiyu. Now, putting aside the settings in the game, the two met face to face, and both showed their full strength. In an instant, the field was filled with dust and rocks, and the surrounding air was rapidly gathering in the direction where the two people were standing, forming a high-speed rotating tornado. Bai Feiyu held her head high, and as she waved her hand, several crescent-shaped hurricane blades flew out. A layer of blue-pink light lit up around Wutsong, and she quickly circled around the stadium. Bai Feiyu's eyes followed her direction. The tornado in front of her was released. With a sweeping momentum, Wutsong opened a space crack, ready to swallow the whirlwind. But Bai Feiyu took advantage of the opportunity to get close to her. His fist was wrapped in a strong wind and whistled out, falling behind Wutsong. Wutsong wanted to teleport to avoid it, but Bai Feiyu had already guessed her next location by sensing the flow of air around her, and waited in advance on the road where Wutsong was waiting. Wutsong was beaten back by her. When Bai Feiyu's wind fist was swung again, Wutsong found an opportunity and hugged Bai Feiyu's body. The two rolled out. The two fought back and forth. The fight lasted for an hour, until the two were exhausted. The time of the competition was up, and with Cha Jun announced the draw, until Bai Feiyu and Wutsong were both eliminated. There was no winner between the two. Now the pressure completely fell on Wen Renqiao and Jiang Ning. After Bai Feiyu and Wutsong were eliminated, their match was automatically promoted to the finals, and the individual gold medal would be born between the two. But no matter who won the game, Sinil College had a grand slam this time. Both the team competition and the individual competition went to their college. After the match between Bai Feiyu and Wutsong, the scene rested for a long time. The last final started at 1:30 p.m. The audience ate, took photos, and when the time was almost up, they returned to the stadium one after another. Jiang Ning and Wen Renqiao stood on the dual field. The background of the two-people stadium was a lonely planet with a sunflower. There was no distinction between day and night here. The sky was full of stars, which seemed lonely and romantic. Jiang Ning still has 171 sunlight spirit points in her body. The average sunlight required by offensive plants is above 20, while that of defensive plants is above 10, which means how many times she can use her supernatural power. Plant type Jiang Ning versus space type Wen Renqiao. Please prepare yourselves. The game is officially starting. As soon as Wu Cha Jun finished speaking, the referee in the arena blew the whistle. In the audience screen, Jiang Ning raised her hand, and she and Wen Renqiao released their perceptions at the same time. A plant quietly grew on this barren planet. Wen Renqiao was her teammate. He was familiar with most of her plants. And Wen Renqiao was not like Luo Wenna. He was a space-based psychic. The tricks used to deal with Luo Wenna had no advantage over Wen Renqiao. Jiang Ning knew how to judge the situation and adjusted her attack methods in real time according to different people. The reason why space-based psychics were so powerful was that they were in a higher dimensional space. As long as he wanted, he could travel around the world at will. Generally, the opponent, who could restrain space-based psychics at the same level, needed to be a time-based psychic or a spiritual-based psychic. But Jiang Ning was neither. So she chose to suppress it directly by force. She spent 100 sun spirit points to create a super piranha plant. She combined the flame effect of the flame orchid with the firmness of the nut wall and lotus leaf. It is now a plant with both offensive and defensive capabilities. After stacking multiple plants, the speed of the super piranha plant will slow down. So she specially summoned the windmill grass to assist. At the same time, Wen Renqiao also made preparations over there. Multiple mirrored spaces appeared in the arena. These spaces extended infinitely. Wen Renqiao's figure was reflected in each side. He seemed to have many clones at this moment. One Wen Renqiao raised his lips, and then all Wen Renqiao raised their lips. After he merged with the insect mother, he also realized the skill of producing multiple clones in this way. Jiang Ning just glanced at the people inside, and then she controlled the super carnivorous plant to uproot it. Fireballs spit out from the big mouth of the carnivorous plant, melting the spaces created by Wen Renqiao one by one. In the face of absolute strength, unlimited superpowers are useless. The super piranha plant will find Wen Renqiao sooner or later. After he merged with the insect mother, his body also showed the effect of fear of fire. So after the super piranha plant sprayed out flames, Wen Renqiao's heart was alarmed. The super piranha plant moved along the mirror space, and Jiang Ning keenly caught a few unusual things in it. She released rose petals and smashed them towards the mirrors, and soon forced Wen Renqiao out. He gritted his teeth and activated the space displacement, only to avoid being eliminated by Jiang Ning. Wen Renqiao put his hands together, prepared to release the matrix space towards her, but the super carnivorous plant's ability to protect its owner was fully demonstrated. It spit out a fireball. Wen Renqiao was chased all over the field. The flame stained his trouser legs. he hurriedly used his superpowers to slap it, but the super carnivorous plant was following him closely. He lowered his head and noticed that there was suddenly a shadow on the ground. When Ren Chao looked up suddenly and saw Jiangning appeared in front of him without knowing when. Jiangning smiled at Ren Chao, and then she raised her hand. "Damn!" he yelled as Ren Chao was thrown into the air. "I'm 3S+, but I still can't beat you." With a thump, Ren Chao fell out of the competition venue. The 1-month-long Federation Supernatural competition finally came to an end. Let us congratulate Jiangning for winning the final victory in the 120th Federation Supernatural competition. After which Cha Jun finished speaking, the audience burst into warm exclamations and applause. "Jiangning! Jiangning! Jiangning!" The audience shouted her name in unison, so loud that she could hear it even when she was in the backcourt. After the game, the award ceremony followed. Jiangning was invited to the highest podium, and the highest commander of the Federation personally presented her with the individual gold medal trophy. With a wave of the commander's hand, her name was engraved on the trophy. Jiangning picked up the trophy. Her smile was confident and bright, and all the media's flashlights were focused on her. The picture of this moment was preserved forever, and placed in the school history exhibition hall of Samir College together with the golden trophy. Every Samir student and plant-based supernatural person who saw the scene later would talk about Jiangning deeds. Chapter 156. I take you there. The dust settled on the Federation Supernatural competition, and people from each academy returned to their respective planets one after another. After a brief farewell to Kolai, Jiangning specifically asked the team leader to go back 2 days later, because she wanted to visit Avitas. She won a generous bonus in the competition, which was just enough to cover the cost of this trip. The teacher agreed. Wei Xingyu, Ren Chao, Cheng Yao, Simon and Xiaosher also stayed with Jiangning. Before the 6 people set off, Ren Chao went back home. This was his first time to go home since the competition. He really proved his strength with his actions. Ren Chao parents were the typical kind of people who had sharp tongues but soft hearts. They were obviously worried about Ren Chao and were proud of him. But they still kept their face and didn't say it out loud. He spent the whole morning with his parents in such an awkward way. Jiangning and the others were waiting for him at the port. When Ren Chao arrived at the port, he was still reluctant to leave. "Why don't you stay and spend more time with your parents?" Jiangning looked at him. Ren Chao sniffed and quickly calmed down. "No need. If I stay at home for too long, they will be annoyed. Let's go." Ren Chao raised his head, and his eyes scanned everyone and asked in confusion, "I didn't see Si Yuan after the game. Isn't he going to Avitas with us?" Jiangning looked at the port in front of him. Si Yuan is just an exchange student at King's College. After the game, he should still go back to King's College. Putting aside the comprehensive strength of the school, King's College is located on the capital planet, with dense trade exchanges, and the red planet is relatively remote in the interstellar space. "Oh!" Ren nodded as if he understood. The 6 people did not delay any longer and boarded the spaceship to Avitas. The Avitas government heard that they were coming and specially sent people to pick them up. The environment of this planet is beautiful. In addition to the inherent environmental advantages, it is also indispensable for the addition of plant talents. The Avitas government heard about Jiangning and naturally wanted to win her over. During the week on Avitas, Jiangning was led by a diplomat to visit various plant research laboratories on the planet. Jiangning gained a lot from this trip. The government invited her to visit often. Jiangning did not refuse. A week later, the 6 returned to Red Star. From the port, everyone noticed that there seemed to be more tourists on Red Star than before. "Since you won the championship in the team competition, there are more tourists coming to our Simmel College every day," Xiaosher said. "There are also many people who brought their children to experience the atmosphere of the college in advance." The 6 people chatted all the way back to Samir College. As Xiaosher said, there were indeed many people in the college. Everyone opened their star brains and tapped here and there. Someone in the crowd noticed the 6 people, and someone shouted, "Look! It's Jiangning!" Jiangning was also confused. She stopped to see who called her, and the next second she was surrounded by people, including Wei Xingyu and the other 5. She had no idea that she had so many fans now. "Hello, everyone." Jiangning raised his hand and greeted everyone in a reserved manner. "Finally I met the real person. So excited." Jiangning. "Look at me, I am also a plant type. I thought my life was over, but your performance in the supernatural competition made me realize that our plant type can be so powerful. And me, since I awakened the plant type, my parents are often looked down upon by those relatives, and they are always dragged out to ridicule and talked down at gatherings every year. I was almost depressed. You don't know that your performance in the Federation this year really slapped the faces of those who looked down on me. This feeling is so good. It's all because of you. Jiangning. The crowd was talking, and finally they all merged into two short sentences. Jiangning is awesome. The Department of Botany is awesome. Jiangning listened quietly to everyone's explanation of their experiences, and finally smiled and said to everyone, "Welcome to apply for the Department of Botany at Samir College. The Department of Botany at Samir has no level restrictions, and anyone can apply, and because of this, she was lucky enough to come here, and was able to experience a series of events later." It was almost evening when Jiangning returned to the Department of Botany. The Department of Botany faced the setting sun. The quaint building was like an old man in his twilight years, witnessing the Department of Botany's transition from prosperity to decline, and then welcoming new life again. Tourists left the school one after another. There were still a few people taking pictures at the Department of Botany, but they didn't notice that Jiangning and his group were behind them. The 6 people returned to the dormitory area of the Department of Botany. After Jiangning washed up, she was exhausted and was ready to go to bed. She tilted her head and looked through the window at the next door A03 building, which actually had lights on. Her eyes were lowered, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She seemed to have made up her mind. She got up from the bed, put on her clothes and went out. It was night. Jiangning knocked on the door of building A03. Click, the door opened. Miss Jiangning. It was the housekeeper Afu who opened the door. "Good evening, Housekeeper Afu," Jiangning said. Afu smiled and stepped back halfway, respectfully making a gesture to Jiangning. "Come in." Jiangning walked into the familiar living room. Si Yuan was sitting on the sofa at that time. He held a notebook in his hand and an electronic pen in his other hand, writing on it, recording something. If you look closely, you will find that it is full of Jiangning various plants. "Jiangning? Why are you here?" Si Yuan heard the noise, raised his head, and looked at Jiangning. He asked in confusion. Jiangning blinked, and when she raised her eyelids again, her eyes were serious. She took a deep breath and said, "Si Yuan, I have something to tell you." Butler Afu automatically stepped aside, leaving the space here for the two of them. Jiangning is not a person who likes to procrastinate. This uncertainty makes her very uncomfortable. This matter has been on her mind for a long time. She kept thinking about what happened that day. She figured it out later. If Si Yuan really confessed to her that day, she would agree. Jiangning was hung up by the uncertainty brought by Si Yuan for a long time, so that when she saw Si Yuan later, she would think of her narcissistic mentality that day and feel embarrassed. Since Si Yuan has not said anything, why can't she say it? "I like you, what about you?" Jiangning said. The villa was very quiet, especially after Jiangning said this. You could hear a pin drop. "What?" Si Yuan was stunned. "I said I like you, what about you? Do you like me too?" Jiangning repeated what she had just said very patiently. Argos can see the memories and some thoughts of the possessed person. Jiangning was very sure that she had not misheard that day, but she still wanted to hear Si Yuan say it himself. Si Yuan lowered his head and was silent for a long time. "I thought you hated me." Since Jiangning woke up in the treatment center that day, she had deliberately distanced herself from him. Although it was not very obvious, Si Yuan could feel it. After the Federation Games, Jiangning and his group went to Avita's, and they did not contact him during the period. Si Yuan's heart suddenly dimmed, and he returned to the botany department of Samir College silently. "So your answer is?" Jiangning looked straight into Si Yuan's eyes. Si Yuan curved his mouth, with a spring breeze-like smile on his face, and nodded. "I like it." Jiangning curved his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. On the other hand, Si Yuan's face was a little more shy. Jiangning thought to himself, "It's true that whoever is passive is the one who is shy." It's the beginning of the new school year again. This year, there are a lot of people applying for Samir College, and the Department of Plants has become a popular major. No matter which college, the number of applicants has increased sharply. But many plant-related psychics are not fast enough, and Samir College is full, so they have to transfer to other colleges in tiers. People come and go at the registration office. Jiangning turned on the Star Brain video function, took a picture of this scene, and sent it to Si Yuan and his group, and attached an emoticon package of so many people. When she turned around, she was bumped by someone. Excuse me. The man apologized to her. It's okay. Jiangning took a look at her outfit and asked, Are you a freshman in the Department of Botany? The girl nodded, Yes. Yes. Senior sister, excuse me. Do you know how to get to the Department of Botany? Yes. Jiangning smiled. I take you there.